Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and here's Baron will find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game, a chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024, Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1. help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was ready, boys. It's time to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire. this gun was a loaded one. He was ready for him. Decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it.
that performance whatsoever. Hafling has been spotted out. One more name comes on through. Takes him down to Brazil. Are you kidding me?
And they're taking this win, no doubt in my mind.
I don't think so either. That shot comes on through. It's the DBS.
Potential for a third map. Molly goes deep, Missy ticked by it. Now looks to take the pressure. It's the hardest crossfire to break in the game. And Oya and Emily are doing it. It's Oya in the 1v1 and she locks it in. No overtime today. USA do win the series 2-0.
Welcome back then to day 2 of IESF's World Esports Championships. We're here with the women's portion of the tournament with $160,000 on the line. I'm joined on the couch by Hawker and Vendetta, and behind us we have the teams setting up. And I love this setup because it means the teams can hear you guys, and if they don't like what you guys are saying, they can pelt you with rotten vegetables. And if they don't have them at the moment, production, sort that one out because that would be a great addition.
Yeah. I'd take that over, you know, like computer peripherals. Like a mouse is definitely harder, so I don't want to get hit by like hard plastics or anything like that. So I'll take it. Like, rotten tomato type of thing.
I don't know why they'd have rotten vegetables, Alan. Just
because I live in the Middle Ages of England, and you should be in the stocks if you get your predictions wrong. Let's reflect on yesterday. There was a lot of carnage, but in my mind, there were two teams that looked incredible: Portugal and Poland. I know we haven't seen France live on stream yet, but those two teams looked amazing. They are, for us, the teams to beat at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment as well. We did expect, at the very least, Poland to show up and style to start us off, and they did so. No really disappointments from them to kick us off on the first day. And Portugal as well, they showed that they had more than just, I guess, the known trio that we kind of expected going into the match, but the fact that we actually saw great displays from both Yoon and Caddy Jones in their series. So yeah, those two teams definitely early favorites for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, I think Caddy Jones was probably the player I knew least about who impressed me the most. So I think she's going to be really important for Portugal. But as you said, a couple of teams we haven't seen on the stream yet who also went through very comfortably. So we'll get to see them later on, and I'm sure we'll get to see if they can compete with a couple of teams that look very good so far.
Let's bring up that schedule and see which games are going to be going underway today. We've got the elimination games to kick us off, and then a little bit later, all 4 of those decided games. So we already have 4 teams in the playoffs, and we'll be deciding the other 4 by the end of today. Our games will be South Africa, Norway on stage, then it'll be Australia versus the winner of that, and then finally Sweden against the winner of Kazakhstan, Argentina. So sad times, guys, for some of these teams today. 4 of them going home this morning. That's a lot of travel for for 24 hours, essentially, of gameplay.
Yeah, it is. But at the very least, like we talked about, the format is the ideal one in that sense. Again, it's GSL, it's best of 3s, which is the key here. So in that sense, yeah, it's going to be a bummer to get knocked out, obviously, early on in the competition, but you can't necessarily say that you didn't get a fair shake. Like, you've had the opportunities, you've had 2 series to do it in. If you couldn't at the time, then yeah, you just weren't good enough this time around, and you'll have to put your eyes forward and work hard until next time. So yeah, even though there are going to be a couple of heartbreaks throughout the day, at least they're giving an opportunity to right their wrongs from day one.
Yeah, and at least it's not that, eliminated on day 1 that you can get sometimes.
Yeah.
The elimination games on the first day, and then it becomes
18-hour travel to get here.
It becomes very stressful very quickly. So they'd have had a bit of time to prep for this matchup, and yeah, I think there's pretty clear favorites in most of these games, I would say, but yeah, I think there's also just the unknown element which could cause some chaos, because I think so far things have mainly just gone according to plan, and I wouldn't mind a little bit of chaos in some results today.
Let's fly through those groups and see how we ended up here. Group A, this is our Portugal group. We of course saw the Portugal USA game where Portugal looked fantastic. Netherlands, Hong Kong will be this morning, and a little bit later on, the US presumably will reface the Netherlands, I guess, for that spot in the playoffs. US looked a little bit down and out yesterday, but they're not out of the tournament yet, and they maybe should still be making playoffs.
Yeah, again, I like their chances. Again, they had a pretty solid showing versus the Netherlands. Obviously, their Anubis in that matchup looked fantastic. A little bit more shaky on Inferno, but still got the job done. So they're going to go into a potential rematch with a lot of confidence. Obviously, they did get humbled a little bit by Portugal, but, you know, that's not necessarily a shake at the States, you know, like in terms of like them playing poorly or anything like that. It was just Portugal playing really, really well. As for Hong Kong, yeah, it's a tough matchup. They've gotten Portugal, they've gotten the US. Probably would have liked to face someone else in an elimination game, but it's going to be a great learning experience, if nothing else.
Yeah, let's fly straight on to Group B. This was the group where the French reigned victorious. We expected that Sweden-France game to be pretty close, but actually France looks formidable.
Yeah.
We haven't seen them obviously on stream yet, Hawker, but France have got to be up there with maybe the favourites to make a final or even win this thing.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you've got a really just solid lineup across the board. I don't think we've actually got to see this group yet, which is a bit of a shame. We'll get to see it later on.
We will later, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So
game.
that's exciting. But yeah, just a really solid roster for France. Astra, so good. I think she's going to be up there as one of the best riflers in this tournament for me. She's incredible. You've got KO Day on the AWP. You've just got a really good roster, and I think they also are another one of these teams that know when they're against a weaker opponent, they can just throw aggression at them and just see if the team can handle it initially. And I'm sure they were doing that in some of those games.
Let's take a look at Group C. We saw a couple games from this one yesterday. Poland winning in the end, but they did actually drop a map to Denmark, which for some of us could be a bit of a surprise. They're actually the only group winner to drop a map.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's an indication of maybe one map in their pool doesn't work, or probably more likely actually that Denmark shouldn't be overlooked as a threat going into playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's actually the latter there. Denmark, I think it was Inferno that Poland ended up dropping, and that was an impressive performance from the Danish team as well. Once we got onto the two remaining maps, it seemed like it was pretty confident from the side of Poland, but yeah, Denmark not to be scoffed at all. So I think going into that potential, you know, decider match later on today, where we're assuming Canada are going to be facing them, I'd have to put like a slight, you know, favorite in the favor of Denmark, honestly, just by the fact that they were able to actually match or take a map off of Poland, because Poland looked indomitable versus Canada.
And finally, we have Group D. Spain here looked formidable winning that group. We haven't covered Spain just yet. They are, I believe, the only team that is competing as a five that plays, you know, traditionally as a five-man lineup. Maybe not the biggest names, but Hawker, maybe it comes in very handy to all be on the same page and have that chemistry.
Yeah, I think so. I know for sure in the qualifier, they were one of the teams that I saw that were actually comfortable leaving themselves just full retaking a bomb site, which I know sounds small, but it's such a big thing to have, instead of feeling like, oh, well, I'm not 100% confident on my teammates' rotations or our team play, so I feel like I've got to fight for the site, and then that can put pressure on you unnecessarily. So I think that's going to be a big benefit for them, and I've been saying it throughout. I think they just pose a really interesting problem for some of these other teams. If that chemistry is there, suddenly you can have games go in a completely different way, because so far it has been pretty individually focused in all the games we've seen. But if they are a team that actually just have really, really good fundamentals, suddenly your opponents are going to be really frustrated by that. If you're just used to being able to frag out, I don't think you're going to be able to do that against Spain.
Yeah, no, it's all about those small protocols in terms of like knowing where you're supposed to go, like just on a basic execute, right? Just having the right kind of pathing for people to go in, considering spacing, all of that stuff matters a lot. And it's also so much harder to break down a well-oiled machine on a CT side as well. Again, if you don't have a team that gets flustered by, let's say, dropping the opening pick or something like that, so they still have track on their rotations, they still do things properly. And again, communication should be on point for a team that's as, I guess, you know, well put through as Spain are, and having that much experience playing together. So it's not going to be easy. You're not going to get anything free versus a team like them.
Let's start to focus in on our first matchup of the day. They're sat behind us, South Africa versus Norway. Let's talk South Africa, and the player I want to talk about is Avo. You can see her in the middle. She's got the avocado little kind of toy thing in front of the desk, as some players like to have. Let's bring up that roster so we can see exactly who we're talking about as well. But yeah, South Africa, this is a huge event for them. They don't get the most international exposure. For these girls, the opportunity to play on this stage is enormous.
Yeah, it's massive, and out of this five, it's pretty much just Mex, who's had, I guess, proper international experience, playing on stages and taking part in the Impact Series and so on. So she's going to have to be like the veteran of this side in a big way, because they've had a lot of the previous members of the national team retire. Simple as that. But Evo, as you mentioned, super exciting prospect. She's only 16 years old, and she's the in-game leader of the national team, which is quite a lot of responsibility. But it's super cool to see new talent. And obviously, they didn't win their first matchup, but she was still performing well in the first match that they had in the tournament. But this is going to be a very unique experience for them. Again, like playing on a stage, biggest tournaments of their lives. Just a lot for them to take in. So hopefully, they'll be able to handle the pressure quite well.
Yeah, and I think you have those players where if they are just really talented and clearly the best player on your team, it kind of just makes sense for them to be a big part of the calling in a sense, because you're just going to instinctually have good ideas as to how to get into rounds in the first place, and it can just be really useful to maximize her own ability, right, if she has ideas and wants to set herself up. So absolutely makes sense, I think, in this sort of tournament. Team Norway, though, Vendetta, I know the bias will be coming through here.
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep it as I guess fair as possible. But yeah, no, obviously, slight bias here for me. And these are people that I know pretty well. I've played with them, throughout the years. So for me, I'm coming into this thinking that this should be a victory for Norway. Again, they had a really close match versus Australia yesterday that went down the wire on the third match. I think it was like quadruple OT or something to that effect. So they've come to play, even though they haven't had the most ideal prep leading into the tournament in terms of how much practice time they've had. They do have the benefit of having a more experienced lineup than South Africa. They've had more players playing in professional teams for a longer period of time and so on. So I do think they have a lot of things working in their favor.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, Aurora, important player on this team, should be calling, I believe, and just in general was the highest rated player for them yesterday. And also, I think it's worth looking at Minnie, because she was doing a lot of entry work yesterday. I was looking at the stats, 36% attempt on the entries for this team. That is crazy high.
Yeah,
and
that's ridiculous.
She won like 52% of them yesterday. So I know it's a small sample size, but that's also a really good sign, because her stats overall weren't crazy, but that's clearly a lot of impact if you're getting those sorts of entries. So I think she'll be one to watch as well.
Yeah, so are we framing this as Norway are more of the known quantities here? We know some of their players. We've seen them play in the the women's level professionally. South Africa, more of a region that's not going to compete internationally. We don't see these players so much. I don't feel like I know what to expect from them really at all, to be honest. So it could be amazing. They could full flight against Norway. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think that's completely fair, and I think that's the approach that we kind of have to have. Again, the known quantity here are, in majority, the Norwegian players. I think Peekaboo is the exception to that rule, but for everyone else, they've competed at an international stage at some point in their careers. As we get the veto, and we can see that Norway has decided to veto out Nuke, which was South Africa's pick versus Spain. So that tracks Ancient actually being removed by South Africa. They had Inferno as their veto in yesterday's matchup, so that might be a response to obviously having seen them play versus Australia.
Yeah, they lost that 13-5 on the Ancient against Spain, so I guess they wanted to get that out this time.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, for the Anubis, that's actually the map that Norway were able to beat Australia on, really close in that series. By the way, also, the known quantity thing is kind of funny, because these teams have played a very different amount of CS to get to this point. South Africa quickly 2-0'd, nice and simple, against Team Spain, of course, so that's going to happen. Whereas Norway had a lot of maps played, I think some tech issues in there, a lot of crazy shenanigans going on, so we've had them play a lot of CS. Hopefully they're 100% refreshed for this one, and then you get that Dust 2 Decider in there as well.
All I know is that, they played a lot of Ancient. A lot of Ancient for Norway, not in this veto. We're seeing a lot of Anubis picks, and that surprised me a lot for teams that aren't necessarily all on the same page and more of a mixed sort of setup. Anubis, it just feels like you're asking for trouble. I mean, if you make it work, you're going to make your opponents look silly, but you're definitely exposing yourselves to make your own mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's one of those maps where, again, if you're going to pick it, you're more than likely to start on the CT side. And that's kind of where you can see whether or not it was a good choice or not. Because it's difficult to play that CT side. We've seen it on several occasions. I think we saw it yesterday when Portugal played Anubis in their match, how they kind of just split the United States in two. And even though the US looked really confident in their first match on Anubis versus the Netherlands, it was just like not the same team that we got to see in the second matchup, and I think that was partly because Portugal had a really efficient way of kind of breaking down a defense, and if you're not extremely well drilled, CT side on Anubis is difficult. It's a hard map. It's hard sites to retake. It's hard sites to hold. So you're kind of running into multiple issues at the same time. It's not like an obvious fix like, oh, we just need to put one more player at this spot.
Yeah.
Like Anubis isn't fixed that way. So it's an interesting choice that we're actually seeing it as much as we have so far. But I like it. Again, it's usually pretty fast-paced and it's exciting to watch. So I like it. And again, like for Norway, this is one of the maps that they've practiced the most. So it makes sense for them to go into it.
Yeah. Well, wasting no time, let's get into that Anubis. Lucy, Brandon, game one of the day. Let's get going.
Game one of the day, and the first one is an elimination game that we get to cover. So a lot more on the line now. Stakes are high. For one of these teams, they will be going home, and for the other, they'll continue their run in the lower bracket. We've already kind of got an idea of what these teams look like so far in the competition. Norway have had a few more reps in the server, I suppose. But both of them kind of have similar stories coming into this with, you know, last-minute addition in Norway. They weren't necessarily even anticipating being here. And then South Africa have had to make roster changes coming into it. Who are you favouring?
I don't know, actually, to be honest with you. Like, I think my heart says South Africa, but my head kind of leans more towards Norway, to be honest with you. I think you think about the journey that South Africa have been on. We were there with them in Morocco. Like, it was interesting just watching them play, and they look really good in that event. And the thing for South Africa has always been about the confidence. And I guess I Hate Jess has now gone through self-love phase because she's now I Heart Jess.
I noticed this.
So I mean, hopefully that's them feeling a lot more confident. But I'm a little bit. I look at the veto and I think actually it kind of favours both teams because I know that South Africa do like playing Anubis. It's just whether they can get off to a strong start. Because if they don't get off to a strong start, I think it's so important for South Africa in particular to get off to a strong start because otherwise they'll start doubting themselves. And that is where it goes completely downhill.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually surprised that Norway were able to take Anubis off Australia. That was a pretty impressive result because I know, you know, Bibian's very good on that map. We've seen Australia play it before, even though, you know, that team has also made roster changes coming into this and haven't had a lot of opportunity in the server before this event. I still kind of expected it to go their way. I mean, it was a close game, but it shows that Norway definitely are a team that can beat people. Sorry, that's a really bad way of phrasing that. They're a team that, well, listen, they weren't anticipating being here.
That's true.
They were a last-minute addition. They didn't actually technically make it through the qualifier, but they were kind of on the cusp, so they got the call up when the spot was made available. So, you know, it was last minute for them, and so the expectations are kind of low, right? Even though you do have this started roster in terms of a lot of tenured players, right, that we've seen in the women's scene for half a decade or more now, you know, you have all that experience, but it was last second, so that means, you know, expectations are low.
Well, yeah, but also at the same time, you're going to make the most of the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you come over here to Riyadh, you don't have any expectations on you. That's going to probably make you play better. I mean, they played pretty good against Australia, so I think with that in mind, you now look at this game and you think, okay, potentially for Norway, it's time to kind of get back on the saddle, have a decent showing here. In their minds, they'll think that they want to 2-0 this. For South Africa, I think for them, it's about making it competitive. And when I've spoken to a few of the South African players, they have felt confident, and that's different. I have seen that shift from them. I just hope it translates on the server. I hope that they're actually able to deliver that, because if they don't, that's where it starts to get worrying. That's where it starts to get shaky. And when you haven't got players like 2SSB, when you haven't got players like KC, you've obviously got Gracie, you've got Pixar now in the mix, but when was the last time they played? A very long time.
It's interesting, right? I feel like there's been a lot of, you know, conversation going around, just the venue talking to people, and also like in the Twitter space, we're assuming that it's going to be the Australia-Norway rematch. It's like we're just completely writing off South Africa, but I think that's going to come to their advantage. I think people are really sleeping on this team.
I think so.
We know the individuals are really skilled. We've seen Avo in particular, right? If you're not familiar with the South African team, I know they mentioned on the desk, and we've mentioned her name a couple of times, but Avo is the kind of next star from this region. I know South Africa doesn't get a lot of opportunities. Megs is just backstabbing. That's classic Meggy Weggy behavior. But yeah. Avo,
she's going to love you for that.
Avo is the player you really want to be keeping an eye on, and I honestly think that she's a player that we could see on the international stage, you know, in the future, potentially, you know, playing in Europe, for instance. I know she's got that drive and she's got that passion, so if you're looking, you know, for that upcoming talent, she's one to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely, but I also think there are players in Team Norway that also kind of fit that bracket. Kiki hasn't played in a while. She was playing on Guild for a little bit, but again, that was a team that nearly made the finals of ESL impact. You've got Mini on this team as well, who the Desps were speaking about going for entry successes. I think the thing is for South Africa is they're a lot more of a cohesive unit. They will sort of delegate their roles up. For Norway, they've got specific roles identified, and I think that might get them over the line here.
Yeah, Mini's definitely the player to watch for me. Obviously, Aurora, we know what she's capable of. I think she's definitely a player that delivers in high-profile matches too. But there's Avo lining up the feed immediately, removes Anakin in middle, and this is very fast. They're splitting on A, and it's a solid defender, Kiki. She drops her smoke to kind of lock out one half of this push, and a flashbang over actually helps her out, running back through the smoke. I think they're surely aware that she's done this, but she's managed to get away.
Okay, this is weird, but now the bombs have been planted. Needed that kill on towards Megs. Aurora's found it, and now Peekaboo's peeking in from heaven. Heart Jess will at least trade back. It's a 3-on-2.
That kit is on Kiki's back, but with Pixar falling, it falls all to her Jess. Aurora is gushed down low, so she will finish that job, but with the kick, Kiki can just get on it. And Hayat just needs to find her immediately. It's being diffused. She can't quite stop it. Right under her nose. A second late there. And that's a great recovery from Norway, all things considered. And I think particularly Kiki, I don't know how she gets away with that.
It's mad. Like, honestly, like the fact that she was pushed through the A-main smoke, she's even shooting as she's walking through the A-main smoke. And South Africa go, do you know what? You can have that space. We don't care. What was interesting there is the reaction. They took space in towards Heaven. They tried to take space in towards Camera. The key fight was Aurora on Megs. If that goes the other way, that round you assume goes to South Africa.
At least you get the bomb plant and you do remove 4 of the 5, so they're going to invest in nice nades, and Avo goes quickly. Trade is there from Gracie, but Mini standing tall, only good for 1 with the M4. Peekaboo's dropped out middle though. The MP9 not quite connecting, so they are once again able to get into the bomb site and get the bomb down.
There is utility here, and there are defuse kits, but that's now been dropped on the floor. Pixar also swaps to the M4. They're both coming in from dark, and now that information is relayed. It's up to South Africa to make sure that they are tradable. A swing in for Heart Jess, another 1v1, but it still goes the way of Norway, and they've got enough time to defuse.
Ooh, that one comes down to the wire again. This has been an explosive start to this series.
But this is what you expect out of South Africa, right? It's high octane, it is aggressive. They will run at you each and every round, and it's about Norway managing this pressure.
Well done by Anakin to come through and get that double at the end to close out the round. Very fast response from Norway at the very least.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, right? Peekaboo dropped out of middle immediately. Yes, she didn't get the the results done, but then she had those players coming through A very fast behind her. Now we get the Tech 9s, and I think it's going to be pacey once more. And again, they are finding some success. The trades, you got to praise them. They've been very good for South Africa.
Yeah, and this only favours the T side. You keep going 1 for 1. It's going to keep manipulating this defense. It's going to leave Norway feeling fragile. Straight through dark again. Aurora posted on the angle. Is there another trade? Not this time. A Mini steps in as well. Much better from Norway in the middle portion of the round.
Yeah, smoke goes a little awry there. I think, they just wanted to try and get the bomb down ASAP, but they needed to be able to trade onto Aurora. She holds strong, and Norway, very quick 3-0, but these rounds have been a lot closer than I think the tale tells. We all see the buy come out from South Africa in full force now. We have the AWP on Gracie. So that's being prioritized very early.
Yeah, despite it being 3-0, right, the money's still pretty weak. Timing shot nearly connects.
Look at this push out B. They just ran straight for it. It's been spotted though, so they don't find the opener. Hardjess and Megs are aware of these players being close. They're holding for anything further.
Look at the instant reaction as well. They've gone straight in towards A here. They think, okay, well, B occupied, will put down some utility to try and fight it. That flashbang, though, was not good enough.
Now they are going to try and contact into A, but they've lost their B players, and so with both of them falling, you think the rotation comes soon. Avo gets one, but the trade comes, and this time South Africa didn't have players in the right position to help out Avo there. They were a bit disconnected, and Peekaboo is just able to lock it down.
Yeah, that's a really scrappy round from South Africa. That is more of a round of the just sort of occasion getting to them. Because even with that flashbang, you know it's failed. As soon as you've thrown it, you don't need to swing. And then they both commit off the back of it. You can disengage. I think the response was right for them to actually go in towards A main and take that fight. I feel like the whole team needed to go.
Yeah, Avo's on Fountain. The other two are kind of sitting back in main behind a smoke where they can't trade her.
It's that bit, but it's also this bit here where they are at B main. Like, they should just be going in towards mid to try and get this split going. They shouldn't have fought B main, and then when you're going in towards A, you're right. They should have been together, and they weren't.
So a little disconnected. Norway weathering the storm. South Africa continue to buy, though. They're forced into this with Mac-10s and a Galil. Like they want to pop onto B, and at the moment there are only 2 defenders, so certainly doable. Smoke will come over. Mini will relay this. Drops her own utility in response. Aurora not in the best position with the AWP, but she makes the Tech-9 work, and Mini cleans house with the FAMAS.
Yeah, that again, it's another one of these sloppy mid-round moments for South Africa, because you've seen the utility, the incendiary landing at B main. They want to push it, sure, but if you're going to push it, you've got to go immediately. And then there's that hesitation. Then there is a smoke coming in, but by that point, Aurora can move off from her awkward position into a more favourable one. And suddenly Norway have got a really good crossfire. South Africa this time, we've been praising the trades, they don't get a single one.
Too easy for Aurora.
I think it's interesting that Aurora's AWP.
Yeah, it is and it isn't, because obviously they had Pullux during the qualifiers, right? And she's able to take on a lot of that responsibility. But Aurora is definitely no stranger to the sniper. I think on the Astralis roster, she was AWP IGLing.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you want anyone to take it over, she's probably the most kind of experienced to be doing it.
That's true.
It's also quite convenient Aurora's on the team, right? Because you lose Pullux and she can kind of take over any of the responsibilities that Pullux had.
Yeah, in-game lead, or she can do it all. Good proactiveness here from Norway, taking this push out towards A main. They're taking the map control back, and this is even with the player advantage. Megs, though, has hit Anakin. That was the bomb nearly escaping. I Heart Jess has also been caught for a leg, but it is Peekaboo to reset, and Aurora will finally find her mark. Norway are in cruise control.
That was like the lightest touch through an AWP ever, because she was already really low. Did like 10 damage or something. Was the dominant CT side. Obviously the first few rounds, you know, they were very close, but actually these gun rounds where it's been the slower defaults haven't been working out for South Africa. I guess I'm starting to see how Australia were pushed to their limit here.
I'm surprised that South Africa haven't kept up this pace, because it was the pace that was working, and the trades were really good when they were sort of adding that chaos in. But the moment you are sort of giving any sort of respect and control over to Norway, they're just taking it back from you. Again, we've got this aggressive push. Check out Water. Mini's already pushed.
Gracie misses her opportunity. She's the one that's brought down low. And check out this angle from Mini. She's definitely going to punish Gracie when she comes around this corner. But the first frag actually falls in middle. Peekaboo is caught out. There is another player here. But they don't need to progress further. They've got their kill. Got the player advantage.
Now it's all up to seeing if you can just hold on to it, because again, look at this aggression. Flashbang good enough to push Mini back. 2 players still lie in wait. Aurora's been pushed back off this angle as well, but this smoke will at least keep South Africa at bay for now. The split feels a little bit weak, and they're just going to walk through the smoke. At least there's a trade. There needs to be another here for South Africa, and Avo will find it. A 3-on-2, the first time South Africa had an advantage.
Now they're going to be ready for this double up from Dark, though. It's where they entered the site from. But they've got decent post plants this time. One player disengages into B main. Avo is watching the cross out. Now you know there's at least one player in Dark. Still a little worried about this second player. That Molotov doesn't quite work out, but it gives them a bit of space to work around. IHA just swings through the smoke, and it leaves it now to Megs, tucked in. A powerful position. Anakin tries to clear it, but Megs just about takes her down.
Yeah, 5 HP the difference in that round. Norway, you think that they're done for when that molly misses, but instead they just run through it. And Avo is so unprepared. She's not ready for that eventuality. It's good that the B main player at least swings through. Heart Jess will get that trade. And now South Africa, they win a round, they take a timeout. They need to calm down.
Yeah, absolutely. I did hear them getting a bit fired up over that round. So, you know, the energy is certainly there. I think it's the team that has a lot of energy.
Yeah.
Actually. It's kind of like you got Megs on one end, who's like the antithesis of energy.
Yes.
She's like the devourer of energy. There's Goth Baddie, and then on the other, the other four are just pure like sunshine rainbows.
Avo got told off yesterday for screaming too loudly in the other area.
Yeah,
So-
that does check out. They can't tell them up on the stage though. They can be as loud as they like.
I think as soon as sort of South Africa can sort of get any sort of map control, they're doing okay. But Norway are punishing. They're being incredibly proactive. They're sort of trying to disrupt this default, and that will work well against a team that hasn't really got that much official experience like South Africa. Disrupting default, game plan number 1 here for Norway, and it's worked out so far in this first half. That nade looked like it was destined to do way more damage than it did.
I feel like I've been misled by nades constantly. Nice boost out, does a lot of damage.
I'm surprised they're still on the boost.
I want to see if they got that repeat.
They might go and try Kiki and test her again over towards A. Because currently with all this pressure in towards mid, that has kept the attention.
Ooh.
Anakin goes searching, but it's a Heart Jess with the headshot.
Interesting, the orb changed hands as well for this round. Again, they found this opening in middle like they did last round. Avro's just gonna lurk. Aurora walks straight in. That's a freebie. Another reposition. Kiki will catch off Avro, but it's costly, and they found a player over towards B. They found everyone. This will be South Africa's second. No doubt, Kiki's just far too low to make this happen.
Yeah, that was Norway this time going searching, and this was South Africa actually being ready for it. Orb goes looking, just gets deleted immediately, and then Avo does really well because what you've seen out of this default from Norway, every single time there is a piece of contact being taken on the map from South Africa, Norway are looking elsewhere, or they're looking to reclaim that space. So it's just a pump on the brakes from South Africa. They're waiting for the mistake to be made. It gets found with Aurora in the mid doors, and from there they can scale. A solid round of CS out of South Africa. They now go back to back.
At least the ult gets recovered. Kiki will hold on to that just about. And yeah, they're not going to hunt into main, so it's something. Still got enough for an investment into next round. But South Africa, after, you know, when you consider how those first 3 rounds went, it's not looking so bad. Now they're starting to build up rounds, but 6 already feels great on the CT side.
Yeah, it does. And I think Norway did really well to actually hold on because their money was being tested. They were being pushed to the limit on a number of those rounds. So the fact they were able to get consistency, and they actually came up with a few rounds that looked pretty dominant, that did stabilize their economy. It is still looking shaky now, though. On a knife's edge lie Norway. They need to pick up this round. Otherwise, South Africa, this first half will look incredibly close.
Mid's been given up. It's a double play in towards A main. There will be a rotation back from Aurora to cover off that position. Do they dare walk past? Is Aurora going to set up flashbang? She will. Picks up, fully blinded. The spray is converted. Aurora also finds her mark too, so that's 2 players removed immediately.
A look at B. Again, another push out, but Mini overextends. Gracie will hit the shot, and Avo has found Aurora. But Kiki's being really loud about this. Avo just tucks in the corner. Where on earth has Avo got to? She's just lying in wait, and Kiki's punished. Avo keeps on going, but can't get by Anakin. It's a 2-on-2.
They're going straight into Peekaboo with the AWP. She spotted the shadow. That one's free enough. Megs, clean headshot. And this is certainly winnable for her. Anakin's come in clutch a couple of times now already. Megs in the 1v1 has the HP advantage. There's not a kit either. She seems aware of the possibility of the temple play. Tucks into the goblin corner. She'll have all the advantage as Anakin scales out. Oh yeah, she's fully ready for this. And Megs will deliver a 1 versus 2. Another close round, but again, 1 for South Africa.
And that was with Norway getting the player advantages. That was the flash play out towards
That was 2K to start it.
3v5. South Africa just converted. Avo at the helm of all of it. Fakes that she's walked through the temple smoke. Actually just tucks in on the left-hand side. Kiki goes searching, gets overwhelmed. It's those 2 kills in mid that cause pandemonium.
I think the biggest problem on top of obviously Avo, great performance, but Mini pushing out B main when
No
they're in the
need.
5-on-3.
No need.
Unnecessary, isn't it?
Completely. But it's at that point, suddenly Peekaboo becomes isolated. And sure, she grabs 1 kill, but you know Anakin's in mid. You know that it's an AWPer, so you can just swing her and grab the trade. Well played from Megs. And that was the important round as well. We're speaking about it, about the economy. Suddenly, you got no money here if you're Norway.
South Africa can get a reasonable haul on this T side. And Molly goes a little off the mark. But they're looking to group up towards A. Tends to be more lightly defended. Kiki is close in main. Does have Peekaboo sliding in.
Good flash.
And Kiki gets a double up with the 5-7.
Oh dear.
2 headshots immediately. She had no armor either.
That's not ideal, but at least South Africa are going to reset back in. There's not a smoke. There's a couple of pieces of utility. Anakin dropping at least. Gracie's holding for it, and then the Deagle can't follow up on site.
Good recovery. Critical frags from Gracie. Finding that first one and then dropping, being ready for the dropping player.
That's one thing I've got to praise South Africa for continuously. It's when something happens on the map, they're not static. They are a little bit more proactive, but Kiki has found Gracie. It's all been Kiki in this round. Can she clutch up for her team? I Heart Jess has just moved over towards Temple. This crossfire now becomes really difficult to break, but Kiki will try and silence them. Creeps around the corner, but it is that reposition that gets South Africa the round. That bails them out.
Yeah, really well played there in the post plant. I mean, it's always a long shot with no heat, no armor, and just the recovered AK. Kiki, a good round from her. Considering what was invested, I can't believe she gets that double up with the flashbang that goes into A main to deal with that exact position.
She was full blind.
Outrageous. The 5-7, pretty strong. Some would say too strong.
Buff the CZ.
That's what I'm saying.
Look at this. Talk about aggression. Guns come back out for Norway, and this is where they got that double opener last time, pushing out B main. They have taken all of this space. If you're Mini, you should be rotating to help Kiki, because South Africa, they can only go one way.
Yeah, it's pretty clear this is the destination. They do have presence in dark. That is kind of the one counter. Good Molotov will slow down this push. It's just an exchange of utility, but they don't have to commit to this. They're actually going to go back.
This time is really interesting, because if they go right now, they're going to miss Peekaboo in towards mid. At least you can reset in from B main.
Loudly.
It all depends how far Pixar commits on A. And yeah, you're right, loud enough, they know.
Yeah, Jess is fully aware of this position. She knows she's got 2 locked in here. And I think with that information and with her presence in dark,
they can reset again.
Yeah, they can reset again. Norway don't really know what's going on. It could go either way, and that kill is everything. However, Peekaboo's continued to push. Pixar catches Kiki, going for the info play. South Africa can now collapse on A.
Yeah, but Norway just keep overextending. But Mini this time is trying to be the answer, but runs out of bullets in the magazine. How much time does this burn off the clock? What's happening here? How is Mini alive? How is she doing this? Another one from Mini. And suddenly, the round's completely turned on its head. Gracie 1v2, but can't get by Aurora. Somehow, some way, Norway have won that round.
How have you let that happen, South Africa?
The nade bounced off the brick. It went backwards. If it goes forwards, she's dead.
Standing in the open and she runs out of bullets. She re-swings to finish the job and no one is ready.
I don't know.
I can't believe that.
Against all odds.
That's a 3v5 converted from Norway.
And
Goes the other way.
I was about to go in so hard on Norway there as well. I can even picture Vendetta in the green room
because
just
that was
wiping
just
sweat.
That was just Mini
Off
getting
his
a 4K and South Africa fumbling the bag.
It was so individual, Lucy. Like,
Yeah.
It's actually ridiculous how individual that round was. They rightfully got punished, and yet they still win the round. I can't believe it. And now, with that, it's still not going to dissuade South Africa. Last round in the first half here, they thought about going A, and they back off again.
A lot of moving pieces. Norway just running back and forth based on what South Africa's doing.
I cannot believe that round.
It's shocking, isn't it? Nice kill from Aurora. She will get split upon though. Jess did get very close. Brandon, you just yanked my headset.
My bad.
My head got pulled to the side.
Unlucky.
But this one is looking a lot better for South Africa. They managed to find kills on either bomb site, which gives them all the options. And Apo, after finding Kiki, will just walk straight into A. So we should be seeing a 5th. They surely can't let this one slip.
No, they shouldn't. Behind the scenes with B-Dog is that I got my chair stuck on my wire. It wasn't my wire, it was Lucy's. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
I moved it now. It's all good. Of course, Norway will go for this. Final round of the half, and Avo finding Anakin, Mini. Can she repeat the same heroics? For South Africa's sake, I hope not. Flashbang forward at a swing. They are sort of giving it to her. That's 2 kills back already. And she's got a lot of utility. Diffuse kit still in play. And for Avo and for Gracie, it's a question of not peeking her. Gracie will go first, but it's Avo to lock it in. South Africa will get their 5th.
Okay, sigh of relief, guys. You're able to get that one over the line. What a half from Jess. Really phenomenal performance from her. Not the player I necessarily thought would be kind of at the top of the board, but she does have the, I guess, some experience now, having been part of the championship squad at the African Esports Championship. But Mini, we kind of put her as, you know, probably one of the stronger players on this Norwegian team alongside Aurora, and, well, she did get that 4K. I don't want to downplay it.
I have no idea how she got that 4K.
It wasn't, you know, I wouldn't call it beautiful Counter-Strike.
I'd call it one of the 4Ks of all time.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, to be fair, I would say after the first kill, those 3 kills were actually all well handled.
Should have been traded.
But the trade should have been there at any point, especially when she was wide swinging to do with the players scaling heaven.
Good recovery is what we can say for South Africa, because
they could have won the half, though.
This was 6-0. Yes, there were some close rounds in the first couple, but this was 6-0, and they do recover it to 7-5. The issue is, it's everyone's favourite cliche. Oh, it's Anubis. CT side, it's not that good.
Yeah, it is interesting, though, because I feel like we do see in these sort of tournaments in particular that it doesn't always follow the meta in terms of that distribution.
Yeah, agreed.
However, also in these sort of tournaments, we definitely see T sides often being stronger. So,
also true. It's one of those as well where I feel like that narrative is actually kind of stale now, because sure, statistically it is sort of going that way. It is still going that way, but I think teams have figured out sort of how to play Anubis. And the proactivity you saw out of Team Norway, you're going to be seeing that again out of South Africa. They will be pushing, that they will be trying to force the issue.
It was their T side that was stronger versus Australia. It was 5-7 halves exchange that went OT. So you do anticipate that the T side's going to have some bite to it, and they look to bite onto B. It's a bit of a more passive hold. They fall back seeing them coming, but can't quite hold against Mini and Aurora. The trades are good for the T side. They'll have the advantage. Rotation is going to be late from Pixar. Megs has let them know her presence. And Aurora just doesn't need to give this fight over, and she does. This gives an opportunity for South Africa.
It does, but I think you know where both of these players are, especially where you're in B main. Megs has just fired off a shot, so you know one's in CT, one's in con. They try a nice little fight! Why? Why are you swinging Megs like that? 2 kills back to back, and they've got the kit. Norway have fumbled the bag.
Meggy Weggy, what a deliverance. Those were some snappy shots.
What is going on, though? What is this trade spacing, though?
Okay, no. All right. They swung after each other. Megs just flicked their heads. Watch this back. This isn't that bad. I think, look, Kiki's pretty quick on
Insane.
it. But Megs, that's a one tap.
It is insane, but again, it's that the criticism comes from Aurora pushing dark.
True. That was I mean, she wanted the info, but it was the wide swing, right? It's giving over that kill. 3 clean headshots.
That's payback. That's payback from round 1, where it felt like South Africa should have won that first round pistol, and it was snatched away from them by Norway.
Can they do what Norway did to them and hold strong against the force buy?
That's the key issue here. And now with Norway pushing mid, they try and make inroads in. Gracie, the only defender here, playing incredibly passive, has got a nade out, forces the fight forward, but it's Pixar that deals with Anakin.
Gracie needs to be careful in middle. There's 2 players ready to put the pressure on her. And they're scaling quickly. She calls over Jess to help her out, and she needs it. Both of them find their frags.
Oh. Finally, some resistance. Kiki and Mini will at least get kills back, and there's another one. This is quickly completely fallen out of favor. The issue is the bomb. And if you can see it on the map, it is really close to Pixar, but Pixar doesn't know this yet. So Norway disengage. They are being quite loud about this. Pixar should hear this.
She's going to hear both of them, most definitely. They know what's going on now, so you anticipate that Jess can now relocate to A. Pixar's position, can she catch them off? They're going to be going over towards Rugs, and she's calming this. All comes down to the timing, but yeah, perfect backstab. Mini in the 1v2 does have 1v1s that she can take. Jess will swing into the corner and she can't convert. They leave the bomb back despite getting those 3 entry kills into the bomb site. They're so loud going back to pick up the bomb that all the info is in the hands of South Africa.
Gracie plays that perfectly. Low HP, needs to make sure that she does get that target selection correct, and she needs to make sure that she doesn't peek until they give away the sound cue. It gets scary when Minnie's put in that 1v2 because of how good she's been at sort of isolating these kills. South Africa are giving her these 1v1s on a silver platter.
And they're low HP as well.
But they do get it over the line. That's the important thing. That's one of these hurdles overcome. And their reward, an eco.
Okay, South Africa should be able to get themselves in the lead for the first time on this map. Remember, this is the pick of Norway.
That's true.
NT.
Can't boost them all.
Gotta get past Jess if you want to go through middle.
There's no util here for Anakin. I thought there may have been a flash or something to sort of get I Heart Jess off the angle, but instead she just takes her kill and she falls back. It's very safe out of South Africa.
Yeah. Jess. Oh, she collects 2 more. She's been on fire. I've been so impressed.
20 kills.
She will be digged, but... Oh, don't block. Oh my god. You can hear them. I can just hear them yelling about blocking the M4. Guys, there's an M4 there. Come on.
Stop it. Get it together.
Yeah, Norway need to get it together. That's why they called the timeout.
They have got their coach here today.
Yeah, wasn't here yesterday.
No. Arrived very early this morning. We've been seeing this a lot from teams, and I know that they're mixes, and a lot of them here are mixes, and they do play with Team CS, but where are the executes?
It's so weird, isn't it?
I know we haven't had a gun round yet, but I'm surprised we've not seen any executes.
I mean, to be fair, I think South Africa have kind of executed into the A site. It's not been like an out-the-gate call, but they've done like the late round ones with all the utility and the like, so... They do have it in their back pocket, and I anticipate on their map pick we'll definitely see it more. But yeah, will Norway bring out anything like that, or is it going to be very defaulty?
We'll have to see. For the moment, it looks like they're pushing in towards middle. Try to take the space, the spam as a disguise to get Aurora by the doors.
Yeah, she just slips in. Very cheeky. Got to be careful clearing this, but... Oh, they don't walk around the corner. Oh, Aurora surely is poised for success. Yeah. Gracie's got no clue that a player is here. She's been silent for so long. This is a guaranteed frag.
Timing.
Oh, the timing. The timing. No, it's fine. Gracie didn't clear. So Aurora gets an opening kill. She scales quickly, but will be traded.
And that's immediate, but that's not the true intent of this round. They want to split in towards B here. That smoke completely isolates the entire squad into Mini, and Mini will now become aware of it. Anakin is here too, but the double setup. Avo finds one, needs the multi, gets the help from Heart Jess. So it is still a 2 versus 2.
The problem is Avo went down before Jess was able to help out, so, and with the re-smoke, it's really tricky. Pixar's going to be the pivotal player, and in fact, Hutch is just going to completely reroute all the way around. She has a long journey to get towards main. That's cutting precious seconds off this clock. Pixar's not even started looking yet. I feel like she needs to start making moves.
They have got util though. And where Heart Jess has been so loud, she just went out the fight. Suddenly it is Kiki in the 1v2, aware of CT, and now she knows this last player is low HP and in towards B main and can just play with the clock. Kiki locks it in with the kill.
I don't know. I mean, I know Pixar's not the most experienced player, but okay, yeah, she plays waits for Jess, but she just runs into the bomb site there, not clearing back, and Jess had already kind of looked towards the right, so like, by order of operations, there's not many places that this last player can be. That one feels like a slight fumble.
It's been a game full of fumbles.
And it's an unfortunate timing as well with the dropout middle. It's like a second too late to save Avo. If that kill goes the other way, it's probably South Africa's round 2 because they have the 3v2.
And it's one of those as well where both players are locked out of Dark, so it's not like Avo can get a kill and fall back through the smoke because Kiki had already got the sight for Norway.
Ooh, chance here.
A lot of damage.
This is actually just a half buy as well. Their money was completely reset early, but the push is good. Megs connecting with the pistols. And look at the damage done onto Aurora. This is very winnable.
Yeah, all South Africa need to do is just disengage here.
They've lost B.
They don't need to overplay their hands. Yes, they've lost B, but they can still group together and trade. They've got the player advantage. If you're in the player advantage, all you need to do is trade.
They've been so loud, so Aurora is calming over everything she's hearing, but it still puts a lot of pressure onto Peekaboo, this newest addition to the squad who has to bring the bomb in. The smoke will land. So they can scale successfully, and you feel once the bomb goes down, there is a kit on Pixar, so it's not out of the realm's possibility.
There's no flash, though. That's the difficult thing. If there was a flash here that goes over CT and the players outpour through this smoke, that's a different story. But Norway have been known to sort of give these individual fights over. First one, Lumin. And it's Avo not connected on the Deagle, but there is that trade. They still go for it. Pixar's found another. Kiki low HP versus 3. They come round the corner, and it's South Africa to eco again.
Yeah, nice retake from Pixar this time. A bit of redemption with the double up with the 5-7. Beautiful round. That decision just to take that space out of A main, just the contact push, right? Norway is sitting back. They know that they might be against the lighter bias. They don't want to take any chances. They play passive. And in fact, that gives South Africa the room.
It's almost as if they're playing too passive, to be completely honest, because you've got one player that's over at Rugs that should be holding for the A main push. That's why the Stairs player's not peeking. They're so tunnel visioned in on Dark because they think they've got that coverage, and they don't.
Now the pendulum swings the other way.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous the way this game is going. It is so back and forth, you cannot call it.
I think the thing is, in that first half, it felt like South Africa actually had buys consistently.
Oh dear.
That's not so great.
And now they're in. Look at the right-hand side as well. Yeah, Kiki's found Megs.
They're finding their way into this B side quite consistently. Saying how this was just the half buy, but it looks like Norway are poised to find success off it.
I think they should be saving here, South Africa. I don't think this is worth it. Losing all these guns, potentially losing the AWP.
There's this flank in the back lines.
There is a kill, but only one.
They're done for. There's push through Temple.
Yeah.
The save is too late now as well. I don't think Crazy gets away.
Oh.
Oh, that almost...
That looked like a headshot.
Yeah, you know, we'll give it to her. That's a headshot, Crazy. Run though, the bomb's going to explode. Get out of there.
You need to get out of there. There we go. She will at least save an AWP.
She's got 3 HP.
She's fine.
Okay,
she's fine.
Yeah.
It's Anubis.
Okay, I got a little stress there.
So I'm looking at money, right? Gracie can drop, Megs can buy, Avo can buy. So it's still okay. It isn't the end of the world.
That one player saving actually makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I can't believe one player just means that they can have this full buy. It surprises me. I thought if they saved 3 there, obviously they were incentivized after they get the nade kill, but
yeah, they lose util. That's kind of the downside.
You want to future-proof things. It feels like all these players are just living in the moment, and of course that's good short term. But when it is back and forth like this, it's only going to favor Norway.
I'm glad we're getting a really competitive affair, though. I wasn't sure what to expect. Obviously, we know South Africa is quite solid. Can they hold against the fast play into A? They have bodies here. There's a lot of Molotovs landing. A lot of players seen. Jess will stand tall. Gracie does fall. And this double up, swapping to the USB. It's bold. Doesn't quite work out. They've done a lot of damage. And it's another rotation from Heaven.
Are you ready for this flank? Look at how fast Avo is going. She's even pushing through her own smoke. Peekaboo gives it a cursory glance, and that allows Megs to come round the corner. It's South Africa that get double digits first.
Yeah, what a response from South Africa there. They just swarm the bomb side as Norway try and converge on it. They don't even allow them to get the bomb down. You enter the A site, you think you've got this fast play. At most, you're going to have 2 defenders there, right? You'll have the A anchor, and you'll have maybe a player that's playing camera.
Yeah,
There's 3 players there, and then the 4th just appears through Heaven. You got this fast flank. Got to praise how quick they responded.
And even if it wasn't Megs, it would have been Avo. That was still scary. That reminds me a lot of the mini round where, again, it's individual peaks, but it's one player rising to the occasion. This time Norway injects a bit of pace. Mini going fast, but not getting by Avo. At least there's a trade. And once again, B looks compromised.
Yeah, Avo stands tall for one. She has been struggling in that dark position. Good Molotov forces Gracie back. B is definitely the hole right now. The A defense, no question about it. Jess has been phenomenal over there. And she's over here too. She will be removed by Kiki. But Pixar catches the lurk. So it's an advantage for South Africa, but they don't have a lot of HP.
Yeah, Kiki's got to win this fight right now. She's got to swing and take advantage of this because now she's been thrown into the clutch. She's now got the HP advantage as well, but where is Megs? Last known in towards CT, a drop of the smoke. And Megs looks to push forward again. It all comes down to this. Kiki on the angle, but can't get the best of Megs. Another clutch going the way of South Africa.
Oh, Megs has been so good in these moments. Multiple rounds delivered from her. That's that experience shining on the stage. 2 HP is what that comes down to.
That's surprising, because she was so low. Kiki had the advantage. I think she even saw the shadow, and it's still not enough.
Well played from Megs though, right? Dribbling the smoke forward to put that, you know, doubt in Kiki's mind that she could be walking around that, could be getting onto the bomb, and then she just walks close on the left. It's not the expected position, even though Kiki starts to think, okay, maybe this is where she's going to come from. By that point, Megs is already there.
We've seen it a number of times already in this second half, but a lot of praise has got to go on to South Africa for how quick they've been at reacting.
Hardjess has 26 kills.
Yeah, but she had like 20 of them in the first half. It's actually been like a lot of the other guys really stepping up. Had crucial rounds out of Avo with the holes in towards Dark, rounds out of Megs back to back. We've even had that Gracie moment. Like you've got a lot of them.
Pixar with a double 5-7 kill.
In that last round, it was Pixar as well that was quick to react, pushed out A main and locked off Dark.
Yeah, caught that lurk timing. We do get the buyout from Norway. South Africa, for the first time, actually have more than 1 round lead. You've got to be ready to defend this B bomb site. Do you want to beat Kiki again? She's just holding for this.
It looks like you do. Nate going forward, but Kiki this time will get revenge. This game has been great to watch as a neutral because it just consistently feels like both teams are making these little mistakes that are just evolving into absolute chaos.
Norway don't commit off this kill. They slow it down, waiting to see what South Africa's response is. They are going to split B. Dark control established with relative ease.
What?
For a moment, Avo will get the kill, but they're in the open and they can't stand against it.
Yeah, that looks better from Norway. They pause, they slow down because they are anticipating a reaction, and it does come, but this time from the B players in itself. And where they're just so far out in the open, you can just get that quick double swing. So it will be a save. They will concede the chance to try and retake. Norway will re-enter, breathe in distance. And with the way the money is, this game is far from over yet. There's no need. Again, no need.
I mean, Jess isn't losing many duels, so, you know, she doesn't feel too bad going for the peak. One round game, and yeah, look at the money. Oh. Do they force this?
It has to be. It's first round loss, right? So
oh my God.
You have to force this. If you don't win this, suddenly it's 11-11. You're eco in, you're playing for OT. That's how fine the margins have been all game long. It makes sense to invest in here.
They're going to do it. I mean, they did a lot when they had that half buy.
But they were the ones being proactive. And in the last couple of rounds, they've been pretty reactive. So if they suddenly switch up the pace now, I think Norway will be prepared.
Conceding Dark, they're playing closer to main this time.
Yeah, I'd prefer a third player there. I'd prefer a gamble stack, especially in a round like this where you're almost throwing cautious to win anyway, but it's a different variance.
What's going to be the play here? That Molotov misses the mark, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Jess, oh, in the open, the smoke fades. She's not ready, but she still takes down one and a dink onto the other. That was the M4, and it's not recoverable now. It gets thrown forward. A flash out. Pixar can't quite find a target. And Megs has been caught. That was over at B main.
Yeah, this is interesting now as well, because for Norway, you've got that kill. You just feel like you want to reset. Avo has always been playing over towards Dark, and this time hard cleared, but not confirmed. And when it comes to the kill, and look at the drop down in towards mid. Avo this time has held Dark, and it has to be Kiki, and it's all Kiki. 2 quick headshots, and you know Pixar was the A main player.
How's she done that then? She's quietly got to 20 kills, a 3K in that round. It looked like South Africa had done everything right in dark. But Norway are quickly leaving them in their shadow. Pixar has a good timing here. Remember, Peekaboo is incredibly low. Has the kit. There's that first kill, but where has Kiki got to? Surely with this plant position, you know, it's got to be in towards CT. Kiki fires off the shot, reveals herself, and it's Pixar that clutches it out. All the hard work of Kiki, and they can't convert.
Yeah, and that is them planting for CT, trying to take the space out deep. But again, why is one player being isolated on the site, low HP or not? I just feel like they've got to go together there. Another one of these crucial late round decisions resulting in one team stealing away the round for the other. And suddenly, from absolutely nothing, South Africa have got 2 map points on Norway's map pick.
What a round. South Africa, they forced into that. They had the 1M4. Jess does her best work with it. Avo's quick thinking when the dark play comes, the drop out middle.
You got to feel for Kiki as well.
She
because
does
she
so
did
much work.
Everything.
3 kills, the opener on B to let herself in, and then the double up at dark, a snappy second shot.
And now look at this reaction. We spoke about the free B play in the round prior. This time they've got it, and they've even got the boost up for Gracie to get an off angle on Kiki, and it's punished.
Opening kill for South Africa. Norway a threatening middle this time and has been conceded. Very passive hold over towards the A site.
It's the passive responses that have really been working well for South Africa. You're almost putting pressure on Norway in their entirety to make something out of nothing.
This next play is going to come through middle. They've managed to cross over. There was a timing there, just fell back. But this is calmed over. You can see the rotation comes from Gracie to cover off Temple, make sure they haven't stuck through. Aurora looks to walk in. Can't quite convert onto Pixar. Wide swing though does do the damage. Now you know where this final player is. Mini wins her fight. Pixar still standing, but only for a moment. Gracie very fast through Temple. The bomb's going B though.
This is just so quick. Again, you know that there's going to be an over-rotation here from South Africa, so Norway are playing it well. 30 seconds left, they can take it into the site. The issue is the afterplant, because you've got no utility, and Megs is already here, nearly lines up both of them, instead gets rid of Mini. Bomb, not yet committed, and Anakin's only on a Mach 10.
Yeah, she wants to see if she can isolate one of these fights, but if she goes around that corner, there are 2 CTs waiting for her.
Time.
Doesn't have the luxury of it. We'll just commit for the default plant, get the money at the very least, but she's going to get run down. There's no way to go. They're already circling around, almost wins it out. But it's Gracie that converts, and South Africa call it an upset. They've taken Norway's map pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was an incredible map of Counter-Strike, because you feel like both of these teams are making so many little errors that are amounting into drastic ramifications for each other. That was a 6-0 start for Team Norway. It was 5 rounds only on the T side for South Africa, and yet they come back. They show determination, and for Norway, they are 1 map away from being eliminated.
What an unbelievable opening map. That might be the best map we've had so far here in this tournament. What an exciting back and forth. South Africa, yeah, well, it's such a slow start.
Yeah.
Those rounds were so close. You thought, okay, it's going to be a bit of this, right? At the very tail end, they're going to lose some of these crucial rounds. It's going to fall apart. But no, the resilience, I think, was the most important thing. Obviously, Jess had a phenomenal map, but you got to praise Pixar, you got to praise Megs, you got to praise all of the other players for stepping up in that second half when they really needed to get it over the line.
That's the important thing. And then for Norway, you've got Mini that was immaculate on the first half. Then you've got Kiki doing everything in her power. The thing is, it was just individuals, where for South Africa, it felt like a collective team. Alan, do you agree?
Certainly do, Brandon. A great showing from South Africa there towards the end. That second half, though, lads, is carnage the only word that, that correctly describes it? Because the first half felt sane, the second half, not so much. That was madness.
Yeah, no, it was full-on mayhem, and a lot of it comes down to South Africa's very, very quick rotations, and I guess their eagerness to kind of explore and be proactive in mid-rounds, et cetera, when they think they have a good read on what Norway is doing. And you could tell it caught Norway off guard. Even though they would get into a site, they never really seemed to be prepared for either an early rotation coming in from behind or just a very quick attempt at a retake. So you ended up in a lot of chaotic situations, especially around dark, whether it's through like the rotations coming from A on the South African side, or whether it was dropping down from bridge towards dark, etc. Yeah, just it didn't really matter the fact that Norway got into afterplan situations because they never really seemed to have a good grip of where South Africa were retaking from.
It was actually a really slow start from South Africa as well. 6-0 down at one point. We thought this was going to be an absolute blowout. Honestly, with how this game started, South Africa were going for a bunch of these set rounds, trying to take sides quickly and just getting shut down.
Yeah.
But it felt like on that T side, at one point they adjusted and they started taking that mid control, and that caused so many issues for Norway. You saw the mid control start to come in, and then even sometimes Norway would go aggressive through B, and they just wouldn't know what to do with that because they realized they'd lost mid and the rotations between the sites became really difficult, and there were so many clutches as well. I think Megs herself maybe won like a couple. It was actually ridiculous, some of the clutches for South Africa, but it kept them in the game just long enough to go into that second half.
Speaking of a ridiculous round, this was a mini.
Yes.
I have no idea how she just like had immunity from these AGs to survive that. She's 28 HP when 2 AGs comes flying at her, and she comes out with 3. Absolutely insane. And this was at a point where, as you said, South Africa was starting to kind of figure things out. They were starting to basically abuse mid a lot more. They were trying to, well, they were basically able to kind of get Norway split, especially because a lot of the aggression that we saw from Norway didn't really lead to something. And that's something that actually gave them the advantage in the first half. They would get aggressive, be proactive, find a pick, and play off of it. But as soon as they couldn't find that opening, they seemed a little bit lost. Whether or not they had somebody actually clearing out, you know, the outer areas of B, they didn't really play like have the rotations off of it necessarily to actually strengthen up A or strengthen up towards mid in time for it to actually punish South Africa. So that was a really good job from South Africa. A little bit lackluster from Norway's end, and then obviously going into the second half, I felt like it was a lot of a lot of unnecessary situations that Norway's put themselves in once they get into a bomb site. Also, I think something that Brandon kind of alluded to as well during the broadcast, we haven't really seen a lot of full executes. And I get it, it's harder to do it necessarily. It's easy to play off of instinct and kind of just play off of flow, see if you can find openings here and there on the outer edges of the maps and so on. But it also does put you in a position where you can just kind of lose out a duel and have nothing to show for it. It's like maybe you've done a little bit of damage. Nobody's going to be able to like work off of that when you're playing as separated as you do. So I would have loved to see more executes coming out from Norway in that sense. And yeah, it felt like whatever their game plan was, it kind of felt like it went away from them as the game got further into the second half.
Yeah, weirdly, this is a map where it kind of feels like Norway were the only ones that actually had full control at any point early on in the map. And then it just resolved into all these really close rounds for a lot of them. But South Africa just had all the big moments in a lot of those rounds. They had a lot of the big multi-kills. They had a lot of the clutch rounds. And that was surprising me because when we first saw this game start, I thought maybe South Africa were actually a little nervous, a little shook being on the stage, or maybe just a little nervous that this is such an important game that they have to win. But they actually came through towards the end, and maybe it was just that initial round win. I think we heard a bit of celebration, we heard a bit of a release from them, and they just got into the groove of it. Because by the end there, I saw Avo like getting up and dancing after round wins. Like she got really comfortable really quickly, which is great to see. And I think from the Norway side, you're probably looking back on this map and kind of wondering how you lost. It felt like almost all of the clutches, like so many went against them, and that's going to be tough to look back at because now they've got a lot to do to actually stay in this tournament.
Yeah, I think like so far we've had games where we've said, you know what, yeah, you lost the map, but you can leave this map still feeling good about yourself, or you've had a positive showing it type of thing, or you were never meant to win this type of ordeal. That cannot be said for Norway in this one. It's more like you had this in the bag. You were 6-0 up on the CT side, the harder side of the map, and from there on out you're able to lose your own map pick. Like you're not going into map number 2 having a great feeling about how you're meant to do it. Like you should be 1-0 up in their heads, and they have to put that thought aside. But that's much more difficult to do than the other scenarios we've had previous in the tournament. So I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with that.
So what do we think Norway was lacking this map? Was it like strong voices on the CT side to get out of? They were getting a lot of info on the sides of the map. It was losing mid, not rotating correctly, whatever, being on the wrong bomb sites, getting caught in transition. Was it the anti-half buys in the second half that they seemed to lose on repeat, lost the game? Was it clutches? Was it just communication in general? What fell apart here for Norway? Because reflection on that game, they had all the pieces to win it.
I think one of the very grating things that stood out to me was how they dealt with their anti-ecos, as you mentioned, the fact that they lost 2 of them at crucial points in the second half. But it's also something about how they actually shift positions from one side of the map to the other once they've maybe found a pick or something, and then they want to move the majority of the team over to that bomb site. They're rotating not necessarily without noise, which is one thing, but obviously like you want to hit a timing, that's all fair and good, but you also have to be aware of with how active South Africa were about rotating as well. You kind of have to be open to the opportunity that they are going to be on quick backsteps, and oftentimes we'd see Norway just kind of have like blinders on, full focus on the bombs that they're going to, and not necessarily caring too much about what's coming potentially from behind. And I think they got punished for it on multiple occasions, which is a bit of a shame. So you'd love to see kind of, I guess, not as much carelessness when it comes to their rotations and how they actually move about on the map in mid-rounds, and I think that's going to do a lot for them just by focusing on that.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Norway are one of the most momentum-based teams here, just because they were a somewhat last-minute replacement coming in. And I also think coming into this, we kind of saw, like, as that second half went on, it just felt like they maybe just didn't have the solutions. And I think that might be something we see from this team going forward, which could be a little scary for them. I do have to say as well, though, Heart Jess, we have to give her a lot of props. She was incredible.
She was
nearly a 30 bomb, I think, by the end, just consistently putting up the numbers. She was probably the difference alongside some of those clutches for South Africa.
Last point before we throw this. Next map is Mirage. Norway got battered by Australia when they played it yesterday. Are we primed for a 2-0?
Again, not much knowledge on how South Africa plays their Mirage. Again, as a personal Mirage hater, I never like feel good about like whatever team I'm I guess like rooting for in this case. Obviously, a little bit of bias towards Norway. I don't feel good about going into Mirage as a potentially like map to save your life in any sort of scenario. So yeah, it's difficult to say. If they're going to be basically caught out in situations like they were on Anubis, I think the opportunities for that to happen on Mirage are like tenfold. There's like so many awkward timings that you can run into that just feels like you might have a round under control, and then there's like you let go of Palace for half a second and somebody like slips out, and that's like 2 entries on an opening site, or you went to check window and in that meantime somebody snuck up connector. Now like everything's out of order, and that can happen on so many areas of the map on Mirage that I think that could be like a disaster for Norway if they can't like shore things up. But I know they like personally to play this map over everything else in the map hole.
Yeah, they're going to need a big reset here for sure, but I also think the other scary thing is Mirage is a map where, especially on A, you are going to get into those post plants. And so many of those post plants just seem to shift towards South Africa for whatever reason, whether it was comms, whether it was just the pressure starting to get to Norway, I don't know. But that is something they have to very quickly reset from, and I'm worried. If they get a slow start, I'm really worried. They seem like a team that are just very reliant on, if the mood is up there, they're going to be good. If not, I don't know, they might start to stress and they might start to struggle.
Ooh, scary times then for Norway. Mirage to follow in this series. Lose this and they're going home. Quick break, and then Lucy and Brandon to take you through that one. We'll see you then.
cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, that was a map 1.5, wasn't it? And now we go on to Dust 2, and that wasn't even South Africa's pick. This one is. And if you're Norway, I think the Des put it perfectly. I feel like you'd be frustrated, a bit hard done by. You look back at that game, especially you go back and watch the demo and you think, what went wrong? How have we lost that game, you know?
Yeah, there's probably a reasonably long list of things going wrong for both teams, really. Yeah. But I feel like South Africa were the ones that were really thriving when it came to those chaotic rounds, right? Their responsiveness was brilliant. It always just felt like there was another South African. On the T side, towards the tail end, they were always trading. On the CT side, their rotations were so fast. They were just on top of Norway before they could get comfortable at all. I guess, you know, it might be a surprise to some that was a South African win on Anubis, but we did see them play it quite a lot during the qualifiers, during the African Championship. It was a map they actually picked into a lot because they knew it was one that they had an advantage on over so many of those teams. So, yeah, a great showing from them. We go to their pick now, Brandon. And, yeah, there's definitely a chance that we could see South Africa eliminate Norway.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'll be honest, maybe, because I don't want to rule Norway out of this series at all. That was only map 1. I'm saying Dust 2. I don't know why, because that's the decider. It's Mirage. But that's a shame. I wanted to cast Dust 2.
Oh, well.
Maybe I will in a little bit. But South Africa, they pick into Mirage. CT side start for Team Norway. To be honest, I think they'll be pretty happy starting on CT, considering how that T side just went.
That's true, actually. Kiki would smoke kit once more, and for South Africa, they're going to focus on short. It's going to be a B split. Smokes have landed window and short. Jazz again finding that first kill, continuing the form that she showed on map 1. They found 2 openers, they scale quickly, and she is so fast! Hi, Jess has destroyed Norway!
Oh my god. That was...
She knows it!
That was instant. That was, okay, we're going to go to mid to B. Everyone's doing the mid to B dance. We throw one flash and, oh, everyone's dead. There was no reaction at all because you couldn't have a reaction. That was instant deletion. And the thing is, when you've got this T side going this well, like being this aggressive, you've got confidence, like this is going to be aggressive out of South Africa. We know it's going to be. And Norway need to be prepared for that. I can't believe how quick that was. That was insane.
domination, and a crunch onto middle gets a little hairy. But of course, oh no! Guys, come on. This is the full eco. They won't lose this round. The bomb's down. No, Pixar's in the position to make sure it doesn't get any further out of hand. Oh, please convert that spray. And Megs from afar. It's okay. That one's scarier than the pistol, but at least they recover the AK.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The operative word for that isn't okay, it's they survived.
Yeah.
Avo gets 2 kills there and towards mid. Heart Jess is there as well and gets a third. And it's like, okay, that feels pretty convincing. And then suddenly all the kills come in. And then even in that 2 versus 2, there are chances there for Norway to get back in.
Lucky the bomb wasn't in middle.
True. Otherwise, that would have been a disaster. The key thing for both of these teams is to avoid making these silly little mistakes in the mid round or in the early round. Miss window smoke.
Yeah, that's going to be probably a theme, I feel. We know they've gotten a little bit trickier after a couple of recent updates.
Hang on. What's this? Everyone is grouping. There are smokes. This could be an execute.
Dare you say it. An A execute on Mirage.
Oh, they're contacting as well. Kiki's now spotted it.
We've been calling for this. Utility now starts to come over. They're taking the space. Player on the stairs just gets the swing, but traded immediately. Now the smoke lands. One dribbled forward for jungle. They can start to take the control. Peekaboo getting spammed, gets head off the Molotov, so can maybe do damage. Kiki still not dealt with. They need to remove her, and they will. Avro can't get the follow-up. This time it's Norway that have the players ready to trade. Gracie knows she needs to find this kill so they get some space, but she can't do it. Megs needs a 1-on-3, and Peekaboo coming up over the stairs. You feel like she's in the position to end this at any moment, although Megs is aware of it. Damage being done, but they're just not giving her the fight. They're playing this so disciplined. That's what you want to see, not giving over the chances for the clutch. Norway get on the board.
Yeah, they played that really well. Even in a 3-on-1, they're just making sure that Megs cannot have a fair gunfight. Imagine how much better that would have looked, though, if they had some smokes, if they had some flying overhead.
Yeah,
imagine how good that would look if it actually was an execute.
A couple of flashbangs in the CT to scale, remove Kiki, get all the space.
No, never mind. Nearly.
Well, no bomb down either. So Norway get a chance to equalize.
Yeah, especially for all the damage from the previous round with just the eco. And this time, no utility. You thought it might have been just a B play. They haven't gone into the nades. Instead, they're walking under.
Yeah, that's nice. You avoided that utility damage, but you bait out a bit of it. Was there a chance to catch a player in middle? It's interesting Peekaboo plays such a pivotal position on this map, given her newness. See if that's an area that can be punished. Not on this round, though. I've got plenty of eyes on this position. So, no casualties yet, and I don't think there will be any anyway.
No, there shouldn't be. This is better. Yeah, you can see the Norway are playing. That's fine. You see Norway are playing a lot more disciplined. It is a lot more together. As soon as you are going for a peak, you know that you are making it when there is someone there ready to be able to trade. We saw how quickly the economy could break and how brittle it was because of just these continuous mishaps. So for them, it's important, genuinely, that only one player falls there. Interesting that Gracie's on the scout here, not the AK, not the Galil.
Yeah. Really wants to prioritize the sniper. She get that extra mobility. Scaling in middle, that's where South Africa want to take the space early. This time the window smoke did land successfully. When he deploys her own counter smoke to try and slow them down, but Pixar peeks right in. Aurora, though, in short, can still punish this if they do scale further, but smoke lands, and in fact, it's Kiki that wins the fight onto Avo. Look at this push top mid.
Yeah, that's everything, but also at the same time, they're coming out Palace. So Kiki's now been dealt with. You can still come through, and the bomb, again, it's not in middle, it's in A.
Oh yeah, that middle push just comes a little too late.
They're still low, really low. And Anakin's now found 2, and in fact, could even make it a 3rd, and she has. Megs, yet again, thrown into one of these clutch situations, goes for the swing, but it's all Anakin.
Yeah, what a round from her. That last kill also a nice little adjustment to find Megs as she goes for the swing. Beautiful hold on the A bomb site. South Africa are actually in a good position there. They're in a 4-on-4 at that stage. They get the bomb site, but they lose players one by one to this player in jungle.
Yeah, it felt like they wanted to take space, but they were confused on where to go, because last time they took space in towards CT, they were punished. So this time they try and go for jungle. They've already got the connector control technically, because that's where they just came from. So you kind of want to have that quick little support network, but it doesn't quite pan out. Norway starting to gain control. That was something that the desk was highlighting. Another missed smoke in towards window.
It's by design. Gives them a bit of space to work
how
with here.
Is this by
so
design?
it covers up underpass so they can walk through.
Great. Yeah.
They're not exposed to connector.
Yeah.
Peekaboo is not going to anticipate this boost now that comes through the smoke.
What boost?
Okay, they threw another window smoke and it just went too deep. All right, but now you're not anticipating this double up push. See? By design, that's an AK given over to an armored player.
Please stop saying by design.
By design.
It isn't.
They're anticipating this push. It's all, as they say, by design.
Stop talking.
The bomb's going to get caught here. Gracie, you're in trouble. Kiki didn't get spotted on the push last time. In fact, sorry, it wasn't Kiki, but I think it was Peekaboo maybe. But anyway, whoever pushed last time didn't get spotted. So they go for it again, and yeah. The slow crawl around the map has not quite worked out.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that they decide to reveal that they've got that space in top mid in a round like this. I know it could be some 5D chess as well. It's okay, well, sure, that was just an eco, but that means that they have been pushing. That means that they are going for these extremity plays. That's something now that South Africa can just keep it in the back of their head. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Interestingly enough, we finally get this AWP head-to-head. Peekaboo versus Gracie.
Okay, yeah. Let's see it in action. So it is Peekaboo then taking up the AWP primarily. Yeah.
I think so. I think Aurora just had the spawn.
Interesting. And she finds success early. Gracie peeks out before the smoke lands and gives up that frag. AWP now known, but yeah. A second one, just a timing shot through the smoke. I think it was actually when it was blown, and now Aurora crunches from short, doubles up as well. This one's a collapse.
And this feels like the early rounds of Anubis for Norway, when they finally start to get into a little bit of a rhythm. This feels very measured. It feels like they don't have to do anything too difficult. This time it is just flashbang plays and then a wipe on the smoke. Very simple, very organized. It feels like they're in control. It feels like if you actually had a look at the vetoes blindly, this would be the other way. This would be Norway's map pick.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that South Africa picked Mirage. I wonder if part of it is because you do have these kind of new additions to your team. You want to play something that's kind of comfortable for everyone, but that's going to be the case for every team you play against. And you know, you're kind of not giving yourself any advantage by having Mirage as your map pick.
Well, they were playing Nuke, but it got banned, right?
That's true, yeah.
So
I thought maybe Inferno might be one of
Ancient.
their stronger maps too.
Yeah.
You know, I know that ATK used to play that map quite a lot, so I thought we might see it. We will see smokes onto A, so they know them. Double up in towards Palace though is going to completely unravel everything here.
Oh, they're aware of it.
Oh my god, they're not ready for the second though. However, they found another player on towards the side.
But how can you plant? Like, how can you plant? You go in towards CT instead. Anakin, measured and controlled. She's been brilliant this first half. And now Kiki can just step out Palace. Megs, it's always Megs. Thrown into these clutches. Nice shot on the first. You know where both of these players are, but you can't get by the one in CT.
Yeah, nice shot. She's very good with these kind of single bullet accuracy moments, but yeah, that double set into Palace meant they had no comfort in getting the bomb down. Despite getting 2 kills, they find that first Palace player. The AWP's not recoverable. Norway make the right call to go the double Palace that round. So it's a little bit lucky that that's the time that they push through. Now we get the guns back. Gracie on the AWP once more.
Oh, this is aggressive, both from her and Norway. They keep pushing, but Gracie keeps hitting shots. A third player? Well, not quite the one you wanted. Heart Jess now starts to accelerate. You've seen Peekaboo in short. You knew about Aurora in under, but she deals with Megs.
Kiki pushes. The timing for Pixar to drop could not have been worse.
damn, that's a round that you feel like finally South Africa got something back. That could have been the catalyst to start something. It still can be because Gracie's still alive.
Yeah, it's still a town, guys. They're just running. You don't know where they are. They could be right here. You got a minute 10 on the clock and you're just charging in. Kiki is behind default. She knows exactly what's going on. Calls for the support. Flashbang comes over. Can't convert.
Gracie again.
On these fast shots, she is collecting. She's just charging in the
Why?
CT though. I just feel like they're playing pug the way they run around. It's insanity.
You've seen the Shadow as well. I'm not sure if Peekaboo spotted it, but Shadow was there. Heart Jess needs to swing, knows the upper was there. Barrel spotted, but kill not collected. You're right. That is so, like, that's a fair into the site. It's ridiculous.
I have played some pugs with Gracie before, and she is that kind of player. She very much runs in and often relies on quick flicks in her aim.
We're not in a pug.
That is true, yeah. That was very lackadaisical.
That was, yeah.
All of her engagements that she took, right? The swing out top mid, wins them both, so that's cool.
Gets the team kill, and it's like, oh, it's not ideal.
But just like the way they went into A, they just charged in. Like, it's crazy.
The MVP kill of that round, in my opinion, is the Aurora one on Megs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Megs was holding for it. Megs knew that Aurora had to be under in that situation. Just couldn't win out the fight.
Very unlucky with the team kill as well. That one sucks for South Africa. They're not going to be feeling too good. Another close round. Go for the boost into window. Gracie trying to feign out that this isn't the play. And they have gotten all this space to be fair, but Minnie's crunching on middle. Peekaboo finds a kill as well. Aurora swinging over, and they just crunch on all these players.
You're not going to be aware of the jungle player, so at least Avo will find that one on Peekaboo.
The bomb's top middle.
Yeah, but look at Palace. You can actually try and isolate Kiki here, make it into a 2v2, and then Norway aren't going to know that you don't have the bomb.
Yeah, this kill's got to come through now. Oh, the timing of it.
If she goes up the ladder here, she's got the kill. Instead, she doesn't. She tucks in the corner, drop down. At least Pixar gets that one. It was all even for at least a second. And then Aurora walks back into ladder and finds Avo.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Does Aurora push top middle? Yeah, she will. So
That's
I think she's going to win the round off this. Just the information and the bomb. And she's going to hear Pixar coming. So can Pixar win this fight? That'll put it into a one-on-one. Anakin hasn't arrived yet, but she will be here very shortly. Spots her. Can she adjust the drop down? It's messy. Low HP, avoids the HE. Timer, actually quite an issue here, and I think this has now been calmed over. Molotov dropped. 20 seconds. Pixar needs to get the bomb and get to a site.
Yeah, knife out, gotta go.
Oh, look where it's dropped as well. Yeah, it's just been won by the clock. There's just no time.
Unfortunate, because again, this feels like a round that South Africa have battled hard for to try and get back into. The mid play was really good out of Norway. Just the timing. They've been fighting for mid pretty consistently, but they keep varying up when they are going in. And it's normally led by a Peekaboo peeking towards window. This time it wasn't there. She was in connector, and the rifles are running underneath her with the flashbang support from short. I'll be honest with you, this is more what I was expecting for the series as a whole. Where South Africa looked good, but Norway winning the round.
Yeah, Talent Noob has started as well. So you wonder if South Africa are going to start to get rolling like they did there, but it feels like it's getting a little too late now. 8 rounds in the CT side.
They need these last two. The issue is that your Tech 9, rifle, you're going to try and commit in through the window, goes Avo, but the crossfire too strong. At least there are trades, but it goes both ways.
Yeah, that was the lurk found. Oh no, it's a short player caught out by Mini, so they'll get the bomb down. 2 players in towards market. Crazy, risky jump, but she does get over. A re-smoke onto window, forces them through this funnel, but there's no one really actively holding it. I think Meg's in short, might be able to take contact. No, she's tucked in. That smoke is actually providing cover. They got time to work this. A flashbang over the top is good. Gracie able to swing off the back of it. Peekaboo can't quite find her target, and she's incredibly low. With Meg's fighting Mini, that one is much more compelling for South Africa.
Yeah, that one's a lot more convincing, and it's simple Counter-Strike as well. They're not actually trying to go for these mid-round plays in which they're trying to sort of overcomplicate things, because you're playing right into Norway's hand there. That is just Route 1 Counter-Strike. You've got a Tech 9. Okay, we'll just go B.
Finally break the 8 rounds in a row that Norway had built up. Remember, this was South Africa winning the pistol and the conversion. Well, the second round, sorry, and then not able to convert. Their money broken early. Struggling to get anything further going in the gun rounds. Again, the missed smoke, but it's okay because Jess is still sharp.
Have they landed a window smoke this half?
They landed one.
Okay. And that's almost desperate from Mini. Nade's great, and Anakin has found 2 kills again. But meanwhile, Kiki loses control over towards A, so you can get this bomb down. It's all about the afterplant.
It's implanted default, which you probably want to be planting reverse so that you can play these positions deeper. But Aurora's been forced off the angle. Anakin is low.
Wow.
Missed opportunity. But Gracie will find Anakin, so it's all on to Aurora. First kill is hers. Has the information, but there's Gracie from the top boxes. And so, Brandon, you said they had to get those final 2. They manage it just about.
Gracie's so wild.
She really is.
It's a 1v2. Just from the top ropes, like suplex Aurora through connector. That's ridiculous.
Well, it's definitely unanticipated.
Yeah, I mean, that's the last thing you expect, I suppose.
But you're feeling like this should have been a much closer half with some of those rounds.
Yeah, I think Norway did really well because they established a lot more control in this map. It feels like they've been a lot more assertive. It feels like they've been a lot more together when they've been going for these plays in towards mid. And sure, Mirage is going to feel like a familiar map, I think, for a lot of teams. And it is good to see we are seeing this bounce back. We are seeing this resurgence.
Stone Cold Killer. You a big fan of Megs? Drop Meggy Weggy in the chat.
The thing is that because that's been going on so long now, people that are new to the scene will have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, so Megs, her nickname technically in game is Megs, but that's kind of a legacy nickname. She prefers these days Meggy Weggy, but she's been forced to use Megs, unfortunately, with the Z. But Meggy Weggy is, you know, preferred name.
In fact, I don't even know where this thing's come from, to be honest. It doesn't matter.
I don't know, I think I just saw it on Twitter. Like her teammates were teasing her or something, and someone called her that. She said she hated it.
Yeah.
So we went from there.
So you're promoting bullying. Fair enough.
Yeah, as Megs would say, I'm tuning her, which is the opposite of what it means in my culture. But tuning in South Africa is when you're kind of ribbing someone.
Yeah.
I heard that's what she told me it means.
I don't know.
All right, Norway doing a fairly straightforward round. Straight into B, they burst out. Utility's good for the scaling. Pixar gets the first frag. Megs has delivered, and that was a bit of a whip in short. They're managing to hold on for a moment, though. Oh, but Kiki and Aurora have delivered. And it falls now to Avo. She has a chance here.
Yeah.
The bomb is stuck at bench. And she finds that kill in the cross. That was the opportunity.
She knows where both are. She just saw Kiki.
Now, there is a kit somewhere that she can recover, but being able to isolate these 2 kills, oh, very cheeky. She's walked out silently. First kill is hers. Sees that cross to pillar. Has the chance. Like a ninja, she moves silently, reveals herself, and she connects. Avo with the 1v2.
And again, it's one of these rounds that shouldn't be happening for Norway because they do so well to put it back. Aurora does everything, and then by her crossing to bench, that actually allows Avo the time to spot out both of these players. And again, Kiki's playing so passive, there's just a spot Avo jumping out the window. That means Aurora's left high and dry. It's another one of these scenarios that shouldn't be going in the favour of South Africa, but it does.
Will, of course, be the force back from Norway. Bomb went down. They removed almost everyone. South Africa struggled against the eco in the first half, so got to hold strong here against this investment.
They were really good on CT side, though, is what I will
That's
say.
true.
And it felt like Norway were fumbling a lot on T side. So they've got to get their act together, and they've got to get it down quick.
It's a very heavy lean towards the B side of the map from South Africa. 3 players there. Jess has been so good at catching these timings. But the bomb is going, oh my goodness, a dink through the wall. Bomb is going A.
Look at this timing here, though. Mini is trying to overwhelm Jess, but can't get by her. And you now know that Kiki was in Palace. iHeart Jess has found another one. And suddenly, that promotes space for Avo to walk out and deal with Aurora. This round, again, has completely turned on its head.
Jess has just been so good. Although this is still doable. Two very low players. Support comes through, and now they all swing in tandem. Well handled.
What a round.
This was 8-2, now it's 8-6, and it has to be the eco for Norway.
What a round from Heart Jess.
Yeah, we've been saying that a lot.
I know, but like, just the audacity, I suppose, to swing window and get the trade off of Gracie's contact. And then to go back in, Minnie's the one that's trying to hunt her down, then Kiki's there ready for the trade, and Kiki just gets deleted.
It turns out going from the dark side of I Hate Jess to Heart Jess.
She has to have done that deliberately to confuse us as well. Because every time I want to go, I hate Jess, and it just makes me sound like a horrible person, because it's not her name
Maybe
anymore.
that's why she changed it.
We
I have
don't
to
hate
ask
you,
her.
Jess.
Norway might.
Yeah, Norway might. Grace has got to be careful here. But Heart Jess is getting the kills once more. Gracie will fall. But Pixar's at least dealt with Anakin. They now spotted the bomb out as well. Megs can communicate that over to the rest of her team. This is going to be a one-round game.
Crazy that we're going to find ourselves here. Those 2 rounds at the tail end are going to make all the difference, it feels, for South Africa. Yeah, they're getting locked in. You can see already Avo is there if they move out of the apartments. So if they can keep 4 alive, keep the economy built up, that's a key thing. Remember, they really struggled early on the T side to build that economy. So,
No, oh dear, oh no.
Avo scrambled.
Nice, nice, nice.
Gets smashed, but it's all good. 3 alive is fine. Norway timeout as this game gets ever closer.
I'm just looking over there because obviously we're right next to the stage. The coach is like barking orders into the microphone.
It's worth noting that South Africa don't even have a coach.
No, that's true.
They just got the 16-year-old prodigy of Avo to bring them through. But this is a team that I don't think will ever tilt, just because of the personalities that are on here. Because you've got Jess, you got Avo, and you got Gracie. I just feel like there's just so much positive energy from those 3 that tilt is just impossible.
Yeah. I think Megs would be probably the most likely one to tilt.
I think she's too calm.
That's true. They're definitely not tilted now. And again, it's another one of these opportunities where they were ahead in a game, Norway, and now they've
I think this is part of the mentality for South Africa, right? Because they aren't tilted, because they do keep that energy positive. They are able to build back into these games without letting it get to their heads.
This is incredibly aggressive out middle. Look, this time they want to take the pace, and it's the contact up high, but it's down low between Pixar and Gracie, Minnie and Aurora. It's always that duo that seem to trade back Norway into these rounds.
Yeah, at least the trades come back. Look at the space Kiki has taken. Avo feels aware. Kiki takes contact. Over the top comes Avo. Nice little play off each other, but now everyone's towards A, and the gap is B, which is where Norway start to move.
But so does South Africa. Look at this. They will get here in time as well, as long as Megs keeps moving.
They conceded the space so early that they're worried that there potentially could be people already here, so they do have to take their time on the clear. Norway will be given the space to get in. Oh, Megs definitely gets the information at the very least.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, she's heard that play across. I swear she has. Yeah, well handled. Got to be Anakin, who has been brilliant. And Gracie's low. It's certainly doable, but no, Avo from short, able to close. That fight in middle goes even, but then it's the fights after that that all go for South Africa.
It's the pack mentality from South Africa, because as soon as you almost leave these players in mid.
Get loud, Avo. You've earned it.
You leave these players in mid to die, and then Avo comes back. She then swings in tandem with a player in towards jungle. They're aware of these deliberate gaps that have been left open, and they were the ones that are exploiting that as well on their T-half, so they know that they are definitely possible.
Tied up. What is going on?
I don't know.
Great. Oh.
Good flash.
Good jump, but yeah, getting further from there didn't work out. The pushdown ramp does work out for a moment, though. Again, though, trades are quick, but they're favoring the T's with that kill from Kiki onto Jazz. That's everything.
This has to be a Norway round. This has to be a Norway round. Their first round here in the second half. You cannot let this one slip. There is utility, there are kits on the board, but you have the player advantage. This should all be Norway.
Yeah, I think for South Africa, you probably don't really want to go for it. I don't know. You're in a 2-on-3. It doesn't feel impossible.
They love going for retakes.
You can just find a player, but Kiki tucked on the right-hand side isn't revealed to window. So Pixar can't quite spot this. Now the swing comes, and oh, Kiki wins that. So now there's definitely, surely, no chance for Megs. Smoked off, nowhere to go. Is going to disengage and grab that A. Oh, the AWP in fact, and she won't be allowed to get away with it. Kiki, 2 crucial kills at the end.
Yeah, well played. And that all comes from, again, South Africa wanting to vary up the tempo in towards mid. Gracie makes the short jump, but then gets blasted by utility. And there are no counter flashes thrown in from South Africa. If you had the A site players just pinging some flashes over, she would have been saved.
Yeah, exactly. Or even the player kind of, supporting from connector as well while you're jumping over. You need that second element to draw attention and give you the space.
And there was nothing. And as a result...
I mean, you're anticipating, right, that the short smoke lands that the T's often throw, but they didn't throw it. And courtesy of not the decision to actually stick around, they can't buy into this round. If they'd saved those 2 players in the 2-on-3, they would have a full buy here.
And suddenly you're promoting Norway potentially running away with the game now.
So close to the finish line. You've done all the hard work to tie it back up.
That's been the story. That's been the sentiment for this best of 3. 3 players lie in wait on this A site, but the A split is approaching. Gracie needs to be pixel perfect, but instead it's Anakin again rising to the occasion. And Aurora's just up short.
Yeah, and all the utility they've got should flash out all these players with ease. Avo does get a nice kill, and I think as soon as she's known, there's just no chance into this one. Pixar can't convert. Aurora crawls away around the corner. Double digits for Norway.
It's cool to see Aurora really being sort of a feature piece of this team. It's really good to see her just kind of stepping back up into the spotlight because she has been there right at the very top. She competed in multiple ESL impacts, and it is good to see sort of her obviously taking that step away from Astralis, now rebounding with this Norway team.
I'll never forget her 1v4 on Nuke. I think it was at the first Valencia event on Godsend. She definitely got it in her to deliver in the big moments. Aggression from Pixar, and they get the kill. That's crazy. Peekaboo will refrag, but she's brought low.
Again, that's just comms there from South Africa because Heart Jess keeps going, Pixar falls back.
Yeah. Stop on the weaponry won't matter too much.
It's interesting we haven't seen any extremity pushes either from South Africa this entire half. Typically when teams are taking mid quite consistently, it's either you fight mid or you push Palace, you push B-Apps.
Yeah, I've ever had a peek down the ramp, but that's really been about it. Doesn't mean they're often in the dark when it comes to the positioning of South Africa, and the timing for Gracie isn't great. Anakin will walk out through the underpass just as she falls off the angle.
Yeah, but at least Anakin's now smoked it. But you have just cordoned off a lot of players from South Africa. Mid to B is the great call.
Yeah, it's just Megs here, and she's got an MP9 tucked in the corner. The support's going to be so late. This does not look good for South Africa. However, Peekaboo goes first, so Megs does get that kill. Pixar is caught, Aurora charges forward, and that's the critical frag. However, Kiki peeking gives Gracie a chance, and a 2-on-2 certainly is possible.
Yeah, Avo stuck behind the molly. Another molly can be thrown forward, but it goes into sight rather than beyond it. So Aurora can just stand here, and all the pressure... Oh, well, I was going to say it was on Anakin, but no, it's Aurora. Just alleviates it for Norway.
Yeah, takes B, gets that critical kill on Megs, and then doubles up in the post plant. Aurora stepping up in these crucial moments. South Africa looks like they're starting to let this one slip after all that work to bring it back. Dust 2 looking likely as they have to eco this one and concede map point.
I think the fundamentals have been pretty weak here from South Africa, especially on CT side. It feels like the macro plays have been few and far between, and they've only got one consistent answer to that, and it is to push mid and fight it together, rather than looking for these extremities. This time they go and look in towards ramp, they search, they have got a player in towards under. Maybe Gracie can provide an outlet, because Anakin's currently not watching it.
Yeah, potentially could get caught here, although Anakin has found the kill, but...
Bomb.
Oh, no, but she's revealed herself, so now Oh, she is going to hear the bomb running. Doesn't matter. Aurora just about controls that. I think even if Aurora goes down, it's probably fine, though. The rest of the CTs weren't in position. It's not out of the realm's possibility to get 4 in a row. They did manage to pull off 6 or so to get this game in contention, but this is looking like Dust 2 very likely 4 chances to send us there.
There is enough money for the AWP here for Gracie. So that can enter the fold. There is one potentially available if Peekaboo wants it, but currently all the AKs have been working out just fine for Norway. South Africa call a timeout. Take 30 seconds to think about how they want to adjust, how they want to reset things. And for them, normally they fight fire with fire, so I'd really anticipate them to spring into life in towards middle again.
Yeah, they go for the full rifle collection, all the utility. They call the timeout just to take the breather, discuss what they want to approach into this critical round. But we anticipate it's probably going to be mid, isn't it?
Probably.
Let's see.
This time, also to note, the window smoke count, Norway's got all the insta ones, so they're not failing.
Okay. Kiki lands that one with ease, and it's actually not middle that is the answer. It's an underpass push by Gracie. And she wins out that fight on Aurora.
At least
trade
that's a
is there.
Yeah, Anakin's been so good at finding this refrag. I think she's been brilliant, just all Mirage long. And instead, we are going to get this crunch in towards middle, but it's going to be off a more favorable timing. Keep your eye on Kiki, because she has been known to lurk out Palace.
Yeah, that timing is going to be crucial for her. Smoke will land in her face, so delays it for a moment. Norway playing this one very slow. South Africa are in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, Norway don't really need to put the pressure on anywhere, really, because the bomb's still over here in top mid, right? So they can really take this anywhere. They're just going to poke and prod in towards middle and see what they can find.
Yeah, now the pressure comes on. You hear the flash, the smoke lands window. HE thrown in response. Now Kiki drops out. She was spotted, so they want to focus on her. They do remove her. Avo able to find that kill as Jess falls back for the reload. She doubles up as well. So not done yet, are South Africa.
Sweet bait and switch as well. Just
yeah.
for Avo not to reveal herself. Hot Jess getting the kill and then being really loud about falling back and reloading. It just baits it in perfectly. Mini versus 4 with 20 seconds. If she can confirm these kills, maybe get onto site, we could be talking. You never want to write Mini out of anything. There's the first, but not quite the second. Avo makes sure that South Africa survive for at least one more round.
Yeah, it could have got a little bit hairy there, but a good hold from the 2 A players. Avo and Hot Jess both picking up a double kill in that round. They don't get too flustered in the slowdown. Hold their ground. Concede that middle space, but it's all by design. Still plenty of money for Norway though, so none of these rounds get easy.
And every time you're sort of like bleeding casualties here, it gets more difficult for South Africa. This time it is more advanced in towards mid, but Norway are anticipating this sort of reaction. They're taking their time, and they're trying to lead through Kiki, pushing through an extremity. This time it is through Tetris, and the timing, it was there for her, but now she's been revealed.
Gracie goes down this time, doesn't get that opening kill. Kiki is out in the open, but doesn't matter. She wins the fight first, Avo, and she disengages. That is everything. Looking good for Norway. 2-player advantage, just need to walk it in. They've spotted out this first player, Jess, under pressure. Has to fall back. In fact, she wants to try and see if she can deal with Kiki, who seems aware of this possibility. Jess can find this kill. There's maybe some hope for South Africa.
I thought she saw the shadow there, but I don't think she did. Has definitely seen the arm. Kiki's not going to be ready for this, so that's a free kill. An extremity push paying off. Now if you're Norway, that incentivizes you to go in towards B, where Megs is waiting. But she needs help, she needs to rotate.
Yeah, she's playing a very passive position. Response isn't there quite yet, picks up. Is in towards window, Megs misses the opportunity. Doesn't deploy a counter smoke or anything to give the space, so They've fully conceded B. They've allowed this bomb to go down. It's going to be a tough retake, and it's going to hinge a lot on Jess.
They're going to wait. They're going to really wait for this lurk to come in, but you have got kits that there's no smoke. Now it will be deployed by Megs. It's all about putting the pressure on. The issue is that because they've got players here, Norway, they can just hold, and Anakin has found the lurk.
Yeah, Jess went first. She goes down. Now they've just got to force their way through as a duo. That information given over. Aurora is low. There is kits, but there's no smoke at all. And with this plant position, it feels impossible. And it is. Mini will confirm with the double up. They exchange map picks. Norway continue to fight.
Yeah, they played that really well. And to be honest, this feels more like a Norway map. They were in control for the majority of Mirage. Over South Africa, it was one of these fight backs, but there wasn't enough gas in the tank to get them over the line.
Yeah, very decisive CT side from Norway. Kind of a bit more of what we expected from them. You mentioned that, right? It definitely looked more like their map pick with how in control they were. South Africa started so strong too. Think about how the pistol round went, but they really struggled to get control of the economy earlier, and a few of those rounds were very close, and you feel like if they were able to get just 1, 2 more of those T rounds that just eluded them, they probably had a good chance of taking this.
It felt like on their CT side, their macro was kind of simple, and they only started reacting right at the very end. I think that was the difficult bit for South Africa, and they took the pause really late into that game. It felt like they didn't really give themselves a chance to get back into the game.
Yeah, credit to Norway, considering they didn't get either pistol, and they lost both of the second rounds, right? So they were on the back foot in both halves. That's 5 rounds conceded because they forced in the second half, right? So it was all the gun rounds that they were able to find the advantages and win it out, which I think that really just says that they were clearly the better team on the server.
Yeah, no, they absolutely were. I think Anakin was brilliant in this game. Aurora as well, a lot of credit has got to go to her.
Absolutely.
Because in these mid rounds, it was Aurora continuously finding that impact, finding that second kill that Norway desperately needed.
Yeah, absolutely. A great map from Norway. Let's hear what the desk have to say.
Thank you for that one. That was a stellar performance from Norway. Vendetta, you feeling better now?
Yeah, the nerves calmed down a little bit.
Yep.
Feeling better about going into map 3. Again, I was getting nervous, as Lucy was mentioning. They lose both pistols. Again, that's never a good recipe for success when you consider, basically, if you look at it isolated as the best of 1, right? Especially after MR12s. So very, very happy to see that the weapon rounds actually worked out for them in this instance. They seem to have at least a little bit of a better control when it came to after plans compared to Anubis as well. So yeah, a lot of positives really to bring into map 3.
Yeah, we were thinking this could go one of 2 ways. Either Norway could come into this more reset and more calm and focused, or they could have just got off to that slow start and just really struggled. But they got so many gun rounds in that first half, and it did just look a lot more controlled for them throughout that first half, which was a good sign. I think, again, we are seeing they're playing in general. I guess I'll call it loose. I think that's the word for it, but that's what we're expecting. We're seeing that AWP change around all over the place. It seems like it's just whoever wants the AWP, have a go on it, which is fine, It seems to be working out for them, at least on this map. I think South Africa still have moments, though. It certainly seems like Hard Jess, her aim looks just very, very good. I think she's clearly a key. And I do think we saw more moments where Avo was able to use her brain, clearly, that she's got and get into good positions. But overall, Norway just finally having the players show up as we would expect, because we came into this expecting across the board they would have the better individuals, and I think that finally showed on this map.
Yeah, I think also converting anti-ecos for once. That does also go a long way in Counter-Strike, so very, very happy to see that for their end. And yeah, like I said, the CT side just felt very in control. Like we talked about how on Anubis, especially like in rotations, mid-rounds, etc., they would kind of feel disjointed. They wouldn't necessarily play off of each other. On Mirage, with how much mid-focus there was from South Africa, we could see that Norway clearly had like an idea of how they wanted to play off of each other, with Aurora being pretty aggressive from Catwalk, still having people around both from window and connector at pretty much any time to kind of just jump off of what the other person is doing, which you didn't really see much of on Anubis, whether it was T side or CT side. So that's a clear improvement on their end.
Let's talk through that first half from South Africa's perspective, because it was a bit of a nightmare. It felt like they lost every mid-round scenario to me. Some unfortunate moments that equally, by their own design, they made a few mistakes. So what went wrong for South Africa? What might they need to tweak before the last map of this series?
Yeah, it did just feel like they just, even some of the executes were going against them. It just, a lot of rounds where it just feels like the round, it kind of just falls apart before the round has really got into a position where you feel like you should have a chance. I think that's always tough because in general, if you're a more structured team, if you have more practice time, you at least expect to get into a position where it's like somewhat winnable, but it kind of didn't even feel like we were getting into those positions. I think the positive for South Africa is that in that second half, there was a brief period there where they were starting to turn it around a little bit. They did get off to a strong start, and I was worried about whether or not they would be ready for this sort of stage, ready for this sort of pressure. I think that shows that they at least are able to turn it around mid-game. I think Avo might have the advantage of just being 16. I think she's just young enough where she's just enjoying herself, honestly. Like, whenever they win rounds, she's just up dancing, she's having fun, which is probably really helpful for the rest of the team to realize, okay, we can chill out a bit. I was also going to keep an eye on Norway's T sides, because on Anubis, they only get 3 T rounds total. Yeah. I was worried we were going to see that collapse here, but they themselves also able to right the ship at the end there, which was definitely important to see from them, because I was worried that those T sides were going to be an issue, but they looked a lot better towards the end.
Yeah, one thing that is a little bit of a worrying sign for me is that they do like to play with at the very least one player on the extremities of the map, further away from the main pack, and it doesn't seem like they fully, even though they were winning rounds now on Mirage, the success rate of having Kiki on the opposite side of the map and timing it with whatever the main group through mid is doing doesn't necessarily have to be completely in sync for them right now. Sometimes you'll have Kiki maybe getting a little bit ahead of herself, yet basically being the first contact on the A bomb side out of Palace, for instance, or up T pit before you have your players up connector, your teammates up connector, that kind of thing. So it does feel a little bit disjointed at times in that, and I think they got more punished for it over on Anubis than what they did here on Mirage. So I don't think that's a trend that they can continue on with going further into Dust. So I think that could lead to a lot of issues. And I also think we do kind of notice the difference it makes between winning out clutches and not winning out clutches, because on Anubis it felt like we saw South Africa coming through in the clutch time and time again, multiple players stepping up or just saving chaotic situations. In this scenario on Mirage, we didn't really have anywhere near as many situations like that. And I think it's reflected in the results as well.
That kind of feels like the key for this series. I think if the game ever gets chaotic, that's where it feels like South Africa have their chances. Yeah. Whereas a lot of the cleaner rounds are being won by Norway. So that's a good sign. And also just their individuals definitely showing up more here. Anakin was really
fantastic
solid.
Game, yeah.
I guess in the first map, she was more like the Star Wars remakes, and in this one, we got the originals back.
Exactly.
Turn into the dark side. There you go. You had to crowbar some sort of Anakin put in there eventually. But yeah, definitely a good sign there. And I think, all in all, I think Norway's individuals finally showed up on this map, and I wouldn't be surprised if that continues into the third, to be honest. And then it's just that question of, does the game get chaotic at any point? Is that going to happen again, or can Norway finally keep that control that we were kind of hoping to see?
Yeah, one thing I like, at least for Norway's end, is that the fact that we've seen good performances out of Kiki so far on Anubis T side. We saw 2 good maps from Aurora, generally. Mini on the side of CT side, Anubis was really good, and now obviously Anakin throughout the entirety of Mirage, right? So you have a lot of players who've kind of just, I guess, gotten into the conversation, and actually put their impact on the map in this series. And I think for South Africa, it's been more about Heart Jess and to an extension, a little bit of Megs, a little bit of Avo, but majority has been Heart Jess. So I think Norway, in that sense, has more strengths to play off of, judging from the 2 first maps in terms of who can be the one to step up for you.
If you're South Africa, how do you approach this third map? If we want them to be in afterplants in chaotic situations, is it take spawns, take long when you can? Is it to default and then execute as a team and at least force fights together? What is the move here for South Africa?
Again, I think one of the things that I saw very differently from Anubis to Mirage, again, this comes a little bit more down to their CT sides. From what I've seen of South Africa on Dust 2, they like to be aggressive, they like to run into mid, like to run into lower darkest CTs, etc. I don't think they can afford to be afraid of doing that and try to create chaos. But I also think we need to see more proactive rotations and movements around the map. On Anubis, they did such a good job of that on the CT side that Norway always felt like they were getting backstabbed. Obviously, that's partly due to mistakes on Norway's end, but on Mirage, we saw slow rotations on the CT side coming in from South Africa, which led Norway into getting into bomb sites. We saw multiple times on the B bomb site in mid rounds to late rounds, where you get into a site, there's maximum 1 CT side player there, even though there's 4 players alive. and none of them, you don't have anyone around short, you don't have any control over middle, they don't actually have any map control to play off of, so they're just kind of playing in the dark and then banking heavily on a retake working out for them. So I'm going to be curious to see that, because Dust 2 retakes are not fun at all. So I think they might have to get a little bit disruptive on their CT side at the very least. For T side, I think you just can't force it. If you're not getting long spawns, if you're not getting good setups to actually go for quick rounds, just don't fall for the temptation of just forcing it through. We saw what happened yesterday on Dust 2 when you kind of try to force something too much. Eventually, you're going to get figured out.
Yeah, I would agree. I also think if they do test those options, for example, on CT side aggression, I don't mind if they find something that works going back to it, because I don't think Norway were able to adjust on that first map when that mid control starts going against them, for example. So I think you can actually try and just abuse that same tendency over and over again. You don't want to take the piss, okay? You don't want to do it every single round, but you can definitely go back to it multiple times, and I think that could still benefit them, because yeah, I think when Norway feel comfortable, they look like the better team, but you can just keep consistently making them uncomfortable. I think we do assume Norway probably slight favorites going into the third map after that one, but South Africa have definitely been better than I expected. I kind of expected them to be not convincingly beaten, but like I didn't expect them to have such fight in them, and that's really exciting to see here.
Exciting stuff. We need South Africa to bring the chaos on Dust 2. Quick break, and then we'll find out who's going home. Don't go anywhere.
there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded. One of you brave boys decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it. This gun was loaded. One of you brave boys decided to go for the run.
A return to form for Norway. They take their opponent's map pick. Brandon, we now go to Dust 2. We just get information the knife round was won out by Norway.
Yep.
They're choosing to start CT. Is that the right call?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Dust 2 plays quite well on CT. Also, Norway are playing quite well on CT. It's the T sides that are actually just kind of a bit hit and miss. So I think it makes sense to go CT side for them. I think South Africa, they got to come up with answers early. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit tricky. I was keeping my eye just on the other games. We saw it just at the bottom of the screen there. Canada, Iran, one map each, which is pretty cool. And then we've also got Kazakhstan taking a map of Argentina.
Yeah, some potential upsets from a region that I think maybe people have been, not really focusing too much in on. We didn't really get to see actually too much of the Asian qualifier, right, just because of how that was restructured, and so a lot of it was done kind of offline, but Kazakhstan did win through there, and we know that Pocher is an incredible player. There's actually some big names in that team, Iveria and MJ De Queen. There's a MD De Queen.
Who?
MJ De Queen. They have a team of players with slightly difficult names to pronounce quickly. T-side, and we're out long early. It's Norway's decision to instead crunch on mid. They do that from short and underpass. They get all the control, and with this space being taken back, they're not going to be ready for this many CTs. 4 players looking at you. The bomb lucky to get away.
Yeah, I think Pixod as well. Let's pick up the bomb. We go, okay, see you later. Let's just take long instead. You got to remember, South Africa, really good at just being proactive. Kiki on the line. Wow, there's no smoke. There's no utility. And Hart Jess just hits that shot. Bomb going down, but look at the long space.
This is so crazy. crazy with the pistols. They should just charge in and just destroy you. You feel like you want to take short because long is just being run down. They're stuck on the side. There's nowhere to go. They have to fight their way out. Peekaboo charging up, gets a fade away, and it's Aurora with the final kill.
Yeah, Peekaboo plays that perfectly. And you feel like South Africa have to be a bit more dynamic in that situation. They've got to try and isolate these peaks. You don't know about Aurora, but you now know about Peekaboo. It felt like there should have been a double swing there.
All right, Norway with the pistol. They didn't get any on Mirage, and they still won that map in fairly convincing fashion. We will, of course, see the investment from South Africa. It's 5 MAC-10s.
Rush B, surely.
It's got to be.
Surely.
I crazy don't get out a Galil at all. Pixar probably could have avoided it, but yeah, they're calling B Rush. So Mini with 3 players starting A. Oh, this could all be actually a disaster for Norway. Mini needs to hold strong.
Yeah, smoke's good. Flashbangs are also brilliant. There needs to be support here, and she's not going to get it. It's a scout in towards window, and it's now been locked out by a molly. Bomb down, retake needed. Peekaboo has found a shot.
Yeah, she actually came over and found that with the flames at her back. Bomb still does go down, though. Difficult to retake this bomb site, we know. Especially with the re-smokes landing. Another one on towards window. Gonna block off that position. Time is ticking down. There is 1 kit available and a smoke for Aurora, so they can get a dump. This push through from Pixar is everything. Now they can just focus their attention on the doorway. It's a choke point, and they're getting choked out.
Yeah, really well played from South Africa because they don't peek. They know the pressure's on Norway. It's a really hard bomb site to try and retake, but where was the utility? Where are the flashbangs over the top there? Because, again, it felt like it's individual in from tunnels, and then the players that are going through doorway, it's piece by piece. It's 1 by 1.
So now it's worst case scenario. You won the pistol and you'll reset immediately. Has to be the Force Spy back, and on Dust 2. Force Spies never feel great. It feels hard to get good positions, but maybe this fight long could be the answer. Timing not great. Jess gets a nice free fight, and she'll take both down with ease. Now you can just scale simply. There is this push out middle from Peekaboo, but she's caught out by Gracie. This one's looking simple and easy.
Yeah, and this is what South Africa needs, to be honest, because it's always been Norway in control to start off these games. We've never had South Africa sort of take ground, have rounds in the lead, and make Norway work back into a game. It's always been, South Africa recovering. At least the vibes are good.
What's she singing?
I don't know.
South African anthem? What's going on there?
I don't know, but it's hilarious, to be honest.
We're here for it.
That's so funny.
I think Avro's got to be making a lot of fans this event. All right, you know it's Seiko. You just chill. I'm just slightly worried about the bomb being here with Pixar and Jess, so...
Let's see.
They are going to disengage a little.
What I have noticed this, actually, is that they've been leaving the bomb.
Oh, just got 2 instantly.
Nice. 4,
okay, yeah.
ace.
Ace for Jess. Drop a heart in the chat. It's all Jess in the feed.
It's just an eco, but it's still the ace. They all count. It's on LAN.
It all counts. And if there was ever a player you want feeling herself and clicking
Jess.
everyone, it's Jess. We saw how influential she was on Anubis. Big moments on Mirage.
This team's hilarious.
I can just constantly hear Avo in the background screaming things.
Banshee screaming as well. Like, it's not even...
You got another game coming up for you in this. You need to keep your voice for it.
Immediately after.
Yeah, no.
I can see the Australians. They're watching.
Yeah, they want to see who they're up against. Will it be the rematch against Norway? They've already had a little bit of server time with that team, to say the least.
A lot of server time.
Yeah. I think they'd love to eliminate them.
That third map ended 22-20.
Yeah, outrageous. And that was the second time.
True.
This one's slower.
This one's a default. It's the first time I've actually seen South Africa sort of spread out over the map. They haven't seen anything. There's been no contestment in from short. So instead, they're just going to reset and try and hit B again. Yep. Everyone is moving over.
It's a straight B hit. Anakin here this time. The utility comes on over. And, oh, she's flustered. Flashbang comes through at the perfect time, though. Mini bails her out. And in fact, even gets 2 kills. Somehow there's no trade. Over the top they come. Gracie will get that frag, but they're walking through the smoke. Peekaboo collects another, and in the backside, Gracie can't get it done.
I'll be honest, that round is really confusing to me because the utility initially was really good out of South Africa. It flusters Anakin to the point where she's even pulling out a pistol rather than a rifle.
Scaling must have just been completely off.
Slow. It was too slow, but also it was Minnie in the window. Minnie was putting so much pressure on that you don't know where that second player is then.
Yeah, I feel like it's criminal that Minnie gets 2 there. I think maybe they didn't have the door smoke initially, and so there was this delay coming out of the hallway. You can see they were climbing up onto the boxes and the light to try and get that angle. Instead, if they just scaled around car, it would have been probably a free kill. Says to fight long. Oh, the reflash. That's messy, but it works out for the T's.
And that's the space. And the thing is, you don't need to commit into this. Avo's got control in towards lower. You can reset and go back in towards mid. What's your classic thing you do on T side? You reset. You go have a little look in towards mid. Gracie finds that one on Peekaboo. And now you can go short or even mid to B.
Yeah, Peekaboo goes hunting. You think with Megs up on this position, you kind of want to split A, but the bomb is not in position to do so.
Gracie's playing with fire here, but maybe it's Anakin instead. She just gets no-scoped. South Africa are moving with flair.
Yes, this is another Gracie round. Her kill in middle as well was just like the quick scope and the player walking close.
This has gone from a really nice couple of picks. You think, okay, maybe South Africa could build into their default to everyone falling and there being no response. This could be flawless.
They were just able to find these fights constantly, and they were ready for each of the fights, right? There was no kind of double up at all from Norway, no setting up with flashbangs like that short play, for instance. It's just Anakin walking down. It was the contact through mid doors. Every one of these engagements that South Africa won was one they were ready for and one that had no support from the other teammates at the CT.
It actually really surprised me that Aurora's just kind of left out to dry in that long fight.
Don't lose all your economy here.
They're losing all their economy.
Oh my god, guys.
It surprises me a lot, though, that Aurora was left out because there was, I think, Anakin right behind her in long. I think Kiki was also there doing the flashbangs. And yes, there was that second flashbang that came over, but why is there not just sort of an attempt for a trade? Why has Aurora just sort of been left to die?
There was the potential for a spike. There was another player right there. They knew they had to play alone because she'd been standing in the flames and got singed, took a bullet or two.
Their economy's okay, but it could have been better.
Yeah, that was bad,
right?
though. Like, that was just stupid.
Yeah,
like, even Gracie just swinging, like, at the end there, it's just so unnecessary.
You got to come to learn, though, Lucy, like, the unnecessary has just kind of been, like, probably the key adjective for this whole series, really.
That is true.
Without being too horrible.
That's a free ult now you've given to Peekaboo. This round was going to have basically bare bones into it, but instead now you've got actually a decent chance to make it interesting.
That orb's just posted in towards mid, and now you've actually got the contestment here for Norway in towards short. I think what's interesting is the way that the meta...
What the hell?
The way the meta's been going is you're seeing the CT sides quite a lot react by pushing into top middle, try and take the space away from the T side. Or, if you're Anakin, you can just take the AWP away from Gracie with a quick deke headshot.
That's ridiculous. I think
This is smarter. So you've seen the Deagle, right? You obviously don't know about the AWP, and you will know about the AWP, you don't know about 2 rifles, right? So what you're doing here is you're trying to take the range advantage by just contacting up long.
The difficulty is there's 2 players in CT. Sorry, one's up on short. You've got 2 players who are pushed down short as well. So there are 4 players here ready to receive this hit, and there's a gap on the smoke. Peekaboo takes full advantage. That recovered AWP that wouldn't have been here if they didn't get greedy has now cost them 2 on 5. They creep and crawl, but it's all known. They do have potentially some isolated fights. That's a big pick from Jess. The Molotov's good if they can deal with Kiki. There's a real chance here for them to bring this back. She's being a nuisance, but she'll be run down. Aurora gets a big kill, and it's all onto Jess. Always feels like it's all Jess. She can't convert. And so Norway will fight back off the back of the recovered guns and the force around them.
Yeah, well played by Aurora because she just stands tall in that situation. The thing is, if she disengages, Jess can get the bomb. Potentially she can just move away, and instead Aurora just stands her ground. She's been brilliant all series. It makes sense for her just to have that fight. You know Jess is going to want to take it.
Kiki staying alive for just that extra 2 seconds is enough as well.
It's nervy. There's a lot on the line here. Remember, whoever loses this map exits the tournament early.
Yeah, and with empty pockets too. Big prize pool, but it is relatively top heavy. This poor Anakin's surely not going to walk around this corner
No, she'll wait. They'll delay it as long as possible. What you hope for is that Pixar holds this for the whole round. You let your team go in towards short, take that contact. Aurora can now hear them start to scale. Gracie walks by middle with the bomb. This is really scary.
I'm terrified, but Aurora doesn't peek any further to the gap, so both these players kind of playing on the edge of it. Very scary.
Who's going to blink first at long?
Oh, it's going to be Pixar.
Shadow's going to be spotted here if she goes around this corner. Needs to clear close
No
and
way.
will, but can't get the jump on Anakin.
Yeah, it's just the walk into the angle though, you know, it's not like the crouch swing. I'm surprised she goes first, to be honest. The short players you expect to take contact so they draw the attention.
Yeah, it surprises me a lot. And with this smoke as well, there's no drop down in towards CT. Mini just looking to hold firm with the FAMAS, and then that CT connection comes in. In fact, it's all just Mini at ramp. Another kill collected, and Anakin helps out over at long. It's just Gracie, only with the scout. 30 seconds left, she's already been pinched.
Yeah.
Peekaboo will equalise.
That one doesn't feel so great from South Africa. Like, the actual kind of way that the round formulated was fairly normal, right? You know, you've got your space through middle, you put the pressure through lowers, you've got all that control, you take short, you're just going to go for a simple short execute. But it was the activation of the elements, the timing of it, it just all felt completely off.
It was just inverse of what you expect.
Yeah.
You expect there to be a late play from Pixar after the short play is sort of found the space, because the short play did find the space. That's the frustrating thing about that round. If you are Team South Africa, what a shot from Kiki, and then the baited in rifles. It's that core you expect to do well. Aurora, Mini, Kiki.
Yeah, strong sequence of rounds from Norway. South Africa will be able to reinvest, but it's not pretty. Oh no, actually, sorry, there was a dropped orb. I thought Gracie was going to be rocking something lighter, but no, she will get that out. She's a very hot and cold player. Either incredibly explosive and dominant in a round, or can sometimes get caught out by her tendency to go for these flashy plays.
Yeah, Avo also is sort of dropped off a little bit here. A rough start to the game. She was really instrumental on Mirage this time.
What?
Oh my gosh.
How does that miss?
I'm not sure, but it did. Keep your eyes on middle, because it felt like for a second that Aurora's going to push through that mid smoke. She doesn't. She falls back, and there's good space out long being taken by Mini.
Yeah, the gap is currently middle, but it is being kept an eye on from window, I think. Actually, no, they're kind of focused on B. Now they start to move around. South Africa have all of this space in short if they want to take it. They're leaving Gracie to go for a little bit of a peek in middle, see if that rotation comes back. She might get an opportunity, but you imagine Kiki shouldn't peek any further than this.
Well-timed smoke. Gracie's just going to walk through it, though. This is ridiculous. Timing is everything, and Kiki's ahead of the play. Necessary trade. And it's Anakin that tries to get back, but it's Heart Jess again. One more player lies in wait on B, and that player has now been spotted and dealt with again by Jess.
It's always Jess. Crazy that Gracie goes first there, and Avo catches the lurk.
Really good lurk as well from Avo. That just locks in that round. Make sure there's no potential. And Heart just gets another one. 15 kills. The half's not even over. She's doing everything to keep in the battle.
Yeah, sometimes it's just Jess go kill. It's a strategy from South Africa.
That's nervy, though. Even before she gets those kills, and to be honest, bails out that round South Africa, that is nervy, because they're trying to just disrespect all this utility. They're walking headfirst in with an AWP, and Kiki's ahead of the play. That trade was necessary, and thank God for them that they hit it.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that when it doesn't work out like it does there for Gracie, it looks really silly.
Yeah.
But there is a chance that it works out really well, right? And Kiki is playing the more passive position in towards CT. But not the case. This time, with the MP9, Anakin just gets all this real estate for free. But again, it's Jess removing Mini. Are they ready for the second player? And they're definitely not ready for the player under. That's going to draw the eye as she tries to get back, and she does. Megs is going to feel hard done by.
And now this round feels a little bit hard done by, because you had the control, you had the space, and suddenly it's all been taken away from you, and it forces you to go into this short play. Pixar lucky to be alive, but it's potentially another casualty and another round being bled away here by South Africa. Norway have got control. It's so important they don't let this round slip.
They shouldn't, surely. With this position from Peekaboo, it's the perfect little off angle. Although the spam reveals her position, so Avo happy to take that one.
Kiki at car.
This is a very exposed spot. The spray long range. It's messy, but Avo will convert.
How has this turned into a 2 versus 2?
That was a low HP player they lost too, so they're actually feeling fairly okay, but that HE is hefty. Gracie will stick their digits, so they get the bomb down, but Avo's low. Oh, the jiggle gets the information, disengages. Aurora starts to move around the flash forward. They start the scale. They've seen the position. Avo gets another kill. It's all onto Aurora. The double swing. She saw Avo cross. And look at the HP. Aurora knows she's low. Knows that she's got this locked in. Just needs to find the shot. The swing from Avo can't connect.
And they get it. Just about, though. Just about. It felt like, again, it's the very last play there for South Africa. It's 3-2-1 swing. Instead, it's 3, one person swings 2. Oh my god, no, I'm too low. And they just run away. A timeout being taken from Norway because, to be honest, they know how important this round is. That was a 4 versus 2. You've just let bleed into another 1v1. You're feeling thankful that, again, it's Aurora in this moment, the most experienced player on this roster, stepping up and delivering. But this is not the way they wanted this first half to go. You've got to bear in mind as well that the T sides have been sort of weak all throughout this series for Norway. Also, they won the knife. They chose to start on CT, and it's a 1-round game.
True. I think that South Africa, despite being the round behind, actually have more kills in the overall. These rounds have been so close, but Norway able to get over the line. A couple of crucial moments. 2 of the last 3, it's felt like South Africa found a way back in. They probably shouldn't have. Good preemptive molly. This is going to be the big hit, but Jess, again, a clean entry. There is this player tucked mini in towards sandbags, gets run down by Gracie.
Important trade.
It's a fast rotation from Anakin, but the smoke will land and block off her vision.
4v3, how'd you get into this? You got 2 flashes, and Gracie just goes over the top before the smoke blooms at window. Another player neutralized here for Norway. A 2 versus 4, a retake you have to go for. It's looking improbable.
Yeah, really hard. Gracie is low, but now Aurora actually gets singed by that molly. More utility lands, and Avo and Megs confirm it. All tied up at the half.
Honestly, Avo is like Snappy, because when rushing doesn't work, you just rush harder. And that is one round that they need to kind of keep the pressure on. This is the first time we've really seen South Africa and Norway have an even distribution of rounds ending in that first half.
It's such a funny angle because you see Avo kind of waving her arms around, Jess getting involved, and then Megs is just...
Yeah, of course. Well, it's Megs, isn't it? Megs is so locked in.
She is the definition of locked in. You saw some of the shots she was hitting, so that's what you want. Close as can be on this decider. One of these teams be facing Australia after this match for a chance to make playoffs, and one goes home.
This series has been brilliant.
It really has.
For a neutral, the fact that it has been just so close, so back and forth, continuously, it's been a really exciting game. And there is 1/2 of it left, potentially. We could have overtime.
Norway no strangers to the OT. A couple of those versus Australia on 2 different maps, in fact. Norway go fast through middle. It's going to split onto B. There is a player lying in wait in CT. Avo holding this cross. 2 players over towards the B side. But a smoke lands. That's going to veil the vision. They can start to scale. These 2 players on site are feeling the pressure. They move forward, wanting to take the control, but they get split on. Mini doubles up. Perfectly executed in the B split.
You got to pick your poison there, because if you're heading towards tunnels, you got to look tunnels. So you kind of just have to ignore mid there. If you want to fight mid, you go and fight mid. Maybe you go up with your players.
Mid feels like the better call.
Absolutely. 5v3. A swing from Gracie, doesn't see anything. Avo hot in pursuit, and Pixar looking over the top, but it's the sheer quantity of players here. And you still know about these players in towards tunnels. They get nothing.
Both pistols for Norway on the decider. South Africa surely can't force into this one, so Norway get to break away. And that one entirely comes down to the decision of the B players.
Yeah, pick your battles wisely. And
you feel like with the position they have with the player close window and back box, you're much better fighting mid.
You gotta fight mid, yeah.
Especially because you have Avo close in the smoke, you got to play it that can drop short.
Well, yeah, of course. You take contact from the B players and the mid players just push through, right? But
yeah.
Pixar full blinders hits one, but it's okay. It should be. Mini's found a triple. Avo will be able to trade 2 versus 3. You know they're both out long. Let's go B.
Yeah, nice little spray from Mini. This is 2 AKs that you get to pick up. Oh no, sorry. One's a Galil. But you'll take those. And this will be Norway soon. South Africa, you have a tendency to overextend in save rounds and the like. Please don't lose these 2 rifles. Oh, they are going to lose them. They're pushing forward. Avo will get that trade. Okay, now she does feel like she can go for this. The 1-on-2.
She's got time in here. Look at the space that's now not been occupied by Anakin. Avo is currently unknown. Anakin, okay, has moved angle. So Avo walking through the side of the smoke. Now aware of Anakin, but not ready for Aurora, who's in tunnels playing safe the whole time.
Made expensive at the very least. 2 players survive against the Pistols. South Africa will invest. AWP comes out immediately.
Really early on this AWP.
Surprising too, means, you know, no head armor you can see on her, and Kiki, in fact.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's a little scary.
Go for the long fight that isn't going to come in. It looks like South Africa wanted to fight for lowest control, but Avo sort of staved off by the utility. Peekaboo holds the angle, sees nothing, and that just means that Mini goes out dry in towards pit.
Yeah, this dark smoke is kind of spooky. Mid-smoke, sorry, is kind of spooky.
But you know they've got to be pushing tunnels at this point or short. Like those are the 2 angles, especially with the conditioning that you've got out long, but Kiki completely overlooks, and that's that 1-shot headshot.
Yeah, the timing, not great for her. Oh, I'm scared about this angle from Gracie. This is so exposed. But it's a bit of an offie. Yeah. Aurora not ready for it. Now the fallback, good line. Second shot from Gracie. Anakin takes the dry one in towards Megs, but now she's in the open. Jess converts, and it's all onto Peekaboo with the AWP. Doesn't get to fire it.
That felt very much like an Anubis round on CT for South Africa, where you've got so many players just playing pack mentality, where they're grouping, they're taking the space, they immediately leave, and suddenly you're fighting 1 player on short, you then round the corner, and there's 3 of them.
And with how costly that actual eco, against the eco it was, look what they're working with. They're going to have 3 players on pistols. They're forced into this. If South Africa can convert this, they can take the lead.
They can. This has always been the way of this series, though. So back and forth, you can't really pick a favourite ever. But Mini out long is always the favourite in that engagement. 1 kill found, not quite the second. And Gracie does take a lot of damage, but she is on the AWP, so it's okay.
Yeah. Needed to get that refrag.
Was Avo spotted by the lower tunnels player? I don't think so.
No, the way they're positioning doesn't seem like it. Gracie, active, needs to be careful. Oh my god, she gets caught out. Peekaboo has taken 2. South Africa, again, these rounds where they have the advantage. It feels like they're set up for success, and these are the ones they make look so hard.
Yeah. That was brazen. That was really brazen. Pixar on the angle, needs a multi, currently can't even find 1. Needs the support from Megs. There's a player lurking in towards short, holding just in case. Bomb planted for it. Megs makes her way in towards CT. There is utility here, and there is a kit. They can still do this.
If they lose these players, this could cost them everything.
This could cost them the whole game.
This round could define who stays here in the World Championships. Smoke's good. We'll isolate players. Plant is for short though, so even with the smoke, can they even attempt to get on it?
And you got the long wrap.
Oh, a stick on it. Meg's just providing the coverage. They're defusing right in front of you! What a round from Megs!
That's comms. That is 1,000,000% comms from Norway, and it's because Aurora has made that long play. So basically she's saying, guys, I will take the contact, then you come through. They're not aware about the defuse. All the short players need to do is come through and trade Megs.
It's that smoke though, it makes it so difficult. But yeah, if they swing together, that's a tough fight for Megs. Huge impact. That was South Africa favoured in that round, but
That's
it doesn't happen.
That's a 2 versus 4.
Shocking. Gracie gets the first kill. Avo is lowers, and they're not anticipating.
I'll make a call now. I think that's the momentum completely gone.
2 players now spotted in lowers. This was the reinvestment back in. Jess, you need to be careful. We'll fall back.
We said that round can define the game. It's just in more ways than one. It's not just about the scoreline. It's about the economy. It's about the psychological strain of you going into that, being the disadvantaged underdogs, Norway, walking into that with a 4 versus 2, and then losing to a stuck bomb.
Megs again in the pivotal position. Gets the info, first kill hers. Has seen the bomb. Oh, the peek out to throw the HE. It does damage, but now you've seen this second player back. The rotations need to come. Pixar needs to deliver, and she has. That kill should be enough. Peekaboo stuck behind the box. Swoogie brought down low. Has a chance ahead revealed. She's anticipating this push from Gracie, and she's managed to find her, but Jess reroutes. And it's South Africa that take the lead.
And to be honest, in that position, it doesn't matter how many players South Africa lose. We talk about economy so much, but it's so much more important for Norway. They've now got nothing. And South Africa can build off the back of this. We keep speaking about the rounds that look dangerous, and it's the low economic ones. For South Africa, this needs to be clean. It needs to be healthy. Norway are still in this series. There is no mistake about it. And a fast B play could unravel things here for the defense.
Gets Megs completely alone. Gracie isn't that far away, but they're not committing early. And in fact, Pixar, look at the space she's taken. Jess spots them out and she cleans up too. In fact, she's got this support, so looking like they're going to hold strong against these pistols. In fact, they don't lose a player. That's perfection.
Yeah, brilliant. Well handled. That's genuinely been the most convincing round so far from South Africa. And I know I say that just against the Eco.
Yeah, just 23 and 12. Now, granted, the 8 of those kills were against Ecos, but again, she's being so prolific in the server.
I hate to be that guy. I hate to keep repeating myself and sound like a broken record, but where on earth are the late round executes?
You're not going to get him.
I don't know why that's not being called in timeouts, so I'm going to be completely honest with you.
Bad spawns for Norway. They don't really have any long players.
Aurora can take the mid fight. Aurora could also take the long fight.
Yeah. She's got like the last spawn that I think is maybe viable for it.
No, she's first spawn, right?
Yeah, but normally the spawns are way... I feel like you can get way closer than that, can't you? It's hard to tell without actually seeing it. I'm just looking at the minimap.
Her eyes are set on it. So.
Okay, alright, maybe she does have the spawn.
Gracie spots one definitely in suicide. Swing out for long, halted by the progression of the molly.
Okay, so peek taken, but not a kill found.
Where are these spawns that have been sort of manipulated?
Gracie scares the hell out of me. She's just sitting so close with the orb, like, and that's been heard.
Yeah.
Peekaboo knows. Oh my god, Gracie, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Oh, maybe it's Jess that brings the trouble. There's Peekaboo, the kill that we all saw coming.
Good smoke, but is it going to be respected? It looks like it. That's going to deviate Norway's plan. Straight in towards mid to B. Flashbang, exceptional. Peekaboo once again doing the damage, but Pixar through the smoke with the trade. And it's yet again all onto Megs for the B hold.
Yeah, Megs needs to deliver here. So much pressure coming through. Gets one. Will that be enough? Keeps it in the 2-on-2. Kiki, did she see that player close? Yeah, Molly lands. There is this player pushing through the back lines very quick. They might not anticipate how fast Avo gets here. And Pixar's seen Kiki. So information both ways. She would love a Molotov right now. Instead, she's going to set up Avo. Aurora, her eyes are on this position. She's ready for it. Avo goes down. Pixar has done a lot of damage to Kiki, but now it's the orb that you have to get past. She's managed a good job of it, but it's Kiki that wins it out. Norway just about scrape it through.
Yeah, well played from Kiki. The fact that she stays alive for so long, she jumps and spots the player actually just walking, accelerating up towards mid, drops the molly in the doorway. Just says to Aurora, I've got everything, you have to trust me. Look at tunnels.
I don't know where Pixar's flash went, because Aurora should have been full blinded. You imagine the flash, if you're throwing it for that player, it goes above the doors.
It went high, I think, for Kiki.
Oh, it's unfortunate. You really wanted to allow that scaling out the doorway above it. Fast from Avo into lowers, and oh dear, Jesus.
How is she alive?
Oh, it's all about the setup though. Megs gets the double. Avo is still here. Jess on the push with Pixar. They have crunched on Norway.
Yeah, that is so much chaos that you've got no idea what's going on. I think even the observer's confused, as am I. Like, Avo is still alive in throughout all of that. Aurora's trying to make a play through B, but you've already got Avo still lurking, not needed. Pixar locks it in. And it's the low buy.
The money's broke for Norway. This has to be an eco. South Africa are looking like they're going to secure series point.
How does this keep happening? How in all of these rounds, it just looks unfavored for the team that has got the lesser economy. Maybe this is a pattern that Norway hope continues.
What a series we have had. These rounds have been a sight to behold. Long space given up, so the T's will take that for free.
Avo's just pushing. Timing has been hit. I don't think they saw her. Oh, yeah, they did. Oh, they did.
Oh, this is bad news because that's now an AK that can go into one of these players.
And the reaction has always been the short push.
She's in trouble. She's in trouble. Trying to get out. She can't. And they've got the full side of A. Oh my god, Minnie's still fragging. Gracie, there's a player behind you. Comms have felt all over the place for South Africa. This was the walk-in round. It was a hero rifle that was brought into it. Discombobulated. South Africa still maintain the lead, but that's a brutal one to lose.
This is the most complacent round of CS we've seen all series long, and it all comes from Avo, the IGL from South Africa. The fact that she thinks that she's got that time in, sure, but the reaction has always been the same for South Africa. It's been to push in towards short. It's to try and take the fight, and I think Norway have recognised that. That's why they take the space out long. They never saw a molly there.
They're hunting. They know the economy's fragile.
Yeah, they got to hunt this, and they will. I think Megs is done for.
She's safe from Aurora. She might be okay. Oh, she is not safe from Aurora.
Speak about money, look at it. Avo, the only one with cash. I mean, iHeart Jess can invest into this, but your loss bonus, it's still first stage. You feel like you've got to buy into this,
that
but
was
instead,
the moment.
That was the time, but it's not. It's done. It's not over yet. And they're half buy, and they're letting this go 11-11, so they've got an okay buy into the next.
Gonna have to make it count. Conceding the equalizer. Unless they can do something with their pistols. It's crazy to me last round they didn't have a player on A.
I don't know what they were doing there, to be honest. It looks like they wanted to try and go for that crunch round again that got them that space in the first place, but you should know that the money is not good enough for Norway. And now look at this, Norway are checking everything out. They know that there are going to be pushes. They know the money is brittle.
They've cleared in towards lowers, but you can see Norway just sitting back expecting this space to be taken. A reaggress into middle.
Whilst all this is going on, Peekaboo just starts to make inroads in towards long, tries to use that range advantage. And also, whilst this contact is coming through top middle, that's where the tunnel players start to pounce. A good map control being taken, but Peekaboo's dead.
Yeah, just found that kill. It's a shame that they can't really do much with that recovered weapon, but maybe if they can catch off Mini in middle. A lot of players here. However, B is taken.
It is a 5-on-3 though.
It's a 5-on-3, but you've got very little utility. You've got 2 recovered rifles.
Bomb's not down.
Bomb isn't down, so at least time is maybe something you can utilize. But getting in is going to be so hard. They're locked out by the utility. That smoke is actually really bad at doors. So there's space to get in. Kiki jiggles, sees one. Spray, goes wanting. Avo's hit the headshot. Anakin takes the space forward, trying to fight into it. And it's Megs that finds the kill. Oh my god! South Africa, eco Norway, and take series point.
Every round is an eco win. Every round's an eco win for the other team. But what South Africa do there is they realise that the bomb is not yet planted, so they just put the pressure on. And yeah, that was a mistake over at doors, but look at the double swing. Kiki unprepared, and suddenly, as soon as that contact is taken, over the top comes South Africa. Through the smoke comes South Africa. It is unrelenting pressure, but it's really good heads-up play.
Job's not done, but they've managed to get themselves a bit of breathing room. 2 chances now.
How has it gone eco for eco for eco, and yet this is the buy we end up with?
It's shocking. Fight out long. Somehow that trade doesn't come through. I don't know how many doesn't convert that.
You got to remember, this is now 4 kills remaining for South Africa to eliminate Norway.
At least Minnie lives. She's been pivotal. Falls back. Short has been a play frequently for South Africa, and you've got to be careful. Norway have been present here. Flash over, utility goes forward, they double up. Gracie's here, going for the headshot angle, and Gracie finds the shot. Anakin tapping out, can't convert. Gracie slides in. They're continuing to stay here with the double player advantage.
Look at Avo. Look, that Molly, it's been ticked. She's fallen back. They don't know that she's here. Avo's ahead of the incendiary. This could be it. This could be over for Norway.
Just 2 more kills to find. South Africa can almost taste it. Avo continuing to push forward. She can see into lowers, she can see into middle, and she can see the end of the line. Aurora has a 1v5. Sure, there's space in CT, but there's just no chance. What can you do here?
You can't do anything. You cannot do anything, and you've got an AWP. It's not even like you've got a rifle,
Spotted.
and you've been spotted.
No utility to work with. The only thing she has is the space and a little bit of time. A whip shot though. She will eventually convert, but from long comes Jess. She is inevitable, and South Africa have eliminated Norway.
Against all odds. Against all odds. They make it incredibly difficult for themselves as well. How many eco rounds did they give away? At the same time, how many eco rounds did they win?
What a story for the underdogs. People came in and doubted them. Norway pegged as the favourites coming into this after a grueling battle yesterday. They exchanged map picks this morning. But at the end of the day, South Africa prevail. They set themselves up for a clash of the Commonwealth later against Australia. But for now, Scandinavia looking scrambled.
Yeah, I mean, look. For Norway, you come into this event, limited prep. You don't know that you were even going to be here up until a few weeks ago. So the fact you come in, you bring Australia that close, you then come in against South Africa, you look pretty good. All right? You look pretty good for one of these maps, but everything, macro to micro, is disjointed, and it's South Africa that survive in that chaos. They came in, they won their qualifier, they came in and they said, we feel prepared, we feel a lot more confident, and that's been a complete different story for South Africa than before.
Yeah, you got to say they've got that kind of energy to dig deep and bring it back from these positions where it feels like they're on the back foot. They've got ideas to bring through in the late stage. Their CT sides, I think, particularly here on Dust 2, but I think just across the series, looked incredibly decisive.
Yeah.
The response time, any time that they have to retake, there's always an extra player.
Yeah.
Even on the T side, the trades were good. Mirage, I think, is an exception to that. They definitely struggled there a lot, but towards the end, they were starting to get back into the rhythm of it. But I've been really impressed with the CS that South Africa have played, considering they're missing a couple of their most experienced players.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, I just think it was incredibly proactive, but also it was everyone believing in Avo's calling.
Yes.
Everyone was so determined to be like, Avo, we understand what you're saying. We're going to believe in you. She's 16 years old and she's calling that sort of game. Everyone's buying into the process. It's been perfect. And we've even got Avo on the side with Jasmine now.
Avo, thank you so much for joining me. You and your teammates were yelling, screaming, jumping up and down, and congratulations are rightfully so in order. That Dust 2 though, a little bit hectic to say the least, 11-10, and you decide to opt for an eco and somehow managed to pull it out of the bag. Talk to me about how that round unfolded from your perspective.
So I just think personally we had to save because then we have more economy, but I would say we played the save very well, and I just think my calling was good, so yeah, it was like a shocker, but I'm so happy we won, and I'm so just happy.
Honestly, as a 16-year-old IGL, how have you been finding the role? Because I know we spoke before we got on camera. Heading into today, you folks went from being undefeated in the African Championship to then unfortunately losing yesterday 0-2. So the mindset to reset coming into today, what was that like?
So last night I had a motivational speech with my team, and I just talked about everything, and we just understood each other, and we went into this game having fun, because yesterday we didn't have fun, we just played the game, but I wanted to have fun. I wanted to scream, laugh, and everything. So yeah.
You guys managed to pull it out of the bag. Now, when we focus on that Anubis match, you were 0-6 down as well, and then pulled out all the stops, managed to build up that momentum. What do you think it was, the key component that allowed you to win out on Anubis?
We used that first rounds to just kind of see what they're doing and spec out what they're doing. And after that, I just called some stuff that I think would work, and I'm just happy it worked.
You know what, I'm going to let you go ahead, celebrate with the team. Congratulations again, and let's find out what Alan had to say about that.
Thank you, Jasmine. Congratulations again to South Africa. And I think, guys, if there is one word to define that performance from the Saffers, it is crafty. Because the number of rounds where we're sat there thinking, this is over. There's no way they can possibly win this. They don't have the players, the money, they don't have the position, and they just somehow pull a rabbit out of the hat in the last moment. Was ridiculous during this series. I'm not even sure how they won it, but they did, and they're progressing forward.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if like either team really understands how they ended up at that finish line they did, because that was so back and forth. Again, yeah, the bloodbath was on display for Dust too. It was so much back and forth, so much basically lost opportunities that I think both sides are going to think to themselves that they should have converted, whether it's South Africa feeling like they should have been in a winning position earlier, whether it's Norway feeling like they should have been able to maintain the lead they initially had, and so on and so forth. It's just a myriad of odd situations and scenarios that eventually eke out for South Africa.
Yeah, and we kind of said it earlier, right? In the pre-game to this map, we kind of said if this ends up being a clean map, it will probably go to Norway. But as soon as the chaos begins, it seems like South Africa actually have the edge for whatever reason. And even earlier on this T side, we saw some success for them towards B. I think their T side didn't end up going great, but they won that early force buy that got them just enough rounds. And then towards the end there, it does just turn into the chaos. And I genuinely think having Avo just being such a positive personality probably helps so much, because she said they just wanted to have fun. And I think in that sort of game, you kind of need to have that attitude, because nothing is really making sense at moments. Both teams are losing rounds, so they probably shouldn't be losing. But when you have Avo over there, just so positive, even Vendetta is cracking a smile. You know? Even though he's watching Norway lose, you can't help but smile.
Yeah, you just hear this like constant like shrieks of happiness coming out every time South Africa, puts a round together, and I mean, it's infectious. Simple as. And I think, yeah, it's kind of hard to be stuck in a bad mood, really, or like get down on yourself when you have someone like that kind of spreading the positivity, or at least keeping your mind focused on the right things when, as you said, nothing makes sense anymore, right? Like at that point, you just have to focus on what you can control, and that's what's coming ahead, the round that you're about to play. Do what you can with what you have, really, and that's what we saw a perfect example of in, want to say round 23, like 11 to 10, when they're on an eco and obviously bring it back, and that's kind of what clutches the win for them.
Yeah, I think definitely a lot of credit also to Heart Jess. Proving that changing her name from I Hate Jess to Heart Jess, proving that self-love works, guys, because my goodness, she was so consistently good. She nearly got a 30 bomb on 2 separate maps, which is almost impossible on CS2. So massive credit to her. Just really, really consistent, clearly like the backbone of this team. And then again, some of those rounds where you could get tilted and maybe get frustrated because you've lost. There was even the round where Avo made the move up mid and you think, oh no, is that going to be the breaking point, the turning point? They're able to come back from it. And it's impressive, and it's almost a scenario where it actually feels like having the less experience, they use that to their advantage, weirdly, because they kind of are just viewing this as, okay, let's just keep it light, keep it having fun. Whereas I'm sure Norway was sitting there just kind of stressed, thinking, oh god, like this could go either way, and we're not enjoying ourselves.
I mean, I think that's again, goes back to that same round where we have South Africa on an eco, and you see the positionings that are taken up by Norway. They have 2 players posted up outside of Upper Dark. Nobody's actually peeking into it, so they're not getting any sort of information from it. They're just kind of hoping that South Africa runs into them. They're staying with 1 person in top mid, just kind of holding for any sort of aggression, and 1 person in T spawn, just kind of jump peeking to see if anything's going on there. Where they have a single player lurking out long and kind of just committing over to the past the cross of a long, and it just felt like they were too scared to really do anything, because again, they know what's on the line. Like they're too much in their head. They're thinking like, nobody wants to be that person who steps a little bit too far forward, gets taken out, potentially gives over a gun, so on and so forth, that they just end up doing nothing. And they sit there for like a full minute and get nothing for it. And then they have 55 seconds to actually regain map control of a map that they have no idea of what's going on. So it's really tough, and it feels like they got into their own heads and that played against them. Whereas you said, the South African mentality was just kind of like, yeah, play, have fun, dare to do stuff, and that worked out really, really well for them in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we're touching on it here, but there are 2 sides to the coin. on the one hand, South Africa are bringing back a lot of situations. They're winning clutches, they're winning crazy moments. But on the other side, Norway have strong positions, and they had it on Anubis. They probably should have won that map. They had it at times here on Dust too. We could see them coming off the stage, Vendetta. They didn't look happy. I feel like they know that there were maybe something like 10 rounds in this series that they dropped the ball on.
Yeah, and it particularly comes down to our after plans. Like you said, they get into positions where they've been able to take a site successfully. They've been able to have an advantage, a player advantage going into it as well. And I don't know, something short circuits at one point there, whether it's like multiple players stacking up on the same position, so you're basically all rendered useless by one piece of utility, that type of thing, or you're not peeking together, you're taking duels unnecessarily, or you're taking them too early, you know, in a post-plant scenario, and they just got punished for it time and time again. We said it after map 2, like, they can't keep making those mistakes if they want to win, and we kept seeing those mistakes repeat themselves, and I think that's why we end up with the final results as we do. But obviously, for a team that has as experienced players as Norway does, they shouldn't run into these issues, at least not as often as they did.
Yeah, and they can, I'm sure, bring up, you know, last-minute replacement. But at the same time, like, I don't know, if you have the mindset more of like a South Africa, then you can kind of use that to your advantage in a weird way, where it almost felt like the opposite. It looked like a team that had prepped so hard that they were putting pressure on themselves, weirdly, which shouldn't have been the case. It should have just been a case of, okay, well, we didn't actually make it through the qualifier. We're here anyway now. Let's just see what we can do. But it kind of felt like they put these higher expectations on themselves. I don't know if they just expected to be the favorites here against South Africa. Maybe that's part of it, but clearly South Africa are a team that are going to compete. I guess the one question for them going forwards is, Hardjess playing incredibly well, but that sort of output is so hard to sustain. They might need a little more out of the rest of the team. Still great to see her playing so well, but overall, got to be happy for them, and well, we'll get to see them later today, I'm pretty sure.
We will. The next game will indeed be Australia versus South Africa, and that will be a very tough test for the Saffers. So we'll see if they can maintain that form. Either way, very quick break for us, and we're back. We'll have the Saffers on stage with Australia with our next game of the day. We'll see you then.
You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
The minute this gun was loaded, one of you brave boys decided to go for the run. Just to fire it. Just to fire it.
Poland, France, Portugal and Spain already have their spots in the quarterfinals. Time for the decider games here in these groups to find out our 4 remaining playoff contenders. I've got 2 teams behind us. That'll be Australia and of course the South Africans, who have won over our hearts, let's say, after the previous performance. They've only had a short break, guys. The adrenaline must have been off the charts at the end of that last game. Just calming down actually is a big deal for these girls right now.
Absolutely so, and I guess in one way, yeah, once the adrenaline is settled and you're able to kind of reset that part, I think it's still nice to be able to get into a game rather quickly afterwards. You're still sitting with that good feeling of having obviously like fought really hard and secured a win to get to the side of your game. So you gotta, I guess, play off of that good emotion that you have within your body still and kind of like use that to get off to a good start in your series now versus an opponent that should be, by every mark, a little bit tougher than Norway.
Yeah, there is always the question people have, is it better to have just played the game and keep the momentum going, or is it better to be in Australia's position where they were able to watch the game and maybe pick up a tendency or two, a thing or two? I think in general, I do think we see the team that have just played tend to actually have the advantage as they can just keep on going, because I think that's honestly the path to victory here for South Africa. Cause chaos early, make them uncomfortable early, and just use the fact you're probably warmer early to your advantage. If they can do that, that kind of has to be the path to victory, because we are expecting Australia to be pretty solid favourites here, but we were kind of expecting that in the previous game too, and South Africa bruised after all.
Let's take a look at those groups and see how it ended up where we are at the moment. First up, we have Group A. Netherlands did indeed beat Hong Kong, so a rematch there between the States and Netherlands. It was pretty convincing overall from the US, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do drop a map in that decider.
Yeah, no, it could very well happen. And we did actually see the first map in Netherlands-Hong Kong went to, I think, double or triple OT.
Yeah.
Really?
So,
wow.
yeah, it's not like Netherlands had an easy game to make it to the deciders either. They've had to actually, exert some energy and effort here. So they might come in a little bit battered and bruised, or potentially warmed up, right? So we'll see how that pans out. But obviously, I think Veto is going to be interesting for that map to see what they end up playing, if it's just a complete mirror of what we saw in the first series, or if one of the teams have actually decided to change some things up. If it's the same Veto, then yeah, I kind of like leaning towards the US in this one, but it's not a given that the Americans are going to win this.
Yeah, I think if it's the same Veto, you have to hope that Netherlands have at least taken some big changes in how they're going to approach the maps, because maybe they just weren't quite ready for the crazy aggression of US. They probably should have been if they watched any of the qualifier games, but maybe they weren't.
Now, we've been saying the whole way through that everybody's sleeping on Kazakhstan. They can't just show up with some cracked players. And Argentina, Vendetta, they have learnt the hard way.
Exactly. Like, we knew. We knew. So we know not to underestimate nations like that. And yeah, they proved us wrong. Fun bounce back as well, because MJ, who had a bit of a disastrous series for them yesterday in their matches, had a massive bounce back and just kind of hard carried in that series to secure them a really, really tough deciders match, I'd say, versus Sweden, which we're going to have eyes on later. So looking forward to that. Not really too much to be said about France. They just look great from start to finish, obviously, judging from the results. We haven't had the opportunity to actually see them yet, but that's not really too much of a surprise either.
Let's take a look at Group C and see how that one is shaking out. Canada did emerge victorious. Hawker, though, a map win for Iran. That's a huge result for those girls.
Yeah, they were way more competitive than we were expecting. Even against Denmark, the maps weren't complete stomps. Getting a map win, I'm sure they will be really happy with that. And I think overall, it's great to see. I don't think any team has really been completely stomped here. You even said with Hong Kong China, they were able to at least get a map into the overtime. So yeah. There's not been a single team here where they've just been flunking out straight away. And that's always really great to see, because we really had no clue what to expect from Iran. So seeing them get a map, absolutely great.
It's kind of fun as well, because again, we have a specific person, Jasmine speaks Farsi, and she had been standing behind the Iranian team to kind of listen into, because she's never heard Farsi being spoken in a CS game. So yeah, she said it was a little bit hectic at times, but comms were flowing, so which is really, really fun. So excited to see that. Yeah,
exactly. What we like to hear. Group D, let's have a look at that one. Of course, the group of the moment here with the game behind us. We just saw the South Africa result. Of course, Spain, we didn't catch that on stream, but they're looking pretty formidable. And our decider, Australia, South Africa. Australia's played so much Counter-Strike, man. They've played so many rounds of CS. But one more game, and they'll be through to the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy they probably got at least a little bit of a lie-in earlier on ahead of this game, not having to play the first match. But yeah, still favourites. However, absolutely ways in which South Africa can make this a competitive series. I mean, you can even see in their results, they basically had similar results against Norway. Both are winning 2-1. Maybe Australia. I mean, actually, Australia were really close in that one against Norway, weren't they? So like,
yeah, it's a very, very tense game.
So maybe this is going to be closer than we expect. I think the interesting thing is Australia having to play against Spain, probably the team with the best chemistry and cohesion here. South Africa is kind of like the complete opposite. I think Spain are a very controlled and methodical team. South Africa seem like they're on the other end of the spectrum with complete chaos. But you've obviously, we'll talk about the rosters in a bit, but you've obviously got one player you're really looking at Australia, and then you're kind of seeing what else can we get from them.
Yeah, let's go straight in on that. Who are we looking at?
I mean, it's got to be VB, right? Probably one of the best players in the world. I think it's hard to debate otherwise, really. She's just been dominating and tearing it up in NA, and now she's doing the same thing for her national team as well. Not surprisingly, one of the highest rated players at this tournament so far, and that's even with a 2-0 loss against Spain. So yeah, she's going to be the one. She's going to be the clear star on the Australian side. Not to obviously forget the other ones like Artemis and so on, again, who have been putting in great performances. It's just that BB is kind of that generational talent from that region, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. You have BB, who's just going to be incredible. She'll be doing a bit of everything. And then I think having Artemis in here is useful, because she herself has a lot of experience. So it should be a good opportunity for her to try and not allow South Africa to cause all that chaos. And I think that's a big benefit to Australia, having that experienced head.
Let's bring up that roster so everybody at home knows who we are talking about. Of course, BB, no doubt, is the standout. You touched on it a bit there, guys, but is the cavalry here, though? And equally, is South Africa the team to expose that if they aren't?
It's difficult to say, because I think we were all surprised by Harja's performances in that previous series, right? Yeah. I think she ended up with a total of 75 frags over the course of 3 maps. That was 30 frags more than Avo, who was her closest teammate, which is obviously like an incredible performance, absolutely lights out. I'm not sure if, how easy it is for her to replicate that, but if you were to talk about BB, I wouldn't really have any worries of that being a thing you see time and time and time again. So I don't think necessarily Australia needs to be as worried about having a front runner to kind of lead the way. It's tougher for me to see South Africa being able to replicate those kind of performances to really dismantle BB and force the others to really stand out in that way. But I do also think there is quality on the Australian side, obviously.
Yeah, for sure. And the difference is obviously I actually wouldn't be surprised if BB was that far ahead of everyone else on the server, whereas if HeartJess did that again, that would be a pretty big shot.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, it would be crazy, and I hope we get to see it. And Artemis, as we were saying, in-game leading. The one interesting thing for Australia, they haven't really AWP'd much in this tournament. I think their highest player has like 0.05 AWP kills per round. That's something to keep an eye on, because we did see South Africa using the AWP to some decent success there on Dust 2. We saw that come through, so maybe that's going to be something to look out for in this series, depending on the maps, of course.
We have the roster for South Africa. Avo, the spiritual leader, I guess, of this team, 16 years old, leading a team at an international tournament, just probably had the biggest result of her life, winning the previous game up against Norway. It's hard not to get infectious with the energy, is it? But fairy tales don't always work out.
They don't.
I really fear.
She's only 16, don't tell her that.
I'm sorry, but I just feel like BB's going to run over these girls.
Let her live in her positivity, okay, Alan? Don't
At
bring
least
her down.
till the game starts.
Yeah.
Then it might go wrong.
Yeah, I will say though, again, like we did see more promise out of the AWP and more impact from the AWP of Gracie over on Dust 2 again. That's positive. That's a good sign for South Africa. And I also think we didn't necessarily see the most out of Megs, who is touted to be the most individually skilled player on that team. So the fact that they're able to topple Norway, obviously off the back of an amazing performance from HeartJess, maybe there is more to really offer up from the side of South Africa. Maybe Megs can be the one to kind of take that role now for the South African team and lead them on their way together with Avo. They're not completely out of it. And again, I guess we've seen enough to this point to not necessarily write anyone off. So we've been surprised as it is already in this tournament. So even though it does look a little bit bleak in terms of just what we've seen out of the two teams in total and what we know of the players, still the match needs to be played out. And maps can make a big difference here as well.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, HeartJess, aim was looking incredible, impact incredible. We've talked a lot about her. I think with Megs, as you said, maybe the overall kills weren't there, but still a lot of clutches won by her throughout the series. So maybe that's where she's going to come into her element if there are more late round scenarios that she needs to be in. But sometimes I guess HeartJess is just stealing all the kills before that can even happen. So who knows? But yeah, definitely want to see her in more clutches. And Avo also, I think you can see that the nice thing is she's got that ability to keep on making calls positively, even if something goes wrong. We saw moments where she would make a call and it would be honestly probably the wrong decision, going up against low buys and going for aggressive moves, but it's not phasing her at all. And I think that's a really positive thing to have for this team, because it means if they go on a losing streak, which we saw happen, they can still come straight back into it. It doesn't look like she's ever going to collapse in on herself and start to second guess things. She's just going to keep going.
I think she's warming up by doing like dinosaur roars or something in the background as we're sitting here now. So she's pumped. Yeah, I think it's a massive advantage to have such a positively spirited person on your team to just never really give up on anything. Because you said, yeah, you can make the wrong call. Just like, don't let that be the end of the world. And then it seems like that's never going to be the case for these guys.
I imagine some players would get annoyed by it as well. Like, you're watching over and she's just there, like, having the time of her life, just like, seeming like, not that she doesn't care, but just like, she's just very relaxed about it. And you're sitting there like, what is
doing dances, like, after rounds, etc., like busting out Michael Jackson's Thriller or something. And then just like, then going back to, obviously, like, winning games.
We just need the TikTok dances. That's what we need now. That's what would really tilt the older players.
Maybe that's what she's been waiting for, like the Siders match. Gotta, bring all the cards to the table now.
Exactly.
We'll keep tabs on that. On the Australia side, of course, we focus on, and rightly so, the individual in BB. But I feel like, particularly for this matchup, they need to be calm, collected, good communication. Norway maybe fell apart in that aspect, but to stave off the chaos, you need to be the calm. You need to be the zen up against these girls.
Yeah, you need to be the zen, but you can't be afraid.
Yes.
Like, there's the difference between like having a calm approach to something and then being overly passive. And I think at times we saw Norway make that mistake of basically giving up too much space to the chaos, etc., not necessarily having a good way of getting back into a round as a result. So that's a fine line to thread that Australia needs to nail down. And in many ways, maybe yesterday's game was a bit of a wake-up call. Obviously, it was marred with technical issues as well, which is another hurdle that you kind of need to break down mentally and be able to reset from. So I feel like with how much they've played already, with how much they've had to deal with in terms of diversity, they should be pretty well equipped to kind of brush off a lot of the things that might go wrong early on in a map or something like that, and actually maintain, that calmness over them to not let the game run away from them.
I do think the other positive is the series they had against Spain was close enough, where I think that proves to me that the team play should be there to a decent ability. The thing that's tough for this Australian team is they probably didn't get much practice in, because we were saying a lot of them in Australia and then a couple of them in America, so it's really hard to actually get the proper practice down, which does seem scary when you're going against a South Africa team that are going to try and really pick at those weaknesses in your team play and chemistry. But here we go with the map veto. This is interesting. We actually saw Australia picking Dust 2 earlier on. Now South Africa pick it into this series. I was really interested with the Dust 2 because Australia picked that in a previous matchup despite not having an AWPer, which seemed wild to me. But now they get South Africa to pick it for them instead. So they've got to be at least somewhat happy with that. It's clearly a map that they're at least somewhat happy to play. Then we get that Mirage as the decider.
Yeah, as a third map, obviously, I don't think any of the teams mind playing Mirage in that sense. But I'd say this is a pretty fair overall three-mapper. Doesn't feel like there's anything that swings like massively in favor of the other team from what we've seen so far. And this is kind of the map pool that I expected to see a lot of, in all honesty. But I'm really curious to see like how this chaotic style of the South Africans are going to work on a map like Inferno. Because again, we talked about this with the US on their CT sides of Inferno. Aggression is great, but it's not always going to be a viable option. And there's, again, like limited avenues for you to be aggressive on the CT side of Inferno. This is also going to be the case for South Africa. Again, which I've done Dust 2. They were happy to take space on through cat, through mid, etc. You don't have as many avenues to do it easily, at the very least, on Inferno. So that could get dicey. So it remains to be seen. Same thing with T side as well. If they like to thrive in a bit of chaos, like are they still able to potentially like pump the brakes on a T side and just play slow and grindy for an entire half?
That actually feels like a shrewd pick for Australia for that very reason as well. And having it first in the series probably feels really nice because you do not expect there to be too much that goes completely outside the box.
True.
Maybe there's 1 or 2 rounds where, I don't know, you get rushed on banana and you're not ready, or maybe there's 1 or 2 rounds where in the mid round someone pushes through apartments, but that shouldn't be happening too often. And I think that is actually a big benefit to Australia here. If it was like a Mirage or a Dust 2 and you quickly start losing rounds and you quickly start losing confidence, that could be a completely different story. This should be a map where things should make sense. It's hard to have an Inferno game where things don't make sense. If there were a team to do it though, I guess it might be South Africa.
So Australia have played all 3 of the maps in this veto. South Africa have not yet played Inferno. We spoke yesterday a little bit about how just having a little bit of experience, especially in a real competitive environment, is handy. So again, we said it earlier today, very unknown quantity, South Africa, and especially on Inferno, who knows? Who knows what we're going to see in this one?
That's part of the fun, though.
Yes.
Again, like we've been positively. I feel like we've been predominantly positively surprised by any sort of like unknowns that we've had so far, whether it's individual players or teams, how they work as a unison and whatnot. So I'm ready to be again happily surprised yet again by what South Africa has to offer.
Yeah, and I think on the Australia side, I do think that they will want to be playing a controlled style with Artemis in there as well. And the other thing that South Africa are going to have to deal with is that they have not played a player like BB yet. They simply haven't. Yeah. And that is going to be something completely different that they'll have to feel on the server. And that's going to be hard to shut down. Like, if you are trying to just take aim fights against her, you are going to be punished more than likely. And if that's like what they're relying on here, that is terrifying because, yeah, as you said, there's arguments that she's the best rifler here in this tournament. She's certainly top 3, top 5. So that's an exciting prospect here for Australia. We haven't got to see them yet. And I think, we've been hyping up BB a lot. It would be hilarious if she now flops. But she barely flops, so we should be okay.
Exactly, yeah. She's super consistent in everything we've seen her in playing so far. So we have no reason to expect otherwise, right? And I think
that's why we can talk her up. Like, we're so confident we can't curse her. She can't be cursed.
Not even the commentator's curse is going to break BB. But I think one of the things that is kind of fun, given South Africa's play style and what you mentioned in terms of preparation for Australia, because they were on 2 different continents. 2 of the players in NA, 3 of the players in Australia. That obviously leads to difficult practice environment. So apparently what they have been doing as preparation for the tournament is basically dry running, which is great. That allows you to have proper executes and whatnot. The problem is if you have to play against disruptive teams. South Africa is disruptive.
Yes.
Like, so I'm looking forward to see how like that blend of I guess mentalities and kind of preparation to the tournament as well is going to pan out for these two teams. And yeah, if South Africa can find avenues to make things uncomfortable for Australia.
You might know the story better than me, but there was like an Asian team in 1.6. I can't remember who apparently
we made
was
Fox.
it. Yes, there you go. Who literally just
well,
dry around.
Eastro at that point or something.
The problem is, like, I think that works then because I don't think a lot of teams were dry running as hard and they weren't maybe as structured and nailing all the executes. You've got to expect that the teams are going to have that style now. So even if you've got some executes planned, that's kind of not the core of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
What we love about Counter-Strike is it's so reactive, and really having the team play in specific moments is the most important thing nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, they also say in the military, no plan survives first contact.
Sure.
You can do all the dry runs in the world, but when BB shoots you in the head, or maybe Jess on the other side, things can fall apart. Some would have tipped Australia to win this group. Some people felt like they were going to beat Spain, claim that top seed. They didn't win that Spain game. They're now, best case scenario, second seed. They could draw a Portugal or a Poland in the first round. France as well. They will draw one of those three. They need to play themselves into form. If they want to make it deeper in this tournament, it's time now to put up or shut up. They need to start looking good.
Yeah, I guess, you mentioned the fact that they played all these maps so far in this tournament. That's a benefit for them, obviously, going into this decider game. If they were to win this, then they haven't necessarily like gotten to fully test their map pool going into a playoff stage, which can get a little bit dicey as well because, like everything needs to step up one notch going into the playoffs in terms of individual level, team play, what have you, if you're going to make it far. So interesting to see how Australia deals with that.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, I feel like the map pools in general, it's going to be so matchup dependent because I don't know how many teams do have a deep map pool, but you are right. If they go up against a team who can pick something they haven't played, that will be very interesting. And maybe they have just been able to play their comfort so far, but even if they have, they're able to in this series as well, which is going to be nice for them.
Will BB reign supreme, or will the fairy tale continue? Lucy, Brandon, let's find out.
I love that Alan said that some people have pegged that Australia could top their group. I am some people, let's be honest. It's been a lot of hype for Australia from me, but I know that now that we've got South Africa up against them, I love both these teams. I'm enjoying watching them both. Obviously, I'm a little leaning towards one side. Brandon, where do you throw your hat?
I don't know. Who would it be? Who would you be biased towards, Lucy?
Who can say?
It's Australia.
Or no.
Yeah, look, I'll go with South Africa on this one. I'll kind of keep things a little bit more level-headed. I do think Australia have got what it takes, I'll be honest, but the heart has been won over completely.
Yeah,
especially after that best of 3 against Norway. I'm like, okay, I really want to see it get a deep run. Like, that was definitely the best result that South Africa have recorded at a LAN. If they could make it into the playoffs, that would be incredible.
They've made a lot of fans here.
They have. And I'll tell you what, with the name change, Hutchess has been unbelievable.
Yeah, there really is something to that.
And there's a lot of South Africans watching at home. Hayes, I know you're there. Hello, mate. How you doing?
G'day, Australia. Connie, I know you're watching. Let's give it that's a nice gush to get things started. But Mex is the one that gets the first kill. Vivian, quick on the response. Pixar in the open, getting flushed out, but she finds the frag. Maddie's done damage, but they can't break their way in.
Are they going to reset? And South Africa, what we saw a lot on their CT sides, especially against Norway, is they were over-rotating massively. And you can really get punished, especially on a map like Inferno. Avo, has she got the time in here? Yes, she does. Finds the first, but it's Bibian again.
Yeah, what a shot from Bibi. I know that she's been hyped up a lot, but it's for bloody good reason.
Oh, she's unbelievable.
Bomb being planted. Decent setup. JD has put... I was going to say she's going to be the one who takes point, but no. It's Vivian that finds another. Pixar has lurked out through the apartments. You see they are aware of this position in towards pit. Pixar starts to move out, looking for Vivian. Damage being done. She's under pressure, but bailed out by her teammate. And there comes Vivian. It's a quad kill to get things started.
And if that doesn't set the tempo or the tone, I don't know what will, because they were crucial kills as well for Bibian. The instant one in towards Banana, the reset, trading out Avo, and then just making sure that Australia have got really good post plants. They won't let those slip. And yes, they've been dry running, but this team has got a lot of reps on the international stage. Whenever they come together, it does feel like they're a really cohesive unit.
Ooh, an immediate tempo changer after we get a little tech pause coming through, I think.
Looks like it.
Yeah, seems the case. I know Australia were watching on in that matchup versus South Africa to see who they'd be playing against. So it would be their, I guess, grudge match back against Norway, or whether it would be South Africa that prevailed. And no one knew really until the last round how that was going to play out. And yeah, it's an interesting conversation, you know, Hawker was saying about, you know, are you better off being the team that's kind of coming in hot, having just played? Or are you better off being the team that's not had to just go through a grueling best of 3 where you've extended all your energy? But it seems like, as of late, it has felt like the teams that have been just coming hot off the press seem to have that slight edge. What do you think?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that the option should be given, though. Like, if they want an extended break, like, I feel like they should be able to take one. So they were given some time, but they were really quick to come back to the PCs. So I think they were ready just to keep on going.
I mean, the good news is, right, like, Ava's like 16, you know, like, these kids these days, all they want to do is game. They'll play like 15 facets in a row, they're happy, so, you know, maybe not so big a deal. I gotta say, all right, so no offense to Australia, but South Africa's jersey clears. They steal our colors, which is kind of rude, but I feel like if we had gold, like a primary gold one, that would look really cool and like a cool contrast. But I just look at this one every time and it's got, you wouldn't know this, but like it's got this, the Indomie sponsor who in Australia, they do the instant noodles, the Migarang, instant like ramen.
Oh, I'm just gonna sit down. You carry on.
It's cool. I'll keep telling everyone about. Well, everyone at home knows because they're all bloody Australian. But this is like the quintessential university food. You know, when you're Australian and like you're off to uni, because it's like a couple of dollars, and you know, it's a decent meal. You got the little sachets that you tip into it. Some people put other additional things to spice it up. It's, you know, it's a whole thing. Anyway, they just got this massive sponsor there. It just reminds me of my uni days. Shout out anyone that went to university in Australia. Let's go back into the action.
Back to regularly scheduled programming, back to more interesting topics, not just super noodles.
Big up the Migarang.
Sorry, go on.
I love that we've got this Commonwealth battle between these two countries. We always have each other's back until we're against each other.
That's the way it goes. Look at this stack for South Africa. They've got everyone basically in apps. Heart Jess has now been spotted as well, and that is going to put JD on notice. She'll back up just a little bit, be Maddie that gets the kill. This should just be a quick walk into B, and it is.
Nice
Bomb
little
needs to
disconnect.
cross.
Oh, Maddie. Big Star slides in, but Jade's there on the cleanup. Artemis by her side. It's all good. They're not going to Norway it.
Wow.
Too soon?
Too soon. It's been like 30 minutes.
It has been. It's not been long at all. And also nice eco frags.
I think you were saying about a desk point. Another one I want to bring up, which I thought was really funny, is that Hawker was like, well, on Inferno, like, it should be pretty straightforward. Like, we're going to know what to expect. Mate, no, we don't. Let's be honest. South Africa are going to throw so much into this that we're going to be so just, I think, blown away by what they're going to offer.
And I actually spoke about, you know, in the veto for the last match that I thought South Africa might lean into Inferno because ATK was a team that picked into the Inferno quite a lot. It was the map we saw every time they had a chance to play ESL Impact, for instance. So, sure, they got 13-0'd by Enigma Galaxy.
Well, did you need to bring that up, really?
Yeah, I did, actually.
Okay.
But everyone's been 13-0. I mean, Na'Vi Javelins have been 13-0'd by Enigma Galaxy, so, you know, happens to the best of us. Pro going fast, Mac 10 in hand. Megs will win out that engagement, and because she committed through the fire, there was no support.
That was really aggressive, and yeah, because there was just no support, that's free and easy for South Africa. Now they can just sit back. I don't think they will. Heart Jess, it feels like she's ready to go around the corner again. Meanwhile, over on A, Australia haven't really probed too much into Tot's brackets. They're just waiting for the smokes to sort of dissipate. And that smoke has missed. That's supposed to go towards apps.
Yeah, not quite it. Flash play to retake control, but they're falling back, so they do concede that space. Jess will drop the smoke forward, but it's gone quite deep. They can swing on her, and they might just do that. She gets aggro, but it's Bibi that takes off one. Artemis ready for the follow-up. And that's now B open.
Yeah, well played from Team Australia. They see the flash, they're thinking about backing up, but they see it and they're like, okay, we could probably win out this fight. We know it's going to be aggressive here out of South Africa. Bibi just holds the line, Artemis swings on the contact. It's a really nice sort of double setup. We know South Africa are more than happy to go for rounds like this. On Inferno, Savin is often more promoted than normal. I'd definitely be promoting one here. I don't think that there's any real desire to go for this. There's no kits.
They love to do it though. They absolutely love it. This double up at sandbags, how are you going to... Oh, there is a kit, okay. But how are you going to deal with this? Yeah, Avo not anticipating that at all. In fact, she didn't clear it one bit, so a slight misplay there. And now you got this double up, you can't recover that kit, and even escaping might be tricky now. You're going to have to try and fight your way out. And it's gotten incredibly costly. South Africa love to stick around. They stick a little bit too long.
Yeah, and they shouldn't have, to be honest. Yes, there's a kit in Banana. I suppose they've got time. They just didn't really have the utility.
That's the thing. 3 on 4 as well. You've just got those guns out. Great round from Australia though, right? They lose the opening pick with Ipa going very aggressive. Banana, she's isolated, removed. But just that patience and the response to the utility that South Africa threw out. They knew exactly what that indicated. Bibi peeks the corner, finds her pick. Artemis is then ready to swing.
And again, it's Ipo taking all of the contact, and she gets more than she bargained for. A lot of players at Banana. In fact, it's the whole roster of South Africa. Bibian welcomes it with open arms, but only goes 1 for 1. This has created space on A. It should still be fine for Australia.
There's armor and a kit on Jess, so, you know, there's a possibility to make this interesting. The rest are weak, but they can be cannon fodder to set her up. The difficulty is the bomb gets planted, and there are re-smokes available too for long. CJ's got one in her back pocket. Maddie's already out here, so she's going to be ahead of this rotation.
Depends on timing.
If she catches Jess, then the round's done. And
Round's
she does. Oh, nice shot from Megs. Okay, there's still some interest to this. The kick can be recovered, but with lack of armor, now a molly landing just to delay you further. It doesn't get any easier, but don't give up these fights. Give an opportunity for them to get into this. Clock ticking on down. Remember, that kit has been recovered. There's a chance for this one. They try and overwhelm, but it's Artemis in the backside that holds firm.
Every single time you think that they shouldn't go for stuff, they do. And I guess you can forgive them in this round because it's a half buy. But 2 kills come in. You're holding on to an AK. You're holding on to a Galil. I'm really surprised they're not saving again.
Yeah, especially the AK, right, at that stage. I think just because they got down to the 2-on-2 and they had the kit, it kind of incentivizes you to give it a look in. I mean, we saw them pull off some pretty remarkable retakes.
The thing is, I don't think you're going to get that against Australia.
No, that's true.
They are so disciplined that they're not going to overextend.
Yeah, I mean, despite, you know, having, you know, a slightly different roster than last time, and despite not having time in the server before they got here, it's not like there's a lack of experience here, and even playing together. Jason playing in NA alongside Bibian, so plenty of reps against good competition. We know Artemis and Epre from every iteration of this Australian roster, and even Maddie is a bit of an OG player. She's represented the country way back in the day. So, actually, I'm not sure if she's represented the country, but she's definitely kind of played, you know, at the top level women's CS against some strong opposition back in the day.
Who are we missing then from Australia from normal?
There's a couple of players. Connie played last time, but she was kind of like a last-minute addition to the squad. So yeah, just kind of, I wouldn't say filling the spot, but she obviously brings, you know, with herself
she came out
a
of
bunch
retirement.
of, yeah, it was out of retirement basically. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so she doesn't return.
Okay, and the other one? As a die-hard Australian?
Dude, I'm like picturing her face. It's Hannah, H's.
Yeah.
Did you know that and you were just like testing if I remembered?
Yeah, of course.
I'm like, yeah, we spend so much time hanging out with them too. I feel so bad. Gracie, talk about the AWP diff being a potential thing here. She does find success early. I will say the way that she plays the off is a little crazy sometimes.
It's absolutely
this
wild.
This is discipline though. She gets the kill and she falls back dark.
Yeah, nice. And remember, look, all throughout that series against Norway, bar Dust 2, it was always South Africa coming back into games. Like they are not out of this first half, not one bit. Look at the scaling out of Jade immediately. Just walking in towards short. Mollies are brilliant to flush them out. And yet, Heart Jess has still found a kill. Bibian with the trade, but look at Avo.
There's Megs going, but yeah, Avo in the...
Oh, okay. Avo
oh my
was there.
God! Bibi just runs in and kills everyone.
10 and 1. 10 and 1.
It's ridiculous. I know we talk so much about Bibian go kill, but like legitimately that's what that round was.
And that was even after, again, South Africa finding the opening pick. Please save. Like, there is zero requirement for you to go for this round. You have a kit, you don't have any utility apart from one flashbang. You've got the AWP, it's not happening.
What, they're going for, no, wait, get out of there. There's no time.
There is no time.
It's exits. Come on.
Guys. Guys.
All right, they're giving Bibi her second death. I swear to God. Oh, if Maddie swung and removed them. Oh, she's just gonna go down. All right, they made it costly.
They did.
But they're also 0-5 down.
All right, I'll give them it. I'll give them it. But
They didn't lose their players. All right, Arrow's bringing some energy. They need it.
We got exit kills, guys.
Let's go.
I remember looking at HLTV last night, just as I was going to bed for Australia, Spain.
Oh, yes.
It
We'll keep
was
an eye on that.
Bibian 25 kills, map 1, and they didn't win.
Yeah. Sometimes even Bibi go kill doesn't work.
I'll be honest with you as well. Like this is sometimes a bit of a criticism on Bibian because when we have seen her at sort of like ESL Impact times. So what's really good is this has now been like back-to-back events where I've watched her and I thought this is really good. She kind of got over that hurdle.
Yeah, I think she definitely had some land jitters on the first couple of occasions, and for FlyQuest Red / COG Red, you know, it was a struggle losing such a critical player. I also like on this team, she gets to play a lot of star roles. Trades back and forth. Pixar has doubled up, giving an advantage, but the bomb site has been lost. The bomb needs to be picked up. It's fallen into Boiler.
The rotates are so far away as well.
They're already in the site. Are they going to be ready for this?
Yeah, it looks like it. Artemis has just seen it, but what about the player deep insight? No, not quite. Pixar, again, doing everything. Potentially could get the ace, but Bibian denies.
A 1v4 for Bibian. Bomb goes down. She has a re-smoke if she wants to throw it. In fact, she's going to drop it close so she can play around it. Isolate some of these angles. Aegis forward, looking for Jess, who is tucked in towards Library. She's anticipating a push out from this side, so Jess's angle might catch her up, but when she doesn't see anything, she now gets the info off that utility. The smoke at her back, they're coming from behind. She just needs to isolate these fights, but they're running her down, and she can't quite control it. Too many players overwhelmed. They take their time to show their hand, and she can't keep up.
That's the key thing. They take their time. They see the smoke's up, but that has only been deployed as the bomb's gone down. So they can take their time. They can wait until it fades, and you've got the different elevation swings. The fact that Heart Jess never swings, just leads with utility, keeps Bibian interested. It just facilitates the whole play. That was genuinely one of the best retakes I think we've seen out of South Africa all day.
Yeah, I love the flash through with Pixar sliding through, and yeah, Gracie is kind of out in the open, but it doesn't matter. It sets up Pixar. That bomb getting lost in Boiler really delays them a lot because two players go back to deal with that, and they lose control of the site for that moment. This time, Bibi looks to take point. Good util, it will flush Megs forward, so they get the control. It's going to cause a rotation. Pixar starts to rotate.
Look at this. They pushed their own smoke, though. Avo's now going walking towards second mid and can't catch off Jade. That should have been a kill, dead to rights. Instead, it goes the other way.
Now you just got Gracie alone. She's pushing through the apartments with the AWP. Takes the close line in case the player's over here. She's going to get the info. But it's still a split of players. Pixar rotates back, moves into short. The rotations are going to be fast up Banana, but it's going to be an AWP as part of it. And Megs goes looking for info.
Why?
They had the info on mid. It falls now up to Jess, who's been so strong. Tucked in towards second, gets that first kill and a second. It still doesn't feel like it's going to be enough, but these two players are fast up Banana.
That's the key thing. Fake plant, they heard them. That's the issue, and now you know that Gracie's there with the AWP. Bomb can now be committed. Molly gets thrown on it. Jade not upset by it. That was the chance for Gracie. Instead, she gets a second bite at it, but no, it's the nade that does the damage. And if Megs doesn't swing, you think that round would be even better because iHeart Jess got a double.
Yeah, if she just sat back, because exactly as you mentioned, they had the information, right? Because Gracie's pushed down to second middle. You got a play that's cleared short already in Pixar. You know it's going to be B. So maybe just a lack of communication. Maybe it wasn't commed over that we've cleared this space and you can sit back on B.
If it wasn't commed, it should have been.
Absolutely. I don't know exactly what goes on there, but that does cost them significantly. And now they go fast. Artemis with the forward spawn. Megs tucked in sandbags. They don't fully clear, but the trade is fast. Jess, again, under pressure. They're not slowing down. The Flames will force them to pause. Epo's just charged in. Jess will swing out and deliver that frag. Can't get the follow-up, though. Jade's been really good in these critical kills. Bomb will go down, and it is half HP on one player, so a chance here because it's a fast push-up banana again.
Yeah, look at the boost as well. Are you going to be ready? Are you going to be accounting for this? Yes, you're jiggled by the new box player. Keep your eyes on Banana. Never mind, it's Bibian, so there's only one outcome. There is a kit, there's only one smoke, and now there's only one player. And whilst Gracie will find Maddie with the trade, this feels impossible. Australia in control, Jade on the swing, helped out by the Flames. There is no way through, no route in to this bomb site, so Australia will go up 7-1.
That Molotov is painful. Gracie will get one on the way out, but the round is done. That one's direct. When there's only two players on B, they work that out early with the space they're able to get towards top banana. As soon as they trade out onto Megs, it's this clear one-way traffic straight into the site. Isolate that final player. 3v3 with the bomb down on B always feels good.
I think the thing is as well, is like we speak about Australia so much and like, oh yes, they have been doing dry runs, like they have been, like that's just been the way that they're practicing. They are a really aggressive team as well. Like they do love to sort of rush everywhere. They can play structured, but they don't mind getting down and dirty.
Yeah, I think Artemis has also got a lot of, you know, different notes in her playbook. They've got Viridian behind them as well, who obviously provides a lot of experience. He's been very active within the Australian scene for some time, so he'll have his own ideas he introduces that Australia didn't necessarily have last time. South Africa don't have, you know, that experience standing behind them, and they're relying on Avo, what she can come up with. Australia have a lot of edges. Avo, cheeky position. Oh, cleared. I did not think she was going to be cleared then.
It's Jade again. Just been absolutely fantastic. Just being really thorough in every angle that she's taken. This is sort of my first time really watching her. I've been impressed. Look at this push in Banana. That's the only thing I think South Africa got going for them. And this is a 1-for-1. This is still fine. And the play down Banana has been caught off guard by Maddie. So it is Heart Jess in a 1v3.
Yeah, you know, honestly, considering this team hadn't played together as 5 until they arrived here in Saudi Arabia, I'm super impressed by how cohesive they look.
I mean, it's because the core have played together in so many of these international events. Maddie's looking sharp, Jade's looking sharp, the whole team just, it feels very strong.
Yeah, Jade's been super impressive. Obviously, we know that she's been grinding it out over in North America, and it's a little weird that we've got like 3 Australians playing in like ESL Impact North America. You know, it's a bit odd, but we'll take it. We get that representation, but more importantly, we get the experience, right? You know, I know that her teams haven't necessarily been at the top of the league over there, but she gets so many reps against the best women's teams in that region, and they probably scrim against, you know, the good men's teams too as well, right? So plenty for it. Bibi doesn't need to see him to kill him. I spotted Gracie on the cross too, so she only gets 1.
This is getting desperate now for South Africa. Like the initial stuff hasn't worked. In that round, your top middle player gets caught first, and you feel like you have to help out second mid, especially when there's 1 kill back from Gracie. But then a second delayed top mid swing. This is starting to become really uncomfortable if you're a South African fan.
Which there's most likely a lot of these days. I don't want to. I want both teams to win.
That can't happen. I hate to be that guy.
That's
That is
Spain's
just,
fault.
that's not how games work.
Yeah, okay. Not going for it, recovering the rifle. They'll disengage. But 9 on the T side. This is the map pick of Australia, but yeah, this is just one way.
This is one way, but it's also it's not like these rounds have actually been close.
No.
And that sounds horrible, but when you think about the rounds that they were losing in the Norway best of 3, it felt like there was like 1v1s, 2v2s all the time, just slightly edging and favouring out these other teams. Here it has just been a complete collapse, and South Africa will take a timeout, but the individuals are just being bowled over.
It's actually kind of surprising because Norway did put Australia through their paces.
That's true.
You know, it was a 2-1, but the Anubis which was the pick of Australia, went OT and they lost it, which is probably why they banned it here, to be fair, because South Africa won Anubis.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, yeah, just by the maths of it, let's avoid that map. But yeah, I really thought that given how that match had gone, that South Africa could have a little bit more fight here. Obviously, just the first map. And we've seen what South Africa could do on Dust 2. Mirage definitely had a good half. But the veto reads Australia through. They love Dust 2. They love Mirage. It was like all they played last time.
True. And again, like I just want to quickly circle back to the point we've been making. Obviously, I actually think South Africa are sort of in the shoes of what Australia were last year in Yash, where it is them trying to disrupt people. It's them trying to just get ahead of the curve a little bit and be menaces in the server. I think Australia are that, but now this year they're more because they've also got that structure. They've now got more experience.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. It's injection of experience. As fantastic as Bibi is being, you know, so far in this, it's not like the team is lacking around her.
Exactly. And Artemis is always good for like a once-an-event game where she just takes over, and we haven't had that yet at this event. She's potentially saving it for playoffs.
Yeah, she can be absolutely brilliant. Imagine we might see the AWP out on the CT side. We'll see if we even get much of a CT side. On to B we go. 2 players lie in wait. Jess from above will connect one with the 5-7, and Megs on the spray finds one as well. Jay will trade out. They know this player was here, but she's disengaged. Oh, what?
Okay.
The pistol spam, of all things, gets the kill.
A bomb's not down, by the way. 20 seconds left, and that means South Africa could potentially force the issue through these smokes. And Bibian fakes it, needs the kill, can't get it over Megs, and suddenly Jade, thrown into a 1v4, runs out of ammo, and is now running out of time, and South Africa are just running at her. That's a second round on the board, a necessary one for them.
Yeah, but an uncharacteristic miss there from Bibian onto Megs. That's the... You guys can't hear it, but the South Africans, well, Avo. I wish you could hear it.
I think they're screaming at
Oh yeah, they're screaming at each other.
Yeah.
I think the Australians yelled back. Love it. Friendly banter between these two teams.
Whilst all that's going on as well, you've got a really serious engagement with Viridian, who's like on the headset, and he's like gesturing like with his hands and stuff, and you just got the screams back and forth.
It's interesting because he's not actually talking to Artemis either. All right. Yeah. That one's surprising. South Africa went into that with a much lighter buy, but the 2 players on site get a kill apiece, and the disengage from Megs is brilliant.
They're always good for one of those.
Yeah, always good for one.
I can't believe Pixar hits that shot through
That's
the smoke.
ridiculous. What even pistol was that? Was that a P250?
P250.
Double
yeah.
dink?
Yeah. Bang, bang.
That's
See you
just
later.
not even, that's not even fair.
That smoke's landed really deep.
Oh my god, Gracie. Right in the open. Lucky that Maddie was mid-jump. She doesn't want to slow down. Oh, wow. What an opener onto Avo. They were not anticipating the pace. And now Gracie is under pressure. Drops the HE forward just to give herself some space, but she is overwhelmed. This round is all Maddie.
Yeah, this is just acceleration out the gate. You take a timeout, Australia go, do you know what? We've seen you put the pace on, we're now going to do it back to you. And I think as soon as you see that deep CT smoker as well, you know it's slightly missed. They're going to be worried about Banana. 4 versus 3, HP bar still low, and you've already got this lurk from top middle.
Smoke lands for the retake. They're definitely looking like they've got the good setup for it. The Flames do so much damage though. Bibian finds the kill. Bibian finds 2 kills through the smoke onto heads. Epo closes, double digits, 10-2-1. Australian domination.
Yeah, no contest really, to be honest. Thought the individuals would sort of arrive here, and they have. It's not just Bibian, it is everyone on the server. Jade and Maddie been exceptional. Maddie, even in that round, just getting the 2 opening kills, and it's just the instantaneous decision making. Again, that's a difference that we can draw away from Norway and Australia. It's as soon as they get the kills, they're ready to go, and they just keep going.
What a half of Counter-Strike. Could have been 11-1 if not for the half fire. South Africa always good for one. But this is looking like a complete change-up from that first series you saw from South Africa. And, you know, for all the energy that they had in that series earlier, you got to imagine it does burn through quickly with the intensity of that series.
Yeah, of course it does. And then obviously you're going into a harder matchup because just the way the bracket works, right? Like you're going from elimination game to elimination game. You've still got the stress and the pressure on your shoulders of trying to make it out the groups. You're going into a team that was expected to potentially win the group.
What the? Is she gaming with her legs up like that?
Yeah.
I don't know, that doesn't feel right.
I don't know, a lot of players
do it. How much reach do you have that's able to... Yeah. Alright.
I can't even cross my legs normally.
Okay. Weird flex. South Africa look to go towards A. A smoke on short will isolate 2 players. Artemis will fall back and hold through. Maddie ready for this long play, but Artemis gets overwhelmed. Now they start to accelerate. Jess finds the kill on Maddie. This is looking good. Epo and backside can't get a thing done. Jess is a bit of a goddess when it comes to the pistols.
Okay, and now we're going to get that South African flair of just... Again, limit testing what they can try and achieve. Australia should have been prepared for this. Maybe they weren't ready for the acceleration even on the pistol. But look, it's Bibian and Jade. Potentially they can make something happen. Every corner needs to be cleared. And Bibian will take that one every day of the week. But Avo on short teaches Australia a lesson. Do not underestimate the acceleration of South Africa.
Yeah, there she is. Use her for a split second. She is hyped up.
They have done comebacks before.
They have, yeah. I mean, the Mirage one was 8-2, right? And they almost brought that back. It was 6-0 down on Anubis. Not out of the realms of possibility for this squad. And at least they have an eco now to go up against. It's the Astralis stack over on the B side. As they clear, it's the same round they're running back, but they'll get no contest.
Yeah, I rate this. I think this is a lot easier to pull out than just going for a B play. You're taking the range, you're going up long. You're eventually going to find that no one's here. So that'll be the conversion. It was just against the full eco, but it's still another round on the board. They're still trying to make themselves look and feel as competitive as possible. I think Australia also are going to be this team that where if they lose a couple of players, they won't be sort of as aggressive as South Africa. I feel like they will start to save their rifles, so there is chances to get back into the game.
Yeah, I'd say Artemis has a steady hand. Make sure they don't give away any advantages, even when they are so high up. They're going to try and look for some exits here. Coming out into short, they'll remove 2 players. Oh, not quite. The knife came out there from Vivi. She was looking for it.
It's against full USPs.
Screaming into the void.
USPs. Respect. You get the energy up.
You gotta, sometimes you just, it's like forcing a smile, right?
But now you got to do it against this one. Now this is the one that matters. First full gun round. The utility is here for Australia. They haven't got all the incendiaries, so Banana could be an option.
I mean, Maddie's got no utility. Artemis has a HE. They've done a deep smoke.
Yeah, we didn't see that once out of South Africa.
Oh, Pixar looks to disrespect this. The flames at the top of Kai have given her that space, so managing to get that for free. That Molly not going to do anything. A little blow on it to see what space they can obtain. This boost up. That's a good way to utilize a player without utility.
Yeah, it all depends on what this U2 actually looks like on the face of it from South Africa.
It's crazy. They just leave Bibby alone on B. And like, all right, you lock this down, we'll play 4A.
Absolutely. If there's one player you can trust, it's Bibby.
Bruce worked.
And now you're going to expect Avo, which is why you've got this good angle being adopted by Epo.
Yeah, the setup looks good for Australia. No need for Maddie to budge. Avo was aware of the danger, but if they clear together now, there's a slight timing where Artemis is kind of moving back and forth, where they could potentially isolate Maddie. Jade has rotated back towards B. Gracie walks through. Good timing on that peak. And now the swing comes from Artemis out long. These individual fights given over one by one. Maddie eventually flushed out over the edge of the smoke. They double up towards long. Avo and Pixar to try and pull this one back. Artemis calls for the flash. It's perfection, but the spray isn't. Jade at least will be there to trade back. Avo doesn't have the bomb, so she can't commit this way. She could have maybe ran to B. Instead, she's just looking to find the frag. The round's certainly done. She realizes that 10 seconds left, there's just no chance. Bomb collected, charging forward, run down.
At least she died before time expired. Yeah, that felt a little bit topsy-turvy for South Africa. They didn't really know what they wanted to do in the mid-round. It's clear they wanted the top bracket space, but the bomb was top banana. And then it's just one player that dry swings. Gracie gets taken out, and then suddenly the bomb needs to come back towards A. It feels really half in, half out, and that can be the danger of Inferno when you don't really have concrete map control.
Yeah, really unlucky timing for them on Banana because Gracie had been kind of dealing the angle, missed the timing when Jade was there peeking it, and then she starts to walk forward to get set up by Megs' flash, but that's when Jade re-swings. The flash comes over, but she's already dead.
Yeah, just feels weird timing-wise on that anyway, though, because you haven't got any space out top brackets. The smoke that then gets put down, which Avo eventually uses to get rid of Maddie, that happens after, almost sort of a reaction after losing that banana space.
Yeah, you wonder if maybe it would have just been better just crawling up dry
Yeah,
rather than trying to set up a flashbang at that point when you've gotten the control and you don't see anyone CT.
Or just go together so you can guarantee that trade,
yeah,
right?
exactly. It's that deep smoke again that's consistently coming out and making it hard for South Africa to get a read on what's going on. Pixar has a slight gap, but not the weapon really for taking these headshot fights. HE goes for Bibian, can't adjust into the second, not ready for the close swing. Jade has to fall back, manages to scramble away, calling for the support. South Africa are committing. Artemis will arrive. Utility goes over the top, and the flashbang again, perfection. Jade staying alive and taking names. Jade is doing it all. They still haven't dealt with her, and by the time they do, it's too late.
And again, where's the utility for South Africa? You bought all of this util, and you're not using it. Not even a smoke for the cross. It's just so late. It's so delayed. You know that one player's fallen back in towards quad. Where's the molly?
Well, a few moments for South Africa to build something into this map, but now 8 chances for Australia to take their pick. It's not the weaponry to do the trick for South Africa. Smoke has been so effective. The HE is great though. Maybe they look just to burst into short. Flashbang goes down, and in fact the smoke goes in short. So they're going to go back to the pistol round that worked for them. Through long. Response is quick though from the CTs already here. Jade peeks through, Jade takes 2. Artemis is here as well. You got players on site. Every angle is locked out. The bomb has been gifted to the CTs in their spawn. Maddie catches the lurk. Everything is coming up Australia. Unless Artemis falls. Now there is an avenue if they want to go through to that B bomb site. I don't know if they're aware of how open it is because they haven't seen Bibian. They pause, waiting for this push, and success for a moment, but it's Bibian that finds the killing blow, and Australia look dominant on their map here.
Yeah, the praise will go to Bibian a lot for this map, but you've really got to compliment Jade.
Absolutely.
I thought Jade was absolutely phenomenal in map 1. It never really felt like a contest there. South Africa, the only rounds they've really got were the pistols and the conversions. The energy is felt in the studio, but it's Australia to draw first blood. Impressive stuff from them. Over South Africa, they have to bounce back on D2.
That's one of the first teams I've seen that had like the full stack of notes that's come through. You can see the preparation that Artemis and Rudian have been doing coming into this, and they look so prepared in the server. Like that second half, yeah, there was a little start there for South Africa with a very fast pistol round, but that was literally it that we saw from them. It really felt like Australia came through with a mission to prove, and they basically just steamrolled them.
Yeah, look, they played so much Counter-Strike yesterday, they don't really want to play too much Counter-Strike today, so their aim is a quick 2-0. It starts off well on Inferno, and as you said earlier, they love Dust too, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's hear what the desk have to say about that one.
A blinding start then for Australia in this series. 10-2 first half, and guys, I wrote down some very highbrow analysis during that first half. Bibi was absolutely phenomenal, destroying her opponents. I think I might need this later on in the tournament, so we'll keep it there.
Yeah.
What else there to say? During that first half, she ran onto sites and it just crumbled. She just opened up so many rounds, closed rounds. What more could you possibly ask for from an individual?
Nothing, really. And again, it felt like they were just letting her have her way wherever she wanted to go. If it's in through B, have at it. If it's up through short, go for it. And it seemed like they found some pretty comfortable spots, so they didn't really have to pull out the deepest bag in terms of tricks in order to get a lot of rounds in that first half. They were really like able to just, with an incision, right? Like incision precision, send BB in, find 2 openings on that B-bomb side pretty much on repeat. Maybe, obviously, like we're not going to discount the fact of having someone like Maddie, for instance, like by her shoulder to potentially take first contact center and how much easier of a job that makes it. But like, it's such a luxury to have a player like her on your side.
Yeah, and I think it's so nice having her in these advanced positions, as you were saying, but importantly, not always in first. Sometimes getting a bit of info initially, and then it makes it so much easier to get those fights and to get those trades. There were 1 or 2 rounds where she literally just ran in and killed everyone, like here, you know, just taking fights too. But in general, I think, honestly, I hate to say it, but from the pistol round, I was almost certain that Australia were going to win this map, because we saw South Africa go for the shenanigans, go for a push down banana, and Australia was so comfortable at playing mid rounds and just reacting to what South Africa were doing and playing across the map. They were really good. They saw the push down banana. They just quickly, calmly came back to A. They realized they'd have a good chance in the post plant. And even towards the CT side there, South Africa would go for these simple plays, and it felt like Australia knew exactly what was coming and how to counter it. They go back to the site and anchor. They wait for the rotate to come in. The supportive flash comes through, and it allows a pretty comfortable hold for them. So I think this is a matchup that seems to really suit Australia, certainly on this map, just because they were able to just be really comfortable in so many positions. You just get that extra bit of warning, I think, on Inferno, where they can say, okay, we kind of see what's going to happen here. We're ahead of the game, and I mean, they were ahead of the game. That's the perfect way to put it.
Yeah, I do think it's very evident that Inferno is not necessarily going to be like a go-to for South Africa, simply because of the limited options you have in terms of being aggressive in the same fashion that they like to be, or being as disruptive. And they kind of get bullied as a result of it. They didn't necessarily have the fundamentals in place to the same degree as Australia, and they don't have an individual to kind of match up with Bibian in any case, right? So that does make it hard. I think they're going to have a much better shot at it going into Dust 2, obviously. That being their map pick and all. They will have the, I guess, the disadvantage of knowing that Australia have spectated their game versus Norway just a couple of hours ago. So, you know, Australia are going to have a pretty fresh idea in terms of what South Africa likes to do, which is a lot of focus on aggression through catwalk or through mid on their CT side and so forth. So we'll see if, like, South Africa dares to still play their style as they move into the second map, or if they're going to be like a little bit timid. I'm hoping for the first one, obviously, the first option.
Yeah, and I do think they can have hopefully a positive mindset, because even on that map, okay, we mainly saw Australia on T side, but we really didn't see the AWP, like, at all. And that's what you'd expect on Inferno, but we're going from the map that's kind of least reliant on an AWP in certain senses to the map that's arguably most reliant on an AWP. So on CT side, we're going to have to see if Australia can pull that out, because I think that's going to be a real key factor. If they have an AWP that can just be solid and just reliable, then I think they will be pretty fine. But if not, yeah, we can absolutely see the long plays or the short plays or all the stuff that South Africa were trying. So I think that's a different counter, and it's a different challenge that Australia are going to have to deal with. You know, if we had maps like Inferno throughout this whole series, I think it would be one-sided. But because these last two maps are very, very different in how they play, that's where South Africa were always going to be looking for their success anyway.
They have a saying in boxing that everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. That might have been what happened on the map 1 for South Africa. Map 2, as you said, we expect a different brand of Counter-Strike. Australia can't play the same sort of CS, it just isn't the same sort of map. I guess we expect to be a little bit closer, but is there any reason to deviate from a 2-0 feeling right now?
I think it's going to be, I'm going to be hard-pressed to go away from a 2-0, but I'm expecting a much more competitive affair than what we saw in Inferno. That feels like almost a guarantee. But no, like, again, Australia looked super solid in everything they were doing on Inferno. There's a reason why they're coming from the winner's bracket down to the decider map. So, you know, they have things to go in their favor, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, as soon as I saw them playing close against Spain, I was pretty confident in them. And it wasn't even just the Bibi show on this map, right? Like, as you said, Maddie showing up and just all
I think JD as well. Like,
yeah,
fantastic.
For sure. So I think it's not even just the Bibi show, which is pretty scary when you're up against Australia, because that's all you need. A couple of other players showing up, doing solid jobs, and boom, they're in good shape.
I mean, it's worth saying for South Africa, they have nothing to lose. I mean, already beating Norway is a huge achievement. They're playing a team, and particularly an individual, with a lot more experience than them. We know they like their CS when they're enjoying it. They should just enjoy this. Play their own game and not fear the consequences, because they really do have nothing to lose.
Yeah, make the most out of the experience that you have. Absolutely. It can only lead to good things. Again, if you end up losing, so be it. You're up against a team that's favored versus you. You can pull a lot of wisdom from a loss like that, for sure. And that's something you can bring with you home, work on it, come back stronger next time. Obviously, like, if you have a 16-year-old IGL, then you definitely have a future in that sense, like, in order to build a strong national team and much more than that as well, which is really cool to see. So, yeah, don't be afraid to dare to live in the moment. Like, make the most out of the opportunity you've been given now. You're playing a stage match in a deciders game in the biggest tournament of your lives. Just play the Counter-Strike that you want to play.
Yeah, and I guess the other aspect is, in theory, you'd hope, if you're South Africa coming into this, you'd really want to be saying, okay, well, Australia won't be as comfortable here and they'll have more issues, because that Inferno looked just really well prepped and everything looked in order. But they have played Dust 2, Australia. You know, it's not a map that they've been shying away from. So I don't know if you can even rely on that. I think the rotates will be solid. And I think if Australia were watching that Dust 2 game, which they should have been, I actually think there were the weaknesses you could spot for. I think that B site at times for South Africa was a bit of an issue. Certainly splits onto B seem like they're viable as well. Yeah. So that is the scary thing. I wish I could be more positive, because, you know, Avo in that first series, I was really enjoying it. I think she's probably got a lot of fans after that, but I don't know. It's tough after you see a map like that. Again, should be closer, but Australia showed real class there.
We want a fruity showing from the Avocado here in map number 2. Dust 2 to follow. Can South Africa salvage this series and deny themselves elimination? Quick break, and when we're back, we'll find out.
feed. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch this. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit.
Map 1 pretty dominant for Team Australia, and now that means that Team South Africa, their life's on the line. Don't look so happy. I know you're going to be biased, all right. Oh, I love Australia because I'm Australian. Like, it's fine, it's whatever, right? But South Africa, they won the hearts of everyone else. And now they go into Dust 2, their map pick, the map that they eliminated Team Norway on. It would be horrible if they actually formed the same fate.
Yeah, I was just channeling Avo a little bit, you know, just a bit of energy. You know, just send your support for South Africans. We won a contest here, you know. I know Dust 2 is this entire veto just screams Australia. It's just all the maps that the Australian teams play. But you know, we did see some good stuff from South Africa. You know, it felt like they were very decisive when it came to Dust 2 in a lot of those moments. So they're definitely not out for the count, but they need a strong start here because that was the big problem versus Norway. They kept really falling behind at the start. It took them ages to build back in.
the thing with this and the thing with South Africa is the moment they lose control, it never feels like they can get it back. And the rounds that Norway were winning, it was because they were taking the control and the options away from South Africa. And South Africa can be as tempo-minded, as driven as they have been all day long, but at the end of the day, I think the individual caliber of Australia is just that much higher, whereas like the floor for Norway is here, the floor for Australia is like up here. Like,
yeah, I think that's kind of what we're discovering watching this team play here in Saudi, is just like how much it's not just Vivi. You know, there's so many other players they can rely on. Jade's been an absolute standout. What a phenomenal map one. Just like she was so consistent and always finding the right fights. The trades that she brought through were pivotal in being such a dominant victory. I know we didn't get to see too much from Artemis, so we know that she can also deliver very consistently. Everyone was doing that on Inferno. I want to see them tested. I do want to see a fight here on Dust 2.
I actually want to see that as well, because we've seen Australia be tested not on stage, that we've seen them be tested sort of in the back rooms where all the other teams are playing. The fact that they had to go into that Norway game, they come out ahead 22-20 and then immediately have to play another best of 3 that goes on into the night, right? Like that is being tested here at WEC Riyadh, right? But for this now, it's a case of in the moment when your life is technically not quite on the line, but it is in theory with the best of 3. If you start bleeding out rounds, how do you react? What's the response? That's what I want to see personally. If we can get that out of South Africa, because that's the other thing. Are we even going to get that out of South Africa? I did hear Avo, as like they were walking past back to the stage, said, right, full mental reset now. Let's see it.
Yeah, I think that's one thing you can always count on the South African team, is they do have that ability to reset and to really grind it out, you know, even when they're on the back foot, which they've been pretty much constantly since they got here. They've been able to still fight back, and that's been enough to bring them so far. I'm sure they can write off that stomp, for lack of a better word, on Inferno. You can see, even Megs is smiling, and if Megs is smiling, you got to be afraid, Australia.
Yeah, you have to be. But I think we have to go back to what the desk was saying even before the series started, and that was, if I Heart Jess could replicate the same performance, it would be more of a, wow, that's incredible, rather than if Bibian replicates things, it's like, oh, it's just Bibian. She was missing. Like, she notably was missing, and there wasn't anyone really stepping up, sort of taking that mantle. We got a bit of it out of Gracie on Dust 2. We saw some good signs out of Gracie. Let's see if the AWPer can influence.
Yeah, because something that Des brought up as well, right? We haven't actually seen Artemis AWPing a massive deal. It's been a lot of prioritization on their rifling, and that kind of actually has been the case in South Africa a lot. So I feel in a map like Dust 2, whichever team can emphasize that AWP and get it involved early could actually have a significant edge.
Do you think Artemis is going to bring out the AWP though? Or
yeah,
because
I think so. No, I think on Dust 2 you got it right.
I'd hope so.
I think particularly if they were watching the games earlier and they saw the way Gracie likes to go for fights, I think they'll be anticipating a lot of those aggressive angles, and will be able to punish it.
And they were watching earlier.
They absolutely were.
They were over just sort of in like the recreational space. We've got clean feeds over there for them. You've also got the atmosphere being right next to the stage, so you can hear every round being locked in. And locked in is what South Africa have to be. Their tournament lives are on the line here. A place for playoffs kicks off now.
City side for Australia, South Australia, yes, sorry. It's flipped at the top, down the bottom, it's right.
There you go.
It's upside down because Australia is playing. There we go, it's fixed. And South Africa keeping it simple, stupid. It's straight into the B bomb site. Epo is getting the information. Flash comes over. Missed window smoke, but not going to matter. They're still able to scale in successfully. It was a passive hold.
Yeah, and that means just out for the retake. Look at how fast these players are in towards tunnels. That's risky from Heart Jess, but Epo won't punish.
Yeah, now they can set up. They've seen this play across backside, and Maddie just taps Jess out. Gracie has doubled up. Pixar slides in. It's so fast, but it favors South Africa.
And that's Gracie from minute 1. Didn't expect it to kind of go that way. Australia were trying to set up all of this utility for a clean retake. South Africa are not going to give you a clean retake. I really like the way they kept fighting tunnels there, because even with, I think, Heart Jess falling at the back of sight, you still got this double swing, continuously putting the pressure on and saying to Australia, bring it on.
A couple of flashbangs. All Australia invest into this. Last two T-pistols have gone the way of South Africa.
Just doing it again.
Yeah, why not? They have a tendency to do this. They missed a different smoke this time. They hit the window one and missed the door one. How has Artemis won that fight?
Well, it's just there wasn't a smoke on
yeah,
doors.
I guess so, but
Oh no. Not like this. Don't get ecoed.
no.
Not like this. South Africa, lock in. 2 players are quite low, but so is Gracie.
And they kept flashbangs. They kept flashbangs for this opportunity. Epo gets 1 and it's all done. Australia not quite able to get it done. They get 2 cheeky kills and almost a chance there. I think a 3rd kill on that attempted retake.
I think it's so funny that like it feels like every single time they're against pistols, they just somehow like fumble it. Like it's just always so close to being a conversion for the other team. And then after the round, Avo screams like they've just like won like the crucial round in the game. But every round is so crucial. Let's see what these MP9s can do. Fast play out long. Bibian blinded, push back.
Oh, just about gets away. They were hot on her heels. Darts around that corner and space established very early for South Africa. Counter smoke deploy, they really want to slow this down, but South Africa, no signs of slowing. Jess comes over the top, Artemis will get a trade back, but Gracie with the scout hits the headshot, and they are in with the bomb down.
Yeah, just instant. But Artemis just on this new box, boosted up. You've also got the long player that is being covered currently by Pixar. Or is it? Yes. Heart Jess will help out and tries to continue the spray. Instead, it's Epo following up 2 versus 2. Both players on the SMGs are low. Smokes on the site, hit in the middle of it. And Pixar will grab one more. 1v1 and Pixar will do it. It's South Africa keeping the slate clean.
Yeah, surprising to see Epo just swing that when the smokes are on the bomb, right? And she knows that play is long. She's got an opportunity to stick the bomb there, and with a low HP, it feels like that's maybe the safer play. Thinks she can maybe catch off this play. It doesn't work out. Artemis really gives it a good shot with a couple of kills there, but it's not enough. I can't believe Gracie kills the player of sitting behind boxes with a scout headshot.
And to be honest, that angle, that one behind the boxes, that was giving South Africa a lot of grief in that game against Norway. I think what's really interesting is that South Africa have kept things incredibly basic. They're just pack mentality, all grouping up, just guaranteeing this trade. That's how you should be playing against Australia.
Yeah, say what you will about how messy Dust 2 was against Norway. It was also, you know, valuable learning for South Africa about what was working, what you can quickly adjust. Obviously, you don't get a lot of time to reflect between the series, but still enough to say, okay, well, this didn't quite work out. This was successful. Uh-oh.
And one thing they did love to do was go mid to B. A gap. Maddie will go 1-for-1, but here comes the scaling, of course, up the right-hand side. Bibian, can she see anything in the corner of the smoke? And whilst the B defenders are occupying the distraction, Bibian will find Avo.
There's still 2 players on B. Oh my goodness. South Africa might just fall. Artemis will make it with that kill, but Gracie gets the double up. Still a chance for her. Needs to go back for the bomb, but maybe she is the one that's explosive. Charging in, 20 HP. Jumping around with a knife out. An absolute mad woman. Jade's walked in. That's insanity from Gracie. 3 great kills, but not anticipating that creep forward.
Yeah, she anticipates everything except the one thing that will undo the entire round. Just a walk push from Jade.
I mean, that's you know, we say South Africa's good for one of those in terms of winning those. They're also good to lose one, as we saw versus Norway. Nothing's ever guaranteed.
You got to give a lot of credit there to the B defenders, because not only did they stay alive, but they bought enough time for Bibian to get a clear angle when that mid to B smoke fades. She's the one that shoots them in the back of the head, and then suddenly they're turning around. It's just so aggressive and abrasive.
I think what's interesting there is South Africa just slows down so much that they get this trade in towards middle, and then they kind of take their time. We saw a player before the POV swapped, one of the mid-packs had to walk back towards doors rather than just committing as 2 over top window.
I think they're worried about short because all they've done is mollied it, right?
Yeah, but if they just committed over window, they probably just take B.
Yeah, no, I agreed.
Indecisiveness allows Bibi to get that opportunity. Artemis hits hers, and despite Gracie's efforts, it's not enough.
Right, let's see this AWP then. Artemis sharp on Avo. And then we'll put even further utility down to prevent progression in lower.
This is a force spike too, and it's not the prettiest. That smoke is not landed on the hinge either, so there's a nice little avenue to work over. Artemis on the edge, just looking for headshots. Can't quite find it. Will fall back, but there's the counter utility. Artemis actually gets the kill onto Megs off the back of that.
Yeah, it is simple. Again, from Australia, you let them know you're there. They fall back. You bait them into the angles, and you just drop utility on their heads. 3 versus 5. South Africa, the only control they've got is in towards Catwalk, but Team Australia know this.
Such low HP on Jess and Gracie. And this double up in middle, it's going to be so hard to break through. Artemis holding the cross line, you got Jade up close. Even if you find one, getting both is going to be so difficult. Feels like there's no way through, but the flashbang is great. But yeah, there's Jade baited into the angle. She holds tall. Triple kill in the door, slams it in their face.
Yeah, look, a nice try for South Africa. It's just unfortunate there's 2 players there, because flashbang's brilliant to get Artemis full blind. You drop the AWP immediately, but it's just that close network. It's the fact that Jade is unaffected because the flashbang's too close to her. And as you mentioned, that was the forced buy. Here comes the eco now for South Africa, and a chance for Australia to immediately equalise things.
Yeah, just going to take their time with this one. Try and drain the bank. At least we have gotten an explosive start for South Africa. They've been able to get off to the races here, which took them so long on Inferno, even if it is about to be equalised. Artemis spots one on that cross. She won't overextend, you know. She's not going to try hunt these ecos. She's happy just to fall back.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is give South Africa an opportunity to inject even more energy just sort of into their camp.
Here they come.
Timing's good here. Never mind, Maddie had just got help from the long player, and between her and Bibby, it's a clean-up on Cat.
Pixar will remove Vivian at the tail end. See, that's how that play's supposed to work. The short players take contact, then you come through as a distraction at the end to steal away that kill. But it's just that single frag.
Not enough money here to get an AWP on Gracie. So it is just going to be pure rifle work now for South Africa. When they did have these rifles, that they were prioritizing the short control quite a lot. And the same was true for their CT side. So it'll be interesting to see if they just run a bit more of a default here. I don't think challenging long's the answer, especially when you've just got rifles.
I'm glad to see Artemis really wielding this AWP effectively.
Oh, they're challenging long.
You want to, Gracie charges out. Jade in the open, blinded. Damage done, but no support. Vivian's just tucked. Flashbang comes over so she can peek out, and she takes one down. She's not done yet. Further flashes. Stands her ground. What? She got a 3rd kill.
What?
Vivian just has found a gap to lurk through, so job's not done yet. Artemis hears this scaling, and she should know that's 2 players. Takes her opportunity, almost connects the HE. Goes wide, doesn't quite hit the mark.
Oh.
And Epo not expecting a player that close. Lucky to still be standing. Jess hits the shot and it falls to Artemis. They should know exactly where she is, and she can't convert onto Avo.
How does that fall apart there for Australia? Because Vivian gets 3 kills. Sure, you got Artemis in the smoke, but she's deliberately doing that because you lost that player out short. Epo just, I think, has a lapse in concentration, isn't aware that there's still a player there.
Yeah, it's surprising that she's not anticipating someone that close.
Yeah.
I think the call was that the player was low on site. She has a HE. She wants to deny the bomb. That's what she's hyper-focused on there, and just gets called off, unfortunately. She thought maybe she had timing to throw it.
Oh,
There's Bibi.
Look at top mid as well, because whilst we're commenting on that, you've got the push up at uppers, and you've also got Maddie pushing with an MP9. This has to be helpful, otherwise that's the bomb dropped, and Avo, that's a crucial kill.
Yeah, that gets a little dicey. A couple of players are low, but the advantage for South Africa. Bibi's completely conceded long. She's moved into short now. 2 players in tunnels. A is definitely open for business.
Or is it? Because Bibian is lying in wait and is expecting there to be a swing, but her shoulder is spotted, and now she gets forced back by the utility.
Yeah, tough angle. Wanted to play an elevator spot to spot them on the cross, but scaling up on the box means that she gets spotted first. It's got to be the save.
That's a really well put together round for South Africa, because that was Australia trying to cause a little bit of chaos themselves. We saw it so much on their CT side on Inferno, where they're dropping that deep smoke in towards top middle. This time, they're pushing top middle. They're also pushing out long and lower. There was so much going on,
everywhere.
and it was just well handled by South Africa, because they had to win their individual gunfights, something they've been really struggling with in this series. But in this round in particular, they passed the test.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a map of the T sides being the strongest element. So for South Africa, they really want to build up a good haul here. Because you just know how strong the Aussies are going to be when they're on the attack. All right, we got some B spawns. South Africa have definitely shown that they're more than happy to go for the fast plays to that side.
I don't know if you want to do that, though, when you've got Gracie on the AWP. And I know Gracie is like more than happy just to take these wild swings. Maybe they just want to go B. Do you know what? What do I know?
Yeah, it does seem like it. Spawn base CS, baby. MP9 to defend. Epo hears them coming, gets close though, so she can try and make mincemeat of them. She's done a good job of damage. It's the no-scope from Gracie.
Sure, Gracie, sure.
But Artemis is here. And defensive smoke dribbled forward to allow the other players to cross into the site. There's no space for South Africa. Unless they make it themselves. Vivian, not anticipating Pixar had walked past. She had the play.
Oh no.
But it's Jade that's now the playmaker. One more to find. She spots her behind the box, and it's Jade that comes through clutch.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, that round is riddled with mistakes from both teams. And it's both teams' utility that ruins the round for both of them. First is Bibian being caught by a team flash that goes through the doors. Means that she doesn't know that the player's crossed. And then it's the team Molly that dribbles down and prevents the plant and allows Jade to get both.
That was a team Ollie. Oh my goodness.
And it was that CT flash that stopped Bibian.
That's actually quite funny. In like a, you know, sad way.
That's brutal. And in actual fact, it just cancels both plays out. Now instead you look for aggression up short. Bibian trying to bait in Artemis. Instead, it's South Africa not wanting to take these fights, or at least thinking about not taking these fights, and they go back in again.
Yeah, smoke went awry, so yeah, they kind of feel like they've got some space here to use, and then another smoke's thrown, which she goes maybe a bit too deep, but it's still enough to keep South Africa at bay. Again, we look towards this double setup, but they do want to split A. Maddie out long. Finds a good timing to peek forward, but just misses the mark. Avo wide swings in response. Jade on the push spot's part of this, but they're already scaling through. Bibian again has to be strong on the defense, but the T-Smoke is giving her room to work with. Over the top comes Megs though. Completely catches her by surprise. They managed to scale in, and another big kill from Megs.
This is another example of South Africa causing chaos. Artemis and Epo looking to do the damage. This time Epo's ready, but the player's up short. It's a kill and a half, but that's all it will be. South Africa finally have some breathing room.
Big moment from Megs there, just jumping through that smoke, because Bibian had shown her hand. She'd shown that she was playing behind that and found her teammate. And so rather than trying just to follow her through, she creates chaos. She jumps up, which almost signals that she might even be dropping, and then just flies over the top of Bibian, who can't quite adjust.
This could be an 8-4 half.
Chance of it. This push towards top middle. Oh no, not to the pistols again. The bomb's there. The bomb is there towards top mid. They need to come back and look after it.
Whoa.
Oh, Amber. Bailed out by Jess, who's providing all of the coverage. It's okay.
It is okay, but again, it's another one of these rounds that they're stumbling on, and it's the ecos, because let's be honest, this could even be a much more one-sided half. Think about how Australia first got on the board. It was to Deagles.
And then it's the 1v2 from Jade as well. Granted, they'd already should have won that round with how it started.
This time they've done the smokes over at B as a bit more of a fake, but already blocked off by Util. Artemis has taken space in towards middle.
They have bitten down on this, but they're not seeing the follow-up. Oh, and Maddie's position here, plus the push. This feels good for Australia. How thorough are South Africa? Are they ready for Maddie? No, not at all. Almost the double, but there's Artemis to swing, traded immediately. But they have the control in tunnels.
Good presence of mind here, because what you've got is South Africa going, okay, and Avo in particular saying, you've pushed in towards lows, you've pushed mid, that means long's going to be the gap. And they've immediately reset and they're just going to go away.
Yeah, they don't have the answers on where the setup is, but it's because there is no setup. Vivian disengages to clear short, so they've got the space to set up for this. But it means they are potentially giving some space through. Vivian looking for a fight, but not giving it. Actually, no, she does find it. If you don't give her the fight, she'll pick it to you. Put down by Gracie, who now needs to find every single frag, and Jade just falls back. Allows Epo to swing in from long, a good disengage to at least get Australia 5.
Yeah, really smart, just to still have that with Epo. Allow her to scale up long, and then you've also got the insurance policy of just swinging and taking the shot anyway. The fact that they give that fight to Bibian over at Cat is just a recipe for disaster. At least Australia find one back to make the half feel and look a lot more competitive, because it was escaping them.
Yeah, absolutely. South Africa are probably going to feel like they could have had an even more dominant scoreline.
Yeah, it could have been 9-3 easily.
Absolutely. Definitely showing a lot more fight. This is what we wanted to see. A close affair here. Can't go out with a whimper after how that series before went. We want to see more of the South African team who has won the hearts of everyone here at IESF.
When I watch them, I still can't figure out if they're T or CT sided. Like, I can't, you know? Like,
yeah.
That was really good. I think that's been one of the most convincing T-side halves we've actually seen out of South Africa.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just whether they can now defend against Australia, because that's what they were really struggling on Inferno.
Yeah, this is where Australia feels like they do their best work. And with the raw mechanical skill, it's no surprise. We're going to see a fight out towards long. But it's a delayed one. Oh, look at this. South Africa peek it. They see nobody. And they start to move.
How long is it going to be before Australia actually show their hand here? That's the next question. How far do they scale? Do you reckon they can try and get all of the room before they drop the smoke?
Feels like they can, because South Africa haven't even scaled short yet. They're not quite sure where this is going. Now with the smoke landing, they know. But they've already lost this space. Jess will start to move forward. Spots one towards the car. The flashbang is brilliant. She's full blinded and run down. Did manage to find a kill before she went somehow. A bomb to be planted for long, where Bibi is posted up. PT50 in hand too. She's been raid bossed. Or actually, no, she bought that herself. No armor. And it's a two-player lead from that. In fact, 3 players coming out from long. Avo pushing in towards short. Now the split comes through, and they can't quite get it done. It's Avo that's finding success, but she needed her teammates to get something. The kit was on their back, and now she has to find these 2 players that are remaining. Epo just tucks. Now she starts to pop her head up, trying to overwhelm, and Avo running out of bullets, running out of chances. And it's Australia that run away with the pistol.
Yeah, what a shame for Avo, because she's doing literally everything on short. She's done everything that is required of her and more. And the fact that you get so many players swinging out long and they find nothing is almost unfair. Because you really feel like the IGL has done so much. What a shame that is. Even on that 10 seconds, she tries to just call the bluff, but Epo just jumps up immediately. And now it's a 1-round game.
Well, it will be a tied-up game, you imagine.
Oh, yeah.
It's a push through Lois, Wapis, being held very deep. So they'll get a read on this, and they'll just immediately start going long.
Makes sense. It was a bit worrying that Jade was the one with the
Yeah.
bomb, but it's all fine. It doesn't matter that there's no utility to set up South Africa here to sort of go through this long smoke. It has to be on a contact timing. At least they're all here, and utility is missed on shore.
Yeah, they are here quickly, but they're just pistols. Gracie gets one, the push in the smoke. Cheeky for a moment. But it's a couple of eco frags for Bibian. And we are all tied up.
Yeah, once again ascending is Bibian. Quickly to the top of the scoreboard, top of the server. Avo is still giving it. Like, every round she's giving it energy. Megs has sold her M4 right at the last minute to get MP9 plus util.
Yeah, playing B makes sense. She wanted that utility.
Solo B with the MP9.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. Deep smoke lands. Pixar gets aggro, 1-for-1. That's an upgrade for Epo though. Oh, they're going fast through middle. They're not going to respect this at all. They realize that that was the gap. But Jess has dropped down and she's done so much damage. Allows Gracie to spam and very quick on the jump up. Bibian, 1 versus 4. But it is Megs alone with an MP9 on site. Bibi knows that you're here. But she can't win out that engagement. Megs with the headshots. That's convincing from South Africa.
That was really cool because you've got Heart Jess that takes the contact and the space away from Team Australia. Gracie then goes short to create a pincer, so in case they fall back, she's got that option. And then Heart Jess just jumps up, solo boosts, and sees over the smoke. That was a really awesome round for South Africa.
Yeah, that's the Jess we wanted to see right after her amazing performance versus Norway.
Yeah.
Huge impact in that round, filling the gap that was left after Pixar's aggressive push into lowers. Reading that immediate response that they could push that smoke. So again, what are Australia going to do? They don't really have the economy here. It's probably going to be just some pistols. Are they going to invest? Surely not. He's got no money, but she just bought Digalama.
Hero Deeg.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know why she's invested.
I don't know. We'll see. We will see.
I guess Epo can maybe drop her.
This counter utility over towards the top of middle is so disorientating. It's almost a taste of Team Australia's own medicine, really, because that was happening to them on Inferno. They have got the space. Heart Jess tucked in the corner, needs support. Bibian, you have no doubts, would clear this, but that's why Gracie steps in to be the first point of contact.
Yeah, nicely done. Now swing out into middle. They're dealing with these pistols pretty well. Couple of shots fired that do some damage.
Shush.
The hot hand, but Avo pushes long.
She does. She does push long. She doesn't get the kill yet.
She wants it though. Maddie hears the reload close. Can't quite flick it. All good.
Yeah, all things considered, 1 casualty, very important. There's only 1 loss suffered because the piggy bank was starting to be a little bit low. But South Africa have stabilized, they take the lead.
Hey, look what you done, Maddie. Why'd you buy that deagle? Come on. Got no armor, Maddie! Okay, someone sold her. What's she doing? Okay, what?
No, she sold the armor again.
Okay, well.
Galil no armor in round 17. It's a choice. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, okay. Weird that she realized, but then still, I don't know. I won't think too much on it. She's been out of the game for a while, okay? Gonna be straight up long. They've got the space. They want to commit through it. Maddie getting peppered. Removed. Jess doubles up. And now the support's here. Plenty of defenders to deal with this push onto the site. Avo removes Artemis. Bibian dealt with. Evo gets 1, but that's it. Tap out, can't convert. It's Avo filling the feed.
Yeah, to be honest, I think South Africa looks so comfortable on CT side dust too. Australia are trying everything. They got long control for free, and it's just instant, these rotations. As soon as they get the initial map control, everyone comes over. Flashbangs are supporting over the top of site. It's all too simple for South Africa. I think Australia maybe are resting on their laurels a little bit.
Yeah, these gun rounds have just been so
Flat.
convincing
Yeah.
from South Africa, from Australia. It's just like, okay, well, that just happened. Pushing towards lower, fast scaling in short. Jess is holding, not overwhelmed. Has Pixar, who pushed up, and between the two of them and Avo, everyone is collapsed onto middle.
With that one kill, Hart Jess has now overtaken Bibian as well. We spoke about that as a head-to-head, and it's now coming into fruition. South Africa are 2 rounds away from forcing that decider of Mirage.
Yeah, look at the energy that's with them. It's phenomenal after everything. They're still able to bring this through. Looking to conclude their 5th map of the day and go into their 6th in a row as well.
Yeah. The vibes are immaculate. Gracie's now got the AWP. No AWP in response for Artemis Money. Just not there for Team Australia. And now they want to fight long. And Gracie full blind, but Avo steps in to help out on Maddie.
Yeah, the support was there. Surprised if you had like a second player there fighting out, you might have had a chance to get something done.
Absolutely. There would have been a trade guaranteed.
Door smoke doesn't quite fill the entire space. Pushing through the molly, they force the orb off the angle. Artemis has removed Pixar. Finally, an opening kill for Australia.
That's a really important one as well, because it means they can reset into mid to B. It means they can continue on to short. Right now, Artemis is coming back over towards lower to cover, but it's Avo that's pushed long instead.
Yeah, she's in the back lines. Epo has no idea. And that's going to force their hands straight into B. Megs has looked pretty good on the hold here. No smoke on the door. Gracie hits the quick flick. From backside, Megs can activate. Artemis, oh, good night.
They were really expecting that push to come through B tunnels, Australia, and it didn't. It came through Avo instead. As soon as they got that kill, they just kept on going.
Mirage looking all the more likely. South Africa, the guns out. They have not stopped shining.
They've looked, by and large, more and more convincing just as this map has gone on. They feel like they dropped the ball on a couple of rounds. Otherwise, this would have been maybe even a more dominant victory. Here, even in this round, Maddie can't see that the progression has been made from Pixar, but at least Epo is holding it. Avo will trade immediately.
Yeah, and Maddie knows this is player close here. Avo doing everything, though. Solo defending on this site right now. Jess is focused on short, but it doesn't matter. Jade does get close. Oh dear, the Mac 10 does convert. Oh. And Maddie, by her side, helps her out. Not out of the woods yet. Maddie with another. Means that Megs is in the 1-on-2. We've seen her in this position a fair few times. She looked to push this smoke. You can see she's considering it. The T's are holding the position. So she just disengages, falls back. Epo going for the safe plant, just taps it. Sees that that response comes from the boxes, but Megs now starts to ascend. Jade aware, spots her out. HE does a bit of damage. How does Megs isolate these fights? Not ready for the short push. Australia finally find a gun round.
Yeah, nice work there in the 2v1. The fact that Epo is just moving whilst Jade is taking all of this contact, being really loud and dynamic on site, throwing the utility, keeping Megs' attention there to guarantee that doesn't fall into a 1v1. Another timeout now being called by Australia. They have got the chance to do this. The money, it's in a pretty decent spot still for South Africa.
10K. She's been phenomenal on this CT side.
As she said, best herself before she jumped back in the server, complete mental reset. That is exactly what South Africa have had.
Absolutely.
Look, Hart Jess, Avo, Gracie are all within 2 kills of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good to see more than just the one player, right? Because that was the story against Norway a little bit. It was Jess kind of predominantly and then moments from the others.
Yeah.
But this feels like there's more consistency at the top.
Yeah, Artemis has been out-warped by Gracie. I think just the speed of the peaks and the just audacity of some of them has really been catching them off guard. And now the long fight goes in favor. That deep molly will force Jade back, and Australia have got to look elsewhere. They typically find success in towards mid, but Pixar yet again holding the angle and even spamming.
You've lost Bibi. 4 on 5 for Australia. Jade half HP, looks to move into short, but again, Flames keeping her at bay.
They're fighting this.
Oh, they want it. But maybe they want it a little bit too much. Jess, she'll swing through, gets the kill back, and another. No one can stop Jess. Epo finally finds something. 1 versus 3, Pixar low, bomb in short, and it looks like Avo is on the angle. Epo instead looks to see if she can find the frag elsewhere. Might be able to catch herself a kill onto Pixar depending on the timing of this. Although look at this tight little angle. Pixar should lock it in. Oh, she's done enough damage regardless, surely. This should be it. The push out from middle, it's enough. Megs will close. It's a suffocation from the Sapphires as they take their map pick.
Yeah, and I don't want to be that guy, but I am going to bring it up. In that round, again, it was another team flash from Team Australia that actually sets up Heart Jess on that angle for that 3K. So it's Australia not only making their own mistakes, but also just bolstered by that mental reset. South Africa looked unbelievable on Dust 2, and that sets them up quite nicely for Mirage. It's similar maps, just in a different order. And now, going on to Mirage, I really don't know what to think.
Yeah, it's hard to call. I mean, South Africa had some struggles on Mirage earlier. There's no doubt about it. So I don't think Australia are going to feel out of it by any measure. I know they've got a very strong Mirage as well. It's one of their best maps, in fact. And I think, you know, in this sort of series is where they are going to be tested a little bit in terms of they have not had a lot of reps in the server together. And I think that is showing in some of those moments, as you highlighted, with the utility, with that need for coordination. Because on the other side, what we've been praising about South Africa so much is how cohesive they have been. Let's hear what the desk has to say, because now we're going all the way, guys.
Yes, indeed, Mirage required to decide this series. A vibrant performance from South Africa. We thought they were done and dusted. No, they come back, they shock us again. They take Dust 2 fairly convincingly, actually, for that second half performance. Guys, what just happened? I didn't see that coming.
No, again, just solid performance throughout from everyone from South Africa. I think we saw the best performance out of Gracie that we've seen all tournament. Again, we saw promising signs in the match previously, obviously, versus Norway on Dust 2. She kept that going into this Dust 2. And again, Heart Jess, fantastic towards the closing end of the games. Avo, again, just incredibly consistent with her output. Overall, just solid play from South Africa, and they were able to play their game. They were not afraid to take risks. We saw Pixar running into the lower dark. We saw them taking space, playing well. Simple as that, really. And Australia just weren't able to match it. From what we expected out of BB, for instance, to kind of be that indomitable force or the immovable object, they actually managed to move her.
Yeah, I think you could see the issues for Australia early in this CT side, because Inferno as a map, as the first, they looked very comfortable on, and the rotations, I think, are a lot easier to figure out, because you have pretty tight choke points in general. You can normally get players in there in time. The tough thing with Dust 2 is, if you are playing back towards the sites, rotating is basically impossible. You kind of have to figure out ways to play retake on A lot of the time, or you maybe need some info elsewhere. And I don't think Australia always had those rotations 100% down. And then on T side, I think you just saw maybe a lack of comfort on the map for Australia at times, because we would see them maybe swing a little before smokes, or we'd just see them not quite ready for certain angles, not quite ready for certain plays. And so all those protocols that we praised them for on Inferno, clearly not quite here as much on Dust 2, whereas for South Africa, they looked right at home.
I mean, it's got to be mentioned as well, in that first half, Australia did win an eco. They almost won an eco 2 rounds before and massively damaged the money. Without those 2 rounds, this isn't close. This is dominant. South Africa would have smashed them.
Yeah, and obviously massive confidence booster as well. It's good to see that we got to see not even only a more competitive side from South Africa, but yeah, as you said, a dominant showing from them, which we didn't really see in the cards. Obviously opens up discussions a lot more going into a third map, even though it is Mirage, which wasn't their best map in the previous series. But yeah, no, that bodes well for South Africa. Obviously, they couldn't ask for a better scenario. And I feel like they really took it to heart, what you mentioned right before we were closing, before the second map, that this is possibly your last map that you're going to play on this stage in this tournament. You know, let go of all the pressure, just have fun with it, play Counter-Strike the way you like to play Counter-Strike, and see what happens. And it worked out beautifully.
Yeah, and I even think, aim-wise, I didn't see problems for Australia on that front. I actually think they were still looking pretty sharp. It's just you could see how uncomfortable they were in certain
Util-wise, there were definitely a couple of instances where you had, I'm not sure if it's like due to like comms getting mixed up, or maybe somebody just getting a little bit eager, or just having a different thought process as to what's meant to happen in a certain like hectic situation than their teammate. But yeah, I think we saw it as we, or you mentioned it as we saw it on the highlights as well. Like a couple occasions where you're ready to swing long, the smoke hasn't popped yet, and you still have players like further back standing with util in their hands, just not very cohesive, not very like well thought through. Which is such a like such a polarizing picture compared to what we saw in Inferno, where everything just seemed picture perfect.
Let's stay on those CT sides from Australia, because we spoke in the preamble, in the pre-game, about how they haven't got much practice time, and even they do have is predominantly theory. You can't theory craft playing CT sides in different situations. You just can't do that. You can only play on the server and then build up that chemistry, watch rounds back. If this happens, how do we move? How do I react to my teammate? They're probably playing sites together with people they've never played before. And I think we saw that in Dust 2. Mirage, could it be the same story? Because remember also, they didn't play a CT side in Inferno. They smashed T-sides so hard.
That's true.
They never had to play it. Mirage, if CT looks like that, I am a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I don't think it should look like that. I think they should have, like, Mirage is more, I would say, understandable, and people just have so many reps on Mirage nowadays. Like, Dust 2 maybe was out for a bit, maybe you're not 100% up to speed on it. I do think the interesting part, though, is how much freedom do we actually see from Australia? Because we saw on the first map Inferno, I wouldn't say individually there was a crazy amount of freedom. It kind of felt like the structure and the team play was there, and that carried them through. On Mirage, if Bibby wants to just call for plays and just say, hey, I think I can get a fight at mid, I think I've got an advantage here, she can do that. I don't know how that works with the rest of the team, though. That's what I'm curious about, because I feel like Artemis kind of wants this team to be a little more focused on just working together and solid trades. So I think that will be a really interesting aspect, because if I were Bibby, I would be very tempted to have some rounds where I say, okay, we're struggling a bit. I'm just going to take focal point, and I'm just going to make sure we can get a good start to a round. Yeah,
I will say, though, that from what we saw in the matchup that South Africa had versus Norway, one of the things that they did struggle a little bit with was maintaining mid-control over the entirety of a round, for example. And again, if Artemis' approach to the map for the side of Australia is to kind of, play as a bit of a group and kind of move together, similar to what they did on Inferno, that could bode really well. That could be a really, really big positive for them, where they're still going to be able to work as a unit, move as a group, and still be able to get pretty vital areas of the map that they can, play out from. And from that point on, it gets, once you've established mid-control, you could potentially let, individuals kind of strave off, go about their ways in different directions, possibly. Again, if we're using transitive property, this should be like a pretty clear, or a pretty easy game for Australia, because they beat Norway 13-4 on Mirage. And Norway beat South Africa pretty handedly on Mirage, therefore, right? But obviously CS doesn't really work that way, but I don't think we have to be worried about Australia necessarily not having a good idea of how they want to play it. I think what you said as well, Mirage is probably that one map that every Counter-Strike player just has so many reps on now that they'll have a good idea of how to play it, or how to rotate, or how to play within a team on that map, even though they haven't played together all that much.
Yeah, and I think even there on Dust 2, there were moments where it looks like the players on the initial bomb site holds, for example, they looked like they had a decent idea what to do. It kind of felt like the cohesion after was oftentimes the problem. Like we saw the round where the initial B anchor looked pretty good. A lot of damage done, kept them in the choke point of the tunnels. Then you had the player from mid rotating over and helping out. And then suddenly you get sort of team flashes going on and craziness like all over the shop. So I don't think we'll see that as much on Mirage. And I think we do still have to say Australia are pretty solid favorites here, because the main thing that I wanted to see on this map was at least the individuals still looking pretty good aim-wise, and I think I still got that. Bibby still had a solid map, and I think that's despite her getting caught off guard in a lot of scenarios. Awkward fights on long where it's like she can get maybe one kill, but then the backup or the nades aren't there. Kind of getting caught out sometimes with players just jumping through smokes and not having the support. That shouldn't happen as much on Mirage.
Last question. If you're a leadership figure for Australia, What are you saying between the second and the third map of this series?
I do an Australian accent, Vendetta.
Alrighty then, mate. Alrighty.
Just go up, Dick.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep
Just go up,
calm.
Dick.
Just gotta keep calm and keep pushing forward.
We kind of lost it at the end.
Yeah, I lost it at the end. Try to summon my inner I don't know, crocodile Dundee.
There we go.
Something like that.
Yeah,
no. I haven't heard Sponge. I haven't been near Sponge in you know, near enough time to actually have it like, you know, popped into memory. But yeah, I'll work on it for the future if Australia makes it further. Otherwise, I'll have to figure out what the South African accent is. So we'll see. We'll see how that pans out.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I like their chances for South Africa. The biggest thing for me, I need to see quicker rotations on their CT side on Mirage. I think that's one of the things that was really good for them here on Dust 2. Again, they were able to kind of, again, swarm Australia, not give them any sort of like comfort or any sort of time to actually get into proper positions or feel good about where they're at on the map. If they can do the same versus Australia on Mirage, that's a massive, massive positive because they didn't do that to Norway, and Norway ran away with it as a result.
Yeah, and I also think if I was coaching Australia, I would say this map actually suits us more in a way because on Inferno, our rotations were on point. Clearly, Dust 2, it's been a great map for South Africa. We've seen that. That's not a problem. And on Mirage, it is a much more dynamic map in a sense, but the rotations shouldn't be as tricky as they are on Dust 2. On CT side, for example, you can pretty quickly get between sites. You can even try and just hold mid aggressively so that you can get back to the bomb sites quickly. I expect to see a lot more of that from Australia, and so I think I'd be saying, okay, Dust 2, kind of an anomaly in that sense in the series, and I think as long as they believe in their protocols and their team play, which we saw on Inferno, which they should, if you're leaving a map as a decider, you have to have at least decent fundamentals on it. They should be confident that they can still come out on top because that was really the main difference for me between the first map and the second.
Mirage then will be our playing field. Winner goes to the playoffs, loser goes home. Don't go anywhere.
The energy reserves run deep for South
They
Africa.
do.
After 4 maps where they got absolutely clapped on Inferno, they come to their map, pick a Dust 2, and they're the ones that are in the driving seat. They run over Australia, who looked lost, frankly, which was a little surprising given the caliber of players, but somewhat forgivable given the lack of reps together as a team. But now we go to Mirage, Branding. We've had the confirmation that Australia won the knife round as well. So I look at this and I feel that Australia should be favoured going into it, as the desk said, just based on past results, based on it being Mirage with Australia and one of Bibiane's best maps.
It should be, to be honest. I think it's really good for South Africa to have taken that map of Dust 2, because it just means it will give them confidence. But we did see the frailties of South Africa against Norway on Mirage, and yeah, it was tight, map 2, but now we ask the question, how much can you really learn and reset when you go from one best of 3 straight to another? What has Avo learned?
All right, we're going to get an A execute. You can see smokes, flashes as well. However, we have Bibiane under dark with dual Berettas, and she's going to have to deliver here because there's 3 players on the CD side over B.
You have got Maddie that is providing Overwatch. Bibiane's actually repositioned. She's now up, holding close. And we'll get the first. And Maddie provides cover. That's really good for Team Australia. Bibiane now looking to be pressured, but she thrives within it, at least for a moment.
Yeah, and Maddie goes down as well, so there's a chance here. Jess, we know what she can do with the pistol. She tries to scale in, and now it's a double up in towards CT. They take the space, and Jess takes names. Artemis is forced back and run down by Megs. First 2 kills went Australia's way, but the rest have all been South Africa. And they're just going to go to B.
Yeah, they played this brilliantly. All this mid-round, every single time they're going for a kill, it is with 2 or more players. They are guaranteeing that it's always an unfair fight. And now Jade has got to do everything. And look at this position from Heart Jess. It is unbelievably difficult.
Yeah, sure, Jade will be considering it as a possibility, but I don't know. It's one of those ones you don't often clear. So I think, oh, she will! And she recovered that kit, keep that in mind. She's got everything she needs to get this done. But she just needs to find Megs. And the plant position is going to indicate that App's play. Time is ticking. Megs runs out into the open. Jade hits the flick. And again, she clutches for Australia.
I cannot believe she clears Heart Jess in that corner. I think it was a con for a teammate, just to be thorough, just to check the corner. That is ridiculous awareness from Team Australia. And that already is a backstab.
What a round from Jade. I mean, Australia feel like they've earned it with the first 2 kills coming through, but South Africa do so well to deal with those 2 players and then take the control of the CT, and the call to go B is spot on.
Yeah.
Brilliant from Jade.
Oh, no.
Oh, back to regular scheduled smoking.
Or not, really.
Yeah, I suppose so.
And the thing is, again, I don't think they would be aware that it is missing so frequently.
Well, I certainly don't know this. Well, actually, they'll realize quickly when
They
they
know
see
now.
it. Molly under window, and a lot of teas here. Bibiane is top middle, though. Well, was top middle. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this isn't Nico, guys.
This is now also an M4 recovered. You can see immediately that Gracie's got it.
At least Esports taken the space into apartments, so it means they can now reinforce that A bomb site. They've got the read that it should be going here.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Artemis is pushing in towards top middle, but at this point, you've got to leave. You have to reset, and you've got to reinforce A. At least the smokes will telegraph it.
Yeah, she's going to arrive in time, it does look like. Maddie. That's a good line. Finds that first kill. She's brought down low. Artemis tries to peek through the edge of that smoke. Can't get it done. And so bomb looking to be planted. Maddie edges forward. Sees a few players. Flashbang doesn't matter. Avo actually hit by that, but doesn't deter her from swinging. Still finds the frag onto the low HP, and Epo's not in a favorable position. She'll pick up that weapon off the ground. So South Africa, another successful force buy back. We saw them do this to Norway earlier. And it's going to have to just be the save rifle.
Yeah, and that is a really nice little recovery. That was Bibiane also just in top middle. The fact that they're able to reset, spin around, get the kills, and then just group together. They've been doing that all pistol long. To be honest, it felt like they deserved the pistol, but this one feels just as sweet because the economy is now worst case here for Australia.
You didn't even catch Ebro got caught at the end, so that's really rough. The timeout comes through immediately. Australia actually will enjoy having this moment because they have forced into this and they get to actually chat about the setup. It's really interesting. I've just been watching, you know, when they take these pauses. It's Viridian being incredibly vocal towards Jade, I think, on the end. So I wonder if she's actually taking on a lot of the responsibility.
I mean, it's also the case of him just, like, talking down the line because he has to borrow a headset, right?
Oh!
So he doesn't have a headset, so they have to, he has to take a headset, so he's taking Jade's.
Okay. Okay.
But he is being really, like, involved with it.
Yes, absolutely.
He's taking every single second
I guess
as well.
he like lean over her, and I thought, wow, he's really having a lot of words with Jade. But no, okay, it's because he has to lean in to grab the headset. Smoke lands. Oh, Vivian. That is a sharp shot. Avo removed. Don't want to give these pistols too many chances, but they scale quickly into short. Two defenders lie in wait here.
Yeah, and Bibian's rotated over as well. This is a good read out of Team Australia. South Africa, they slow down the pace. They look for Gracie to get involved and get a kill, but it's Heart Jess instead that deals with Jade and now put on notice that there are players in ladder. The swarm, the convergence comes in on B.
And Bibian got another, but they've lost both these B players in. That might just be enough. Smoke goes forward. Bibi looking for the opportunity. Spam. Just to keep them at bay, and they've still not got the bomb down, but Jess! What? She can't believe it.
How do they line up? How do they line up there? Like, I understand two of them, but the third is just through the box on the player that's trying to cross through to market door. She can't believe her luck. Her stats as well must be so inflated because, like, I swear, every eco round she gets like 4 kills. It's actually ridiculous.
How did she get through that? That's outrageous. Well, that puts the force spy to bed quickly. Australia have to eco this. Flashbang for Artemis. What do they want to do here? Are they going to flash over top middle? It feels like, I don't know, she's towards CT, so she might wait and see what the response is. Hold on to that. Vivian looks and finds, but not what she hoped for.
Not ideal. And now the push comes in. Ramp Pixar's holding. You got Artemis here and towards Connector. You feel like it would be cleared out immediately. This is all fine and dandy here for South Africa. Because not only are they getting info, they're also just claiming all the kills. And there isn't a single one back in response. Maybe there'll be, not quite. Avo will make it so that it's spotless from South Africa.
Absolutely screaming her heart out there. Oh yeah, is what she just screamed.
They need to keep this up though, because this team is so based off momentum. Like, this is such an incredibly like momentum-heavy team. They need to keep on going. And now we're going to go back to another execute. They were saving it for these do-or-die moments.
Here it comes. Smoke's over. They start to scale in. Maddie fully flashed behind default. Does see them moving forward, but she might get caught by the sandwich player. Just trying to tuck in a ninja. Counter flash. Oh, it looked good for a moment, but she's still unknown. Vivian able to get one. How does Maddie double up? She's done everything she needed to do. Vivi's low. Eventually, Maddie is flushed out. It's not out of the woods yet with Vivian being such low HP. Can they isolate Epo? No. That's the bomb thrown forward. Megs are 1 versus 3.
She's done it before.
Definitely achievable. Sticks the plant. Remember, Bibi low. Artemis on the stairs. Smoke surely fading soon. HE really good. So much damage done, but the spray doing even more. Bibian doesn't need to see him. We know this. And the wide spray can't connect. It's low HP, but it is Australia winning it out.
Yeah, and that's important. I think that there's so much discombobulation going on in the bomb site, especially in a LAN environment as well. You can't hit everything. And then as a result, it's the counter flash in from the connector players, and it keeps that player at Ninja alive for just guaranteeing that kill. Oh dear, suddenly all the attention gets taken back. You're then just looking at your crosshair, this side, that side, like 180s consistently. You have to be an owl to be on point on the A-bomb site, and Australia just inflict the pain.
At least that wasn't the Discord, you know, the server IPs and passwords.
No, we're good.
How are your Delta ticks going?
Only no Sigma.
Artemis forced back. The ult is in Gracie's hands, and it's a fast crunch, and it's Jess, of course, lighting up the feed. Vivian in window gets that kill back. Defensive smoke deployed. Epo feeling the pressure. She's being pinned from every angle, and she can't deal with Megs.
This is awesome. This is a really good pace change here out of South Africa. Bomb can go down for free, and now Australia got a decision to make. 4v3. Oh, with a DC, never mind your saving.
Oh dear, that's not useful, and Vivian goes down. She would take that into her own hands, or maybe she would have a timing on that push through. Unfortunate disconnect. Oh my god, maybe it's not out of the woods yet. If that DC hadn't happened, you believe. But maybe there's still a chance. Maddie is so low. Can't believe it's another lineup that gets it into this position. But she has no read on Gracie's spot, and yeah, time alone is going to win this round.
Out of all of the chaotic moments, there is one moment of calm, and it comes from the most wild player on South Africa as well. Gracie, with the patience, just jiggling, seeing that no one's on the bomb, no one's there. That's absolutely fine. They win the 1v1 in the end. It is a really unfortunate timing for that disconnect. Maddie gave it a good go, but South Africa will claim the round.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I mean, I don't know if they would have overcommitted on the peak if it hadn't just been Maddie in the 1v4 as well. So
True.
Part of that is she's given that opportunity. Lights go on. Oh, they're doing a little wave. I don't know how they keep this energy up. This is their 6th game in a row. I get wiped out playing like, I don't know, 4 facets, I guess. That's about where I'm like, okay, if I'm not winning these, I guess they're winning. And when you're winning, you just want to keep going.
Yeah, true. Go next. Easy dubs. Australia, it feels like they really wanted to sort of get this done, get this over with as well, especially with how convincing Inferno was, especially after that grueling day 1 yesterday. And now you're down a number of rounds. You've got elimination staring you in the face. You lose Mirage, it's over. Not just for Australia, but also for South Africa. These teams are leaving everything on the line. They are holding nothing back.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Australia, that you came into this series and you're feeling it, you are the favourites, absolutely.
Yeah.
You dominate Inferno. It's an 11-1 half, right? No, 10-2 half. Absolutely ran over them. And the South Africans bite back on Dust 2.
There's so much resilience on this team. For a team that is so sort of almost inexperienced, especially as a core, especially as a team that doesn't have the reps against big international outfits. Australia is definitely one of them that has competed time in, time out for IESF. That they always expect to make playoffs almost as a minimum. Alan spoke on the desk about fairy tales, and currently this is one that is coming to reality.
Yeah, I mean, what a victory it would be if you're able to come through and win 2 back-to-back elimination best-of-3s to make playoffs, where you've been on the back foot. You've been the underdog in every single moment. It does look like we've got Artemis back in the server. Everyone seems to be ready. Look at them go. Come on, Megs.
Megs won't.
Come on, Megs.
They're all looking at her like, come on, Megs.
Guys, you're out of sync. Come on, teamwork.
There
we go. Megs, come on.
It's not happening.
All right, everyone. Meggy Waggy letting the team down. It's crazy how they can just have this energy. I mean,
you've also got to bear in mind, right, that you have to if you're Team Australia, you can't look at it. You can't think
Yeah,
about it. You
exactly.
can't. But the thing is, you can't ignore it. Because it's not only hand gestures, it's just the screaming. Even against ecos, they are just yelling at you.
Yeah, we don't have like I don't think the big noise cancelling headsets here, that's for sure.
Look at this as well, right? It is 4-2. We're only 7 rounds deep. I know the game has still got a long way to go. Bibian on 6 kills. A number of those came in the pistol. Maddie's on 9. Everyone else is like 1 and 2.
All right, so we have the saved rifle for Maddie. What's she up to? Currently, she's pushed down ramp, but Pixar fully aware of this. So if Maddie falls here, when Maddie falls here, that should be, you think, the round, unless something crazy happens. Oh my God, is something crazy happening? If items to hit that flick, quite possibly.
You just got a group now. It doesn't matter where you go if you're South Africa, you just need to move together and you need to make sure it's a 3-on-2. That's why these players are moving back in towards ramp, getting ready to exec. Bibian is walking forward. However, she's only got a USP. Maybe she can recover this rifle. Knifes out, rifle recovered. Oh no, they get caught! And Bibian will swallow them up, and suddenly something crazy really is happening. A molly in towards Palace. Pixar left alone, and the bomb is isolated, and so is she.
She has the advantage if they don't have any armor. But now they've grouped. Pixar walks around the corner. Bibi on the off angle. Can she convert the spray? It's messy. Jade just has the P250. She can't recover these weapons. Molly's good to give some space for Pixar to work with. Further utility just to collect the bomb, but time.
You got to go big
20
now.
seconds.
Knife out, run. And the thing is, JD will know this. So you got to decide where do you want to take this angle of
Does she have
attack
time?
from.
I don't think she does.
She might not.
20 seconds to
No,
wrap?
she doesn't.
There's no way.
She doesn't.
This round's done. Bibian, from South Africa's perspective, that is hilarious. If she goes down off the time, that's even worse. Oh no. She won't. It's okay. I can't believe it. Something crazy did happen.
I thought they had more time.
The hero rifle didn't do the trick. It was the pistols. It's Bibian. And the crazy thing, if you're South Africa, right, you've got these 2 players that are getting ready to go into A. They group up, as you say. And you see this M4 suddenly disappear in front of you. You panic. You're like mid-jump. You're swapping from your knife to your gun. And in that moment, that's when she strikes.
I can't believe it. It's almost like the Metal Gear Solid like exclamation mark just appears over both of their heads.
Oh no.
Complete disbelief. And the side quest collected turned in by Bibian. Suddenly it's a 1-round game, and now she's got the confidence to push under.
The great eco is get ecoed. Bibi doesn't slow.
And she can hear all of this.
She hears it all. She sees it. She's calling it in. Bibi on the back lines gets one. On site they're holding. Epo doubles up. Avo will find the kill, but Epo's done the job. Bibian's still crunching through. Avo, something to say. Almost a chance there. Good damage, but too late.
What I will say is it's these break points, it's these moments, it's these sort of ecos where it would put a lot of teams away. It would really affect them mentally. South Africa is not one of those teams.
Tied up, but South Africa are about to be put on the back burner.
It feels like we've played like 30 rounds of this Mirage and it's been 8.
I know. It does feel very similar to Dust 2 in a way, actually. Group up lower from the pistols.
It's just a pistol strap.
Yeah, she's in the position to deal with this. Not going to overextend. She doesn't make those mistakes. Instead, looking for deal with this window boost. Don't know if she spotted that other player. No, definitely didn't. But knows one is here and now sees 2. She's so safe, so careful. Easy triple for Bibi.
And now Team Australia, they're the ones that are getting loud. They're the voices that you can hear as they have silenced Team South Africa off the back of that eco. And look at how safe that was. It was so diligent. You've always got sort of that backup plan. And even if that rifle is dropped, it can be recovered immediately by another player stepping in.
It's a perfect lesson on how to play against pistols from Bibi there. She never overcommits. You can even see her thinking at each moment, kind of, how can I make this one-on-one.
She's got 7k here and an AK. Artemis has got an AWP. You've still got 2 MP9s here for Team Australia. This buy actually favours the T side.
They must have brought them over, I think.
Yeah, they did, but...
Yeah. Epo on site with that MP9, drops the defensive smoke, just about gets across. She needs that support. Artemis has arrived. She finds her mark with the AWP. Epo wins out the fight in the Avo. In fact, Jay caught out. Maddie looking for this lurk. How do you get the bomb over? That's the big trouble here because Artemis has Pixar locked in. Oh,
yeah.
Leg shot.
And now Molly, and outforce Pixar back into the open. She's really worried about short. She's got every right to be because Bibian is there. Maddie's been dealt with. Artemis, oh, that was close, but Pixar runs out of ammo. So Megs, familiar feeling, thrown into a clutch, but not even allowed to attempt it.
Yeah, Bibian there just to close it. South Africa, I feel like they maybe found some space there onto Epo, who's fully alone on B until Artemis arrives and there's nothing to block off window. You love being in that position as an AWP where you can just take these different engagements.
A really important kill in that round as well is, look, Jade gets spotted as South Africa. More often than not, they keep trying to boost in the window, probably to mitigate from the fact that the window smoke's missing, but Maddie comes in and trades it, because otherwise Artemis wouldn't be able to be on that line for all that long, and then potentially that short play can come over, that Bibian timing wouldn't have been hit, so it's really important that Maddie gets that kill.
Yeah, Maddie's really been having a hugely impactful Mirage. It's been great to see from her. It's been tested quite a bit over towards A. And again, we're back to the pistols from South Africa. Australia's position. You can see they know what's going on here for the finances. Jay gets a lot of space in apartments, has a teammate by her side. And now Bibian doesn't need a move from Sandwich.
If they keep pushing as well, they're going to find the bomb in a couple of minutes. Instead, they go towards under. Epo's going to keep going. A boost up. Well, you now know. And in fact, Avo's just fallen off. So kills collected by Jade. And as you mentioned, the A defense rooted. Hasn't moved a muscle.
Yeah, Bibian just been tucked in Sandwich the whole time. And she's just waiting for a moment to strike. There it is. So they're doing well against the pistols, making sure not to let this one get expensive. Nice little reveal for Bibi.
This now feels like they're a lot more in control.
Yeah.
It feels like the only way South Africa are going to get around is if Team Australia make a mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, this is with South Africa winning the force buy, right? So they reset Australia financially early. So in terms of like full buy versus full buy, save that one eco round that Australia won, they've been doing pretty consistently. Gracie's AWP not been quite as vocal as it was on Dust 2 either. Maybe a chance, sees one on the cross. Doesn't fire off though. Artemis, given an open avenue. Good trades in middle for the CTs though, and that's the bomb dropped.
This utility is really costing South Africa. At least the utility, I guess, will profit them for one kill. That's classic caster curse. Suddenly, it is thrown into a 3 versus 2, but again, we ask that same old question that South Africa have been plagued with this entire first half. How the hell do you get the bomb?
Yeah, I mean, at least Jade's low, so there is potentially a world, but oh, this setup is beautiful. They all just converge on this position top mid. South Africa are anticipating that someone will still be hanging out towards jungle or connector, so they're going to take so long clearing all of this. And we've seen time be such an enemy for them before. Flashbang to set up Megs. That might be the play through. Should get some info. Oh, this is a bit disjointed.
I guess she's the one that wants to go back and throw the flash. That's interesting, actually. 2 flashbangs thrown, 5 enemies blinded in that altercation. But the ultimate thief of joy for South Africa is time. 30 seconds left now. Gracie will downgrade to an M4. That Molly has landed really short, and now Artemis gets the info. Both players here, and both players for Australia just tucked. Evo takes the contact. You still don't know about this But maybe Megs can answer it, and she does. How does that fall apart again? How does South Africa keep bailing themselves out of this situation?
Yeah, well played from Megs there to isolate these two fights. They know Artemis is stuck behind the boxes top mid, and she's got the AWP, so she feels uncomfortable. So instead, they try and fight forward into the other players. 1-for-1, but Megs then able to get into that single fight against Artemis where she's favored.
Oh, I thought they didn't know about it because the molly went really short on Artemis.
She's firing up shots.
She did peek, yeah, sure, but I can't believe she then doesn't recommit with the pistol as soon as Epo's taking the contact out mid.
It's a little disjointed. It's impressive with how kind of
It's impressive how wrong that can go.
Yeah, I guess so. It looks a little messy from South Africa to begin with, right, when they're trying to set up how to take control of middle back, but...
And this is a lesson to everyone, but also to me, is that you can never count South Africa out of these rounds, because the tempo I was casting, I was like, oh yeah, well, they're just going to go over here, it's going to be traded, it's going to be fine. No, it's not. Australia are taking a timeout.
It's funny because I think if they had just disengaged and fallen back towards exactly towards the entrance to be ups, that they probably could have just won that up from the clock again.
I will say what the most baffling thing about all of that is that Artemis isn't a TV. She's the one behind the boxes, right?
That does feel like an odd position for her. I mean, you do get the opportunity to fight from kind of both sides there, but it is a tricky spot with the AWP, so... Listen, it's one fluff round at the end, but it is still a 7-5 half.
It is 7-5, and it is also 5 in a row for Australia in that middle portion once they were able to win that eco round. But again, still don't know whether South Africa are a T or CT. It feels like they do their best work on CT side, so I think 7-5 is a pretty decent half for them, all things considered.
Yeah, and we say Australia are T-sided, so...
Interesting.
However, South Africa do have the right players in the right place. 3 lie in wait on B, and they're going to see the utility going, so they're not going to budge. It's just a play straight onto the B bomb site. They try and push through, but Megs has taken that double kill, and she might not be done yet. Oh no, she's run out of ammo, and Jade has taken down 2 teammates. Maddie is low, but so is Gracie, so the bomb is allowed to be planted.
Yeah, this is tough. The thing is no utility, so it has to be dry fights. It has to be the swing. And immediately, Jade's got the info, but South Africa have got the kills. So it falls to JD. 1 kill is hers, and the low player of Gracie. It's so messy. It's so scrappy. And again, it comes right down to the wire, but Team Australia win the pistol again.
So she got like an inverse magnet shield around her. How did Gracie dodge all those bullets?
I don't know.
Everyone's shooting at her and she doesn't stop moving. And somehow, she needed 1 shot would have taken her down in that entire retake. And somehow she survives for just long enough, but Jade eventually does find the shot that was necessary.
That's heartbreaking, not once but twice, because Megs gets that double opener, then it's thrown into the 3 versus 2, and they get more kills. It gets thrown the other way. Yes, JD with probably one of the most important clutches of her career to date.
She's already had 3 clutches. Is it like she had that 1v1, 1v2? She's had 3 1v2s in this best of 3.
Sharing the spotlight with Bibian right now.
And now gets some nice juicy eco frags.
I'm not saying anything anymore.
No?
No, it should be okay.
Yeah, well, you just said something.
Yeah, operatives.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'm so nervous. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Yeah,
They got the scaling, they got the position.
Oh no. Just found one, but it's the cleaner, the Mac 10. Time for the ace.
Jade's alive.
Yeah, and she's gone for the ace. Ready? But, oh, look at that. Nice shot to close it too. I love her reactions when she pulls off the round. She just like slides backwards.
Yeah.
She did it in the 1v2 then, and she did it with the ace. Also just a generally lovely person.
This round defines a lot. This round is defining who stays, who goes. If South Africa win this first full buy, it's game on. If Team Australia take them down, we are looking at panic stations, potentially for the Saffers.
As the missed window smoke for the Australians this time.
Oh, come on, guys.
No one is landing it right now. Molly, good, but just forces them forward. Meg's at least able to get that trade and can't make it the double, but surely someone will. It's Jess who swings through from the window and gets to. Nade is on the trade. But the T's are in an uncomfy spot because they've now lost the bomb and they're juggling weapons in ladder.
Yeah, I mean, give Vivian the AK, give her the boost. She's going to see over the top of this smoke now and will be rewarded from it. Avo removed, you've got a minute to work with. Yes, you've got to go and get the bomb, but you can attempt this from every single direction possible.
Yeah, so many different ways you can approach this, and as long as they just wait before they do it, South Africa are going to have that doubt in the back of their head and they won't be hyper-focused on one position.
They've got the utility as well, whereas South Africa don't. There's no more smokes for blocks.
Bibian has gone all the way around. So Maddie is still trying to show her presence here, and this is where all that fake comes through. You can see Gracie is hedging her bets and looking towards apartments instead, which means the window play can come through, and she almost wins it by herself. Bibian is there to close. Double digits for Australia.
Yeah, that's really cool as well because Bibian dropped off as short and made an audio cue that she was going towards under. That's why Gracie was looking there the whole time. Resets, goes through con, takes her time, and Maddie's just spamming to at least get the attention of 50% of the defense. I do think that round seals the game.
It does feel that way. These rounds can be threatening from South Africa, but you're anticipating 11. Which will mean that Australia will have plenty of opportunities to try and lock this one in. A playoff spot, what these teams have been fighting for. So Meg's in a good position, but the fire completely negates her. Looking simplistic, looking like it's going to be this B. There has been a push out A, but it's going to come too late. Pixar gets one nice kill. Gracie finds one in middle. Maybe it's not too late.
You've still got two players defending. You've also got that rifle recovered by Pixar now. Megs has slid back into this position, and they are walking straight back into Avo.
Oh dear, Avo, will she be anticipated? She will be spotted. The decision to fall back actually works out for Australia.
What's interesting here as well is they can just pause, right? You got a minute left, that they can just leave it, but that's because Gracie's pushing top middle, she leaves.
For all the praise we throw for South Africa for how responsive they are and how quick they are to react, that can sometimes be punishing if Australia slow down like they did here.
I got really confused there because the 8 I thought was the bomb, but no, it's on their back.
Yeah.
I'm like taking 4 steps towards the monitor to figure that one out. 35 seconds. It will be this B finish, but it's a relocation.
There's a big gap though. No one is covering from connector, so they can just walk all the way through short. Megs is the closest responder, and she's got a deagle in the window.
Yeah, it surprised me that Pixar's not even just given this a cursory glance here or there. 15 seconds left. Meg still can deny everything.
She needs to get at least one here. Can't do it. Artemis peeks in. That's the bomb site secured.
Safe, surely.
Slightly risky plunge. She calls over everyone to make sure it goes down. South Africa don't save, Brandon. But surely they do here.
AKs.
Gracie's got no armor.
It's 2 AKs, no
Guys,
armor.
I mean, they got to buy next round anyway. They need the rounds, but you're not going to get this one. No way.
Important. And again, Australia, they're just going through the motions. Really good macro there just to make sure that they are all together. They've got the bigger picture. And South Africa in these moments, in the mid-round, especially on Mirage, it has looked a little bit chaotic. It has looked like they are just missing out key facts, key pieces of info. And I think where Gracie's pushed top mid sort of 25 seconds before, they feel like that's enough of a play where Australia won't reset.
Bibi 22 for 8, Jade is 18 for 11. And Gracie gets 0 for now. That's Bibi removed, a big frag.
But that's not where the ensemble of Team Australia are coming from. Instead, they are outpouring straight in towards A. Gracie gets caught by Epo, trying to overextend, trying to find another kill. So it's Honours even, it's the bomb down.
Yeah, it's an unnecessary extension, isn't it? Now it's even with the bomb down, Smoke's lit at the feed. Australia don't have a strong post-plant position. That's, I guess, the one thing. They're going to have to fall back into Palace and to ramp, and there's still a fair bit of utility here for the CTs. They flushed Artemis forward. Jade will get the kill back onto Avo, but into the open she goes. Jess is collected, and Meg's another. No space given in that post plant, and South Africa just suffocate them.
Yeah, that was really impressive because it was instantaneous. Molly goes in towards Firebox, flashbang straight over the top at CT, and everyone is fighting forward. It is so uncomfortable for Team Australia. You feel like Jade, she walked out of Sandwich to try and take the fight into CT to bait the player under Palace, but there's just too many pieces at work there. So at least that is a step in the right direction for South Africa. Plenty of rounds to play with, but only 2 mistakes can be made.
Yeah, they can buy this one. I think they're just talking about how they want to approach this round. Oh, Artemis is not buying. Okay. Yeah, lost bonus 1900. I don't know. Why wouldn't you buy this? They've got a full buy if they wanted to.
They got a full buy next round.
Yeah, but they got a full buy this round. What? Okay, they worked it out. It's all good. The AK gets dropped. The full buy comes through.
What's the play here, though? You got Mac 10, you want to go fast, but when they've been sort of injecting the pace into these rounds, especially out of B-Abs, it hasn't been working.
To be fair, it has been the one bomb site they've been able to get into, at least, though. It hasn't been the cleanest.
Look at how fast this is, by the way, out of Megs. Normally the B anchor player, she's now top mid.
They're just charging in. They're just going for the full commit. The B rush is the call. Good damage done on the defense, but they're getting overwhelmed. Megs deep in short though, not anticipating. 2 players in that position. Flushed out by Bibian. Bomb down, 3 on 3. Still low HP on a couple of players. And plenty of utility for the CTs. This push from Gracie. She's coming with the AWP through apartments. Currently smoked off, will throw the molly forward, not going to disrupt Bibian's position, but I Heart Jess is disrupting everybody else. Oh, it's all Jess. A brilliant retake. Australia just can't get it done.
I just don't understand how Australia are so disjointed. They've set up crossfire specifically to counter all of these positions, and one by one they break them. They just keep jiggling into the angles, keep jiggling into I Heart Jess. They just feel like they need to get this trade, and they can't do it. They're the ones that are succumbing to all of this pressure, and that was the buy. Now it's an eco, and suddenly, again, South Africa can close the gap.
Yeah, I just don't know how that falls apart. You've got an AWP retaking through the apartments. It feels like all the positions look good, just not tradable, and Jess just gets all these frags, every single one.
And back to another execute. Objective, get the bomb down for Team Australia.
Gonna be tricky. 3 defenders here, and Avo's position. Oh, only good for the one.
Uh-oh.
Jess actually helped out by the smoke that lands. Bibi up to? She's walking through. Artemis has recovered an M4, and yeah, you're not expecting Bibi. Only good for 1 though. Lisa trade is there. Artemis 1 on 2, plants the bomb just about. A consolation prize. Bomb goes down, 3 kills. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's more than that. It's fantastic. Given the money situation of South Africa, you walk into that with Tech 9, you come away with a bomb plant, 3 kills. At least they recover the AWP. That's the saving grace there for South Africa. But rebuys continuously, it's all adding up.
They're slowly grinding their way back into this. Australia getting the bomb down. You can see those diffuse symbols on the round distribution.
I'm just really surprised that you know that South Africa are going to be aggressive, they're going to be proactive. Why are you not holding for it? This is the first time we've seen Gracie come over in connector in towards middle, but Australia respond immediately. Gracie dealt with. Bibian will get the trade on Heart Jess.
Okay, you can just see she's in her element in those positions, just dodging all the utility, ready for each engagement.
Look at Bibian now as well. She's just gone in towards jungle. And whilst the bomb needs to be recovered, she's got all of this space. She's the loophole, and Maddie is out A.
It was in like 2 seconds she managed to get from middle in towards jungle. She's holding off the rotations. They can just walk in. The site's been cleared. Avo is so passive. She might get an opportunity here. Almost. Maddie is there. Bibian catches off that rotation. That's what she was looking for. Maddie overwhelms Avo. This looks to be series point. And it will be.
This looks to be Bibian saying, I've had enough of this game. I have had enough of South Africa trying to force the comeback. Instead, she forces and creates her own problems and her own issues. Walking into jungle, taking the space. At the same time, Maddie pushes out towards Palace, and it's so passive from South Africa, because once they've lost the mid space, they're really hoping that there's going to be a reaction. There is, it's just one they're not ready for. And this is what you defend your tournament life with. A couple of MP9s, but everyone else, at least they've got M4s.
Yeah, the repercussion of the damage done previously. All those bomb plants, all those bomb sites breached. Maddie trying to angel. Just doesn't want anything to do with it, decides to fall back, both players do. Bit slower in middle this time, utility thrown each way, but it's all because Avo is pushing, and this timing could be huge.
It depends where she goes. If she goes back towards ramp, like Maddie's guaranteed, but also you don't know about ramp, so Hart just needs to make sure she's not exposed. Meanwhile, Gracie's having these 1v1s. Flashbang, dodged, kill, collected, and that sets up Avo for ramp.
Now they do know Maddie's here because she was dueling with Jess before, right? But now they're starting to scale in, and it's not going to be, oh, it is too late. She'll still get the kill, but loses her teammate. That timing just eludes them. Artemis is low, it's not done yet. But they have to retake from middle. Bomb isn't down, but should be momentarily.
Where'd you plant for?
They're actually gonna fight. They want to just confirm it right here. Bibian wanted her 30 bomb, all in the open. The Megs 1v3, surely spotted. It's Artemis to confirm. Australia go to the playoffs.
Yeah, they go to the playoffs. They make sure that they are not to be trifled with in this group, but your heart bleeds really for South Africa because they have been formidable. They entered the stage this morning. They eliminate Norway. It takes 3 maps for them to be put down by Team Australia. They should be leaving there. They should be leaving here with their heads held high.
Yeah, they've been playing for almost 6 hours straight, 6 maps back to back, and they almost get it done. A brilliant performance from South Africa. I know they have made their country proud. I think the first time that we've seen a South African women's team take down opponents on an international stage, and to do it in such dramatic fashion earlier. They made Australia sweat too. It wasn't easy. Despite the blood on map 1, South Africa fought back, and they can leave with their heads held high.
Absolutely. Remember the names. Megs, Avo, Heart Jess, not I Hate Jess anymore. Absolutely unbelievable from South Africa, but full credit to Australia, because when the going gets tough, Bibi only gets stronger. Final boss level.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this Australian team this time is it's not just Bibian. You've got to give so much credit to Jade. She has been so phenomenal in this entire series. I've been super impressed with her. Obviously, she's been killing it over in North America, grinding against the top opposition over there, and it's really shown that that work has paid off.
Yeah, Maddie as well. Maddie as well in that map was fantastic. Artemis started leveling up right towards the end of the game. It is Australia that has got more depth this year, and it's Australia that is progressing further than last year, and hopefully for them, they can reset and they can go even further in this competition because their gameplay does deserve it.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a team that, hey, you know, there's definitely some cracks in it, but given they came into this event with such a lack of prep, with 2 of their players playing in North America where they just can't do anything in the server, it's been a hard effort for them to actually make it work here, but they've done it through to playoffs. We've got Bibian on the sidelines. Let's hear what she has to say.
Where do I even begin with this? Bibian, you managed to secure yourself the 30 bombs successfully, but an astounding performance from you throughout that entire series. Coming into this tournament, though, you folks didn't necessarily have the most amount of time to play together as a 5 with the different time zones and what have you as well. So talk to me about preparations coming into this entire event.
Preparations, I know the team, like the core itself, excluding me and JD, they had strats of their own, so they did like send it over because we technically we're both substitutes, so they didn't have their full 5, and you know, we kind of like slotted in where we can with the roles and tried our best, but also I think we opted to keep it a bit more loose and focus more on like the mid-round calling, and obviously like the team was nice enough to let me like handle that and call a lot of the mid-rounds, which I think won us a lot of rounds in the last match.
Obviously, coming into this, South Africa managed to beat Norway to face off against you folks. Did you expect to face South Africa, or was all the preparation done for facing Norway?
At first, yeah, I think we were expecting to play Norway, but that was kind of before the tournament. And as soon as we got into the tournament and we played Norway, we knew they weren't a very strong team. And South Africa, they're pretty. We knew it from the last match as well. Watching, they are very aggressive. They love to do things together, and you know, just having that coordination helps them a lot.
And my final question for you is, how are you going to celebrate now heading into playoffs? Now we've got some pretty darn good teams you're going to be playing up against. So what are you going to do with the rest of your evening?
I think I'm just going to talk to the team, and the team's going to have a talk about more like just keeping their nerves together. And because I could sense in the comms there was a lot of like just nervousness and you know, things going wrong, and you know, when you're in that kind of mindset, like all those things are like bigger and bigger in your head, but it's all like mental, right? So
basically you're saying I'm going to keep an eye out for some more yelling coming through from you girls.
More yelling, more hype, less like spiraling, and yeah.
Amazing. I'm looking forward to it. Congratulations again, and it's back over to Alan.
Thank you, Jazz. Yes, Australia, our next team into the playoffs, but my gosh, were they made to work for it. We came off that map one saying, to be a breeze, it's going to be easy. They're looking great form. BB looks formidable, but had to go the full distance. Mirage, though, they get it over the line. They're in the playoffs, guys. Job done.
Yeah, job done. Even though it might have been a little bit closer than the Will of Light, got pushed further, but again, I feel like that's credit to South Africa. They showcased improvements on Mirage as well from when we saw them earlier, just even today. So, you know, they did some things to kind of shore up their play. That was something that Australia were, you know, tested with. So, again, job done. I don't think they played poorly by any means. Yeah, commiserations to South Africa.
Yeah, Baby just brilliant, just so good on this map.
Yeah.
30 bombing in CS2, okay. Yeah, that's still possible, good to know, because, man, she was incredible. And I really enjoyed that she was willing to occasionally just make plays herself. And there was a round, for example, where she pushed underpass after the B site had been lost a few times. Having that initiative, and she said they're playing a little more loose, I think that's so useful for her to have, because you can see whenever she's in a fight where it looks like a fairly fair fight and there's not utility involved, you back her to win the fight like almost every time. And that is crazy to have. Like plenty of rounds where she's working her way up mid and getting her team into a great advantage. And that's a great asset to have. And you've also got to give credit to a couple of the other Australian players as well. Maddie and JD both doing a great job. That A anchor really working out for Australia here. And they said they were ready for the aggression. I think it still got to them at moments. You heard Bibby say that. They were a little nervous, a little stressed. But overall, they managed to get the job done.
It was beautiful. I even heard at one point, Avo stood up and said, "Are you enjoying yourselves?" And I was thinking, yes, I am. This is great fun. But yeah, let's stay on Australia for a moment. JD was phenomenal.
Yeah.
If you actually look back at the stats, she was only just behind Bibby on the first map. She was really there the entire way. So, of course, we're going to give Bibby her props. But we asked him for the series, and the Cavalry did come, Vendetta. They were here.
They did, absolutely. They came when they needed as well, because you had opportunity, or you had instances of this series where BB potentially didn't get off to the hottest starts or had lulls, you know, in productivity, etc. And that's where you need to have your teammates, right, to kind of carry the load and help you out. And they did just that. So it's a well-deserved advancement to the playoffs for Australia. They've showcased that they've, you know, done what they need to do. My question for them, obviously, going into the playoffs is that they might get tested on different maps, etc. Now we've seen them being solid on Mirage and so forth, and especially Inferno. A little bit more up in the air when it comes to Dust too, and now I'm kind of eager to see like what can they do on a map like Ancient, Nuke, Vertigo.
Yeah.
Like once you get into those, but that remains to be seen. But for now, you know, they've definitely done their part and done what they needed to do. And I think again, if they can get something out of these team talks that BB said that we're going to have, you know, once they get back to the hotel and kind of get those nerves a little bit under control and kind of possibly take a page out of South Africa's book in the sense of like, don't necessarily like put too much weight on yourself, play for the fun of it. Yes, it's a competition, etc. Yes, you're obviously meant to be focused, but like don't get wrapped up and don't spiral really, essentially. If they can do that, that's going to go a long, long way.
Yeah, I think it'll also be interesting to see what opponent they end up getting.
Portugal.
Because okay, there we
Ooh,
go.
okay,
That is interesting, because obviously South Africa.
That's a tough matchup.
Yeah, South Africa here putting like a lot of pressure on with the aggressive play style, but Portugal might be a completely different difficulty, I feel. Like, I think the team play should be there pretty solid. I don't think they'll be quite as aggressive, so that'll be interesting to see. I think it's worth touching on South Africa as well.
Let's do it.
Yeah, because I think some of the players here can really definitely help with their heads high. I think all of them can, in all honesty.
Absolutely.
But Hot Jess especially, like, she was incredible.
A
like,
standout.
Just raw aim-wise, like, I'd be looking at her and saying, I want to see her more. I want to see more of her. I think we have Megs in clutches. She was like queen of the clutches on this team. And it wasn't even easy clutches. It was really hard clutches that were in big moments. And then it was cool seeing Avo. I think maybe not her best map here. But overall, clearly when you're willing to in-game lead as a 16-year-old, I'm just instantly hooked. I'm like, cool. I want to see more.
You have my
from this.
respects.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, there's not a whole lot of people, especially obviously like when you're a newcomer and you're trying to kind of make your mark on the scene as well. Like oftentimes the easiest way to think about it is like, I need to frag a lot. Like I need to be at the top of the scoreboard. That's how people are gonna notice me. She's gone a completely different route. Like I'm gonna be in IGL, like the most nerve-wracking and just time-consuming role you can imagine, with very minimal upside and just a ton of downside in terms of like, if you lose, it's easy to pin the blame on you. If you win, well, it's a team effort. Like it's hard to kind of get the praise you possibly deserve, right? So for her to take that jump and honestly doing a really good job of it from what we could see so far, just incredibly impressive and super exciting. Again, she's got so much time ahead of her to develop in that role and just improve. So yeah, that should be, I mean, awesome news for South Africa, obviously.
Yeah, something to build off, and you know, she also takes on the kind of the man management aspects or the women management aspects, and that at that age is incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't see that ever, really, really. But you know, she's speaking to them between maps, saying, you know, whatever, let's reset, let's hold our heads high. To do that at 16 is hella impressive, and I do think the male South African team just fire out to the events as well. Put it behind the team, hype yourselves up. They could do with some of that energy. But yes, they'll be playing Portugal in the quarterfinals. The only other quarterfinal we know at the moment is that the US will be playing Spain. So the US beat the Netherlands 2-0. So
yeah,
that
was
rough
quite the
draw.
beatdown as well, apparently. So the US, where we saw obviously a beatdown in the first map in the first match that they had versus the Netherlands. Inferno was super close. I think this time around it was 13-1 on Inferno in favor of the US, and then it was 13-2 on Anubis. So maybe the United States have kicked some things into gear. Maybe they needed to be on the brink of elimination or something like that to really get going. But that's obviously very, very promising if you're a fan of the US.
Yeah, I think that's exciting. And I also think the US are just one of the teams that can do that, because once that aggression gets rolling, if you get on the back foot, it is tough.
It's an avalanche, right?
Yeah, that can happen to you. I think they're one of the teams that's most likely to be able to do that. Having said that, Spain might be one of the worst matchups for them, because they're such a well-structured and they've got such a good chemistry on that team. Spain are, I think, one of the few teams here that I can say with confidence are willing to just sit back and play retakes and rely on their teamwork. And that instantly makes that such a fascinating matchup, because I think you have the two opposite spectrums going up against each other this early on. Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. We get to see if the aggression wins or the more chilled out, okay guys, let's work together. We'll see which one wins.
Could be spicy. Hopefully some sort of black hole singularity scenario. The universe won't be able to handle what we're throwing at it. Either way, next up will be Sweden versus Kazakhstan. A little bit of a break before then, as we get our gears cleaned and ready to go. So yeah, quick break, and we're back. Sweden versus Kazakhstan. We'll see you then.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when you brave boys decide to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
Welcome back then to our last matchup of the day. There's 2 spots left in playoffs and 2 series left to be played. The one off air will be Canada versus Denmark, and over there we've got Sweden and Kazakhstan setting up. Kazakhstan potentially not expected to make it this far, guys, but needless to say, they've got some punchy players and they've earned their place.
Absolutely so, and again, they've already given Sweden a hard time. In their basically first round matchup, they were the ones to go head to head, and we had, what, a 39 and a 16-14. So even though it says 2-0 for Sweden, and you'd think that might be a breeze type of thing as they moved on to the, or further into the upper bracket, that was not the case. That could have very easily gone to a third map. That could have very easily gotten dicey on an Ancient, which would have been the decider in that one. So yeah, like, this is not a match that Sweden can feel too comfortable with. Again, we've mentioned it often. You can't really discount players from Kazakhstan. Like, they can show up out of nowhere. They can surprise you. We've seen it in many iterations of CS over the years, so this seems to be no exception.
Yeah, and it's always funny when you can look at the bracket and you can see, like, there's a 2-0 on there that's a 13-2 and a 13-1.
Yeah.
And then you have this 2-0, which is completely different, very, very close. So you've always got to look a little more in depth at it. And it's always very interesting when you get straight up rematches in this format. This is one of the reasons why we really enjoy it, because with such close maps in the first, does someone switch up the veto? Are they just happy to go with the same maps and think that they've learned enough? There's all sorts of interesting aspects on that front. And I think in this group, I wouldn't say Sweden are some unbeatable team here. Like, they've got good players, but I wouldn't have come into this if I was a team like Kazakhstan and said, oh, they're too far ahead of us. You know, I would say teams like Poland, I'd be like, okay, we're gonna struggle there. But a team like Team Sweden, I think it's absolutely feasible with the talent that Kazakhstan clearly have, that they could do something here.
Yeah, I think on paper it's very easy to favor the Swedish side, simply because you do have probably 2 of the bigger profiles that women's CS have had for the last 10 years in Saz and Giuliano, right? So easy to kind of lean that way and think that, well, this should be an automatic win, right? But there's talent growing everywhere, and Kazakhstan is no exception to that at all. So no, this is going to be a much, much closer game than most people anticipate.
Let's bring up our first lineup and see who is coming to bear on the server. We have Team Sweden now. Zaz Giuliano playing for Sweden. That's been said many a time in the past at least decade, Vendetta. When were these girls not playing for Sweden?
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the better question. It's like asking about, like, how many sons does Zeus not have? Like, this is they've just been a staple of Swedish Counter-Strike, like the women's Counter-Strike scene for such a long time, and for good reason. They've been some of the best players in the world for over a decade, so there's no surprise to anyone that they're still carrying the Swedish flag and carrying on this tradition. But what's exciting is that they do have a couple of new names with them in the form of Nia and Emsan. who are, you know, again, like the new generation of women players in Sweden, which is great to see. And obviously, if you get the chance to play with Juliano or Saz, make the most out of it, right? You have such a good opportunity to kind of learn from them and take basically like 7 mile, you know, steps in the right direction in terms of improving as a player.
Yeah, huge deal for these guys, and MSAN actually ended up top ranking one of the series for them, so that's already a good sign. Some of the new talent shining through. I still think you look at Zaz and Giuliano to be the consistent pieces. Zaz should be playing, in general, pretty damn aggressive. She's not been quite as aggressive so far at this tournament from what we've seen, and then Giuliano, maybe a bit more passive, but certainly willing to go into those late round scenarios. I also think the AWPing situation will be interesting. I don't think we've seen much AWPing from Sweden, so that's also something to keep an eye on.
Let's take a look at their opponents in this one for Kazakhstan. Lana the Banana, that's my favourite name. She has to win.
Yes. Oh, yeah. She actually played pretty well for them too. She's one of the lesser known names on this team, but I think, you know, she looks pretty talented just in terms of raw aim. Maybe a little unseasoned, I guess we'll say, but there's potential there if the seasoning can get done right. The experienced names are Potya and Iveri here. Potya on the AWP should be exciting to see, and then Iveri also quite an aggressive rifler, so I guess head-to-head with her and Zaz. I think Zaz will likely be the best player on the server, but these are some girls that can absolutely hang on the server.
Absolutely, and MJ the Queen, she was one of the players to have a bit of a, I guess, less fortunate experience in the first matchup between these two teams. Had a bit of an off series on her end, but came back versus Argentina and just absolutely, you know, put the team on her back. So again, she's going to be looking for revenge. That's a player that we obviously see. Again, if you're able to do that versus Argentina, you're going to be able to bring it versus Sweden as well. So it's potentially more firepower to be found from this Kazakhstan side that already played it really, really close with Sweden in the first bout.
Yeah, and I also think something that's very important to point out is on that Dust 2 map that Kazakhstan picked, they got 19 opening kills in a 16-14 loss.
That
suggests to me they probably got into a lot of winning positions in that game. We didn't get to see it on stream, but that really suggests I would not be surprised if they go with that again, because that seems like they were getting into good positions. Maybe the nerves were hitting them, first game, opening jitters, but now that they've got a win under their belt, if they can keep that together, hopefully there should be good chances for them, because that absolutely suggests they have the ability here.
This feels like a similar sort of setup to the last series we had on stage. A team makes it this far that we didn't necessarily expect, playing a lineup studded with players that have been around for so long, have so much experience, probably more so than Australia. Sweden need to win this, man. Sweden, they've got such good players. They've got so much experience. If they put it the other way, if they lost this game, we'd be asking a lot of questions.
I mean, again, it's all about what kind of angle you take on it, right? Like, do you want to focus on the fact that, okay, we have some new faces, right? From Kazakhstan to, again, like, broaden the women's scene as well. That would be, you know, obviously a fantastic thing to take out from this whole experience. But yeah, also, like, is the dawn of Swedish CS kind of on its way down? Like, is this kind of the last we're going to see of them? Like, how many rodeos do Saz and Juliano have left in them before they potentially hang up the mice, right?
Yeah.
That's absolutely fair. I don't think it's necessarily a must win, but I do think there's no doubt about who's going to be the most disappointed side if they were to be eliminated today.
Yeah, I think it more matters how they were to lose it. If they were to lose it and just Kazakhstan come in and just have incredible aim, like that wouldn't be surprising to me, and that wouldn't be the end of the world. If it happens that it's a really close game and it feels like Kazakhstan are almost like looking like the more experienced and solid team, that's when I would be a bit disappointed, because that's where Sweden should have the edge.
Let's see what map's going to end up on for this series. Last time around, it was Mirage Dust 2, should have been Ancient. This time,
Mirage Dust 2
and could well be Ancient in the end. It's just a reversed pick ban order.
Yeah.
That's the only difference, guys. I guess Kazakhstan took it so close on Dust 2, as you said. They must have been in so many good scenarios. They feel like it's still a good map for them. They just made some errors and they've gone for it again.
Absolutely. I don't mind this at all, really, if you're Kazakhstan. Like, if you have had 19 opening frags on Dust 2 and you still didn't win, obviously, like, that's a bit of a downside. But yeah, like you said, that must mean that you've been in such good positions that you know yourself that we should have won at least like 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of these rounds and converted, and then obviously like they're duking it out on Ancient. So I think it's a fair shout that they just give it the hard rematch in every single way and try to do better. And obviously, like for Sweden as well, they won their map pick, so again, no real reason for them to change it, but they should be wary, obviously, about Kazakhstan having learned a thing or two from that first matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think it's worth saying that with the uncertainty for me around what Sweden's AWPing situation is going to be like. Dust2 seems like a pretty slam dunk pick when you have a good AWPer yourself and you know that that's something you can rely upon. I think I might have seen Giuliano even picking up the AWP on occasion for Sweden. So like, I don't know if she's going to want to do that all the time or not. We'll see how that goes for Sweden. But yeah, I think that's definitely an interesting aspect. If you have the best player on your team being an AWPer, you're going to want to go into Dust2. So I think they've got a pretty good chance here of actually getting this one over the line. I think the chance of having jitters in the opening game is much higher than having nerves here when you've already played the team and you probably watched that map back and said, okay, we probably had these chances to win. Let's just not repeat those mistakes. Easier said than done. But, you know, that's what we say.
Just don't make mistakes. Just win.
Just win the forehead.
So Sweden ended up here because they got a bit of a smackdown loss against Frascors. We didn't see that game. We were covering other ones, so it's hard to say too much about that performance, but you have to assume, much like a lot of these teams, making mistakes by not being on the same page, maybe limited practice. What would you like to see in this game to calm your nerves, I guess, for what Sweden can give us?
Again, for me, obviously, with starting on the opponent's map pick, that's more than anything else. I just want to see them be competitive, and I don't want to see, again, like silly mistakes, if you could call it that. In the Dust2 matchup that we had between Australia and South Africa, we saw a lot of silly mistakes, whether it is like, again, like the excessive amount of util being used that accidentally flashes your teammate, like one person aggressing while the other's playing passive, like these kind of like simple things that are such, well, I mean, it shouldn't be like common occurrences at this level. I don't want to see any of that. I just want to see them, if they're going to lose, either get tactically outplayed or out-aimed. That's perfectly fine. It's not your map. You can still move into Mirage on the, like with a decently good feeling, but if you lose Dust2 because you're messing up for yourself in such a massive manner that it's going to cost you a map, then yeah, that could seep into Mirage, and that's worst case scenario. So Sweden, just like keep a cool, calm, level-headed approach to the entire first map.
Yeah, and I think that's how they should approach this, and I think they will see themselves as favorites, but at the same time, I don't think they're as big a favorites as a lot of people at home might assume. So I definitely don't want them to be too overconfident, and I think they shouldn't be after that warning shot in the earlier series. But I also think you're 100% right. I think coming into this series, the approach should be, let's make Kazakhstan prove that they can handle this sort of moment, because this is probably the biggest games of some of these players' careers. Let's make them feel the pressure. Let's make them try and make plays and see if they can handle it. And that's all you need to do on the first map, because there's a chance that alone could actually get you into a competitive map in the first place.
And then on the reverse, is it the same story as with South Africa for Kazakhstan, where they have nothing to lose here? They have absolutely no pressure on them. They should just play like they're in their bedrooms.
Yeah, 100%. Enjoy the moment. Make the most out of it. Most people are assuming that you're going to lose this matchup. So, you know, worst comes to worst, that actually happens. But there's such a big likelihood of you surprising people, and that's what you should take to heart.
I will say, don't play fully like they're in their bedrooms, because they're probably on like 100 ping at home. You know, they're on LAN now. Yeah, you can't just fully white all the time or anything. You know, Adren back in the day, 100 ping king. We loved it. I can never tell if that's a buff. When like Kazakhstan,
it feels that way when you play against them. Yeah, I played enough against Adren and Hobbit on Faceit to know that that doesn't feel like I'm the one with an advantage.
But then like when they come to LAN, I wonder if they have like habits or not, or if they're like used to playing with that pig. It's kind of interesting.
True, yeah.
Like some of these players, it might be their first time playing on like a complete LAN scenario, and they might be like, oh, this feels different.
Needs a bit of adjustment. Maybe that's what they needed in Sweden in the first matchup versus Sweden.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Sweden, they're used to playing on like 2 ping anyway.
Yeah, no, this is like playing in their bedrooms.
Yeah, pretty
essentially.
much.
So they should be well versed. They shouldn't have any sort of issues with it. This should be just like playing at home, just with a couple of extra spectators.
Yes, indeed. Well, exciting times. It's going to be Dust2 to kick off the series. The team's still spending a little bit of time setting up, so we're going to go to a break. And when we're back, it'll be Lucy and Brandon take you into map 1. We'll see you then.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded. One of you brave boys decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Surely expected, and is Barano find him, can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open, now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
Some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024, Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
the action never stops here at IESF World Esports Championships, and neither do we. We've got our third series of the day, guys, and this one is going to be an incredibly exciting one. Sweden coming through as a favorite to run deep in the tournament. I know they didn't have the most flawless qualifier, but we still rate, you know, just purely on the firepower and name value of this team. But Kazakhstan, I think, is a real dark horse, and I think the win over Argentina has got a lot of people excited about them.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is obviously a rematch of the opening game, and that was 2-0, but as the desk was saying, like, Kazakhstan, that definitely should have been ancient at a bare minimum. They got so many opening kills on Dust too, and it just wasn't enough to close. And we look at this team, and we think that there's some really high-profile names in here. Haven't seen Pocha on the server in a hot minute, but I know that she's consistently grinding. I'm personally really excited to sort of see how she gets on today on the stage. But Team Sweden, when you've got the experience of Giuliano and Zaz, you've got Emsan, who doesn't really have the opportunities to go to LAN all that frequently and is now here. Like, this is such a good opportunity for her.
Yeah, I remember back all the way in the very start of ESL Impact, casting Pocha was one of like the first big, exciting, flashy players that I got to witness, and that got me so excited about her and all the teams that she's played on since. She's such a pivotal player. It's been a real shame we haven't seen her kind of back at the top level of the scene for a minute, because she is a very skilled individual, and I really rated the One Wing Gang team. I thought that they, first of all, had an insane amount of aura, but they also a really exciting team. And hey, we get two of them in the server here today. Miyu reunited with Pocha. Iveri's had plenty of experience as well the last couple of seasons. MJ the Queen's been kicking about, and Lana Banana, who is a player I don't think I've ever seen, not that I can recall. She is actually performing really well, so I'm excited to see Kazakhstan in this rematch.
Yeah, we've also got Yenken and we got Nia as well, rounding out Team Sweden. Nia obviously holding her craft in Astralis right now. Yenken was part of the NIP outfit. He hasn't participated too much, but I'll tell you who's participating. Pocha and MJ the Queen. Quick kills immediately. Zaz looks to trade. We know she's going to be aggressive, and she finds another. But it's the quantity of players that are currently overwhelming Sweden. Iveri locks it in. That is dominant from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, nice little play. It feels really simple, doesn't it? Just two players go along with their spawns. Pocha gets over, and from that position, she's able to deliver a double up. Sure, they get traded out, but the damage is done. Zaz might get two, but Iveri's there to close it, and that's a very nice way to kick things started.
Yeah, and look, on this team, it would fall, I think, to Zaz to be that aggressive rifler, to try and take this space. Giuliano, Yenken running behind, like that feels very good as a base for Team Sweden. But for Kazakhstan, they got some incredibly heavy hitters. We've spoken, obviously, about the outfit of the Impact players, but also Lana, Banana, as you said, but MJ the Queen. MJ the Queen's been brilliant all event long.
Yeah, she's been kicking about for a minute. I've definitely seen her in the server in various kind of stacks, but not seen her playing in the league so much. That's been what's been missing, that kind of next step. But this is invaluable experience for all of these players from Kazakhstan. And imagine a win over Sweden. What a statement that would be.
It'd be revenge.
Absolutely.
And to eliminate, potentially, Giuliano and Zaz, that is massive.
Yeah, right. After eliminating Argentina, who, if you remember, they were second last year. They got to the grand final. Very strong outfit. So Kazakhstan have already shown their intent today.
Unfortunately, we can't get things underway right now. There's a little bit of a tech. Hopefully that gets resolved momentarily, because we get the fun round, we get the gun round. I'm not too sure what went wrong, because obviously we were casting the other games on the first day. I say the first day, yesterday. And we got to... it feels like we've been here forever. But the fact that Kazakhstan got so many opening kills and they weren't able to close it is kind of worrying. I think it's worrying on both accounts, because it's like, how did you not win? But also at the same time, how are Sweden not finding opening kills when you got Zaz?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And actually, I had a look with Hawker at the stats, and Zaz is actually notably lower on opening kill attempts. I mean, it's still pretty standard, like around 23, which is pretty high percentage, but normally, you know, if we talk about the ESL Impact online season against the best European teams, it's pushing 30 most of the time. So perhaps not being quite the aggressive piece. I guess, you know, when we look at Imperial, she can kind of rely on a lot of players to close, and I feel like given she is one of the most high-profile players on this team, she maybe wants to play some different roles where she can be a bit more of a closer than an opener.
I don't like that, though, because I feel like you're taking away what makes you special as a player. I feel like she's got so much X factor. We'll see. Quick scaling up towards short. Lana Banana just holding. That's a really fun name to say. Look at this push through under, though. Pocha with the MP9 has already spotted the bomb.
Yeah, she's been spotted, so she has to scamper away, and she will escape. But now Sweden know that their position is known, but they have no other options right now. There's nowhere else they can go unless they just completely disengage and reset. MJ the Queen close by, MP9, a good weapon to deal with this position, but so many players swinging through, and the first one gets the job done. Pocha swings back in.
Look at the long push as well. Like they are being suffocated, so they will try and go back towards short. Important fight here, one out by Zaz, and a lot of damage also done to Lana Banana, but she holds on. She gets one, nearly a second, so it's the MP9s that need to deliver.
That one tap from Zaz, though, that might be enough just to set up this round. Pocha and Iveri now going to group up in towards short, but smoked off currently. Throwing a flashback. Oh, Iveri does have one, so could potentially attempt it. HE's thrown over in a double up, and they do find the kill off the back of it. Now it's definitely on. Smoking kit for Pocha. A flash out is great, but it's a team flash. Well, in fact, it's her own. And Giuliano now has the clutch. Pocha not ready for the reswing.
That's close though, and again we are hitting round 3 on Dust 2, where the unfortunate circumstances of team utility. I mean, I guess that's self-sabotage in a way because it's your own flash, but it comes back to bite you. They're fine though. The important thing is that you got Giuliano still alive, getting those kills, getting Sweden notably on the board. But my oh my, that again gets way too close. Look at this push from Kazakhstan. They are so aggressive. M-San is holding, but the counter flash is brilliant to get me on the angle.
Can they disengage? That's the question. Oh, not quite, but you might have been expecting a third player to have pushed. Ivanana will slide in, and yeah, completely unknown. Iveri also pushed, so she falls. And they've got the B bomb site, but they need to get the bomb there.
And they can, as long as Giuliano goes now, like, it's all okay.
Yeah.
You got to be worried just about mid, though, because you don't know about the disengage, but Kazakhstan have reset, they got in towards A, so this will be a 2 versus 2, one in which you can go for, but at the same time it's planted on B and you got an AWP, and there's no kit.
Yeah, this is really tricky. They gamble that's going to be the A side, and yeah, I think surely Pocha might post on the doors, see if she can pick something, and if she finds that kill, that will be an acceleration, but if you're not given the opportunity, oh, Jiggle. Yanka will drop down. In fact, a flashbang to set her up. A missed shot from Pocha. Ichi over the top. They are giving this a go. Pocha. This is an incredibly risky play. The no-scope, almost a chance, and yeah, she's removed.
I'll be honest here, I'm not sure in the 2 versus 2, like, why you're pushing so intently. I guess they don't know about lowers, really, so they feel like they've got to take space, but it's so aggressive, and there's so many ways in which that could go wrong. Again, it doesn't, but I think the warning signs are here for Sweden.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be Kazakhstan on the eco. They got the AWP out, and we didn't really, unfortunately, get to see it get too active.
That's such a shame, actually, for Kazakhstan, because of the fact they had 3 players in towards mid, Sweden didn't know about it. I mean, that's a testament to the recovery of Team Sweden, and maybe why they were able to get so many rounds in the end over the line for themselves on D2. They make the most out of every situation.
Well held there against the eco. They clean up middle. Giuliano gets the AWP from the round before, so we'll get to see her against Pocha into this one, who I think, again, she's one of these players that will often prioritize the AWP, as we're seeing here. Very different to the teams that we saw play earlier.
Yeah. As soon as Pocha can get an AWP, that's it. And now she's searching. Very aggressive, but also Giuliano wanted to give it a go.
Well, she did get that first kill. Wanted some more. Okay, so we've got are very lower, but they're just going to walk into B.
I wonder what, like, maybe this is either familiarity from playing Kazakhstan before, but I wonder what the go signal is for them to be so confident no one is in B.
It's crazy. There's so many gaps. Iveri's been spotted, so Sam will clear her easily. This will be another round for Sweden. Just comes off getting one pick, really.
Yeah, I'm really trying to work out what the sort of activation point is for Team Sweden for Jenkins just to go, oh, okay, I'm just going to walk out B, like, instantly.
Yeah, I guess they're seeing a lot of pressure being put middle and long early that they're feeling, you know, especially after Giuliano gets that first pick and then sees 2 more players fighting long. I think that's given that signal that B, at the very least, is only going to have 1 player, and so they go for the information play.
That's crazy. Sorry, that's ridiculous.
Okay, it's getting a little too eager there, Giuliano. Okay. Zaz. No reason for Nia not to swing, though. Yeah, very nice. Uh-oh, Pocha! Pocha! She lives. Just.
Fair enough. Giuliano falls so that Zaz and Nia can thrive, I suppose. There's a lot of damage being done. It is only 1 ult being collected. Rest of Kazakhstan are just going to have to be on pistols now. So it's all about setting up the AWP and all about seeing what Pocha can find. Nearly a kill. Instead, it's just a tag on Emsan.
A decent attempt for it. Jumping over. And Jade Queen is going to be on the jiggle. She can drop the smoke grenade. Sweden are grouped up here, so it does feel like their intent is going to be B. Unless they just regroup and take a look in towards middle. Nice boost.
That gives the confirmation though. AWP's on short. You know the money's going to be weak. You surely just go B. But this setup tucked in towards the corner, Sweden have got to be thorough.
Yeah, and the longer this takes, the more pot you can move around. She does go towards long, so she's not going to see anything there. Sweden aren't budging. I think at some point you need to get the information. Even if you have the player advantage, you don't have the weaponry. However, this position from Lana Banana, it should be good for 1. You imagine. No, she's mollied out. Mollied out. The flashbang almost does the job. It doesn't stop moving as she slides into sight.
Yeah, great work from Emsan. She's the one that gets tagged initially. She gets all the middle information. Then it's her molly, it's her flashbang to get both of those kills. A really important, I think, underrated piece in this Sweden outfit. Commented on how good she is on CT side, particularly in her anchor roles, but here on T side, she's doing almost like a lot of the supportive elements.
It's a really interesting Sweden team. I actually thought Emsan wouldn't be doing that so much, just because you have, I would say, 3 players that often fill that role in their team.
Yeah,
right?
I'd agree with that.
You've got Juliana and Zaz who are going to be those playmakers, but the other 3 in every outfit we've seen them in have been the more supportive elements.
I will say though, I think Emsan does it the best. I think Jenkin really likes to get aggressive. I think Nia has got a lot of, I guess, passive traits in her when we watch her play CS. So
She's quite a good anchor.
Yeah. But I think that's a good thing to have. That's a nice problem to have because you can just stick 1 on either side of the map.
Yeah, exactly.
But I remember in the European qualifiers on Anubis in particular, Emsan on A was getting like so many important rounds.
Yeah,
so many
absolutely.
multi-kills.
Peek down, Giuliano, ready for pot shot. Giuliano's looking very good with his AWP. Some big impactful opening kills.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it here, but for big, it has to be Zana. I know there was a period where Giuliano came back to CS and she was figuring out whether she wanted to AWP or rifle. She's looking a lot more consistent on it here, and it's funny because she doesn't really AWP anything.
Yeah, but almost a very solid secondary AWP that you can pull out. Yeah, but almost a very solid secondary AWP that you can pull out. She can do it all. Uh-oh, Zaz.
It's okay, the flash was weirdly good for that situation.
Right. Oh. That's awkward. Yep. You got to save this. The AWP gets picked up. I feel like all these gun rounds have been quite flat thus far. Outside of the one where they took all the control in middle, which they still lost.
What I was going to say is, you think about like our cadence, our tempo when we were casting South Africa, Australia, is because they were making things happen. Like, it was so aggressive. And here it's like we're going through the motions and we're just joining alongside with Sweden, because it is just so simple. It's piece by piece. We take this piece of map control. Kazakhstan's going to respond. No. And then when they go for this next gunfight, oh, it's Sweden in the lead again. It just feels like such a composed way to address Dust 2. Kazakhstan needs to take a timeout. They'll have 30 seconds to breathe, but this is already 6 T rounds for Sweden, and they're in complete control.
Yeah, they're having a discussion about the buy here, right? Because they could have, if they saved that weapon, have a really convincing one. Pocha can buy an AWP. And technically, could provide something to one of her teammates. Iveri's got the drop too. But then, you know, is going to feel the most fleshed out. But after a really nice start to affairs, it has been Sweden just commanding the gun rounds. It will be this investment. Iveri not going to drop. Why not? Keeping money for another AWP later. Yeah, they're really prioritizing it.
Yeah, and this makes sense. This is what I would expect out of Kazakhstan, because you want Pocha to always have a signature weapon all the time. But I mean, it would feel probably a bit nicer if you do drop an M4 here. It means the buy is a little bit more fleshed out.
Yeah, you don't love MP9s on this map, but at least a good way to get advantage of them is to push.
Look, by the way, at this Sweden holding, they're anticipating a reaction, and they're going to get one. Giuliano on the line, it's missed, but the rifle network is more than adequate to dispatch of them. Be open again. This is a consistent weakness now for Kazakhstan.
Look at the HV. There was a real chance to get the multi there, but instead they walk away with none. And now Giuliano ready for this push. No, whiffs the shot. But Emsan there to deliver. Iveri has taken one down with the Molotov. Knee is low. Pocha's pushing through with the AWP. You won't anticipate this. Knee is only just now going to start planting. But the smokes are up, which gives them some room to breathe.
Well, that's the main thing. You just need Iveri to take as much attention as possible. And Pocha needs to just start walking, but it's Emsan that gets the kill on Iveri. And now Nia doesn't need to move. Pocha has been heard scoping as well by Emsan. So yet again, her doing everything, but that is a great shot. And goes for the other one. Pocha's gotcha, and Kazakhstan has a third.
And that's why we hype up Pocha, baby. That's why they prioritize the AWP. Because she can pull that out. The perfect position to swing on her, but she slides into that little gap. The perfect headshot. Check this back. We've seen a lot of clutches today, but this one takes the cake. Ho, ho, ho.
Pixel perfect. And now, because she's kept the AWP, Iveri's like, here you go, it's an M4. A little bit of a shell-shocked round for Sweden, but they want to take long. They want to be aggressive. They're the ones now setting the tempo.
Crazy low HP didn't even matter onto those layers because it's the AWP. Long control established. This one from Sweden looks pretty clear. Top mid lurk from Emsan. The AWP is very much present on the side itself. Pocha taking point. A lot of rounds, it's kind of her teammates falling and she has to pick up the pieces. This time she's getting very active. Wants to get the information. A move into car. Oh, that looked unfavorable, but she's very quick.
Yeah, that is actually ridiculous.
No way she goes some more.
Of course she does.
Oh, but misses. Yeah, now she gets the info at least, and there's the swing from Iveri, and she's cleaned house. Low HP, long range spray doesn't work out. It's on to Giuliano. They sit back, Kazakhstan get bored.
Yeah. Come on then. We've seen an AWP clutch out of Pocha. Let's see what out of you. 35 seconds, bomb dropped. It's
she wants to save, surely, because her teammates can all buy. She'll get the AWP into next round. No, she's actually going to come back. She wanted to see if anyone was pushing. But as soon as she gets one, the swing's going to be instant, and she doesn't get the one. Big round from Iveri. We saw Pochia take point, but it was Iveri that got all the critical kills.
It's interesting as well because it's so interesting because it's like Pochia gets one kill, she just pushes, and like, it just feels like it shouldn't work, and it doesn't. She rightfully gets punished, and then Iveri just kills them all. Like, she's just out in the open, pure contact, and it feels like that's the way that Kazakhstan have won a lot of these rounds. Like, it's just pure contact. They're brawling them.
All right, a couple for Kazakhstan. A timeout as well. They want to keep their heads cool. That was 6 rounds in a row for Sweden. Finally broke back by 2 back-to-back, the clutch. And then one that's clean. The first convincing round, really, from Kazakhstan outside of the first 2. Confidence build-up for this team that was on the back foot.
And for all the control we were speaking about, now Kazakhstan, they're just racing. They're going back to a round that worked before. That was pressuring towards top middle. Giuliano will find one, but trades are immediate. Needs the second Giuliano, but can't find it. It's on a banana with the double up, and it's Zaz scared, but Pochia creeping. Zaz securing. This round is crazy.
Pochia had no idea a play could be that close.
She's in spawn. She's right behind them.
Yeah, but they've... Oh, no! This is the bomb! She needs this fight, and she wins it. That is everything, because B bomb site is taken, and now Iveri can slide through. They've lost the site that they thought they'd stolen again. They left the bomb back, and now they get absolutely collapsed on.
I love how just progressive this is. I love how just infuriating this must feel for Team Sweden as well, because it's like, damn, they pushed again, and suddenly they just keep going. Giuliano's not ready for a second player to be so close, and she's just on a bike, just in spawn, denying the bomb. That is upsetting not only Giuliano, it's Zaz. It's both veterans vetted against, and now it's a one-round game, and you've got really limited money. Nia's on a dig.
It's crazy. Big round, pushing into spawn. To find out long Zaz, yeah, this is more of what we expect from her.
This is her just frustrated, being like,
Yeah.
right, okay, you want to run at me?
She just goes out solo, a flashbang, all she needed.
Oh, MJ the Queen.
What's going on here? Iveri. Oh, she's managed to double up. And now MJ the Queen strikes. Check that out, a double up. We're going to be all tied up, surely.
Has to be. And it was Zaz that got the opening kill, and now she's the only one left.
Frustrating for Zaz. The call feels right, too. You've got Zaz with full long control. Sure, you want to go through short. It's the logical play, but Kazakhstan read that. 2 double kills from the defenders. Pochia confirms it. Kazakhstan tie us up.
It's really cool, actually, to see that MJ the Queen makes that play through the mid-doors smoke, because she's backing up Iveri just in a way that Sweden are not going to be prepared for. You may expect a push coming down lower, but M-San's always been holding sort of outside. Giuliano did it that one round, so you go through mid instead. And Iveri then feels confident enough to be able to swing on that angle. And Iveri's been so good at just getting these kills time in, time out. It's never 1 with Iveri, it's bare minimum 2.
It was still a really strong half from Sweden. Remember, they got 6 gun rounds off the bat. But what a recovery from Kazakhstan. Keeping it much more competitive than it looked out from the get-go. We also have another situation where we've got a team that does have a coach and another that doesn't. But I think the difference here with this coachless Kazakhstan is, yeah, you got players that, I guess, been around for a minute, but do they have the experience playing on the stage, right? And that's something that I think they might be lacking a little bit, and being able to call those pauses and keep everyone in check in the pressure moments.
Yeah, It's one of those where I do agree to a certain extent, but they did take that pause when they were trying to figure out their money. Also, I think it's where they're the underdogs as well. I feel like so much more pressure is here on Sweden because their expectations was just get through the groups pretty easily.
That's true.
And now they've been struggling, not only against Team France, but also against Kazakhstan in the opener, straight through for MJ the Queen. She's trying to close the gap and has overwhelmed Nia.
Okay, Sand just taps on back through. Oh, okay, Giuliano. That's a perfect shot. Still, smoke waiting, will dissipate. Lana Banana has a difficult angle to deal with. You can tell that they're anticipating this position. No one blinks for Kazakhstan, but Lana Banana is cut between two spots. And surely Sweden about to strike over the top. They come. Pocha, though, she is here, and she is holding strong. We know Orpas are good with pistol. She shows it.
How? How does that fall apart for Team Sweden? They knew that player was locked in towards doors, but the way that they fight window, they just go out window and then just drop. They don't jiggle, they don't swing to clear for backside. That feels really sloppy in that retake effort. There is no way Pocha should be getting as much real estate as she did.
Check out tracking though, it's so good. Headshot on a play that's falling and then just following the second one. Flash long. Oh, very good. Really, really good. Oh dear. Okay. Should be fine now.
Yeah, you can just go mid to B. Take a fight long range of a Mag 10. Probably not the best advised, MJ the Queen.
Yeah. Sure, they don't have armor, but now you've got two players that have got weapons. You've got Smoke and HE. You picked up a flashbang as well. Pocha, is she going to take the aggressive line? I wonder if she really wants to peek into this. She'll go ahead of it. Good kill, but the trade is there. How has this round gotten to this? Iveri, backside 1v2, and she's spotted. She's able to reposition. This smoke is actually to her advantage. Giuliano can't quite convert, but that was a full eco.
Yeah, it was. It was a lot of damage, but it's Iveri again in a situation where it's high pressure. You need a multi-kill. She's going to give it to you. Really well handled. I like the fact that she's just looking at the edge of the smoke just in case. As soon as you see the bullet tracer, it's like, okay, instant lock in. They haven't got armor. NT from Sweden, because that flash play long does net them 2 kills. It nets them 2 rifles. MJ the Queen nearly gives them an extended arm into going for that retake because of hanging around.
Another leg for Pocha. It's Msan that gets the first kill. Ooh, that's the bomb, but actually the smoke lands and Msan just continues to spam. Damage down back in response. Iveri, she's just hanging out here. There's so many smokes long. Look how many players are honed in on her.
Yeah.
And she's removed. Msan has lockdown long.
Much better. And now Zaz can still remain in towards mid, can still be a threat. Yeah, Lana Banana's just not ready for that whatsoever. And now suddenly the long players can come back over to deal with Pocha. Just don't give her 1v1s, please. She already has 17 kills.
Finishes the job she started on Zaz, but yeah, surely they don't give her the chances here. I mean, she doesn't have the bomb anyway. See, it's in long doors. They've gone for a nice setup. I really like the way Sweden are approaching it. They're not going to give her any space. She might be able to find this kill, potentially onto Nia if she looks around this corner. Then surely this mid push will catch her out. In fact, she's just going to try and run away. See if she can save the AWP.
Yeah, Giuliano's not going to let that happen. Already in towards lowers, holding patiently. Pocha needs to come around this corner. She is scoped in, to be fair to her.
Oh, the pillar.
Oh, the timing on that is horrible. It does take all the magazine, but Giuliano will confirm the kill and upgrades herself to an AWP.
That's ridiculous that she's crouched down just behind the pillow. Unlucky for Pocha. So now Sweden get their first on the CT side, and it's actually a kind of forced investment. Still, players don't fully buy into it. Pocha didn't get armor, but she does have the scout. We've got pistol players around her, so certainly a chance to do damage.
Yeah, damage certainly the name of the game. A break on the smoke, but a good counter volley from Zaz that separates up the pack of players looking to work. A bomb plant would be exceptional here for the T side, but I can't see it happening unless Juliano gets sideswiped. A double peek to try and promote the scout, but in steps Jenkin, but it's not even for one.
Almost one, but not quite. So as she walks around this corner, Pocha has a chance to flick up onto her and remove her. We are going to see Giuliano move back into support middle, so this is the right call. In fact, another tag, but oh, okay, Giuliano. Quick shot back in response, misses the chance second time around. Zaz has fallen.
No way.
You still have Nia in backside. You still have Nia and you got low HP players. Nia hears them coming over the top, but two players, too many players. She gets crunched on.
How does this slip? How does this fall apart? M-San looking to pick up the pieces, but already been spotted by Miyu, who is now just taking pop shots through the door. This is so tricky to try and retake, especially with no utility. Creeping forward goes M-San, spotted out is one of them, but she still needs to isolate these fights, and they're just not giving it to her whatsoever. Surely this will be the lock-in, this will be the half-by conversion for the T side.
She's begging for that peak, but the one that comes isn't the one that she wanted. That's remarkable from Kazakhstan, to be honest, because it looked like Sweden had done everything right, but Jenkin gets caught out in short. There's no kill at all provided from her. Giuliano, sure, she gets that nice one through the doors, but then run down by the pistols. Kazakhstan make a great call just to immediately speed up. And because Zaz was playing such a committed angle, looking to play off Giuliano, she's just removed immediately from the headshot.
That's so funny because you said, look, it looks like Team Sweden do everything right, and then you point out 6 things they did wrong. It just looked like they were really complacent, and it was the fact that, oh, we're going up against a half-buy, doesn't matter. Oh, we got to trade back. It's Giuliano here. It feels like they're guaranteed a multi-kill, and they just get completely overwhelmed.
Yeah, it would have all been good if they'd actually killed anyone.
Uh-oh.
What?
Never mind. Why am I even talking anymore? What's the point? Because every eco ends up like this today. Like, honestly, I've never seen anything like it in my life, and it could get worse.
So happens when, you know, you've got national teams, it's a bit less structured. There's definitely room to exploit, but the attempt to push through the smoke, okay, it's all fine. Zaz gets 2 really nice headshots to get things started, but we're not going to see any more this round. Double digits for Kazakhstan.
That was actually really crazy how easy that looks. The USP just double dinks 2.
Yeah.
Doesn't get a single bullet
like
back
a
in
5-7.
return. Fair play. Their map pick looking to right their wrongs from yesterday. 3 steps away. Sweden now take a timeout. A reinvestment of the AWP for Giuliano. Something's got to change. Maybe they need to start getting aggressive, fighting towards lower tunnels a bit more. Try and just have control over towards short, because it feels like Sweden, the only thing they're going for is long.
All right, we get the ult back for Pocha. I feel like she said that almost every round. I feel like I've not even seen her with a regular rifle. It's incredible how often they're able to get out the sniper for her, and for good reason. A big part of why they're suddenly in the lead, looking to get revenge over Sweden. This is the most stacked group here, hands down.
Yeah.
Every one of these teams you can make a case for. Pocha boosted, but no peek comes her way.
Good info though. She now knows 2 are definitely there. So you spoke about Sweden maybe going for some form of short control. They're going to do it. It's going to be 2 players pushing, trying to get aggressive. Giuliano on the line potentially. You got Zaz at double doors.
Yeah, Giuliano's boosted up. So she can look down into Lois. But Kazakhstan are sending no one this way. They've taken long control. M-San with a FAMAS at this range. She's just playing information, then she can call over Giuliano to support from short.
Yeah, sees the molly, but doesn't see anything else. Now we'll see the flashbangs pour forward. All you got to do is make sure that you don't die to the AWP. Don't peek on this edge, otherwise Pocha will probably secure the kill. Giuliano, that's just so far in the open without any support.
Yeah, she thought she had all that space, but Pocha already impaired. It's always going to favor her, and it's a very fast adjustment, to be fair.
This is cool. MJ the Queen is holding for this push, this reaction out of Zaz.
Yeah, she gets this kill. Zaz wins it. Remarkable.
That makes this completely one-dimensional now. This is going to force this T side to go up A, and all the rotates will be here.
Literally every defender is ready for this. They start the scale. Iveri looking to take points. Smoke will fade on the side. This player exposed in short, just in the open. Yeah, Young gets removed. Emsan with the FAMAS gets the transfer onto 2. And he's still got Zaz to deal with. And you can't do it. Pocha ahead, didn't quite see her. Nia runs through. And that was weird, the HE over the top onto Zaz. That one falls apart. Emsan's double up is massive, but Zaz's push is ridiculous that she wins that.
Yeah, what's good here is the communication here from Sweden. The fact that Emsan jiggles, gets all the necessary info, and just lets Zaz do the work. Zaz is so good at finding these gaps, pushing through the middle of the park and going on these lurks. She's honed her craft for so many years and gets such an important kill to keep Sweden in this bout on Dust 2. And that's an eco. That's the reward for this hard work. It potentially should be a one-round game. They have fallen victim to these sort of rounds before, though.
It's crazy because Kazakhstan have 2 players that are 6 kills above anyone on Sweden. There he is. Really crept up the leaderboard.
It also feels like they've got the opening kills again in the majority of these rounds. I don't know the stats on that.
Giuliano is ready for this push-up short. Emsan has supportive utility too, so when she gets flashed off, more utility goes over. They see these players start to scale. It is a little scary actually, because Emsan just has an MP9, but she's managing to hold on. They've spotted the player dropping. That's the bomb too, so you can't secure the plant at this stage, even if you find these kills. You'll only find one.
Brilliant flash from Giuliano. It's the one that lands just in the window, just sort of in between like the half open like sill, and it completely blinds them. And Emsan's just able to swing. 1 round game. It feels like these rounds are being won. It's not back and forth anymore. This series is more like in patches. Whoever wins a couple of rounds in a row, it feels like they're going to go on to win the next couple. But still not amazing here for Sweden. And yeah, again, it's Pocha with the AWP.
Will the peek be given to her? Nia's just jump peeking the angle. Oh, spotted. Pocha is hunting for this. In fact, she wants to catch off Zaz. What a heads-up play. Anticipating the rotation, Pocha takes things into her own hands. And now Iveri activates on the lurk. They're getting dismantled. Giuliano will find that kill on the lurking player, but it's still an advantage for Kazakhstan, and the bomb's down on B.
There are flashes, right? Jenkin can throw them over to Giuliano. Miyu's got to be careful not to be caught off guard, but they're playing this really safe, Kazakhstan. As soon as one player takes contact, another one can step in. It's a tough decision to go for this retake if you team Sweden, but utility flies forward, bomb already halfway gone.
They can't go for it,
yeah,
they
disengage.
realize it. They're hoping to be given that jiggle from Miyu. It doesn't give itself. There's no one in towards sandbags where the molly was thrown, so nothing given up. They have to concede, and that's going to be 11 now for Kazakhstan.
What an awesome round to call as well. Pocha's like, look, I'm having a great game. I feel like I can go and get these entry kills. So it's really chaotic. It's driven off of just pure intent from your AWPer, and then it's so safe in the afterplant to the point where Sweden have to concede and they give nothing away. What a round to pull out.
Will be the reinvestment, but it's not the prettiest. Jenkin gets very aggressive. Sees me throwing that utility. She's going to disengage. Pocha looking to try and run it back, but it's more active hold this time around. But still, Zaz peeks in. Nia in a good position to trade. They might not be anticipating a player close by, and that's the bomb given over. Nia with the MP9, Pocha trying to find her, and she will. The smoke landed on doors at the same time, and Lana Banana by her side has given her the space. Feels like anytime Pocha goes here, she finds 2.
It's just simple CS. It isn't anything like really overcomplicated. Giuliano tries to complicate things though, but MJ the Queen will trade immediately. too many players for Sweden to deal with, and sure, it's a bomb denial, but they've got over a minute left on the clock. Emsan watches on as the scoreboard keeps lighting up. Pocha dismantling of all of her teammates. Bomb finally committed. But this retake again feels improbable.
Of course, it's Pocha to close. 3 kills and a leg through that. Obviously, she's been at the spearhead of this, but you've got to give your props to Ivory, who has been in and out of a few teams as of late, and it's good to have this resurgence from her. And such an important series too.
I think it's actually really interesting because we've seen a lot, and I think we've spoken a lot over the last couple of days about experienced players trying to take responsibility. And there's always been this element of what we sort of said, well, they're doing too much, right? In this case, it is the combo of Pocha and Ivory, but it's weird because it actually just feels like it's enough. And whenever Pocha is making these plays, Ivory is in a different part of the map, trying to lock off these rotations, trying to make sure that the Team Sweden always feel uncomfortable whatever stage of their planning of the retake. They're going for the retake. They're hold on a different area of the site. It's been a really powerful duo just to watch almost evolve over this game. And you got to remember, again, this was Team Sweden coming through looking like they were incredible and in complete control of this game, and it's completely turned against them.
This is the best T-side AWPing I've seen, like this entire event.
And Ivory's got the AWP now, not Pocha.
Yeah, had the spawn for it. Zaz spotted, Pocha coming over the top, but it's Pocha coming over the top. So she'll come out on it. This double up in short, are they gonna be ready for this? Light Banana, does she wanna scale up? It's a 5-7 in there. The weaponry is not good for Sweden to stave off Kazakhstan.
Yeah, say that again. This is the best chance for Kazakhstan to close their map pick right here, right now. Not an M4 to Team Sweden's name, so they've got to get proactive. A reset through the mid doors, but they get smoked instantly.
An MP9 at long from this position does not feel good, and the smoke that she's deployed actually gives the T's space to work with. The flash comes out, and she does avoid it, and now will be spotted. But yeah, I mean, what are you going to do from that spot? This might just be it.
This should be it. Look at the position out of Pocha. She's holding for this scaling in towards short. Emsan should be dead momentarily. And then between Giuliano and Nia, they haven't even got 100 health between them.
She's not missed a shot. And look how safe they're being. They've got middle, Pocha's locking it off, so they're just going to run B and make sure, without a doubt, they win this.
The bomb needs to go.
It's fine, it'll make it.
Will it?
Oh no, oh no, oh no. No way, not like this. Oh
Will
my
it?
goodness. Can you imagine if that's the way? It's all good though, the bomb will make it. Safe as houses, or just about. Pocha and Miyu confirm it. Kazakhstan continue the upsets against Scandinavia today, taking their map pick against Sweden.
Oh my god, that was nearly a generational fumble, but it wasn't. They're being so safe, except the bomb was going down mid, but it's okay. It's all fine. And as they should have yesterday, they will take their map pick. And now we look at this, we think Team Sweden, all the pressure, all the expectations on them. You now start to worry a little bit for them, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, Pocha's got just so much aura. I don't know, like, how can you counter her? Yeah, I mean, just look. The vibes are great. She's feeling good after such a dominant performance, but it wasn't just her. It wasn't just the Pocha show. We had Ivory by her side. Crucial moments from multiple players on that team. Sweden had the run of it at the start, right? After the pistols. Now, Kazakhstan did get both pistols, but even still, they look so convincing on that T side.
I think it was just the individuals. The individuals looked way better. I think, like, Team Sweden, they were moving as a cohesive unit, but as soon as we got on that T side, it was just that, again, that wombo combo of Ivory, of Pocha.
Pocha didn't miss a shot, I swear to God.
As soon as Pocha takes matters into our own hands, it was incredible. Let's see what the desk has to say.
Despite a 2-6 start, Kazakhstan run it the whole way back. And I can't believe I'm saying this. They are one map away now from the playoffs, guys. This is madness.
Yeah, and it's well-earned madness as well. Again, we've seen a bit of a trend from the CT sides on Dust 2 so far today. I think Kazakhstan did their best to kind of continue on with that trend. Aggressive. Aggression, get into the faces of the opponents, and obviously, like you mentioned, helps having a really damn good operator on Dust 2.
Yeah, I knew she was good. I didn't know she was that good at the end there. Oh my, absolutely clinical. It felt like almost robotic. Like every fight that she saw, as soon as she detected it, she was like, cool, I know I'm going to win it. It was wild. Just going contact B on multiple occasions, cracking open bomb sites with that AWP. Very, very well played by Pocha, and it wasn't just her. Iveri was right there alongside her with a lot of impact as the rifler. And as you said, that CT side aggression, there was a period of this game where Sweden had a handle on it. They had a hold on it. They got that 6-round streak, but Kazakhstan eventually come through with just enough rounds to keep it competitive. And by the end there, just the individuals and the anchors from Sweden almost getting frozen. Like they were stuck in place, the same thing happening over and over again, and they just couldn't seem to stop it.
Yeah. No, again, Pocha,
this was wild.
Exactly. And she did this so many times. This is the first of many, which is like the wild part about it. Pocha was just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the duck back. Oh.
I mean, if she doesn't win that round, they are reaching the point of no return in terms of not winning enough CT rounds. And they went on a massive streak after that. Second half, they looked dominant, frankly. They were in such control. As said, after losing that early, that early few rounds, it's just unbelievable. Where did these girls come from? These two, Avieria and Pocha, are just unbelievable. I mean, absolute monsters.
Yeah. Super, super fun to see, and obviously for them, you know, that's got to feel great. They dropped the ball on multiple occasions yesterday, obviously losing in OT versus Sweden on this very map when you've had a majority, like a hefty majority of opening kills. This time they took a much better, much better grip on their chances that they created for themselves, that it pays off in a big way. They were wonderful on Dust 2, honestly, and I think, again, this is only going to build into Mirage. I think if you have someone like Pocha informed, she's going to be able to do damage. She's going to wreak havoc on Mirage too.
Yeah, and you could definitely see where a lot of those opening kills were coming from for Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Like, crazy that she's able to keep getting away with it. I think from Team Sweden's side, we saw Juliana AWPing a fair bit, and she did look solid. I think that was important to see. I don't think that was a problem for Sweden. I also think the kills were fairly even, but I would say that Zaz, just with that aggressive playstyle, was doing really well and getting a lot of impact. And then sometimes they would just lose the round elsewhere, which I'm sure was a little frustrating. But I think it's one of those where it's not the end of the world for Sweden. It was still a close-ish map, and we saw some of the individuals shining. It was just an unbelievable performance from the two best players on Team Kazakhstan. So that they can't get too down on themselves after that map. You've got to just hope to yourself that Pocha doesn't have a performance like that again.
Yeah, no,
I think that's the best map we've seen on stream all tournament from Pocha. Like, impact-wise, I think
honestly,
that's got to be.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And again, you can tell, like, the highlight package kind of shows it, like, how impactful she is in terms of opening things up for her side. You'll find many different type of operators that kind of, like, just kind of blocks off rotations or, you know, basically plays behind the rest of the team, that kind of thing. She literally just walks in first, like, no issue whatsoever. The calmness she has within herself as well, like the round where she picks up Saz, the one round Saz picks up an AWP as well, wins the duel up when Saz picks from Big Box on B, gets the smoke off on door, notices that, well, one of her teammates dies to the MP9 close corner, and she just doesn't budge. She's like so calm, she's like, yeah, I'm not gonna get pushed from window. I'm not gonna, like, nothing's gonna happen here. I'm just gonna slowly, like, walk this down. It's, no, just super impressed, really. Really, really fun to see that they were able to battle back from the first matchup.
Yeah, I also want to give some credit to Lana Banana. Pound for pound, best name at the event, but also pretty solid on the server. I think her aim is good. She's maybe a little raw. I don't think she's played many tournaments. She's kind of unknown coming into this, but did a solid job, ended around even KD and just like having some good moments. And they are going to need that supporting cast to an extent. So I think that's also another sign that we needed to see from Kazakhstan. Just a little support here and there from the other players, and we definitely got that.
Something I always like to say in Counter-Strike is nothing matters more than having a plan and being on the same page. If you don't have that, you will not win games. And we've seen it today with South Africa. We've seen it with Kazakhstan. It might not necessarily be orthodox, but everybody plays with conviction, buys into the system, they're making moves at the same time. That CT side was hella aggressive. Hella aggressive at times. They loved a mid-push, but because everybody was buying into the plan, they made it work. And now, if they can repeat that, there is a world where they are in playoffs.
And I kind of like to think that they should be successful with it on Mirage as well if they decide to do so, because as we said, Sweden went up 6-2, and in a lot of those highlights where we see Kazakhstan being basically up top mid as CTs, that's at like 2-1, 2-3, 2-4. So they weren't winning it like by getting aggressive initially, but they didn't necessarily stray away from their path. They were still like very confident in the fact that it's like, if we're just doing this the way we're meant to do it, we're gonna pick up rounds, and they did so. So they clean up the last 4 rounds of the first half and set themselves up in a pretty decent position to win the game.
Yeah, I think it's also almost a bit of a cheat code in a sense of when you're a team that doesn't have too much time together. It's a cheat code of always having that plan. If you are going aggressive, that is the easiest plan to follow. Even I could hold W and throw myself in and die for the team, right? So it's really useful to just be like, okay, we actually all know what we're doing. And I think you saw at times for Team Sweden, they would just kind of try and play pretty defaulty, and then they get caught out by that because it's not easy if you have no information, you're sitting back, you have loads of players running at you. There was a round where Giuliano goes towards mid with the AWP, gets a kill, and then suddenly she realizes there's no CT smoke and I'm getting loads of pistols and MAC-10s running at me, and now this hole has opened up the whole map, and Kazakhstan win the round from that. So I think it shows that sometimes, yeah, the simple plan is kind of the easiest to follow in a sense, and it worked really well here.
So what is the move now for Sweden going into Mirage? When they played it last time, it was 13-9, a good T-side from Sweden. Obviously a different series, different circumstances. Obviously had a chance to watch these games back of both teams. So what's the move? Brush that off? It wasn't your pick? Play your own game? What's the move, lads?
I kind of think so. Given what we saw in the, what the first match showcase is that obviously Kazakhstan are no pushovers on Dust 2, right? So I think Sweden would have gone into this match knowing that Dust 2 is a map they could potentially drop. They definitely weren't in control over that Dust 2 match in the first instance. So I think it's going to be easy to reset in that sense. They know they're coming into their comfort pick in that sense. And I also think it's going to be more difficult for Kazakhstan to be able to maintain high amounts of pressure through their CT side. Like, yes, you can drop it, you can drop out a window, you can run out of con, you can push up top mid, etc. But that has like a it has a limit to it for how long, like a timer on it for how long it's going to be effective before you're just hurting yourself more than you're doing good, right? And I think if Sweden are able to play around that, which again they evidently were given the first matchup, they should have plenty of opportunities to be able to kind of like split the defenses apart and isolate players on the Kazakhstan side who might not be as, locked in as we saw Patya and Iberia was.
I do also think on Mirage, you look at it and you say that A site especially, very retakeable on CT side. You can absolutely just play a bit further back. And then that B site, you should not really have an AWP like Potcher just walk up B apartments and pick you. That shouldn't really be possible in the same way. So I think as long as they're solid on that B site, they're not going to have to be in as many positions where they just quickly lose a bomb site and they're done for. So I think that will help them a lot. And I also do think someone like Zaz can absolutely call for some plays and just say, every now and then, call for a teammate with her maybe, go for a push through underpass, go for a push through A ramp. It was pretty successful when she was doing it. And so I think on Mirage, it should be freed up more. And I think Sweden should be okay here. But there is that scary thought of if Kazakhstan do the same thing again and just run you over, oh, you start to get those nerves because they could be out if they're not careful.
Lightning fast predictions, Hawker first. 3 maps or not?
I think we go 3, but I think it will be close.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards 3 as well, but I'm happy to be surprised.
We're hoping for 3. Mirage to follow. Sweden fight for their lives. Lose this, and they're going home. Don't go anywhere.
standout performance whatsoever. Halfling has been spotted out. One more name comes on through. Takes him down to Brazil. Are you kidding me?
And they're taking this win, no doubt in my mind.
I don't think so either. That shot comes on through. It's the DPS.
Potential for a third map. Molly goes deep, Missy ticks by it. Now looks to take the pressure. It's the hardest crossfire to break in the game. And Oya and Emily are doing it. It's Oya in the 1v1 and she locks it in. No overtime today. USA do win the series 2-0. Jumping back in to map 2 then of this series, and I asked you this question, Lucy, when we were off headset. I'm going to ask you it on headset now. Why are Sweden picking puggy maps against Boccia?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, right? Because we've got Mirage now coming up next. Now, I know Biggie Keeper have been playing this a lot.
They
I know
have been.
Imperial has been too, so you can feel like you want your 2 strongest players to be on a map that they can do a lot of work on. But it's a really puggy map against an incredible AWPer, and she is fired up. It's very scary now. I mean, you could have taken this video a few ways, but the problem is, as soon as Inferno was banned, it really limited your options and where you could take this, because Vertigo and Nuke were really the only viable choices, and it was never going to be Nuke.
Yeah, but I'll stand by it though. Like, Vertigo's a really good map for Astralis. It was always a good NIP map. Like, Big do play it, like Imperial do play it, and Safina, that they prioritize sort of playing that. So I think it makes sense to actually go towards Vertigo here. I think Mirage, to be honest, it was overtime last time. I think this could be a mistake.
Yeah, this is scary now for Sweden. The pressure is on, and this is where you need that experience that this roster is littered with to step up and deliver. Giuliano was at the helm on Dust 2 and did some good work, but felt like she didn't quite have the rest of the team behind her. This one's Symbol from Sweden. They group and they're going to pop out Palace.
Good timing to do this as well, because it is just Lan and Banana jiggling in from CT that smokes would go down to get a safe haven. Pocha in at jungle. That's all you got to be scared of.
That's where they want to go too. This is what the intention is with these smokes. It's the deep con smoke and the CT smoke. So they want to assert this space. Pocha sits back. Bomb goes down. 5-on-5 retake. There is a kit.
Yeah, they're being really loud about this rotation as well, so Team Sweden should feel pretty settled as long as they set up quite comfortably. Look at this as well. Nia holds with the connector play. Lana Banana finds Zaz, but it's still one-dimensional.
Insane amount of info too, and there's no smoke, but that might not matter if you just shoot them out the server. We know what Pocha can do with a pistol. Lana Banana sticky it. She's going for the full defuse. Oh, she's done it right in front of them.
How? How is my question? How does this happen again?
Protect Madam President.
You've got San obviously going for the lurk. No, it wasn't. She was in Palace. You had someone else going for the lurk through jungle in towards CT, and that means there's one player in theory holding the bomb.
3 for 3 on pistols are Kazakhstan. And in most of those cases, it actually really felt like Sweden should have won the pistols. Or Pocha, not anticipating that AK swing, she just wants to take the fight out in the open. She's punished.
The thing is, this is either going to rile up Zaz and Giuliano to a point where they're going to be undeniable, or it's going to go the other way, and they're going to keep making mistakes, and Kazakhstan are going to just build off them. It hasn't worked out this round for Kazakhstan. It was just incredibly aggressive, but it's that wide swing out of Giuliano, taking risks. I think we're going to see more of that as potentially frustration begins to show.
Yeah, absolutely. Check out this position from Jenkins. She's just slid into connector, completely unknown. Yeah, Lana Banana has no idea that's coming. However, this isn't going to be an A play. This is all intending on going towards B. Sweden have done a good job of not making this clear. And so Miyu will find out, but it's the last possible moment. MJ the Queen does kill off one player. So they can focus their attention here. That nade is everything, but it leaves it to Iveri.
Yeah, this is still tough though for Iveri. Bomb not down is the big thing here. Flashbang, brilliant to set up MSAN. Really good work from Sweden. They stay calm, they stay composed, and they immediately reply.
Yeah, I do think Kazakhstan were expecting such aggression out of the gate with this force buy. You're certainly not anticipating just the wide swing AK top middle in that force buy round.
This is kind of goes back into what Hawker was saying on the desk as well. It's like Team Sweden were playing very default. It could be a little bit predictable and you can punish plays. And if they start to sort of deviate away from that, if they go into what we've been saying all series long already about what makes this team special, the Juliana, the Zaz X factor.
That does feel like a bit of a rare mistake from Potcher in that round. We do have the force back, but it's nowhere near as scary as Sweden's. However, this pushdown ramp means that they have a lot of the information. I don't think Nia will hear those rotations. Oh, the bomb might even get caught. No, it will get away, but that timing is actually terrible.
Yeah, a necessary clear though from Jenkins. You haven't seen anything. You're expecting them to play a bit passive, and she's just collecting all of them. Might not be ready for Potcher, but she adjusts just in time.
The bomb's been dropped.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Oh, but MJ the Queen's got a kill as well. No, sorry, the bomb wasn't dropped. Never mind, I read 8 on the radar. So it should all be okay. And it definitely will be with Giuliano finding that kill.
Yeah, if you're Iveri, you're just saving this now. You're holding on to it. You see if you can escape with an AK. You should be able to, because I don't think Sweden are going to want to hunt you. So whilst it does look a little bit scary, Jenkins steps up.
Yeah, massive. That's all solo from her. Just walks in and deals with 3 4-sport players on the site. Very similar to how map 1 started, where Kazakhstan, they bring out the pistol, but this time Sweden will be able to get into a strong lead early, winning against the force. We have this saved AK as the one weapon.
What do you do here? Do you maybe fight middle? Do you just try and see what that potentially looks like for you against Sweden? Then you can maybe run it back with the rifles. I wouldn't hate that. Instead, no, it's just a stack on B. And to be honest, right now, it looks like it's the right decision, but the bomb's been left. The boost spotted by Giuliano. That wasn't the rifle, though. Iveri's in ladder.
They brought the entire team over. So if Sweden do decide to go back towards B, then could get a little spooky, but you imagine with player advantage that they'll probably take their time with this one. You right there? They said the mic banging about, but it's all good.
Might be.
Brandon's just dancing around.
Iveri hasn't moved yet. That smoke is a little bit iffy. Zaz didn't spot it, but there's a gun barrel. Well, she'll now be aware of it. Kill instantly collected. Is there a trade? No. Iveri dropped immediately by Zaz. This round is all going to plan here for Sweden, apart from that one kill.
Yeah, Zaz. She'll just jump up, take it into her own hands. Quad kill from Zaz. She had a quiet dust too. She looks to be loud here.
She needs to be. Let's be honest. We speak about the experience of this team. The primary bulk of it comes from both Giuliano and Zaz. We need them and we anticipate them to have a better showing here. And we've already spoken about the potential of, oh, what if? What if Kazakhstan eliminate Team Sweden? It feels strange not having a playoffs with no Giuliano, no Zaz in it.
Zaz is super loud. Iveri's going to hear all of this, but Zaz is able to turn back and get the kill. But Miyu swinging has doubled up, and Giuliano gets away, but with low HP.
Yeah, this now gets really complicated because your Palace is lurking, but Potcher is holding, and of course she doesn't miss those. Giuliano's 1 HP with the AWP, and Nia was progressing in under, and now it feels like she needs to be that late lurk to try and lock things in. Maybe she can catch off MJ the Queen.
A good read there from Pocha. That play would come through Palace. Oh, spotted, but Nia, she gets the info too, but Pocha drops the bomb. And you know where Nia is. She has a decent chance here to isolate these fights. Oh, no, she doesn't. No one has a decent chance against Hotshot.
She's so aggressive. She is so unbelievably aggressive. Like, most AWPers are not pushing in towards ramp there. And she does because she knows that she can isolate the kill. She's got the confidence in her aim to be able to do it. It's another Pocha masterclass.
It's brilliant. So we are able to see Kazakhstan bring that one back. An aggressive play middle. Iveri gets the information. Sure, she doesn't get the kill, but the dink and then that swing from Miyu, the distraction of Iveri is enough to set her up for that double.
Yeah, so important she actually gets a double kill there. We spoke about how important Iveri was in getting multi-kills. This time it's Miyu that steps up. If that's not a double, then you feel like Team Sweden are going to run over that round. Instead, it gives control in towards middle, and it frees up the players to get some information from the extremities.
Looks like we might have a slight tech issue on the Sweden side. How's the Denmark-Canada game going, Brandon? That's another one for a playoff spot, if I'm not mistaken, in the lower bracket of that group. I know that it looked like map 2 was a shoo-in for Canada. Oh, Brandon, what was the score last time you looked at it?
It was like 12-5.
The score right now, at least according to HLTV, is...
It was 12...
12-12.
Oh, yeah, it was 12-6 when I last checked it.
Oh, no. How's that happen then?
That is not ideal for Canada. Potentially, oh yeah, I'm looking at this 8 rounds on T side D2 for Denmark.
If Denmark win that, they're through the playoffs, and Canada will sadly have to say goodbye to. Group A, we had Portugal, USA go through, France in Group B, and then we're deciding the second team here. So Poland in Group C, and Denmark, Canada fighting over that spot, and then earlier today we decided that Australia would be joining Spain from Group D.
Trying to think how that works. Obviously, it's like winners will play like runners-up of groups.
Yeah.
Does that mean what? Portugal will play in Australia?
I believe so. It's A and D and B and C. So winner of this will
cool
most
game.
likely play Poland, which...
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, I guess. That's a tough draw for either squad.
Well, I think, to be honest, if Kazakhstan can take this 2-0, I actually think they've got like an okay shot against Poland. Pocha's playing insane.
That is true, but Fiku, I think she puts up more of a challenge. They go fast, but they go fast. To Pocha, misses the flick. Doesn't slow her down, but Jenkin will overwhelm her, and tapping long range can't connect onto Miyu. So at least the support is there, but it's still this crunch into the B bomb site. There is this push from Iveri through underpass, but it's still just Miyu on the site with 2 HP. She just wants to stay alive. I don't think she wants to swing at all. They're just trying to delay to allow the rotations to come through. And her just being here has been such a nuisance. There's Iveri on the lurk. And they might just leave. They need to go back towards... the bomb, but then a different bomb site.
Yeah, look, they've got this play from Zaz in jungle to try and set things up. She can't swing this, though. It looks like MJ the Queen is aware that this could be a possibility. Lana Banana's just tucked in at CT. They're fully aware of the gaps here.
Yeah, they leave this open, so this triple CT setup, I don't think Sweden will be anticipating this many defenders here. 1 for 1, bomb is dropped, so you now know that there is one more player here. Are you expecting a second player?
I'll be honest, I was expecting Zaz to activate at least 20 seconds ago. And she doesn't, and she now resets, and that means that Iveri can do this. That's the necessary fight. Look at the HP bars, 1 low for either side. Bomb now committed and planted. Giuliano needs to do the damage, and she does.
That's a bit of vintage Giuliano to get the blood flowing for Sweden. The spray transfer onto the second, and that was the high HP player. Kazakhstan felt like they'd made the right moves, rotating to A silently. They have 3 players in CT, go 1 for 1. But Iveri, the MP9, betrays her. If she has a rifle in that position, Zaz most definitely falls.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm really surprised that Kazakhstan even give themselves the option to die from ramp, given how safe Lana Banana was playing. You move in towards CT, sure, the rifler comes over, but she could slide out towards triple there and not be spotted by ramp.
Gonna get the B stack and Sweden walk into A.
This has started very much how D2 started, so I'm not worried yet for Kazakhstan, but at the same time, it's another one of these games in which Sweden feel like they're in complete control, and you're sort of watching with bated breath thinking, how does this go wrong? Because it looks so good.
That was such a swing round. We'll remove 1. Sweden keep it clean. We'll get the ult back out for Pocha and all of the ensemble around her. CT side's definitely a struggle for both these teams, it feels. Though I actually feel like Sweden might have a bit more strength on their Mirage CT side.
They should do with all the anchor players.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got, right? There's actually a fun dynamic because you imagine they're CT-sided, but then you've got Giuliano and Zaz, and it's like, okay, well, maybe they're T-sided. Like, you've got these complete polar opposites of players, and it just all meshes together quite nicely. Pocha, this time going aggressive in underpass, but the pressure in top mid is enough to force her back and straight into the AK of Zaz. Everyone is winning out their gunfights. In a blink of an eye, it's a 2v5.
That's such an unlucky timing for Pocha, because she was holding for that push from Zaz, and it's like, a second after she falls back to go middle, that's when Zaz walks through. Every fight goes the way of Sweden.
I think it's really well handled by Team Sweden. I think Zaz has just got that experience just to delay. She'll go when there's guaranteed contact. Lana Banana having a little bit of a rough game. Can deny the bomb here for a freebie, but can't get the second. Instant trades out of Sweden. Yeah, again, they take a commanding lead.
Very much so. Kazakhstan will take the timeout. We saw them find success at the back of a similar timeout on Dust 2. But you won't be seeing much into this round from them. Any update on that Denmark-Canada game?
15-15.
Oh my god, double OT. It's so difficult. They find the 3 rounds that they were missing, but it's just to stave off the loss.
Respectfully as well, like Denmark should be winning that game, like a lot more convincingly than they are.
Yeah, it's true, but Canada also should be able to close at that position, you would think.
At that position, yes.
At least to get the 3rd map.
Especially when it was 12-6.
Yeah.
Despite Sweden having this amount of rounds, do you feel like they have actually got the advantage, or are we just waiting potentially to see them slip up?
I think if Sweden can come away with maybe 1 more is maybe enough, but 2 more rounds in this T side, I think that they're sitting pretty to take this. Their CT side here should be so much stronger than Dust 2 for the reasons we illustrated earlier with the strength of their anchor players here. However, Pocha's T side was phenomenal on Dust 2. She had a slower CT side just with the team struggling a bit, but remember she delivered 1 of their rounds with the 1v2.
An easy fix is just not to peek Pocha. just don't fight her.
That is true.
I think you can get away with that a lot more in Mirage as well. I think you can play a lot safer. You can go for extremity work if you're Sweden, rather than fighting mid, going straight into that AWPer.
hopefully be back in the server shortly. It's been a fairly long affair here, and we're eager to keep the action continuing. Actually, it's been pretty good, to be honest. We've not really had too many big tech issues. It's not to jinx it, but
Well, you have.
considering the amount of games that we've had each day, 3 best of 3s, there's not been too many major delays. So that's good.
Well, you spoke about getting 1, maybe 2 more. That this feels
is
pretty
one.
much nailed on to get 1, right?
Yeah.
Fun flash, Iveri setting up the utility, letting the players scale in from short. But Giuliano is holding the angle. Doesn't get rewarded with a kill. Meanwhile, Nia's trying to disrupt the player throwing the utility, and it all should be a collection shortly. Giuliano finds 3 in the end, 2 of them with the sidearm, and Sweden got up to 7.
Yeah, sometimes the pistol is just the weapon for the job. More kill reward too. All right, back at it, Kazakhstan. Yeah, if they can secure a 4-8 half, I still give them hope to take this. But it'll hinge on obviously taking the pistol, getting off to that strong start, and this is fast from Sweden. They just want to go straight in. Zaz again leading the charge. Lada Banana will hold her ground for a moment. Iveri somehow able to stand tall. Poch has been removed. That's huge, but they can't deal with Iveri.
Why not? Like, how does this keep happening again? It's just really poor trade space, and to be honest, out of Sweden, look at this timing. Miyu's walked through the smoke, and Kazakhstan, they do it. Iveri finds another.
I don't know how she was able just to sit back in CT and hold her ground for so long.
Just really poor trade space now out of Sweden, but yeah, she should have been taken down at one of those individual swings, but it was really nice to kind of get Zaz involved early. They got the trade out jungle, and things just all fell apart in CT spawn.
And that's with finding the kill on the Pocha too, right? You disable the star of Kazakhstan, who has been such a bane to your existence. But where one blinks out, the other shines bright. That one's too easy for Pocha. Way too easy.
What are they doing? It's almost like they've got pistols. They don't. This is a full buy, and you've just dry contact ran out mid. No smoke. Or at least it's a little bit delayed, but no flash, nothing. MJ the Queen's just pushed top mid and dealt with Zaz.
The bomb is stuck top mid.
Yeah, I mean, you knew that was
Give
coming.
it to him, Pocha. I love watching her play. When she's in that flow state.
What I will say with Pocha, and this has happened a couple of times this series, but it feels like if she misses one shot, she's done for. But if she hits the first shot, she gets a multi-kill. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. Rarely misses, though. That's the thing. Yeah, she's like, you know, in a fighting game, she's just like chaining moves together. If you block her, you can then pull off the combo back in her face. Playing with Giuliano, and maybe that's not a game you want to play.
Yeah, don't give this to her. You've done all the hard work in getting this into a favourable position in the first place. This was a 1v4, now it's cut in half at a 1v2. 35 seconds left, time's a limiting factor here for Giuliano. So as long as Kazakhstan don't swing, and I don't think they will, they should have this round.
Yeah, this should be all good, especially Poch's position. I think she's heard that movement into window, so they know that's the play. They definitely know now, so Miyu should be ready to close this out. And even Giuliano hits this. Oh my goodness. There's no time though.
Yeah, she's just running away.
Yeah, Pocha will win it purely on time, but hell of a nice try.
Yeah, nice try from Giuliano.
2 no-scopes.
Yeah, the fact she gets through there is pretty bonkers. But Pocha plays it properly. Doesn't peek, doesn't give it any chance. Makes the win percentage go up to 100.
It's actually ends up being the second best outcome because you do a lot of damage, you keep the orb, and it's the last round anyway. So you end up, you know, forcing an MP9 out, which I guess isn't the hugest deal, but you know, considering the position they're in, her surviving means they have the orb rather than not having it.
What is happening here in the last round of this first half? It is very silent, very hush. Giuliano was lining up utility with Msan. They look to try and reclaim mid again, but at the same time, look at where Pocha is. Deep in towards short. Iveria can take the first contact, but she walks straight into Giuliano's sniper. Pocha trades immediately with a wall bang.
Yeah, she's pretty quick. Will fall into window so that she can move about. Just clearing that no one's hanging out here, being very thorough. Jada Queen will go 1 for 1 from short. This does mean that B might be a little weaker. I think they're realizing this.
Yeah, Nia's on a lurk, but she's actually just walked back. There was a deep smoke that was put in play by Miyu.
Pocha's rotated.
Yeah, they know.
The perfect call.
It's because Lana Banana had all that space in towards top palace.
This does look like it's going to be this commit. But they doubt it. They don't see any contact. Pocha's worried about the flank, so she won't be holding window, and this pressure that's being applied in middle is enough to draw her ire. So she's done well in creating this space, just charging in. Has Miyu seen something? Yeah, now she has. She got the info. But the lurk will be coming through. There's a real chance here that this round hinges on Emsan, but it's Pocha. Of course it's Pocha. Fires off another shot. Bomb will be allowed to go down, so not out of the woods yet, but it all falls now to Giuliano. Trade back onto Miyu, knows Pocha was hanging out in towards Market. So she repositions so that she can watch this jump out. A scale through short. Oh, she spotted her. Giuliano, the 1 versus 3, needs the final frag. The leg shot over the top. Pocha jumps past her, and now Pocha starts charging down. Oh my god. That's the way it ends.
Giuliano dropped her pistol, so couldn't swap to it.
Oh no.
At bench. That's why Pocha didn't die. And then in all the panic, she has right-clicked a nade on herself, and Pocha's run at her with her own USP.
Oh, so flustered. A player you think has so much composure, but at the very least you can see they're not too worried about it. That one was a long shot, but Giuliano did the hard work, and that final kill, she'd already legged the player. Her pistol on the floor. She almost blows herself up. But hey, what a recovery from Kazakhstan at the end. I said 4 would be enough. They got 5.
Yeah, this feels pretty okay still, because you always think that this T side is going to be better for Kazakhstan because you've got the pop-off potential, got the multi-kill machine of Iveria, you've got Pocha just doing Pocha things. That's the only way you can describe it as. I can't believe she's lost that round because she dropped her pistol at bench. In panic.
It's actually crazy, isn't it?
There's a few firsts here today in Riyadh.
Even if the HE had gone over bench, she wins the round 2. If she hadn't right-clicked on herself, because even if she dies, the HE gets the kill in the rounds 1.
It depends why she's thrown it though. Like I don't know actually.
Yeah, it just needs to do what, 16 damage or so. There was a real because what she wanted to do was the right click over the bench, right?
Yeah.
I feel.
But I don't think Pocha would have swung at that point.
Yeah, hard to say. Either way, it goes the way of Kazakhstan.
I'm gonna watch it in a sec over here.
Okay. We can see the stream feed elsewhere. All right. Pistol rounds have been Kazakhstan's strength. But if Sweden win this one, this is the most important.
This is a rush B. This is just, let's go fast, let's see what we can do. Already dropped out the window and the balcony, but Jenkin and Nia hold firm. Any more collected? Oh yes, so much more. But Zaz, oh what? How? I was going to say, Zaz gets the 3rd kill, but Iveria and Pocha have made it into a 2 versus 2. Giuliano steps in for short, looks to seek some rewards back, looks to omit some of the errors that were put forward there from Sweden. Pocha, if there's one player you want in the clutch, it's her. A dink on Giuliano. Now tries to close the gap to Emsan. Pocha is pretty much stuck, and Emsan hits the shot.
Oh my god! What a shot! That got so scary. Pocha gets a double, Iveria gets 1, and it's those 2 players in the 2v5 that almost make it happen. Giuliano gets the most important kill onto Iveria, means that Pocha's in that 1v2. The Gush, almost enough, but Emsan, what an absolutely nutty shot. No bomb plant either means that Sweden get breathing room.
I'm just taking it all in, honestly.
Yeah.
There's so much happening in every single one of these rounds, and we had that best of 3 before with South Africa and Australia, where it felt like nothing was guaranteed, and then even less so at the first best of 3 of the day. Like there are no certainties.
I have the results of map 2 of Denmark versus Canada, which is on Dust 2.
Okay.
Canada did convert their map picks. That's
Wow,
going to a
okay.
third of Anubis.
A reminder, that is the same stakes as this one. Loser eliminated. Winner makes it through to playoffs.
1917 was the final score.
My God. Who popped off there? We got stats.
Yeah, while we wait for this one to wrap up, I'll see if that's loaded. No, we haven't got that yet, but I'll keep you posted. Hearing Sweden get a little bit more vocal now.
A little bit, but when they lose a round, they're really quiet.
Yeah.
Like, really quiet.
It is very much.
Glass cannon up.
Okay, yeah, Pocha, we see you. She did that for 1 round on Dust 2, but the CT side. The T side glass cannon up isn't as common. But it might not be anticipated, that's for sure.
It should be anticipated. You know that, like, every time she can have an AWP, she will have an AWP.
She just goes to the wide swing top mid, but for Sweden, it's all about extremities.
Yeah, thought this would be the case. We spoke about it right at the start of the map. Like, they've got really good anchor players. It makes sense for them to play extremities. Deep flash, will fall blind, land a banana, but M-Sam won't see her.
Well, Potch just let them know the AWP's in play, and yeah, you're not ready for this push through. Miyu gets completely caught off. Will be an attempted trade from Iveri, but Nia picks up the AK, and she is finding so much impact.
Smoke disappeared in window as well, and Zaz looked to get involved. Speaking of smokes, take a look at this race position, or don't, because all the MP9s are just getting the kills. Watch it, MJ the Queen, last player standing in a 5 versus 2. We've been here before.
Yeah, this one is very hard. They're not going to peek Potcher. That's the thing. This deep smoke means you have to hard clear everything back up. You don't even have the bomb. They're just going hunting to see if they can find a kill that will give them an avenue through, and then the other player can grab the bomb and group up with them, but they're not being given anything. That jump up, I wonder if it was heard. Nia, MJ, the Queen, will she clear this angle? Oh, tough one. Nice little offie with low HP. Potcha looks to save.
Yeah, it's dangerous there because you've got to take a 50-50 if you're MJ the Queen about which angle you swing first. Pig's left, Nia's right. Potcha, it's so imperative she holds on to this AWP, and I think she will. As long as she stays here, she's good.
Yeah, she doesn't need to move. She has them running through middle, so yeah. She'll just hang out and we'll hold on to the AWP, but Sweden now on double digits. This is much more controlled from them.
Yeah, it almost feels like a continuation of Dust 2, where they are going through the motions, but this time they've learnt the same lessons from Dust 2, and that is don't peek the AWP if you don't need to. Let's put our players into really good spots where we think that they can thrive. Extremities on Mirage feel like a good move, and it feels like the first 3 kills of that round all came through SMGs.
Yeah, they really anticipated that the mid-control was going to be the play from Kazakhstan in the first gun round, so rather than contesting it, they instead decided to go for those extremity pushes, a double up through the apartments. M-San just winning that fight also down ramp is crazy with the MP9.
This is also just known territory as well, like between both of these teams at this event, in this arena. And if you do force Ancient here, that's completely unknown for both parties, so it'll be quite refreshing just to watch.
I know we haven't seen really much of Ancient. Have you seen it at all on the stream?
No.
It's been very much the same couple of maps. Raj, Anubis, Dust 2, with one Inferno thrown in, I think. We've cast a lot of maps already.
We cast a few Infernos.
We did get Nuke actually on day 1.
We
from
did.
Poland. That was very exciting.
And we've had Anubis.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Yeah, you might have.
No 30, no ancient though.
Yeah. How does this round play out? Because it is at the force buy. Oh dear. I was going to say alongside the AWP, but the AWP's been removed early. Miyu will pick that one up. Bomb is currently in Palace. They still want to go mid to A, but Sweden are putting pressure in middle.
Still there. So Miyu's objective is to be as disruptive as possible and keep the eyes here. But unfortunately, the lurkout doesn't work. And now you've seen that. Now you're curious if there's another player that might be here. MJ DeQueen's been very slow on making any move.
Junana's been so good with the AWP. I'm actually incredibly surprised at how...
She's got 20 kills.
Yeah, how unbelievable this is. And what's nice here as well for Sweden is that everyone is sort of stepping up. We're getting a really good game out of Jenkin. I think Nia's had some really important kills that have really influenced rounds, despite the low statistic. 13 seconds, you might be able to try and molly her out, but good luck trying to get the bomb down. Giuliano confirms a free piece. Sweden now 2 steps away from forcing ancient.
Yeah, half buy into it, and they do 3 points of damage. Much more about the Sweden we expected here. Each team looking pretty good on their map picks. Ancient's going to be a real test. But I think that's a map I really give Sweden the edge on.
Yeah, I do as well.
Giuliano really knows how to call a good Ancient.
I think that mid control will be so difficult for Kazakhstan to sort of get acquainted with, have a fair fight into.
It's a map that Zaz loves to get aggro on.
Giuliano and Big are very strong on Ancient as well. Looks to be a little bit faster paced here, but a good counter molly. Thrown in a window smoke. Jenkin might not be ready for Lana Banana already in here. No, she's not. She just walked right by her. The swing out mid, and it's Potcher. In fact, it's everyone from this T side contributing with kills.
That's crazy. But Giuliano does chime in with one of her own. She's not been missing too many, and from short, she will strike. Msan, they should know she's this A player. She falls back to CT to allow this regroup. Bomb being planted. A strong post-plant position.
I'm not sure how you go for this, how you approach this. It's almost as if Giuliano needs to sort of like wiggle the gun barrel in jungle to take the attention, and Msan needs to move out of CT. Instead, they group together. There's a smoke available that gets thrown forward to lurk. Msan with the flash, and Potcher cleared on the corner. Now Giuliano can scope. They've got a smoke on the bomb they can defuse.
That's just 6 smoke. Miyu, can she disrupt this? Someone needs to stop this defuse. Oh, it's Giuliano that stops them.
What a smoke.
That's so cool. That was a lineup from CT Spawn.
That lands back of sight and blocks and allows that defuse to come in with the flash play. Msan clears close. And that provides clear runway for Sweden to get map point. At least there's a full buy here for Kazakhstan.
You felt like that was a walk-in. That was your best opportunity, Kazakhstan, to have a fight on this T side. Some close rounds, but Sweden have pipped them at the post every single time. Miss Window smoke. Consistent theme of this event. It's the jump bind change. Oh, not the jump bind change. The jump height change that happened like a couple of weeks ago.
Miyu can catch Nia here. You can hear her jumping. But Giuliano steps in, tries to provide cover. There's a lot of resource over towards B right now, whilst the T side focuses middle, but Zaz just swings. That's an early opener for the CTs, and Giuliano makes it 1 step better.
It's just Potcher versus the world. She just has no support by her side this time. That's the difference. And Giuliano is just absolutely insane. She is having a lights out performance, and it's lights out for Kazakhstan. Domination on Mirage. Sweden make it look easy on their map pick.
Yeah, really impressive. Giuliano was spectacular. Zaz started coming alive at the end, and I think what's really good is that even though there were some clutches that didn't really go the way of Team Sweden, they were so calm. They always knew in the back of their minds that they were going to win this game. And you look at that CT side, we thought it would be strong. It absolutely was. They made a name for themselves on the T side, but the defense was rock solid.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we didn't see more from Kazakhstan on that T side after how strong it was on Dust 2. It just felt like it was a completely different looking team. Obviously, Pocha was still having a pretty decent game, but it was the players around her that just were absent. I think there was like almost a 10 kill deficit. Everyone was around that 5 to 7 kill mark. They just weren't performing as a unit.
There was one round with Ivari where she got a multi-kill, but like compared that to Dust 2, there was like 6 or 7 instances of it. It just wasn't the same team. And Team Sweden, I think they made a lot of corrections from their original opening game, and now you've gone to Ancient, which is completely unknown territory.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's hear what the desk has to say about that one.
Yes, indeed, clean victory there in the end for Sweden. And a quick warning to all the teams to improve your spacing and your trading, or we need to bring in a therapist for Brandon. So get on top of that, and we'll keep Brandon in good mental shape. Guys, flawless defense to close that one out. Comfortable stuff for Sweden in the end.
Yeah, little does Brandon know this whole tournament is actually run just to try and get him as annoyed as possible.
It's only day 2 as well.
Yeah,
there's plenty of time for us to break him down.
Exactly. No, I would say on map 1, Pocha Perfection. Map 2, Giuliano Jubilation. Yeah. Okay? I'm in high school English. I've just learned what alliteration is. I wanted to put it to use. But I think that is the story, right? Just absolute domination there from Sweden. Kazakhstan kind of hung in it in that first half with a couple of rounds of multi-kills. But once you got to that second half, I'd have talked about it more if it mattered, but it didn't matter. And Giuliano was AWPing. She was rifling. She was just absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, she basically did what Pocha did for Kazakhstan on that first map. She decided to do that for her home country in this one, and you could tell. Like, Giuliano was just on one. Again, some luck involved as well when you don't get hit by bullets in that situation, but it obviously is like incredibly well done by Giuliano to pull off the types of clutches and multi-kills that she was able to do. And it's kind of hard to put more to it because Giuliano was such a massive dominant force in this matchup. Like, it feels like she could have almost won this even if Sweden had playing with 4. Like,
only a pistol drop away from perfection.
Wow. Oh yeah, you had to bring it up. You had to bring it up.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
I think we've all been there. We've all been stressed. We've all been frazzled.
Yeah.
And if you could bounce back like she did, then I can live with it.
Yeah, this pistol round was pretty big as well. They got off to a great start. It nearly turned back, but then this one tap here, huge moment, gets them the momentum in the second half.
The reaction,
she didn't believe it. She didn't quite believe she'd got it. And then even here at this point, like stealing some rounds with the smoke diffusers. I mean, that is sick though from Giuliano. Beautiful transfer. But yeah,
the
I think
smoke setup was all like that, super cool. I hadn't seen that before actually. The lineup that Giuliano had for it.
Very well done. And I think it's fair to say as well, something that was interesting in that first half felt like Team Sweden took a page out of Kazakhstan's strat book. I guess they had to translate it first. And once they did, they found out the answer to Kazakhstan's strats is just go aggressive. Because they were grouping and going aggressive. And sometimes it was with varying success, okay? Sometimes they forgot the part 2 of the strat, which is bring the bomb with you. So that's a bit awkward. But overall, it worked out quite nicely. They were grouped up well. They were getting advantages on those initial trades. And then from there, closing out the rounds. I do wonder what this means going forward in the series. Like, I'm kind of slightly scared for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, so the thing for me is that Ancient in several ways plays similar to Mirage, especially if you are a team that focuses heavily around getting mid control. And what we saw out of, again, I think Ancient also has, very good ways for you to potentially counter aggression from CT sides in terms of if you want to deny. Let's say like you have a CT side team that wants to get up on ledge and try to peek down towards B lane early and often. Again, you have Molotovs, smoke setups, etc. All those kind of things for that, even if you get locked out of mid as a team just by util. So I'm kind of curious because we didn't really get to see the same kind of aggression out of Kazakhstan on their CT side here on Mirage as we did on Dust 2. And that leaves me to wonder, like, I'm not going to say one-trick pony, but maybe they feel significantly more comfortable with playing aggressive on Dust 2 compared to a lot of other maps. And I think Ancient is something that allows you to actually like push back on these things as a T side as well. You're not necessarily going to be bullied around as much as you could be on Dust 2. Like, it's easier to get away with this this kind of aggression on Dust 2. So for Kazakhstan, they need to have something special in place, but I'm a little bit worried when I saw how much room and space, players like Zaz and Juliana were able to get a Mirage.
Yeah, that was the other player too. Zaz consistently continuing her aggressive play and it paying off for them. This time just having more backing with it, which is a good sign. I do think that the one interesting aspect for Ancient is that B lane area of the map, if you can get that over and over again, I wonder if a team like Sweden would know how to adapt to that. Because on CT side, if Kazakhstan push that consistently and they can get that control, which is possible, if you dump util there early, you should be able to get that control. It can be quite hard to put the rest of the round together towards mid, towards A. Are you able to retake B lane in the first place? That can actually be kind of tricky, especially if you put Pocha towards mid or A, for example, and just rely on her to do enough on the hold. That would be the way that if I were Kazakhstan, I'd be looking at this and saying, it's harder to put the round together. You need to be more intricate and methodical from Sweden if they lose B lane. And that's where, if I were Kazakhstan, I'd be looking at that and saying, let's hit that over and over, see if we can get it. And if we can, it could completely change how the whole map plays entirely.
Yeah, no, 100% agreed. And again, it's going to be exciting to see because I think both teams might run into that issue.
Yeah.
Especially, like, you're going to have to slow down. You're going to have to be more methodical. What do you do? We've kind of yet to see the teams succeed in that sense. Like you said, the T-side from Sweden on Mirage, very fast-paced. Kazakhstan in general on Dust 2, fast-paced. So what do they do? Like, do they have like something in mind for how they're going to retake this and play around the fact that they're not being given as much real estate as they would have liked by default?
Yeah, and I would also say, I don't think it's that Giuliano has like a specific play style, but I'd say generally I see her being very good in late round scenarios more. I think that's her strength, and she was given those late round scenarios here more often, or just being in the middle of the pack because of the way Sweden were playing. So if that were to stop, maybe that's a way to try and counter the Giuliano crazy performance we saw here. So there are, in theory, paths to victory for Kazakhstan. I just think they're probably fewer than for Team Sweden here. I think we still see them as favorites.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. And I think the easiest, like the most basic thing that we need to see coming out from Kazakhstan in a better way is better help. Basically, from like on Mirage, Patya was pretty much just a one-man army. That can't happen again. You need to have the same kind of participation as you had on Dust 2 from multiple players. You can't leave her on an island. If you do, you're not going to win.
I know that feeling, man. Here on the desk, I'm trying to carry you guys, but
it's tough. Got that backpack.
I wondered if I could get away with that. I am surrounded, so you know, I gotta be careful.
But we'll wait until the cameras are off.
Okay, one map left to go in this series. Ancient will decide whether it's Kazakhstan or Sweden in playoffs. Don't go anywhere.
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
gun was loaded when he was ready for us. Decided to go for the run. It's the fire. It's the fire.
I don't need a therapist. Like, I've already got one, so it'll be fine.
He doesn't pay me enough.
No, I don't. Talk me through Ancient, because obviously we don't know really what to expect. Apart from Kazakhstan won the knife round, they start CT.
Yeah, I guess that'll be a boon for them, or will it? I don't know. The CT side, it looks decent on Mirage, I guess, but they still lost the majority of rounds, right? And they've been okay getting pistol rounds, but it's kind of like the conversion, you know, those next couple of rounds, it feels like Sweden are getting off to strong starts. And my biggest concern here is how they're going to be able to deal with the mid-rounding from this, I almost said Bigger Kiefer, this Swedish team, because you've got all that experience of Giuliano on this map. You've got Zaz, Imperial, who embraced this map as often their first pick now instead of Inferno. And yeah, it just feels like everything points towards Sweden taking this, just because this is a much more tactically dense map.
The things you got to look out for here on Sweden's T side is that Zaz will try and run into cave a lot of rounds trying to get that space. Giuliano will be probably posting towards middle alongside Emsan, and they'll be trying to get that space. I actually think it's better for Kazakhstan that they start CT, because they don't really have to deal with the suffocation that Team Sweden will inflict on them when the sides are switched. So for this first half, in my opinion, it's all about getting a good foundation here for the CTs.
All right, well, let's see how it goes. Got a kit for Kazakhstan. They've put that to good use before. We're going to hit mid. This is the fight. Everyone is here. This is 8 players in middle, and 4 of them hit the deck immediately. Guys, this is our ninth map of the day. I'm losing my goddamn mind, and Sweden are losing the goddamn round.
And their heads. They all hit the deck. That was an explosive pistol, wasn't it? That felt like a knife round. Everyone is in mid. It's all right.
Pretend I'm from New Zealand. Oh, beach does brew. Oh.
Look at all the MP9s. 4 of them. To farm up the cash. To wet the whistle.
I've lost it. I've lost the plot, Brandon. Please rein it in.
You've lost the plot. I'm horrible. It's a dream combo to enter this deciding game that we need to lock in.
I know.
Because we will lose one of these teams at the end of this map. One team progressed through to playoffs. So currently, Kazakhstan, they've got the edge. Iberia even swats to the pistol, but will be overrun by Jenkin.
Okay, but it's just the MP9 that you've picked up here. Actually, this is a lot of MP9s. Like 4 MP9s into this round. That's kind of wild, actually.
It's a lot of investment, but Miyu tucked in towards the corner. They completely overlook her, and the MP9s will get all the kills. That is a lot of money being injected into the bank accounts.
Huge amount. Miyu's not even going to invest it. She'll just keep it. They'll take this round as a freebie. And then 4 is exchanged. I think Lana obviously playing a more active role that she decides to take that on. So Kazakhstan again. Pistol, they've gotten almost all pistols, save that last one on Mirage. Second round, Ghost fight against the Eco. But this is where things start to fall apart. That's been the modus operandi. Sweden happy to lose that first couple of rounds, but when the guns come out, they hit hard and they hit fast.
Yeah, here we go, look, Zaz straight out ledge, look at this flashbang, maybe being set up, instead it's just pure contact. Zaz is holding the smoke, Miyu gives it a go, but it's between Zaz and Giuliano, the experience shining through for Sweden in this gun round.
Sorry guys, we just heard there's a little stage here and it's delayed obviously, so it just played the pistol around and so now I get to relive it again. Pocha will look to save, and look, listen, I like the idea from Kazakhstan given that they do have so many MP9s. You just go for something, try and get in their face, go for the lane crunch, it makes the most sense, but Zaz was ready for it.
Yeah, I thought it was actually kind of cool that they didn't flash shelf. Instead, Miyu threw a flash that went deep in towards elbow to try and stop Jenkin coming through middle. It didn't quite work out in the manner that they hoped for, but I like the inventiveness of it. Pocha just trying to hold on to her rifle now. Trying to remain immortal. Gets a couple of shots fired on the way out, but Sweden looking dominant, and they keep 3 AKs.
Okay, yeah, so Pocha surviving is actually critical here. We can see an AWP dropped over, we can see one player will probably go wanting. I think Iveri's already decided that's going to be her. She buys the 5-7. Pocha surely drops, yeah, so you get a fairly comprehensive buy. MJ the Queen should drop a 5-7 to Iveri so that she can buy smoke, but you know, I'm that annoying person that's always like staring at the economy for all my teammates and telling them, guys, you need to drop this, buy a kit, you can sell that, buy a flash. They're scaling. 4 players in middle and they take all the space, but A is open.
I was going to say, look at this. Like, this has been pretty much preconditioned by Kazakhstan. It's a really good reaction out of Team Sweden. You take mid, we'll take A.
Nia will spot MJ the Queen, but not anticipating that close an angle. Good flashback. 2 in the open, but it's too many. Giuliano looks to trade back. That spray connects. Zaz is hearing this rotation, but Giuliano is alone. Zaz needs to help her out.
Oh, this is really tricky. It looked like Giuliano wanted to come back and fight Donut, but Zaz instead takes the space. The thing is, Giuliano's going to be isolated here. They're going to keep pushing. Miyu will go around the corner in a second off this contact, and Giuliano even runs out of ammo. That's the bomb dropped, and you've come through middle, therefore you know Zaz is B.
Yeah, I think their only way out was Giuliano to push into the CT corner, but I think the problem there was, I don't think they had info that 2 players were in Donut, and so she thought, okay, I isolate 1, find that kill, and that's my way out.
Yeah, absolutely. Instead, it doesn't go that way. That's really good proactivity from Kazakhstan to leave ramp, keep pushing that issue. I'm surprised that the player, MJ the Queen, is alive for so long in Donut. 2 players in there for Kazakhstan, playing off each other perfectly, no way through for Sweden, and once there was that emergency exit, it gets plugged pretty quickly.
Pocha, you can drop. I can say no, they're up against pistols, so yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Maybe a chance for Lana Banana to farm up some cash money.
It's tactical. It means there's further AWP money for the future. Denmark, Canada. Denmark's winning right now on map 3. It was 6-3 when I last checked.
Okay. Fast. With the Tech 9s, they just charge in. And 1 for 1. Jenkin gets another. Jenkin gets 2. They overwhelm B. Now they can recover weaponry. Giuliano doesn't have armor, but that smoke, Pocha doesn't have any sort of gap to work with.
Oh, I like the idea there. You throw the molly forward, you try to push one into you, and then the wipe on the smoke. Instead, it's MJ the Queen trying to put pressure down with the M4, and Jenkin walks straight into it, and the follow-up, MJ the Queen is doing everything, and Giuliano, left to her own devices, needs to claim this kill on the MP9, and does, but where on earth has Pocha got to? She's in cave, and she gets the bomb defuse.
Yeah, and she brings some energy to it too. That was a bit scary when it comes down to the 1v1. Does she have it?
No? Yes?
Oh!
Yes! Oh my god.
Very scary in the 1v1.
I tell you what, those percentages are so misleading on
They
the HUD.
really are. Full HP, she hits the flick shot on the wide swing. You think, oh, maybe she should approach this a little slower, but she couldn't have. She had to go fast.
Yeah, she did. That was a really cool idea as well, to wipe the smoke, throw the molly, indicate that you're going to be there, and she's just on her bike immediately. MJ the Queen getting 2 there as well is everything.
She's had some big impact frags so far at the side of this map. Really good stuff. I really felt like Sweden was set for success, and they get the full bomb site, deep control in long. Finest of margins. But it's of course Pocha the clutch. Not a clutch she has under her belt. It's got to be in the top few of the tournament.
She hasn't died. she hasn't died this game.
This time it feels like she's got some support around her, even though it is early stages. Everyone is delivering.
Such an important match. Take a look at this map control though. Sweden are now resetting. They've got the first stage at Cave. They're now looking to take in towards mid. It's a double donut setup for the CT side. You've got a player deeply invested here and towards Cave. Miyu's just giving it a little bit of a jiggle. They're trying their best to set up this MP9 for success, and it has delivered.
Almost a double, but Jenkin finds one. Emsan as well. Emsan's doubled up in middle. First round with the frags, and she makes them impactful. Pocha, 1 versus 4. Sees that cross. Oh, sees the second. That's a tag as well. But without the kill, she has to leave because Emsan's already on the hunt.
Yeah, great work from everyone, because in a flurry, it's just orange on blue in the kill feed. Sweden just completely light that one up, and for Kazakhstan, you feel like they've actually got really good positions there. The cave play works out really effectively, but because the hold on B, that one anchor player slips, mid feels like they have to react, and it's that Emsan lurk that does everything.
Such good timing. Finds 2 and then removes Pocha's ult, although it doesn't get removed too long. This is a force buy. It's not pretty. It's gonna go fast. No, boost up. Giuliano asks for it, a flash over to set herself up. Pocha's not here though, she's got an aggressive at A. They're anticipating that might be the play, but all this utility at B, she might start moving.
Yeah, that's quite cool as well, because you can just leave Miyu close A main. She can relay info. Meanwhile, in mid and up B, that's where the true threat really lies. Iveri able to get the kill out Cave, and Emsan just completely overlooks. And with Pocha getting another kill, all eyes fall on Jenkins, see if she can deliver the goods. And I think Pocha spotted the shadow.
She certainly has. Smoke lands though, so can't really contest it. Giuliano might just get caught though. Pistol out, and Miyu, she's ready with hers. You know exactly where Jenkin is. Nice little blow on the smoke. Pocha, oh, cleared. Okay, a chance here for her. 1 minute left. Problem is that bomb has just been locked down by both remaining players for the CTs.
And this was a force buy. You've got to remember that whilst it was with pistols, there is Kevlar behind it. So it's not like these players are armorless. Jenkins still got a really tough task on her hands, and a re-smoke in towards elbow. It's not happening, surely. Unless she pushes, hits the most insane timing. She's going to try it, and to be honest, Miyu is jiggling this between this and A main.
There's a small chance, but as the time ticks and they see no one in spawn, there's not many options, and elbow was the main culprit. Miyu confirms it. Big round from her, catching that rotating Giuliano, and then dealing with Jenkin in the end. NT with those first 2 kills. Kazakhstan, as soon as they concede one, they're able to fight back immediately. It's been scrappy, it's been close, so it never feels like they're building up a good buy, but They are maintaining the lead.
Yeah, for them, it might not even be goodbye, right? Because Sweden are really struggling just to build up a bank of their own. It's felt like in the first 2 games, they've always had control. I tell you what, in this one, to kick things off, they haven't whatsoever. And Kazakhstan have been incredibly dynamic. Again, they're leaving mid-open. It's a deliberate gap. This time, no one occupies Donut. So if Jenkin goes exploring, she's got a lot of ground that she can cover.
Great utility into lane there. Zaz has to drop her smoke, fall back. She's low, but she doesn't respect it. She just walks through, and she's been given a lot of space. Jenkin caught on the drive-by. So hard to deal with MP9 players running back and forth like that. Giuliano will at least get that trade. That's the bomb spotted in middle.
Being active now. Kazakhstan.
Oh, Emsan just fired, right?
Yeah, but 2 players are swinging, looking to claim the lives, and they will. But Giuliano, it's her again to get the trades. Another multi-kill round for her.
I just don't think that was a necessary extension after you find that first kill. Especially because you've both been brought down kind of low. Now you put Pocher and Lana Banana in an uncomfy spot. They've got utility at least in spades in the back of Lana. And it is Pocher. Now, I don't know if there's a kit available on one of those players that fell, but it'd be difficult to recover nonetheless. And this passive post plant, Giuliano moves forward. The MP9 at long range wins that out, but Giuliano immediate on the trade. Pocher realizes time's not in her favor. Has to fall back and save.
Yeah, that was actually an interesting one as well, because the MP9 is actually committed to the fight, and Pocher is half in, half out at that point. Didn't expect the MP9 to get that much purchase on it, but time was always the limiting factor.
Big round from Giuliano, 4K in it.
She did everything. She hit every single trade in that round.
That double up down towards ramp was huge. Pretty good with those transfers onto like 2 players.
It's another one of these rounds where you got Pocher on the AWP and then everyone else has got nothing.
And it's because Sweden have kept every round competitive. Even the ones that Kazakhstan have won, it's not felt super decisive. Jenkin kept it costly. Pocher, this is a very aggro peak. She gets shot from elbow.
And then Jenkins just takes the space. Jenkins has been really good at sort of facilitating this control in towards middle, push down ramp, this time not as lethal, but at least Miyu will trade on Emsan. Lana Banana only with a USP. Therefore the MAC-10 can quickly gobble that one up. It's going to be a 1-round game momentarily.
Yes, that's just caretaking this AWP. Sweden getting back into the swing of things. And it's a little rough for Kazakhstan. Are they actually going to buy this?
Yeah, they can get a glass cannon AWP. Of course they're going to buy it.
Of course they can get a glass cannon AWP and 4 MP9s. That's certainly a buy.
Weirdly, that's felt like the buy like every round. Like,
yeah.
As long as they can get the AWP, they will play on.
Fair enough. Going to contest mid. It has been a sore point, Sweden. Putting a lot of pressure on here.
I wonder if Sweden will expect this buy. Will expect this purchase. Well, aware of it now. Emsan will deal with Iveri instantly in cave. Not quite the follow-up though. Miyu is low, but she confirms the kill.
Yeah, and that's enough. That locks off the space. MJ de Queen slides in. Pocher now arrives. B is off limits. That's not going to stop them. Zaz just creeps forward. And that's not the play you saw in cave.
That's very true. And also Jenkins been shut off of middle. It looks like she's going to go back and reset. She's holding just in case there's a push through A main, through that elbow smoke, because there could have been timing that has been hit. Miyu's been left completely on her own. Kazakhstan are gambling that Sweden would have reset. Instead, they remain rooted. This flashbang forward.
Oh.
MT.
An M4 and you might have been cooking.
Instead, you just get cooked. 45 seconds left. Sweden have now got complete control of B, but yet again, they don't know it. They keep pausing. They're playing so patient, and I think it's going to be rewarded here.
Yeah, you can really tell that they're feeling the pressure on the back foot. They really want to make sure they can confirm this. They know what's on the line here. Poch's position is just not going to be helpful for Kazakhstan stealing this one. So yeah, they're already setting up just to save. Banana's just in a position to catch exits.
An exit would be nice, to be fair. Any upgrade over an MP9 would feel quite valuable, especially bringing that forward with the AWP. It's going to be an eco anyway here for Kazakhstan, so if you can get an AWP and an AK, that feels better than an AWP MP9.
There's always an AWP in play for Kazakhstan. Every round it feels.
The good news for Sweden is this time they just completely avoided her.
Yeah, that seems to be the secret a lot of the times. Well. Oh, they lose it all. They lose every damn thing.
I'll tell you what, this makes me really excited for ESL Impact with the form that Giuliano's
yeah.
in, powering up for LAN, right? Doesn't even feel like she's in final form.
I don't know, that Mirage looked kind of like final form.
Yeah, that was pretty unbelievable.
She saw what Pocha did in Dust 2 and said, all right, hold my beer. Well, maybe not beer. Hold my non-alcoholic beverage while we're here.
And this is really just a good change of pace now for Team Sweden. You've been conditioning that you want caves so much. Zaz has been there sort of every single chance. They've always been holding for the B ramp push. And this is the round you go A. It's completely open.
Yeah. Perfect read. The pistols will clear and they'll start to move quickly, but Zaz should get confirmation. She peeks in, takes a little bit of damage, decides, all right, I don't really want to stick around here. Let's send Nia in to try and farm up some ecos. But they're going to at least get 6 on the T side, and that was with losing the pistol once more.
This was 5-2. This was 5-2, and they've now won all of these rounds in a row. The fact that they take the lead here, I think, really speaks volumes to the experience of this team. And where it felt like they weren't in control,
oh, here we go.
It now feels like they are in control. No Zeus, sorry.
Oh. It's alright, we got the best Zeus of the tournament yesterday. Sweden on 6. We'll get the Kazakhstan by again. Pocha at least gets armor around her AWP this time, so that is a slight upgrade for her.
Canada in the lead 9-7 against Denmark.
Oh my god, that map has gone crazy. Imagine if Canada are able to take that series over Denmark. That's a shocking upset.
It really is.
The Goose Breeder effect. Giuliano, also a large amount of aura.
And Zaz, again, hoping for a chance. Pocha will fire off her AWP. And a nade drop. Pocha just keeps going.
Through. Oh, she's found another! A shot through the smoke. Pocha's just taking pot shots and they're connecting.
And now Emsan has got to be really careful. Good adjustment. And then re-snap onto Pocha. It could be a backbreaker. Still for Kazakhstan at a 3 versus 2. Sweden have got the edge, but Miyu's tucked in close.
Rotation comes too. The Sweden are more than happy to slow down in these positions. They wait for Nia to regroup with them so they can split onto this bomb site. Now they start to move forward. Lana will slide in as well, so everything is here for success for Kazakhstan. Molotov forward, and Miyu gets the first kill. Lana Banana needs to win this one out, but she can't against Nia. And it's Sweden that will win out the half.
Yeah, just too many players. They all group together. They slow down. And Kazakhstan, they keep going for this same play in the mid-round. When they don't have info, they group together and they push down B-ramp, and it nearly works. It's so close, but it's not meant to be. The Sweden give themselves a pretty solid chance here. It was the CT side that I thought would be their strongest. The fact that they get 7 on T side is a statement.
However, I mean, I know Mirage was a different story, but Dust2's T side, I wouldn't count out Kazakhstan by any measure.
9 versus 9.
Oh my god, are we going to get another OT in that
Could
map?
could be.
God. Okay. A lot of close series today. Yesterday was a lot of blowouts. We're getting deeper into the tournament now, and in these playoff games with so much on the line, everyone is delivering. Again, this fight in middle, this time Sweden aren't going to be met by Kazakhstan on the other side. Instead, Pocha just peeks, and it's over ledge that her teammates come, and a perfect way to deal with the mid-aggression. At least still Zaz gets 2, but it's still the predominant frags going the way of Kazakhstan. Giuliano can't catch them on the cross, so they'll get into A.
Yeah, they will. They've got to be careful about CT though, because Giuliano will just swing and just delete. Iveri, Giuliano wants more, but Miyu denies not once, but twice. It's another Kazakhstan pistol.
Miyu's top of the board, 14 and 7. She's actually having a fantastic map so far. Kazakhstan with what, 5 out of 6 pistols?
Sounds right.
It's actually crazy. The only one Sweden I got, I think, was that Mirage one on the second half.
And a full eco. They're not even going to force it. They're just going to say, okay, let's have an agreement. Let's just start this half fresh at 7 rounds each.
Gonna be the flash out play through middle. This is always the fun one, but unfortunately it's gonna be too late. Pocha's already scaled and she's got the Mac 10. All money, baby. She's looking to farm it. 2 at least. Now the other MP9, oh, sorry, Mac 10 swings in.
Oh, careful. It should still be fine.
Yeah, as long as Giuliano doesn't get another kill. Okay, Giuliano got another kill. Iveri has 8 HP. Please just swing out. Oh my god! Oh my god, Giuliano! This is no way, and there won't be. But goddamn, that gets close.
How does that get that close? Again, the player at Big Box should just be confirming that kill. And Giuliano, it's like she's in the Matrix. She's got enough money now to buy the AWP. Of course, Pocha does as well because Kazakhstan have been winning these rounds. But you do not expect Giuliano to be having an AWP right here, right now, but she does.
That's crazy. 2 kills, that recovered Mac 10. The pistol doing work too. I thought she had that when she finds that kill on Big Box. Iveri is so low. That one, that's a bit of a warning signal to Kazakhstan.
Wow.
I wouldn't be able to deal with another eco. There's been so many ecos in this day. Maybe because we've cast 9 maps of Counter-Strike in a row. You're more likely to see a lot, but... Oh my god.
It's interesting how mirrored the buys are. Like, we've got 1 MP9 from MSAN, at the same time 1 Mac 10 from MJ the Queen. Could be a faster play, maybe a boost on the box of Pocha. If she finds anything, they just explode in towards B. Counter utility drop down, fight in towards Cave. MJ the Queen wants it, but Zaz, this is her domain.
And Iveri so low. Can't at all attempt to trade. Yes, where Zaz, as you mentioned, does her best work. Giuliano has the AWP. Had the AWP. Pocha, remember, she has hers.
I was going to say, it's really interesting actually it's the rifle though that gets boosted and then Pocha just searches, but I guess she can do that. She's then got the freedom rather than being trapped just in a corner. Instead of 1 dedicated angle, Pocha can explore 3 more. And for Sweden, it is double donut, and it could be this similar reaction at a push down B main. It's being held by Lana Banana.
She'll walk around the corner. The trade is instant from Zaz.
But look at the difference. It's a disengage from Zaz rather than the recommit. There's no possible chance to try and trade. But Sweden, they need to do something else in donut because Zaz is finding everything at Cave. She needs help.
I don't know what she does. I'm going to be real with you, Ranton. Zaz is a one-woman wrecking machine. She's ready for Pocha. This tuck in. Pocha is all alone, and she's just waiting for this rotation coming through short that hasn't come yet. Timing. Oh, goes both ways though. Zaz doesn't see the barrel. Now she will. She doesn't need help, Brandon. She'll finally start to get it. The rotations are on their way. Miyu, this is a difficult crossfire to break. She lets them know exactly where she is. Nia will steal the ace, but Zaz, the heroine of that round.
Yeah, they don't care about that. Ace stolen or not, Zaz does everything. The fact that she's so dynamic, I literally spoke about the disengage. What we've seen Kazakhstan do so often is push down B ramp and give the option to be able to trade. Instead, it's Zaz being dynamic, again, taking the fight on her terms. Miyu was so low. I think it was Iveri that got caught out in towards cave. It's just like on 2 HP.
Yeah.
Such a freebie for Zaz. Definitely wasn't freebie for Kazakhstan. Instead, it's a rush play straight through middle. Tech 9 of Miyu looking to get involved, but Nia denies on the FAMAS.
Yeah, well handled against the pressure. It is going to be players grouping up in A main. And Jada Queen has caught a nice little timing to get into red. In fact, it's a brilliant timing. Now, if she goes further forward, it gets a little bit better. She could backstab onto A, but instead she's going to pause. She already feels like she's got such a round-defining spot. If she goes now, she has a chance of making it, but I think she might get spotted. No, she's gotten through, but it doesn't matter because Nia's removed everyone else on A. MJ the Queen will activate, so she will find that frag, but she's just a little bit too late. Nice flashbang, but still can't convert. Zaz will close. Nia locks down Donut.
And to be honest, it's these rounds that are the most important. It's these rounds where there's a tussle for the economy. It's the force by back in. It's the Tech 9s here against the full rifles, but it's Sweden this time prevailing, doing it incredibly dominantly. I think Nia's brilliant in this situation. Gets the kill. Donut comes back to help out.
That was the force buy.
Exactly.
Double digits for Sweden.
Double digits for both Denmark and Canada. That one's 10-10.
Oh my god, you cannot separate those teams. And it felt like that was the same here for a little bit, but Sweden are separating themselves from the pack. I love how competitive it's been today. It really just is a testament to the strength of the women's scene just globally. That every region putting up a fight. Even Iran took a map of Canada.
Damn. Well, Sweden are taking lumps out of Team Kazakhstan right now in this round. They don't know that the player isn't at default, but Giuliano adjusts instantaneously. She's up to 21 kills. Sweden are 3 rounds away from playoffs.
Giuliano just like flicked a switch after Dust 2. Like she was mad about that loss. And each map since, 20 plus kills with single-digit deaths.
That's what we said though, isn't it? It would either go both ways. It would be Giuliano and Zaz just flipping a switch and just owning everyone. Or it would be Giuliano and Zaz trying to do too much.
They flicked the right switch. Middle fight, a blow on the smoke, but not much of a contention. 3 CTs are here, but the T's patient, looking to take it late perhaps. Pocha just sitting close in the corner, but it's being covered. That one feels free.
Yeah, this is more what I expected when we see Sweden on CT. Just the immediate control in towards mid, in towards ledge, the follow-up flashbang. Yeah, no chance whatsoever. 2 quick openings.
This one feels a little lackluster, doesn't it?
This is really good mid control by the CT side, though.
Yeah, they commit 3 players early, which has become, you know, quite common, right? You leave A open, you focus on getting mid first, and then you can reset for that position. And we'll get the information. Cheeky little flash and a follow-up too from different angles too. I like it. Doesn't help her out, but Zaz will help her out, that is. And Zaz will take many kills. Iveri, one before she goes. Sweden can taste it. Zaz feeling herself.
Jen can play that really well because...
Oh my god, her giggling is so intense. You guys can't hear it at home, but we're hearing her. Maniacal.
Yeah, it's like a supervillain.
Yeah.
Jenkin does really well in that round in terms of staying alive because it means that Zaz can come through and grab those kills in from mid, and the double donut push, it is just safety guaranteed.
Something big just happened in that Canada-Denmark game. It screams from across the room. And I'm seeing pace up B. And successful. However, still one player to deal with. It's Giuliano firing off pistol bullets. HE goes actually pretty deep. Wallbang shots firing out. She has support. Finally connects the shot. Iveri again on low HP. Can't get anything done. MJ the Queen. Back 10. No, it's a struggle. It's a real struggle. Giuliano is just pure distraction that round.
Yeah, and she also got 2 kills off the back of it. It really feels like Sweden are entering a flow state. This round from start to finish has been all Sweden. As soon as they started to recover, give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Very much like they did to Kazakhstan on Mirage, they are running over them on Ancient. 5 chances to force OT. But each round is starting to feel more and more desperate. This could be the final stand right here, right now in round 20.
Yeah, after Dust 2, this just felt commanding from Sweden. Pocha getting aggressive, doesn't connect her shot. Chops the smoke to prevent Zaz from pushing, but very little actually prevents Zaz from doing whatever the hell she wants. Sam needs to be careful. Pocha is going to get boosted. She will go for this swing. Amsan, do you want to swing this? No, she's just going to drop the smoke. Down barrel, spotted. But it's Iveri that collects. Doesn't matter, and she removes Zaz with the spam too. So Kazakhstan, a little bit of breath at the tail end. Will likely confirm this round. Giuliano doesn't quite get what she wanted. Oh, okay, Iveri, I think she saw one of the opponents she killed this round.
Maybe one. A nice spam on the follow-ups it just denies the chance to save the AWP. There's a lot of money on both Giuliano, Nia and Emsan, so the drops can be afforded, AWP can be recollected. But that was a really fast play in towards B. We saw how successful it was a few rounds prior, and bar Giuliano's heroics. But this round it was all Iveri.
Yeah, huge round from her, and she had a quiet Mirage, so good to see her back to what she showed on Dust 2. Top of the board, in fact, for Kazakhstan. Giuliano is just so far ahead of everyone, though. It's still going to be plenty to invest for Sweden. Doesn't get any easier. But they did find a way in.
Vying for the mid control again, but heavy aggression instead takes shelf. But look at that from Zaz, she tries it, a different angle of approach, but the same result. It's Kazakhstan finding opening kills.
Yeah, 2 of them. Giuliano wants to peek into cave, and yeah, good find off it. Pocha gonna try her luck, and Giuliano can't even respond. That's how fast Pocha was on that peek. Emsan's still something to deal with, and Emsan's the only one to deal with. But the bomb is here. If she peeks into lane, she doesn't. She doesn't. So Kazakhstan will be able to likely get this round.
Yeah, if anything, you're Emsan, you're saving the AWP here.
Yeah.
Because you're on, what, first stage loss bonus? It means that Giuliano can drop rifles. If you save the AWP, that's way more beneficial to Team Sweden. Kazakhstan are knocking on the door. They've halved the deficit. They're looking for 3 more rounds.
Yeah, another massive high impact round from Iveri as well, right? Pocha gets her beautiful kill on Giuliano, but it's Iveri's double up that gives him the space to take that room onto A.
Yeah, it's interesting that Zaz is swinging so aggressively. Like, we know she's been doing that quite consistently over towards Jaguar, but it instead goes down B ramp, but no flashbang. She wants that element of surprise, but they're ready for it.
Now you got to throw a few things at them so you can catch them off guard. Now you know that they will be ready for that.
That's a bit scary. Look at the mini-map.
Yeah, they're all very, very close. Okay, so another buy for Sweden, just about. Actually, it's pretty good, but it does get scary if Kazakhstan win this one.
It does.
We'll be looking at a 1-round game. We could potentially be going OT.
Yeah, but by saving that AWP, that means that you've got 2 full gun rounds here for Sweden before OT hits. There'll be a bit of respite in the middle, but Kazakhstan still need to work really hard. And it's back to this familiar mid control that feels so oppressing. But Kazakhstan, they're reading into it and they're going to go A.
Yeah, look at this. 3 players on B, 2 in middle. A is completely open. Kazakhstan have read this perfectly. They threw all the smokes towards B. It's keeping them rooted.
Yeah, they're faking it as well. Sweden have got no idea. The next question is, when do you want to plant the bomb? Because in theory, you can just walk in towards spawn right now.
Yeah, they're like, where are the defenders? With so much space. They are going to plant in a position which does favor the CTs, or CT position. So Iveri will be forward, tries to catch up a player in the rotation, but she's forced back.
Thing is, though, you've got temple control, you have got like shallow CT control. Molly feels pretty good. Jenkin wants to have this fight, but Iveri is holding them back, and now Pocha can just scope in from A main. There goes Giuliano.
Yeah, Giuliano on the punish this time around. Nia gets a kill, Emsan as well. Iveri, it's all onto Iveri. Neezy's final 2 frags. Low HP Emsan swings, the bomb's being defused. Giuliano is sticking it in front of her, and Giuliano defuses to take Sweden to playoffs.
Yeah, unbelievable. Of course, it's Giuliano, the most experienced in the game. Just diffuses it right under Kazakhstan's nose. That is a horrible way to go out, but Kazakhstan should still hold their heads high because they pushed Sweden to the limit. They were so close to playoffs.
So close. Kazakhstan eliminated the team that came second last year in Argentina. They've had to do the full lower bracket run, but it's Sweden that stands tall today, and they are very excited for this result. It's been a tough one. They were definitely tested more than I think they anticipated they would be. Dusty was a humbling experience, and Giuliano took that personally.
Yeah, she absolutely did, and Zaz on Ancient as well was undeniable. Her cave holds really facilitated a lot of success for Team Sweden. For Team Kazakhstan, we learned and got to be reintroduced to some familiar names. We know Pocha, we know Iveri, but Miyu was exceptional on Ancient as well.
Yeah, really good to see Miyu stepping up there, and Iveri as well, just across this series, was really strong. Both on Ancient and Dust 2, a massive figure, and I know she's been in and out of a few teams lately, so this is a great opportunity for her to show what she's got for future teams.
Yeah, absolutely. For Kazakhstan, this is the first time we've seen them in the IESF for a while, and hopefully not the last time. They were so close to playoffs, but now for Sweden, it's all about they've made it now. That was the expectation. How far can they really go?
Yeah, and that is a good question because I think the playoff bracket is going to be a bit of a spooky one for them.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, it might be Poland
that's
in the wings. Oh, doesn't get much easier. And well, I don't know. If you're Poland and you watched on, I think you might be a little bit scared of what Giuliano has to show.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, I think it's just the overall ability of Team Poland should be outclassed, and it's now the next question of can Giuliano do it? Well, she certainly did today, and we've got Jasmine with an interview with her.
Giuliano, oh my goodness, you took that Dust 2 loss, that very first map, incredibly personally. 28 kills in one of the games, over 25 in that Ancient that we just saw as well. For you and the girls, the difference maker for Dust 2, obviously you faced against Kazakhstan previously on it. Was there any kind of specific differences you noticed in the way they approached that match?
Yeah, I noticed their approach was more towards our B side. We noticed kind of early. We just struggled with closing that up picks out, and I feel like the late game kind of lost us. There was an Antico as well that, we should have had, but my mic was binding on a button, so I accidentally muted myself, and then everything from there. Not an excuse. But.
Well, you guys managed to bring it back when we headed over into Mirage. Incredibly strong T side from you, undefeated CT side as well. Did you feel like you had a pretty good read on how they would look to approach that T side?
Yeah, I mean, in the end, like what we set out on the break was that if we adapt faster and we just read the situation, we listen to each other, because Dust 2 was kind of, we were a bit zoned out. Everybody was on their own space, and that was the key part for me. We need to listen, and then we communicate. And we did the other way around on Dust 2. So I think after Mirage, like on Mirage, I even said it mid-game, this is how we listen. We listen, we win, and it was so good. Yeah.
Well, when we take a deeper look at the pistol rounds that you girls had, unfortunately they weren't necessarily working in your favor. Was there anything specifically you feel like you girls were lacking on?
Yeah, the pistol rounds it's a meme in our team right now, because I think we won 1 pistol out of 3 BO3, so. Yeah, we're gonna try to do it better. I mean, I even said after that T-side Ancient, when we lost to them in mid, I said, well, they're in my head. I cannot do anything, like it is what it is.
Well, you're going to be facing Poland next in our playoffs. How do you think Poland are going to look to approach this match against you folks?
I mean, the same as always. I think it's going to be fun to play against them, because I think we got a bit of hang off because it's been a long time since we played together. And now we really got into our rhythm that we used to have in the qualifiers. So I'm confident. Yeah,
all right. Let's see whether or not that confidence is going to be paying off for you. Back over to Alan. Thank you so much for joining me, and GG's.
Pistol round problems be damned, Sweden are indeed into the playoffs. They're our final playoffs attendee, because in the meanwhile, a very loud game between Canada and Denmark, and a close one too, resulted in a win for Denmark. So congratulations to both those teams. We'll of course focus on that Sweden victory, ancient, down to the wire, a crazy retake to end it, sticking the defuse. Balls of steel out from Giuliano in this series and that round in particular.
Yeah, no, she was just lights out the entire time. Again, yeah, after Dust 2, it was just like someone flipped a switch on her, and she was unstoppable from that point on. Even though, like, again, Patja didn't necessarily disappear either. Giuliano just one-upped her in every category, which is incredible to see, and obviously like a massive benefit for Sweden as well. The fact that they win with the kind of margin that they do on Ancient makes, like, is even more impressive when you consider the fact that Jasmine brought up, the fact that they're not winning pistols. Like, they're always starting halves off on a rough end. So it just goes to show, like, Sweden had more overall quality. They had more to play off of in this game, and I think it also helps having someone like Giuliano play the way she did.
Yeah, I think that explained the big celebration after the pistol round we saw.
Yeah.
I was a bit confused at first. I was like, okay, like, it's a nice pistol. It's not that crazy, but I guess it was their first one of the tournament, so fair play to them for that. Yeah, I think I just didn't expect Giuliano to be quite at this level. I mean, I knew that
she looks like one of the best players in the tournament.
Yeah,
like straight up.
She was unbelievable throughout this series, and I wasn't sure what form she'd be in. I feel like, you know, she's not necessarily like, I would say she's in that stage of her career where she's probably not grinding quite as hard anymore, you know, and you get to that point, right? You played a lot of CS, but it doesn't look like it with how she's playing here. And Zaz definitely deserves the credit too. She was still very important with a bunch of those early fights. I think throughout this map, those cave fights were pretty consistently favored towards Team Sweden. That was a really big portion of the map, and Kazakhstan kept going back to it, but it just felt like for whatever reason, they could never get the better of that. And that was, I think, the most important area of the map that Sweden kept winning, and it just kept giving them such a big edge on the map.
I have to fully agree with that. Again, I liked a lot of the purchases from both sides on their CT side. I think we saw both teams kind of ignore A for the better part of it. Again, one of the more retakeable sites in large parts in CS. And kind of just focusing heavily up on doubling in mid and then having 3 people over towards B. The only thing I kind of disliked is the fact that they didn't necessarily commit to the aggression from both Cave and Banana at the same time. They would kind of just choose one or the other, which I feel like they could have benefited a lot more from. But I think when you don't do that and you kind of mirror each other, the fact that Sweden were the ones to consistently do better at that is kind of the big momentum changer really for them, and I think Saz is kind of the key for that as well. She was so good at locking down bomb sites, and even though, you know, teammates around her might have fallen or something, she was so good at just like tempering any sort of pushes from Kazakhstan to the point where, okay, you might have gotten an equal trade as a T side for once, but they're not allowed to just continuously move up towards the site, and that's because of Zaz. So she did a phenomenal job in just like, yeah, like lowering the tempo of their opponents and making that like very digestible for everyone around her.
And I think there were a couple of occasions where you would see Zaz, for example, get aggressive and get a kill and actually drop back. Yep. Whereas for Kazakhstan, it felt like they either decided we are going aggressive and we're sticking to it, and we will live or die by that call, or we're just going to sit back. And maybe sometimes you need that ability to realize in the moment, okay, yes, we've made this call to keep pushing, but maybe it doesn't actually make sense. If we've got a kill and we've got a few extra seconds and no one else is here, let's just sit back. Like, we can take that advantage. And I think that's probably the experience showing through. And I saw Kazakhstan a little frustrated after that. I think they knew that last round, if they win that, Sweden, suddenly their economy broken, that's anyone's game. That round was everything. And to be honest, I wouldn't expect Giuliano to stick. With how she was playing, you expect her to want to fake and take the fight because she was winning them all. And it was so close on that time. I feel like heartbroken for Kazakhstan, but I know in a week's time, they'll look back at this and say, actually, we played proud and we can be proud of ourselves. We played great.
Let's have a look at our groups and see how it ended up here. Group A first. Lots of CS being played. Of course, we did see that Portugal-US game. Portugal looked phenomenal on their way to playoffs, and the States getting some redemption, I guess, up against Netherlands. All in all, it doesn't feel like there were many shockers yet. I know maybe we underrated Portugal a little bit going into this, but seeing them on the server, it's obvious why they won this group.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Obviously, I think Zana's going to provide nightmares for a lot of her opponents in the playoffs when we get to that. And yeah, they were just a very, very solid unit. Again, we saw a United States initially that played super well on Anubis. We thought that was going to be such a strong calling card for them, and then they run into Portugal and just get dominated, like dissected and just toyed with for the better part of that map. And that kind of goes to show the level that the Portuguese women had on their side. So that was fantastic to see. Excited to see who they match up with and how they'll do in the playoffs. Obviously, they're going to secure that 1 seed, which is going to be huge for them. And also, again, for that decider match between the USA and the Netherlands, very, very, very promising results from the US there. Like 13-2, 13-1. I'd say that's pretty acceptable.
Just about, yeah. I think also, once we get into all the groups, we're going to see basically all the favorites going through. That's very exciting to me because we heard there Giuliano saying, we are finally now getting back into the sort of form we were when we were playing the qualifiers.
Yes.
Because they haven't had that chance to actually really get the prep fully down, and playing in person will help with that a lot. So I think once we get into these playoffs, it's just a good sign that all the favorites in general have made it through, because it means we will start to get that higher level of CS, that peak CS in the future.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have minded a Kazakhstan causing a cheeky upset. Just have one team to root for, but in general, pretty much all the favorites.
I think something very telling in that interview from Giuliano was the communication, of course, saying that after Dust 2, they sat down, they said, we've got problems, we need to talk much clearer, get less flustered.
Help, I'm sure.
Yeah. What was that?
I'm sure the mic mute didn't help from Giuliano.
No, that didn't help. But either way, I expect against France it was the same problem. Because the Sweden I saw winning that final map there would have been a closer game against France, I think. I imagine during that France game, they learned some lessons the hard way.
Yeah, I can imagine so. And again, like with the experienced players like you have on that Swedish team, they're probably the better ones that actually like taking that to heart and knowing what to do with it as well, instead of just sitting there fumbling around and then not necessarily improving on it as you go further into the tournament. So Sweden probably going to go from strength to strength in that sense in this tournament. Yeah, if you're going to have Giuliano playing in that kind of form, I think it's going to be dangerous for any kind of team that runs into them.
Group C, Poland, of course, topping that one. Denmark giving it a good shout in that uppers game. We didn't see it live, but that lower final, Denmark, Canada, seemed to be very close. They're being very loud. Big commiserations to Canada. I think in a different group, they might have had a chance, but in this one, Poland's formidable and Denmark, a very worthy second.
Yeah, I want to give my final props on stream to Goose Breeder because she played really well in that series from what we could see on the stats, and I think she was clearly kind of the key figure, the talisman for Team Canada, but not quite enough here. And I think Denmark, you know, probably the deserving team to go through, probably the favorites to come second in this group initially, just about over Canada. So credit to them, and another team who I think, again, going from strength to strength.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a final look at Group D. Of course, topped by Spain, Australia overcoming the underdogs in South Africa in the end. So I guess expected results overall, but having actually sat down and watched the games, that lower portion was just carnage.
Yeah, you might have expected the final outcome. You would not have expected how they got here. That's the best way to put it, absolutely. And it was a fun kind of like slaughterhouse that we got to witness, both with the South Africa-Norway game and obviously the follow-up with Australia-South Africa. All three teams provided entertaining Counter-Strike, which was really good. So even though obviously two of them have to bow out today and leave the tournament, they can still have their heads held high, even though they weren't able to topple Australia.
I think sometimes in this format you can have groups and you can have like games where I would tell you can skip a few of these games in the lower bracket, like, and you wouldn't miss anything if you were watching back the tournament. I wouldn't say that here. These were all great games.
Skip the upper bracket. Who needs that? Just watch the lowest at this point. And finally, that sets us up for playoffs. Here we go. Top side of the bracket, Portugal, Australia. They'll play the winner of France, Denmark. Lower half, Poland versus Sweden, and Spain, US. And as we've said throughout, we love the format. Screw Swiss. This is better. Best teams into the playoffs. Every game is compelling, and certainly by the time we hit semis, it's straight fire.
Yeah, 100%. And there's so many cool matchups here as well. You're going to have so many clashes of styles and everything that's going to be so much fun to watch. I think Poland, Sweden is going to be super fun, obviously, because we've seen both teams. We've seen what they're capable of when they're hitting their strides. I think Spain, obviously, that we tout kind of to be like the most cohesive team in here. they don't necessarily have the biggest stars or the biggest names, but they're the ones who are like the most put together out of all the teams. They're going to have to deal with the US aggression. It's going to be so interesting to see like how these different teams kind of adapt to each other as we get further and further into it.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen so far, I like that bracket because I would say the Poland-Portugal final is probably what you would want. We have the chance of that.
Yeah.
I think with how Poland have played, I don't think it's guaranteed that they're in that such incredible form that they're clear favourites either. I think the other teams have really showed us that they're not going to be trifled with, and even those quarterfinal matchups, I wouldn't be surprised if we lost one of our top seeds from a group. Like, that would not surprise me whatsoever. So
I mean, like a potential semifinals here in the upper part of the bracket is France-Portugal. Like, that in itself is going to be so sick. Yeah, it feels like we're going to get like multiple finals or multiple potential grand finals like served early, really, through these playoffs, and that's what you want, right? Like you want when you have this many competitive teams in one playoff bracket, it's just going to allow you to have just a feast, really, of solid CS.
I mean, it's so often that we come into playoffs and we're like, you actually sit there and you look at it like, I need this team to win the quarterfinal, or it's garbage. Whereas in this one, there's just so many compelling storylines. Again, we don't foresee a Poland, for example, losing, but there are other teams step into their place, and I guess more than anything, a testament to the women's scene. There is depth, getting better every year, and we've got 8 teams here that all conceivably could make a semi-final.
It's also nice, it's been like competitive, but I would say the team we expected to win each group did win their group. And that's nice because it actually means the seeding really works when you get into playoffs. Whereas sometimes you have a team that like messes up in their opening game and suddenly they draw the second best team in like a quarterfinal and you're like, oh, that's the final I wanted in the quarterfinal. But no, we don't have that. We have basically the perfect seeding in the groups. And I would say now pretty much the perfect seeding in the playoffs. I mean, what more could you ask for?
Can't really ask for any point. Just looking forward to the, I mean, yeah, wish I could speed up time. Simple as that.
I'm sure you okay then, tomorrow we'll have all 4 quarterfinals being played. We'll be streaming 2 of those. We'll kick off with the first at 12 p.m. sharp local. So exciting stuff. You don't want to miss them. Have a good night and we'll see you tomorrow.
just go undefeated. You know I can't help but this, cause they know they can never touch this.